All the people in the restaurant are gossiping. They know that it is rude to gossip loudly, so they are doing it softly. Everyone was gossiping because they all know that having so many drinking experts appear at once is amazing. Even if they aren't drunk, how could their stomachs handle it? Even sweats appeared on the forehead of the manager. Those 4 people have almost finished with their 9 jars of wine, but the waiter still hasn't come back yet. Manager, where's the wine? Didn't you said that when we finish, the waiter would be back with more wine? Jean asks with a frown. The fat manager busily replied, please wait a while, the waiter will be back right away. This fat manager has encountered various people, and just by the aura of these people, he knew that he could not afford to displease them. Not to mention their drinking ability. None of them are ordinary. He dared not displease any of them. A while later. Manager, give me 10 more big jars. This wine is pretty good. Ho Fei shouted. Customer, please wait a moment. The fat manager greeted smilingly, but in his heart, curses, this damn waiter still hasn't come back after such a long time. If I anger these people, they might even destroy my restaurant. His guess was very accurate. Any of these 8 people that are drinking could totally destroy his restaurant with the wave of a hand. Suddenly, the fat manager's eyes shine and heart relieved as he noticed the figure of the waiter in the distance. Customers, the waiter has returned. The wine will be arriving immediately. The fat manager immediately orders the servants within the restaurant to get the wine. The drinking session from noon till night, and then from night till the next morning. Xinyu and his brothers at a table, the 4 divine beasts at a table, and the dark, burly man at a table. These 3 tables continued drinking. Even at night, the manager could only close the door of the restaurant and allow the 3 tables to continue their drinking session. Xinyu and his brothers and the 4 divine beasts could chat with each another. But the dark, burly man was alone. From the beginning till the end, he didn't speak a word. Morning, the sun's rays shone through the door of the restaurant. Great, who would have expected that one could drink such good wine in the mortal realm? That dark burly dude stood up, fully satiated. There was already many customers in the restaurant, most of them knowing how much wine this dark burly dude drank. A whole 40 big jars worth. As for the other 2 tables, one drank 60 jars and the other drank 70 jars. What terrifying people. Sure enough, he wasn't a mortal. Xinyu flashed a smile and proceeded to check the dark, burly dude with his holy sense. Xinyu's eyes lit up. Is he a loose devil, loose demon, or a loose immortal? In the Qianlong continent, Xinyu rarely used his holy sense. Just now he used it. Xinyu realized that he could not detect the dark, burly man's power level. The dark, burly man walked toward Xinyu's table. Xinyu didn't notice it before, but when the burly man is right in front of him, he noticed that the burly dude is terrifying, like being crushed by a mountain, such a thick aura. Must be an expert as strong as Zhongju. Kid, you're very pleasing to my eyes. The dark, burly man looks at Ho Fei with a smile. Me? Ho Fei shockingly points at himself. The dark burly dude smilingly nodded. I'm Man Xian, you can call me Big Brother Man Xian. Xinyu noticed something at the moment. This Man Xian's pupils turned out to be purple. Brother, hell, I only have one brother. What makes you think you could be my big brother? Ho Fei clearly didn't care. A light flashed across Man Xian's purple pupils. His smile completely disappeared. His face turned cold right away. End of Book 11, Chapter 25. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 26. Book 11, Chapter 26, The Superior Divine Beast with the Strongest Combat Strength. Xinyu felt a bit of a headache because Fei Fei still acted in an unruly temperament. This expert in front of them is extremely powerful. Even if the 3 brothers faced him together, they may still not have a chance. Despite this, Ho Fei still acted proudly, and Xinyu did not say anything about this. After all, he still had the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Man Xian coldly stared at Ho Fei and Ho Fei stared back at Man Xian. Both of them are unwilling to back down. All right. As expected, your arrogance makes you worthy of being a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey. Man Xian suddenly bursts out in laughter. Ho Fei, Xinyu, and Heyu all felt very surprised. In this mortal realm, there are very few people who are capable of recognizing Ho Fei's identity, but this Man Xian readily said it. Furthermore, at this moment, a barrier was erected to prevent ordinary people who are outside of the barrier from hearing their conversation. Xinyu stands up. With a smile he says, Brother Man Xian, let me give you an introduction. This is my second brother Ho Fei, he is quite unruly. Brother Man Xian, please don't mind too much. This is my third brother Heiyu, his temperament is much colder than my second brother. Oh? Man Xian's eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at Heiyu. Man Xian looked at Heiyu for quite a while, feeling puzzled. He says, a divine beast? When did the bird species of divine beasts ever have a species like yours? Could it possibly be that you are a variant from the bird species? I don't know. Heiyu only lets these 3 words out of his mouth. Man Xian laughs, that's quite interesting. Man Xian suddenly looks at Qin Yu and laughs, saying, you're a human. A human that is capable of being the big brother to a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey and a divine beast that even I cannot recognize makes me really surprised. I humbly am Qin Yu, a simple Ziotionist. Qin Yu says with a smile. Man Xian nods his head. After taking a look at the other 4 divine beasts, Man Xian says to Qin Yu, Brother Qin Yu, I really admire you for being actually able to tame these 4 middle-class divine beasts. But for these 4 middle-class divine beasts, being with Hou Fei, I presume that they have gained a pretty good training technique which can be considered their good fortune. Of course Man Xian knows Hou Fei's divine beast class. You all are using transmitters, right? Give me your transmitter for a second. If, in the future, you have some troubles, you can find me. I believe I can resolve any ordinary issue in the mortal realm. Man Xian sincerely smiles. Qin Yu experienced heartfelt surprise. To be honest, the dark, burly man in front of them gives of a thick aura, and when his face turns cold, it is extremely terrifying. But when this Man Xian smiles, it gives off the feeling of being trustworthy. A natural-born leader. Qin Yu asserts to himself. A coldness that makes people fearful and a smile that causes people to trust in him. For Qin Yu, it was his first time ever meeting a person like this. Both Hou Fei and Heiyu could be classified as being the more proud and aloof type. Of course Qin Yu was happy to make a new friend. In a matter of moments, Man Xian would be leaving his holy senses imprint. Brother Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and Heiyu. I currently have some important business to attend to on Tanluan continent, so now, we will be separated from each other for the time being. If something happens, you can find me with the transmitter. Man Xian says while looking at Qin Yu and his brothers. At this moment, Man Xian also released the surrounding barrier. Qin Yu stands up and says, if we have the opportunity, we will definitely meet with Brother Man Xian again. Even Hou Fei and Heiyu both stood up. They felt that the dark, burly man in front of them was someone worth getting along with. I shall take my leave. Man Xian makes the respectful gesture of cupping his hands together towards Qin Yu before leaving. In 2-3 steps, Man Xian left the restaurant. He vanishes from everyone's sight. They did not know if it was teleportation or some special ability. I never thought that I could run into such an incomprehensible expert on Qianlong continent. Qin Yu sighed to himself. Master, just now, what did that burly man talk to you guys about? Ink Qilin transmits. Even Xian and his brothers look over with a puzzled expression. A moment ago, Man Xian put up a barrier so that only he and Qin Yu's brothers could engage in the conversation. Xian and the other divine beasts simply could not hear the conversation. Nothing much. Alright, prepare to return to the royal palace. Qin Yu says indifferently. Immediately, the 4 divine beasts halted their inquiry. Immediately, they all returned to the royal palace. Is this the fathering place for loose devils? There are 3 pieces to the heaven sundering diagram. The dragon clan has 1 piece, the loose devils have 1, and there is another piece that even I cannot find. The dragon clan emissary along with the dragon clan leader having a top-grade immortal weapon would not be too difficult to deal with, but it would be quite troublesome. The loose devil side would be a bit easier to deal with. As Man Xian was looking at the vast and enormous mountains of the Inu Mountains, he was scheming in his thoughts. Inu Mountain, the place where loose devils number in the tens of thousands and ordinary Xiamoists number in the hundreds of thousands. They all come from various Xioma sections. Now, with Blood Devil Du Zhongjun in command, the loose devil side has been able to stand tall once more. With 2-3 steps, Man Xian has already arrived at Inu Palace. Who goes there? A Inu Palace loose devil guard says. Man Xian casually looks the loose devil in the eyes. A purple light radiates from Man Xian's pupils and immediately the loose devil's expression becomes motionless. That loose devil guard only regained consciousness after a good while. What was that just now? I dozed off. I, a loose devil, can still doze off? After thinking about it, that loose devil, no matter what, was unable to recall what exactly transpired a moment ago. As for Man Xian, he has already relaxingly gone ahead. On the road, many loose devils greeted Man Xian. These loose devils assumed that Man Xian was some sort of devil path expert. Only a few loose devil guards approached Man Xian to question him, but once Man Xian casually looked them in the eyes, each and every one of those loose devils seemed as if they had lost their souls. All of them obediently let him pass through. Through this method, Man Xian directly arrived at the heart of Inu Palace, Blood Devil Hall. Blood Devil Hall? A level 1 devil king known as Blood Devil is nothing more than someone who wants to flaunt their powers in the mortal realm. Man Xian says with a smile while standing outside of Blood Devil Hall. Man Xian's voice was not loud, but out of those who were in the area surrounding Blood Devil Hall and those within, who was not an expert. Thus, all the experts heard this voice, including Blood Devil Hall's Devil Realm's emissary, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. How dare you act so presumptuously outside Blood Devil Hall? Along with this angry shout, a blood-red ray of light shot towards Man Xian. O 12th tribulation loose devil. Man Xian shakes his head and smiles, go away. He waves his hand. With the wave of his hand, the now stronger Wukong Shui with a top-grade devil weapon coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. He helplessly crashes on top of Blood Devil Hall and then drops to the ground. Afterwards, Dame Lianyu who was preparing to fight is now completely scared stiff. My god, even though Wukong Shui's strength was multiplicatively improved, he was not a match for one move. The man in front of them was just too excessively powerful. Who is making a ruckus outside? Are they asking to die? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun speaks with a tyrannical voice. A blood-red ray of light suddenly appears out of thin air outside of the Blood Devil Hall's main hall. During these days, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun has been living like a prince, as he received the praises of countless loose devils. As this was the case, he gained an aura of someone who was in power. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun radiated a terrifying red light. He looks towards the dark, burly man who was being so audacious right outside Blood Devil Hall. You are Man Xian? Man Xian, it really is you. Du Zhongjun felt very shocked. Oh, I was wondering who the Devil Realm would send out. Turns out it is you. No wonder. There are very few level 1 Devil King elites in the Devil Realm, you can be considered as being not bad. Man Xian says with a faint smile on his face. Du Zhongjun squints, who would have thought? The Demon Realm's Beast Clan is actually willing to send you out. Aren't you guys afraid of the possibility of dying within the Niyang Realm? If you die, it would be a huge blow to the Beast Clan. Dying due to a lack of strength cannot be blamed on anyone else. Man Xian says indifferently. Truly worthy of being called the most powerful superior divine beast, Purple-Eyed Cow Devil King. Within the Beast Clan's superior divine beast ranks, I believe only your Purple-Eyed Cow Devil Kings possess the natural strength of being a leader. To actually be willing to let you descend to the mortal realm, that's truly a huge willingness to use resources. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun could not help but sigh. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun is one of the Blood Devil Emperor's valued elites. A few elites in the Demon Realm would know of this. Each and every one of the Demon Realm's superior divine beasts were all of the utmost important figures. To send a superior divine beast to descend to the mortal realm is truly terrifying. And even amongst the major superior divine beasts, the Purple-Eyed Cow Devil Kings are known to be the strongest in terms of military prowess. Lianyu, immediately prepare a feast. I want to have a nice drink with brother Man Xian. Du Zhongjun says to Dame Lianyu who was at his side. Yes, Senior Blood Devil. Dame Lianyu understood. This Man Xian must be the Demon Realm's emissary and also happens to be especially strong, so much that Du Zhongjun unconsciously put himself in a vulnerable state. I don't know whether or not brother Man Xian is willing to give me face. Du Zhongjun smiles. TL, giving face is the concept of not letting another person disgrace themselves. Of course I will give you face. Man Xian faintly smiles. If Man Xian does not need to take action, he would not bother. As Man Xian is a superior divine beast that descended to the mortal realm, the Demon Emperor naturally gave him exceptional treasures. After all, even if he is the Demon Emperor, he would not dare to casually let a superior divine beast Purple-Eyed Cow Devil King die. Furthermore, Man Xian was 100% confident in himself. Whether it is individual strength or various types of weapons and armors, he was absolutely superior to the other emissaries. Of course, Man Xian also knew that each emissary had their own special techniques. If it really comes down to a life and death battle, even if he were to kill his opponent, he would definitely be injured. Thus, not needing to take action to achieve his goals would naturally mean that he didn't need to fight. During the feast. Come, brother Man Xian. Drink this cup. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun gently laughs as he makes a toast. Drink. Man Xian did not refuse and drank more than 3 rounds of alcohol. Man Xian puts down his wine cup and says, Du Zhongjun, you must already know the reason as to why I have come here. I ask you, how many people can that heaven-sundering diagram bring into the Yang realm? Don't lie to me, I can also get information from other people. Tell lies? Superior divine beast purple-eyed cow devil king, a superior divine beast that is most capable of causing the immortal realm and devil realm to feel uneasy. Their temperament was very extreme. If they treat you well, that is your good fortune. If you dare deceive them, the wrathful, crazy purple-eyed cow devil king will let you truly understand what is called a mad cow. Other than the one wielding the heaven-sundering diagram, it can also take 5 others with it. Du Zhongjun says because he does not have the slightest reason to conceal the truth. This means that your piece of the heaven-sundering diagram will let a group of 6 people in. I want the other 3 spots. What do you say? Man Qian directly says this without beating around the bush. Du Zhongjun stares blankly. What a big appetite. In one breath he asked for the 3 spots. Well, Du Zhongjun, could it be that you feel that there is something wrong with my proposal? Man Qian asks. Du Zhongjun's heart thumped. A superior divine beast descending to the mortal realm would definitely have a top-grade demon weapon. Not to mention the special status of superior divine beasts, the Beast Clan might have feared the possibility of Man Qian's death, and provided him with a precious low-grade god weapon. This was hard to say. Du Zhongjun clearly understood the situation. Even if Man Qian did not have a low-grade god weapon and merely used a top-grade demon weapon, Du Zhongjun would still not be capable of being hostile towards him. The superior divine beast with the most powerful combative force known amongst superior divine beasts. How could Du Zhongjun compare to this level 1 demon lord purple-eyed cow devil king's strength? No objections, of course I have no objections. Blood devil Du Zhongjun smiles, entering the Yang realm isn't about numbers, what's important are experts. My loose devil side has Wukong Shui and some other support. If others went, they would only be going to die. These 3 spots will be given to brother Man Qian. I happily perform this favor for you. Man Qian makes a toast with a smile, saying, then I shall thank brother Du come. Drink. Within a brief conversation, the originally, insufferably arrogant Du Zhongjun had given the 3 spots of the heaven-sundering diagram to Man Qian. At this moment, Qin Di and Qin Feng returned from Stellar Tower and met up with Qin Yu. Originally, when the loose immortal side and the loose devil side came to Qianlong continent to fight the heaven-sundering diagram, over 10 million citizens of the Qin dynasty had been killed. But fortunately, the army did not suffer any losses whatsoever. Thus, the Qin dynasty only needed to move its capital city and make arrangements for victims of the incident. Overall, there was not a huge loss. These days, Qin Yu is living in his childhood residence, the Misty Villa. Looking at the mountain road of Mount Donlan, Qin Yu still remembered the time that he engaged in limit training, constantly running on that mountain road. He also remembered every day resting in the hot springs. Seeing the sandbags on the training field, bronze training dummies, and a block of bluestone, the feeling of recalling his childhood memories was quite wonderful. Father, eldest brother, second brother, be at ease. Although this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is dangerous, I have a lot of treasures, so passing this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is not impossible. Furthermore, even if I fail and become a loose practitioner, that doesn't really count for anything. At the Misty Villa, Qin Yu is currently bidding farewell to his loved ones. Remember. When engaging in the tribulation, if you can no longer withstand it, then become a loose practitioner. Do not try to be brave. Do you understand? Qin De strongly urges once more. Even if Qin De's thoughts were better, he knew that his own son was about to face the most dangerous 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, and could not help but feel worry. Alright, father, eldest brother, second brother, Uncle Feng, Uncle Yu. I must take my leave. You all do not need to see me off. Qin Yu turns around and looks at Ink Shilin, little Ink, you are a 3rd tribulation loose demon, from now on, practice in peace and protect my Qin clan's family. If my father sends you a transmission, I hope that you will go and lend a helping hand. Ink Shilin nods, don't worry, simply because Master passed a training technique to me, it was already worth it for me to you all. If not for a millennium, as long as I am around, no one will dare hurt your relatives. Qin Yu nods. Immediately, Qin Yu turned to look towards his loved ones. All of you, don't have that sort of expression. It's not like I am going off to die, nor am I going away and not returning. All right. Enough talk, Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, let's leave. Qin Yu truly could not bear with the feelings of departure. At once, with one movement, his figure directly flew into the sky to leave. Ho Fei, Hei Yu, and the 3 extreme ice lion beasts followed and flew away from the Misty Villa. Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, and Feng Yuzi all looked at Qin Yu as he flew into the horizon, each of them silently wished Qin Yu well in their hearts. End of Book 11 Chapter 26. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 27. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 27, Arrival of the Heavenly Tribulation, translated by Sima. In the sky above the endless ocean, Shinyu, his two brothers, and the three extreme ice lion divine beasts are flying at their top speed. This place will make do. Shinyu randomly chooses an uninhabited little island. Ho Fei and the others do not mind. The six of them fly directly towards that nameless island. Heiyu stands before Shinyu and speaks in a stern manner. Big brother, there are 4 days left until the tribulation. You have to stay calm and train the best you can during this time. This 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is extremely dangerous. You might fail if you are not careful. Looking at Heiyu's serious manner, Shinyu smiles lightly. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I have confidence in passing this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. It is not about confidence. This 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation does not only evaluate your power and spiritual level, it will also test your mind as well. Heiyu seems a bit worried. Mind? Shinyu is startled. Beside him, Ho Fei starts talking. That's right, mind. We didn't want to tell you a few days ago so you wouldn't feel too anxious. Anyway, even if we did tell you, there is nothing you can do to prepare. At best you can only be a bit more alert than usual. Master, what about the mind? How can it be tested? Extreme Ice Lion's second brother Bing asks skeptically. We also passed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation before. Why was our mind not tested? Ho Fei looks at Bing, and then looks at Heiyu doubtfully. Ho Fei's face went pale. Not good. Hairy mixed bird, I have a bad hunch about this. Me too. Heiyu also seems visibly depressed. Looking at his two brothers speaking so dubiously, Shinyu also feels some doubt. Fei, Xiaoyu, so what the hell is going on? Stop talking around the bush and speak clearly. Big bro, let's first listen to how the Bing and his brothers faced their tribulation, then we will know if my hunch is correct or not. Ho Fei finishes speaking and turns to look at Bing. Bing, tell us the whole process of how you guys faced the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation in detail. The three lion brothers are freaking out at Ho Fei's seriousness and start explaining earnestly. Master, back then at our 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation we had to endure 9 lightning bolts in total. From the 1st to 8th lightning bolts, the power only increased gradually and there is some time between each strike. The first 8 get stronger and stronger but I could still bear it, but the 9th lightning bolt actually had hidden heavenly flame inside. The lightning and heavenly flame together has very high destructive power. Only with my treasure armor was I able to narrowly pass the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. Bing talks about the process in detail. Shinyu laughs, it better not be the heavenly flame. That is just nourishment to me. Shinyu can only say that because he possesses the Lord of Black Flame's ring. This ring can not only emit the heavenly flame but also absorb it. Even though the capacity of the Lord of Black Flame's ring is exceedingly high, it cannot emit the heavenly flame indefinitely. There is still a need to absorb flames from the outside as well. But Ho Fei and Heiyu are listening but they start to grimace. Just like I thought. Big bro, I also know that the power of the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is different according to the power of the one undergoing the tribulation. I thought that the lightning's power level will vary according to the practitioner's power level, but now it doesn't seem so simple. Ho Fei and Heiyu look at Shinyu worriedly. Speak clearly. Shinyu furrows his brow. Ho Fei nods his head and says, I just found out something, Heiyu, and I faced a totally different 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation than the lions. If we were to face their tribulation, I and Heiyu would have no problem passing it all. However, we almost failed our own tribulation. Heiyu also nods. Big brother, I just heard clearly, the lions are divine beast but their 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is fairly easy. The first 8 strikes were only tribulation lightning and only the final 9th strike was a combination of tribulation lightning and heavenly flame. Might be a bit dangerous but the monkey and I both have treasure armors and can easily deal with it. If it was only at that level then the monkey and I could have passed with no difficulty. But the truth is that we almost failed. If not for the advice and help from Grand Master, we might have had to practice as loose demons. Uncle Lon? Shinyu is shaken in his heart. Help from Uncle Lon? I think the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation of the lions is already dangerous. As far as I know, generally, the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation for Xiaxianists and Xiamoist only consists of 9 ordinary tribulation lightning bolts. Ho Fei speaks seriously, that is the difference. For normal Xiaxianists and Xiamoists, the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation only has 9 tribulation lightning bolts. But the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation of the extreme ice lions consists of 8 tribulation lightning bolts and 1 last strike of tribulation lightning and heavenly flame in combination. Mine and Heiyu's were even more bizarre. Xinyu was quite shaken. He finally understands what Hofei and Heiyu were trying to say. People on different levels will face the heavenly tribulation on different levels. The difference is great. Not only will the power of the tribulation lightning increase, but the form of the tribulation will also change. Heiyu's face also looks completely serious. Big brother, for Hofei and I, the first 6 were tribulation lightning bolts, number 7 was a combination of tribulation lightning and heavenly flame, number 8 was tribulation lightning and a trance-inducing hypnosis which was invisible. Trance-inducing hypnosis? Xinyu asks doubtfully. Yes, a trance-inducing hypnosis. Heiyu seems worried and keeps talking. Big bro, that trance-inducing hypnosis does not check how high your spiritual level is, but instead, tests your mind. It will lead you astray and distract your mind. When the 8th tribulation lightning strikes, getting distracted can result in death. Hofei also says, this trance-inducing hypnosis is just some kind of illusion in your head, but it is too real. Even if you know it is just an illusion, you will still get distracted. And once you are distracted, Xinyu starts to get a headache. This kind of intangible attack actually poses a big threat. Under the influence of the trance-inducing hypnosis, how would it be possible to guard against that frightening 8th tribulation lightning bolt? Xinyu suddenly comes to a realization, the 8th tribulation strike is already so formidable, how will the 9th tribulation strike be? That is nothing, the most dangerous is the 9th strike of the tribulation. Honestly, the hairy mixed bird and I were only able to pass the last tribulation due to the help of Uncle Lon. Depending on our own powers, it would have been impossible. Hofei seems a bit disappointed. Xinyu is flustered. Heiyu nods his head. At the most important moment, an energy stream from the cloud-piercing spear Uncle Lon gave me flowed into my body. My power was raised several levels in an instant. Without it, how could I endure the 9th tribulation lightning bolt? Xinyu finally gets it. Hofei and Heiyu always talk about getting helped by Uncle Lon. So it is because Uncle Lon left a stream of energy inside their weapons. How could Uncle Lon leave behind such a magical stream of energy which only activates when you face the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation? Is that not too far-fetched? Xinyu simply cannot believe it. Heiyu and Hofei smiles at each other. Hofei says confidently, Big bro, Master's capability is already beyond the understanding of mere mortals and has reached the realm of gods. Heiyu also nods repeatedly, Big brother, the monkey and I were training inside a mysterious place for over 100 years, but the time in the mortal realm only advanced for over a year. Uncle Lon was able to bring us there, what can he do? Xinyu starts laughing. There is no need to think too much about Uncle Lan's capabilities. There is no way they can understand before reaching that level. Fei, Xiaoyu. So how was your 9th tribulation lightning actually? Tell me in detail. Xinyu is still preoccupied with the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. Letting out a long sigh, Hofei speaks, the 9th tribulation lightning bolt for Xiaoyu and I was almost the same. Honestly, we actually don't know the whole attack array of that 9th tribulation lightning bolt. We only know that at least, there are, tribulation lightning, hypnosis, heavenly flame, and a few more. However, in that moment our mind was all over the place and we couldn't recognize them. If not for Master's energy stream, we would have failed. The 3 lion brothers are stupefied. Tribulation lightning, hypnosis, heavenly flame and more, this 9th tribulation strike was truly frightening. Big bro, not even mentioning the others, that tribulation lightning alone was so powerful we almost died. There was also hypnosis, heavenly flame, and other stuff. In short, Xiaohei and I felt all sorts of things while muddled and dazed. There was only darkness inside our heads. Hofei laughs bitterly. Xinyu's expression turns serious. He imagines the scene in his head. I think that inside the 9th tribulation lightning bolt, there was something like a soul hypnosis attack that put you in that state. Xinyu says. Xiaoyu and Fei could not have passed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation with their own power. The 9th tribulation lightning bolt is 100% dangerous, not only due to the frightening power of the lightning itself, but there are also all kinds of bizarre attacks. Hofei speaks, Big bro, that was only our 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. Who knows how your 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is going to be? Now Xinyu remembers what Uncle Lon and Lear had said. Both of them had said that his 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation would be abnormally dangerous. How will my 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation plays out? Xinyu looks up to the heaven, there is no longer confidence in his heart. The power of the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation depends on the practitioner. Xinyu is definitely not weaker than Hofei and Heiyu, so the power of his 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation will also not be weaker. Before, Hofei and Heiyu got Uncle Lan's help through the energy stream inside their weapons. But now, Uncle Lan is gone and Yu can only depend on himself. Hey, you two don't have to make such a ruckus. I will not be overconfident, so don't be worried. If I think the danger is too great, I will immediately take out the sword immortal puppet. The puppet can be seen as a part of me, just like an immortal weapon. There should be no problem in using it. In that dangerous moment, even Yu does not dare to play hero. Normally, if someone receives help during the tribulation will multiply in power and strike both of them. But that will not happen if he were to use the sword immortal puppet. Yu has bound the puppet with his blood, so it's like a very special immortal weapon or a clone of him. Hofei and Heiyu both say, there should be no problem if you have the puppet. Saying that, both of them are still worried inside. They know that the 9th tribulation lightning bolt will cause a trance. In that kind of state, how could one use the sword immortal puppet to defend themselves? They fear that Yu may even forget he is undergoing the tribulation in the first place. Yu is also clear about that point. It's just that if one were to fall completely into a trance, then their mental level is just too weak. Yu is very confident in the stability of his mind. Furthermore, his 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation will definitely be different than the one of Hofei and Heiyu. He will only know how his 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is when the time comes. During the next few days, Yu does his best to rest. Sometimes he watches the seagulls flying above the ocean, and sometimes he looks at the waves striking the shore. Quickly, the day of the tribulation arrives. Far away, Hofei, Heiyu, and the 3 extreme ice lion divine beasts are looking anxiously. Facing the tribulation, no one is allowed to help. Only someone on the level of defying the heavens may do so. Finally, it's here. Yu suddenly stands up and looks towards the sky. The airspace instantly turns heavier. The originally blue sky has turned into a dark crimson oven. The sky seems to crash down while the earth seems to rise up. An intense pressure radiates, and at the same time, in the crimson red sky appears a gigantic tornado. The heavenly tribulation is here. Hofei and Heiyu both tense up. Like a tornado, the dark crimson airspace suddenly emits countless lightning bolts, the number of bolts reaching a horrifying level. Countless lightning bolts flow like water towards the tornado and concentrate in the core. Because of so much lightning, 1,000 miles of airspace seems charged with electricity and the air flashes with light. Hofei and Heiyu look at each other while turning pale. Going by the amount and speed of the lightning bolts alone, it is already much more terrifying than their own tribulations. They are worried for Yu, but Yu himself is without fear, looking defiantly at the sky. End of Book 11, Chapter 27. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 28. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 28, 9 and 9 Heavenly Tribulation, translated by James of PegasusFarts.com. No one knows what Yu is thinking about right now. However, Hofei and Heiyu's thoughts are completely visible on their faces. Masters can rest assured, although this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is powerful, based on what masters have said before in our own experiences, I suspect, regardless of anything, the first 6 tribulation lightning bolts aren't going to be too powerful and will have a long delay in between them. They should be pretty safe. Sure, Bing says in a low voice. Hearing that, Hofei and Heiyu couldn't help but smile. We are a bit too worried. Having experienced the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation and knowing how powerful it is, we naturally worried for Big Brother. However, we totally forgot that the first 6 tribulation lightning bolts aren't that powerful. Hofei slightly relaxes. 9 heavenly bolts. They all require a bit of time to prepare. As the strength of the tribulation lightning bolts increases, naturally, so does the time to prepare them increases too. Boom! A sound as if the world is collapsing resounds. A strong aura comes crashing down from the sky. All the seawater within an area of a couple thousand li around sinks down by tens of meters. At this moment, the surrounding space seems to have solidified. In the sky, there is a cloud that has finally stopped spinning after having absorbed all the lightning and all kinds of light rays. It is the heavenly tribulation cloud. Hofei, Heiyu, Shurexayan, Shurbing and Shurjan are all standing far away, holding their breaths. The first tribulation lightning bolt should be coming, right? Yu frowns while standing. For this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, how come even the first tribulation lightning bolt is taking so long? Logically, as it is the first tribulation lightning bolt, it should strike quickly. However, contrary to expectations, Yu stands beneath the tribulation cloud for a long time, but the first lightning bolt, still, has yet to strike. Hofei, Heiyu, and the others also start getting anxious. Why hasn't the first lightning bolt struck yet? Back when I was taking my 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, the time it took for the cloud to form the first lightning bolt strike was only 10 breaths worth. But it has already been almost 50 breaths worth of time now. Ho Fei begins to worry. The whole space in an area of thousands of li is completely soundless, like a deathly domain. Even the water in the area seems to be silenced, not a single wave is seen. Abruptly, very abruptly, a blue lightning flashes from tribulation cloud, striking Qin Yu's head. There isn't even a sign signaling the arrival of the tribulation lightning bolt. Even Qin Yu is surprised. Fortunately, he was prepared to take on the first tribulation lightning bolt with his body to begin with. Being able to use his body to take on Deshang-level divine beasts, one could imagine just how tough Qin Yu's body is. Qin Yu feels only a little shock and a tingling sensation from the first lightning strike. At the same time as the first lightning strikes, the repression in the 1,000 li worth of area disappears. The ocean that wasn't even giving off a single wave earlier starts giving off waves measuring tens of meters. The waves are crashing on the nameless island. Along with the waves are heavy winds. Some trees on the nameless island are blown and bent by the wind. Instantly, sand and rocks are being thrown around. This first tribulation lightning bolt is about as strong as I expected it to be. The second tribulation lightning bolt should take a while. Qin Yu knows that there's a delay between every lightning bolt. Additionally, the first tribulation lightning bolt took quite a while to appear. Thus, he didn't know how long it would take for the second tribulation lightning bolt to come. Right after Qin Yu finished thinking about it, boom! Another lightning bolt strikes him. Like the last lightning bolt, this one also came without a sign. Qin Yu's whole body trembles. His meridians and muscles even turn numb. So fast. Qin Yu is surprised. The second tribulation lightning and the first tribulation lightning arrived within a breath's time. They also gave off no signs before they struck, leaving no time for preparation. Shortly after the second tribulation lightning struck, a flash of light appears in the sky, a tribulation lightning possessing a much greater power than the last strikes Qin Yu. Only after striking did the rumbling noise come. This is the third tribulation lightning bolt. However, in just a breath's time, a tribulation lightning bolt that looked like a purple dragon strikes down from the tribulation cloud. Once the heavenly tribulation lightning bolts started striking, they strike down continuously like a hurricane. How did this happen? Why is this heavenly tribulation acting like this? Ho Fei is getting mad. When did the heavenly tribulation start becoming like this? For it to initially not strike for so long, and then once it starts striking, it strikes continuously, not even allowing one to have time to recover. He Yu is also angry. However, they can't do anything about it. This 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is really too strange. Logically, one lightning bolt should strike and then, after a period of time, the next lightning bolt would strike. However, with Qin Yu's tribulation, there aren't any lightning bolts for a long time and then multiple lightning bolts strike down continuously. The oldest extreme ice lion Xian is also frowning. Very strange indeed. Generally, before a tribulation lightning bolt strikes, there will always be a sign. It usually will consolidate in the middle of the tribulation cloud before striking, allowing for the person taking the tribulation to prepare. But, Master's heavenly tribulation is without signs, one strike following the other. To be treated differently. Why did heaven increase the difficulty for Qin Yu? He Yu's face also appears very cold. A series of heavenly tribulation bolts striking, not even allowing one to recover, regardless of everything else. Just the 6 consecutive tribulation lightning bolts will be as powerful as the 9th tribulation lightning bolts. But Ho Fei and company are very aggrieved and worried. However, Qin Yu didn't mind at all. Instead, he is nonchalantly pondering why heaven is treating him this way. Being struck by 6 consecutive tribulation lightning bolts within, at most, a breath's time between each of them. While it might be a disaster for other people who undergo the tribulation, but for Qin Yu, right after taking a tribulation lightning bolt, all his injuries would be recovered by his elemental life force right away. To strike continuously like this. Indeed, it has a lot of destructive power. If I didn't have this elemental life force, taking on these 6 tribulation strikes, even if I survive, I'll be heavily injured. But, why does this 9 and 9 tribulation act like this? I have never heard of such a tribulation before. Qin Yu ponders. Although the tribulation lightning bolts are very powerful, Qin Yu's resistance is much more terrifying. Having been changed by the meteoric tear, Qin Yu's resistance has already reached alarming new heights. Along with his elemental life force, the 6 tribulation lightning bolts didn't damage him at all. Finally, the tribulation stopped for a moment. After the 6th lightning bolt struck, the tribulation cloud started swirling again. Gradually, the cloud became smaller. Seems that although my 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is very powerful, compared to Fei Fei and Xiao Hei's it might only be slightly more powerful. The 6 tribulation lightning strikes earlier aren't that powerful, it's just that they struck down continuously. The 7th tribulation lightning, if I'm not mistaken, should contain heavenly fires. Qin Yu ponders. Lord of Black Flame's ring, heavenly flame field. Right away, Qin Yu uses the heavenly flame field from the Lord of Black Flame's ring. The earlier 6 tribulation lightning bolts struck me without any warning. If the 7th tribulation lightning is like that too, I might not make it even if I try to use the heavenly flame field at the last moment. Better use it right away. After Qin Yu used the heavenly flame field, he quietly waited for the 7th tribulation lightning bolt to arrive. Monkey. Yu frowns. I have a very bad feeling after seeing the 6 consecutive tribulation lightning bolts. With the first 6 tribulation lightning bolts being like this, how would the last 3 be easy? Hou Fei also sullenly nods. That's right. Could it be simple? However, when taking a tribulation, others cannot help. Qin Yu can only rely on himself. Hairy mixed bird. What I thought to be the worst situation didn't appear. What I was afraid of the most is that the 6th tribulation lightning bolt would already contain some special attack. It seems that Big Brother's tribulation is quite similar to ours. The first 6 tribulation is all just regular ones, only the ones afterward will contain special attacks. Hou Fei comforts. Although Qin Yu's 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is more dangerous than theirs, it isn't by a huge margin. Boom. This time, the whole tribulation cloud shakes. Purple flames swirling within the clouds. Soon a purple fire dragon comes down from the sky rushing towards Qin Yu. This is the 7th heavenly tribulation lightning bolt. Qin Yu's eyes flash. This purple fire dragon, its exterior is purple flames but the interior is a tribulation lightning bolt. Absorb. Appearing in Qin Yu's hands is the medium-grade immortal sword. At the same time, the purple fire dragon comes within the heavenly flame field and had its heavenly flame absorbed by the field. Only the tribulation lightning bolt manages to pass through the heavenly flame field and strikes Qin Yu. The weakened tribulation lightning bolt strikes Qin Yu's body like an electric snake. Soon, all the blue lightning dissipates. Oh? The 7th tribulation lightning bolt is so weak? Qin Yu starts to doubt. Although its power was reduced by the heavenly flame field, this is still the 7th tribulation lightning bolt. Even if it is weakened, it should still be as strong as the 6th tribulation lightning bolt. However, Qin Yu felt that this weakened tribulation lightning bolt is much weaker than the 6th. Qin Yu starts wondering. He thinks back on his 6 and 9 heavenly tribulation. That time, his first 5 tribulation lightning bolts were so very weak. All the power was gathered in the last lightning bolt. That tribulation lightning bolt almost burned Qin Yu directly into ash. Had he not had his meteoric tear, he might even be a loose practitioner now. Don't tell me that it's going to be like that again. The 7th tribulation lightning bolt wasn't powerful. The 8th tribulation lightning bolt might be weak too, saving all the energy for the 9th tribulation lightning bolt. Qin Yu is startled. Even under normal circumstances the 9th tribulation lightning bolt is ridiculously powerful. If heaven is playing such a trick on him, Qin Yu could only place his life on the line and use the sword immortal puppet. After all, if he tries to take the tribulation lightning on himself, he most likely will die. At this time, the 8th tribulation lightning bolt is being accumulated in the sky. Whing, tribulation lightning swirls around in the tribulation cloud. Qin Yu feels dizzy for a moment. In front of him is no longer an island or an ocean. Instead, he finds himself inside the Misty Villa. In the main halls of the Misty Villa, Qin Yu sees his father Qin. Your big brother offended a loose immortal and was killed. Qin says with a bleak face. Big brother died? Qin Yu's face changes color right away. Suddenly. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind can't help but be startled. He remembers everything. Wrong, I'm currently undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Qin Yu shakes his head powerfully. Qin Yu finally manages to regain consciousness, dissipating the illusion. However, what he sees in his eyes is the lightning bolt that has already struck his body. Unprepared, Qin Yu is struck directly on his head by the 8th tribulation lightning bolt. Even when taking on the tribulation lightning bolt head-on, Qin Yu never dared to do that with his head. Dizziness. Qin Yu starts feeling dizzy. During the moment when he was about to be struck on the head, what Qin Yu thought is that the soul is located in the head. If his soul is to be struck by the tribulation lightning bolt, Qin Yu could not imagine the outcome. The 8th tribulation struck Qin Yu's head hard, causing his skull to crack. However, The skull just started cracking, but right away it was healed by his elemental life force, only to be cracked again by the lightning and repaired again. Soul. Using the elemental force to defend against the 8th tribulation is enough. Xinyu immediately moved his soul into his dantian. Soon, the 8th tribulation lightning bolt dissipates. This 8th tribulation lightning bolt wasn't that strong. It is just a bit stronger than the 6th. However, after defending against the 8th tribulation lightning bolt, Xinyu isn't happy. Instead, he is very worried. Sure enough, the 8th tribulation lightning bolt wasn't very powerful. Xinyu looks at the tribulation cloud in the sky. What exactly is happening? Why would the tribulation cloud be so strange? The 7th and 8th tribulation lightning strikes weren't powerful. Is the tribulation cloud going to accumulate all its energy in a single tribulation lightning strike, giving the person undergoing the tribulation its most powerful strike? Xinyu really didn't understand. He had never heard such a thing before. It was like this back when he is taking the 6 and 9 heavenly tribulation. And now, when he is taking on the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, it happens again. When he took on the 6 and 9 heavenly tribulation, he had the help of Lear. However, Xinyu was still broken apart by the tribulation lightning bolt. He only managed to recover with the help from the meteoric tear. But now, how is he going to take on this 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation? Mind attacks. Even when I knew it is an illusion, I was still affected. This 9th tribulation lightning. Heavenly flame, mind attacks, lightning bolts, and other special attacks. Xinyu looks at the tribulation cloud. His heart feeling heavy. Suddenly, Xinyu's face has a hint of cool. Saving energy to accumulate for the last heavenly lightning bolt. You want me to die, but will I really die that easily? Sword immortal puppet. With that thought from Xinyu, a cold man with an immortal sword appears on top of Xinyu. End of Book 11, Chapter 28. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 29. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 29, Life After the Tribulation. On a nameless island in the boundless seas, there is in fact someone undergoing the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. Crashing waves have ground the reef into a spherical shape. Ho Fei, Heiyu, Shirexayan, Shirbing, and Shirzhan are standing together, looking at Xinyu from a distance. Their faces appear to be full of worry. Seeing Xinyu take out the sword immortal puppet, Heiyu and Ho Fei's worried appearances seem to slightly relax. Gradually, the strong winds became calm once more. Originally, large waves were roaring, but now, they too became calm once more. An invisible pressure descended on to the entire sea. In this moment, Ho Fei and the others could only feel that the entire world seemed to have become silent. There is only an extreme silence along with an extreme pressure. The pressure appeared to be constantly increasing, the tribulation cloud unceasingly whirled in the sky, and simultaneously, it gradually decreased in size. After a long time. Why has the final heavenly tribulation lightning bolt not come down yet? Ho Fei says while looking at the unceasingly storming core of the tribulation cloud with hatred. Heiyu is completely silent, his eyes are filled with worry. Monkey, the power of this final tribulation lightning bolt is something never before seen in history. Heiyu says slowly. Xinyu's eyes glisten with radiance, his body has completely recovered to the point that he is now at his absolute tip-top shape. Furthermore, the sword immortal puppet was covering the top of his head. Even if the heavenly tribulation lightning were to strike down, no matter what, the first to suffer the strike would be the sword immortal puppet. Even if all of the sword immortal puppet's energy is consumed, Xinyu wouldn't think too much about it. It's still storming in the core? I actually just want to see exactly how powerful this final heavenly tribulation lightning bolt is. Xinyu's gaze is like ice-cold blades, shooting directly into the tribulation cloud in the sky. All of a sudden. In this split second, in Xinyu's eyes, it seemed as if the world had become distorted and time had flown by. Big brother Xinyu. A nonchalantly smiling Lear is standing in front of Xinyu and looking at him. Big brother Xinyu, I have returned. With Uncle Lan's help, I have finally convinced my father. He finally agreed with me. He has agreed to let us be together and for me to marry you. Seeing this act. Hearing this voice. His ice-cold spirit shatters with a pang sound. Was that the land of fantasies? Xinyu's heart is filled with hope that it wasn't the land of fantasies. There's a possibility that it isn't the land of fantasies. Even if it is, seeing Lear again is truly an extravagant and pleasurable experience. All of a sudden. A feeling of dizziness completely engulfs Xinyu's mind. The 9th heavenly tribulation lightning bolt. It might have an attack that is similar to a bewitching, Xinyu only just now thought of this possibility. At first, he was in a completely muddle-headed state. Boom! This ferocious strike was similar to the heavens falling and the earth churning. That tribulation cloud has now transformed into a powerful lightning snake, ferociously striking down. Moving up and then down, it directly strikes the body of the sword immortal puppet that is in the space above Xinyu. Like a piece of scrap metal, the sword immortal puppet is struck down and smashes into Qinyu's head. The sword immortal puppet is much like an immortal weapon. By itself, it naturally is incapable of doing anything, only with Qinyu's control could it do anything. But currently, Xinyu is in a muddle-headed state. Inside of the sword immortal puppet's multiplying elemental holy formation, there is one piece of top-grade elemental holy ore. Without Qinyu's control, the sword immortal puppet naturally could not put up any resistance. Seeing the sword immortal puppet smash into Qinyu's head like a piece of scrap metal, Hofei and Heiyu's facial colors change. Crap! Hofei's facial color has drastically changed. Big Brother is currently in some sort of muddle-headed state, naturally he cannot control the sword immortal puppet. Big Brother, Heiyu's first reaction was to try and contact Xinyu with his holy sense. Even though he tries to contact Xinyu with his holy sense, it is unsuccessful as he is unable to elicit even the slightest reaction from Xinyu. Seeing the sword immortal puppet smash into Qinyu's head, Heiyu, Hofei, and the others continue to reach out to Xinyu with their holy sense, but they are still incapable of waking Xinyu. Still, the ninth tribulation lightning bolt struck the body of the sword immortal puppet. Even though none of the sword immortal puppet's energy is consumed, it is still as incomparably durable as always. The tribulation lightning bolt scatters, and in a flash, it strikes onto Qinyu's body. Simultaneously, the purple fire dragon and a dark, black whirlwind closely follow the tribulation lightning bolt flying downwards. Lightning engulfs Xinyu. In this moment, Hofei, Heiyu, and the others all could no longer see Xinyu as he has already been entirely engulfed by the purple fire dragon, dark, black whirlwind, and the tribulation lightning. He has become a cocoon radiating all kinds of different colored lights. Big Brother! Hofei and Heiyu in that split second begin to shiver all over. Their eyes are filled with fear. What's happened to me? What exactly happened? In this muddle-headed state, Xinyu's mental processing capabilities have drastically slowed. It's as if he's lost his memories, struggling to recall anything. It is in this moment that an ice-cold, clear stream wraps around Xinyu's spirit. Xinyu wakes up in this moment. I'm still undergoing the tribulation. Xinyu's first reaction is to try and open his eyes, however he discovers that he is simply incapable of controlling his own eyes. Moreover, his eyes have long ago been turned into nothing but ashes. Holy sense, Xinyu's holy sense immediately sweeps the surroundings. Even though he has been prepared for this situation, in his current state, in this very moment, he is nonetheless extremely alarmed. The skin on his body had already been turned to ashes by the tribulation lightning at an earlier time. Even his flesh and muscle have become a charred black color. At the same time, within his body, his elemental life force is still unceasingly growing new, blood-red muscle and flesh. However, the instant it is formed, thunder, lightning, and purple heavenly flame burn it into a charred black color, much like how coal looks. Simultaneously, a terrifying dark, black whirlwind is currently unceasingly eating away at parts of his body. Even though he has the lightning-fast recovery of his elemental life force, almost half of his body has already been eaten away. Currently Qinyu's soul is fused with the nucleus of the sun that is in his dantian. Additionally, the meteoric tear is currently continuously circulating, emitting many green dots of light that increase the recovery speed of the body. Tribulation lightning, heavenly flame, and a dark, black whirlwind are all continually causing destruction. Additionally, the elemental life force is currently persistently recovering the body and the meteoric tear is also working its hardest to radiate the green radiance. Even with all this, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Based on logic, tribulation lightning, heavenly flame, and the dark, black whirlwind could destroy a body with effort equivalent to the effort needed to blink. However, Xinyu also relies on his elemental life force and the meteoric tear endlessly contending against the destructive force. His body is currently only slowly being destroyed. And now, it has already been destroyed by over half. And for the sword immortal puppet that lacks a controller, it falls to the side like a piece of scrap metal without the slightest degree of usefulness. Sword immortal puppet. Xinyu exerts his mental control. At once, the sword immortal puppet's eyes are filled with color, and in a flash, its right hand grabs the sword hilt on its back. At this moment, a terrifying sword aura appears. Lord of Black Flame's ring. A terrifying sword aura encases every inch of Qinyu's skin, protecting him from the tribulation lightning, the heavenly flame, and the tribulation wind. and for the tribulation lightning, the heavenly flame, and the tribulation wind that had already entered Chinyu's body, without any replenishment from the external forces, after a brief period of time, they are completely exhausted. Who dot? Within the time that it takes for one breath, the originally dilapidated body is now completely recovered to its original form, as if it was never damaged in the first place. Being worn down by the heaven-sundering sword aura, the energies of the tribulation lightning, the heavenly flame, and the tribulation wind eventually completely exhausted and no longer dangerous. The protective sword aura dissipates. Shinyu returns the sword immortal puppet to his body. Is it over? Shinyu quietly mutters to himself. Smelling the faintly fishy-smelling atmosphere, feeling the splendor of the wind brushing his skin, and hearing the sound of waves gently beating on the reef, Shinyu raises his head towards the sky. The sky is a rich blue color. The clouds drift on the horizon towards the east in accordance to the wind which is gently blowing in that direction. I've succeeded. Shinyu takes a deep breath. His heart is full of excitement. For Shinyu, when he remembers the final attack from just a moment ago, there is still a lingering fear. If I woke up even just a little bit later, it's very likely that in that amount of time, my entire body would have been destroyed, including the planet within my dantian. If the recovery speed of my elemental life force and meteoric tear were any slower, I would also have died. I already knew that Big Brother would succeed. Ho Fei says this while happily laughing out. In a flash, Ho Fei's figure appears in front of Shinyu. In Ho Fei's eyes, there is in fact an incomparable sense of excitement. Heiyu is looking at Shinyu. His eyes possess a sense of excitement that is hard to withhold. Hairy mixed bird, just look at yourself. I've said it before. To Big Brother, this 9 in 9 heavenly tribulation is nothing more than a fart. It did not even manage to damage Big Brother's hair. Ho Fei says while happily laughing. Heiyu calms down a bit, looks at Ho Fei, and then coldly says, "Oh? Just a moment ago, right after the 9th tribulation lightning struck down, it looked as if a certain monkey was about to cry." Who was about to cry? Ho Fei says hurriedly. Heiyu, instead of replying, says no more. The faint raising of the corners of his mouth indicates that Heiyu is currently silently laughing to himself. This makes Ho Fei even angrier. Alright, enough messing around. Shinyu smiles and puts his hands on the shoulders of his two brothers, Fei, Xiaohei. To speak the truth, just a moment ago, I just almost met my end. During my 9th tribulation, besides the attacks from the heavenly flame and the trance-inducing hypnosis, that tribulation lightning's power was extraordinarily terrifying. Also, this heavenly tribulation of mine also had that strange tribulation wind. That dark, black whirlwind's power was relatively more powerful than the heavenly flame. As soon as Shinyu recalls the dark, black whirlwind, his heart trembles. That whirlwind possessed astonishing destructive capabilities. Even with the toughness of his body, it was quickly eaten away. Luckily for him, he had his elemental life force unceasingly recovering his body. Dark, black whirlwind? Ho Fei furrows his brow. After a brief silence, he says, could it be black besieging wind? Black besieging wind? Shinyu is puzzled. Heiyu nods and says, amongst my hereditary memories, there are many different types of this wind. The black besieging wind is one of the relatively more powerful types of wind. Within suitable places in the demon realm and devil realm, this type of wind exists as a solid ore. In general, people who confront the black besieging wind are all reduced to ashes. Shinyu nods to himself. In terms of toughness and durability, his body was absolutely not inferior to a top-grade holy weapon. However, his body was still so easily destroyed. Maybe even low-grade immortal weapons would be unable to resist against this type of black besieging wind. Ho Fei happily laughs and says, Big Brother, this black besieging wind is in fact considered a treasure by inhabitants of the Ascended Realm. Treasure? Shinyu is puzzled. Could it be that this black besieging wind can also be gathered for one's personal use? Ho Fei shakes his head, smiles, and says, no, black besieging wind is really hard to procure for one's own use. However, in general, if a place has black besieging wind, it will also have extremely good ores. Those ores can all be used in the forging of demon weapons. Shinyu now understands. Correct, under the constant attacks of black besieging wind, ordinary rocks will have already been reduced to dust. The ores that are capable of existing in that environment, which one could possibly be inferior? Even without refinement and forging, the hardness of those ores is not inferior to that of low-grade immortal weapons. If they were to be forged, their power would become even greater. Heiyu nods and says, indeed, that is how it is. It is very easy to extract many of those ores in places that are under the constant attacks from black besieging wind. Naturally, there is no need for selectivity because those are capable of existing alongside the black besieging wind. None of them are inferior ores. Both He Yu and Ho Fei possess hereditary memories. These hereditary memories aren't just simple mystical powers, they also contain information from all walks of life and more. For the black besieging wind to unexpectedly appear during my 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, heaven truly thinks highly of me. Xinyu shakes head and forces a smiles, but still, just now, to directly emit so much sword aura to create a protective cover, a lot of my top-grade elemental holy ore's energy was consumed. That really sucks. Xinyu makes a sweep with his holy sense. After the incident on Qingsu Mountain, the Sword Immortal Puppet's top-grade elemental holy ore only had 80% of its energy remaining. Just now, to protect Xinyu, another 20% of its energy was consumed. Now, only 60% of the energy remains. This 60% is only enough to fully use the Heaven-Sundering Sword Art's 8th move and nothing more. 60% energy remaining, in addition to Zhong Ju and Uncle Lan's fame for his fighting prowess, should more or less be capable of firmly shocking those Ascended Realm emissaries. Xinyu ponders to himself. Having passed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, Xinyu's thoughts are now fully focused on the auction being held after 2 months. To Xinyu, this auction is of the utmost importance. After all, top-grade elemental ore is what Xinyu currently desires the most. For every top-grade elemental ore obtained, Xinyu's hand would become much more powerful. TL note, hand, like in card games. Big brother, you must have also entered late-stage Dujia, right? After becoming late-stage Dujia, what is the training technique for the stellar transformations like? Ho Fei's voice rouses Xinyu, who was in the midst of thinking. Late-stage Dujia? Xinyu pauses and immediately uses his holy sense to carefully inspect his internal state. After succeeding in passing the tribulation, he has yet to carefully inspect what his current condition is. Within his dantian, the volume of the nucleus of the sun within the green planet has already largely increased. Precisely speaking, the volume of the nucleus of the sun is now occupying nearly half of the green planet's volume. Xinyu clearly understands, once the entirety of the green planet becomes the sun's nucleus, he would then enter the star stage. Having passed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, Xinyu's body, through the closely fought battle between the tribulation lightning, tribulation wind, and heavenly flame tribulation and his elemental life force and meteoric tear, every time his body was being destroyed, it would be born anew. This experience was the same as undergoing innumerable amounts of training. His physical body's degree of toughness and durability have greatly improved. Are there any significant changes? Ho Fei also inquires. There aren't any significant changes, but my body's degree of toughness and durability have increased by a significant amount. Xinyu smiles and says, alright, Fei, Xiao Hei, let's hurry over to Goldenwood Island and use the ancient teleportation formation to get to Snowfish Island. The day of the Heaven-Sundering Diagrams auction is not far, but... Auctioning the Heaven-Sundering Diagram? Ho Fei evilly laughs and says, good, let each and every one of those Ascended Realm emissaries compete with each other. Whoever has the most top-grade elemental holy ore, we will give the diagram to that person. Ho Fei and He Yu both know the secret of the Sword Immortal Puppet, and they also know that it uses top-grade elemental holy ore to supply its energy. As long as there is more top-grade elemental holy ore, the Sword Immortal Puppet's attack power will increase. Correct, once we secure the top-grade elemental holy ores, we'll deal with them using the strengthened Sword Immortal Puppet. Xinyu smiles, alright, let's depart. Xinyu is the first to transform into a stream of light, flying towards the south. After, Ho Fei, He Yu, and the others followed Xinyu, flying south at an extremely fast speed. End of Book 11 Chapter 29. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 30. Stellar Transformations. Book 11 Chapter 30, Assembly at Snowfish Island, translated by Sima. Snowfish Island, a few thousand miles long and covered with ice and snow throughout the year. In the middle of the island, there is a small mountain that is a few miles long and a few hundred meters tall. On top of that mountain is a curved lake. Inside the lake there are many snow-white little fish called snowfish. And beside the lake, there is an ancient teleportation formation. A light shines and Xinyu appears inside the ancient teleportation formation. Master, the scenery on this Snowfish Island does not look bad at all. Sure, Xin behind Xinyu says laughingly. Letting those Ascended Realm emissaries fight over the Heaven-Sundering Diagram here is already too good for them. Since becoming Xinyu's holy beast, Sure Xin is always by his master's side. Holy beasts can be said to be the most loyal creatures. Firstly, it is not possible to become a holy beast if one does not accept it from the bottom of their heart. Secondly, after the holy beast collar has fused with their soul, any treacherous thoughts will be known to their master, even if the holy beast is on a higher power level. Ho-Fei also laughs evilly. Even though we don't know how much top-grade elemental ore they have, it shouldn't be a small sum considering all the top-grade immortal and demon weapons they showed us. Big brother, with 9 pieces of top-grade elemental ore, the sword immortal puppet will reach its peak power, right? Hey, you start speaking. Yes, 9 pieces. Xinyu nods and begins to laugh. Defeating those emissaries should not take too many top-grade elemental ores. Of course, that is only the case when they do not use any secret skills. Xinyu is not an idiot. Simply by using his brain a little, he would know. How could the powerful leaders of the factions behind those emissaries not have given them any super formidable secret weapons? Like a 1000 Thunder Paralyzing Talisman, for example. With the power of a 1000 Thunder Paralyzing Talisman, even if the user is only Huayan, the effects will be terrifying. Senior Zone, it's me, Xinyu. Xinyu starts to speak with Zhongju via his communicator. In preparation for the auction, at least a few buildings must be constructed. They definitely cannot let so many experts sit on the cold, snow-covered ground. There must also be people to serve the many subordinates from the great factions. This requires manpower. The servants from the Stellar Tower are too weak to be of use. Furthermore, they can't even pass through the ancient teleportation formation. That's why Qinyu is asking Zhongju for manpower. So it's little brother Qinyu. Last time you mentioned some personal business. It wasn't the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, was it? Last time, Zhongju was able to find out that Qinyu was at the middle stage of Dujie, so this is only a simple deduction. Yes, it was indeed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation, its power was just way too unreasonably high. Qinyu laments in his transmission. This causes Zhongju to remember his own situation when he was facing the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation in the past. Yes, the power of the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation is really exceedingly high. When I was hit by a lightning strike in the past, my whole mind was in a dazed state. Fortunately, I was able to regain my senses and left my body. Only my Yuanying remained and I had to practice as a loose demon. Right, Qinyu, so you actually passed the tribulation? Zhongju asks. Listening to Zhongju, Qinyu knows that Zhongju also faced an attack similar to the soul hypnosis art in his own tribulation. I did, but only due to luck. Qinyu transmits. You are a human. Your 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation shouldn't have been too powerful. Fang Tian and I are both superior divine beasts. The power of our 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation was really astonishing. If you could have seen it, Zhongju stops talking there. However, Zhongju couldn't imagine that the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation of a human was many times more terrifying than that of a superior divine beast. Xinyu also does not explain himself. Yes, I was very lucky. If not due to luck, I might have become a loose practitioner as well. Exactly, without the elemental life force and the meteoric tear, Xinyu would have no choice but to live on as a loose practitioner if his body was destroyed. Fortunately, Xinyu possesses the meteoric tear and has his elemental life force for restoring his body. Senior Zone, this time I want to talk about the auction of the Heaven Sundering diagram. My junior martial uncle Lan Feng is in need of top-grade elemental ore. He will be at Snowfish Island shortly. Xinyu quickly moves on to the main topic. Your junior martial uncle will come as well? True, he should come to such an important occasion. Zhongju transmits. That's right, where is Senior Lan? Will he come this time? In Zhongju's heart, there is only utmost respect for Senior Lan. Uncle Lan is currently doing closed-door training. You also know his level, who knows how long it will take this time. Only my junior martial uncle knows the location. We cannot distract his training without reason. But if something happens, I can ask junior martial uncle to go inform him. Xinyu speaks of a false, hypothetical situation. Uncle Lan? He is already no longer in the mortal realm. However, outsiders still do not know this. Due to this, Xinyu can use his reputation to intimidate the experts. Oh, closed-door training. At the level of Senior Lan, it's normal for a training session to take 100 or 1,000 years. Xinyu, no matter what happens, you cannot disturb him. Come to me if you have a problem. If even I am unable to solve it, then it's still not too late to ask Senior Lan. Zhongju transmits. Zhongju respectfully addresses Uncle Lan as though he was his own senior. Thank you very much, Senior Zong. Qinyu is very glad. It seems that Uncle Lan's position in Zhongju's mind is extraordinarily high. Senior Zong, we will soon hold the auction of the Heaven Sundering diagram on Snowfish Island. When the time comes, the Ascended Realm emissaries will be here. Junior martial uncle is letting me organizing this matter, but I don't have many subordinates. Acting as an organizer will be difficult. Zhongju fully understands Qin Yu's intention here. Alright, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall take a few hundreds experts of the chaotic astral ocean with me to Snowfish Island. All the welcoming and servicing will be done by my people, you only have to concentrate on the auction. Qin Yu is immediately cheerful. If so, I can feel a lot more relaxed now. I'm truly thankful to Senior Zone. What do you mean thankful? You gave me a chance to enter Ni Yan realm. I should be thankful to you. Zhongju says laughingly. Now Qin Yu is thinking about his Lord of Black Flames ring. His Lord of Black Flames ring can bring 9 people, including the user, into Ni Yang realm. His side has 3 people, Zhongju's has 2 to 3 people. How should he use the rest of the spots? They must not be wasted. Time passes by quickly. Not long after Qin Yu arrived at Snowfish Island, a few hundred loose practitioners appeared at Snowfish Island. All these experts are formidable, even the weakest ones have the power of a 6th tribulation loose immortal. There are a few 12th tribulation experts as well, and the leader is the master of the chaotic astral ocean, Zhongju. Senior Zone Qin Yu leads 6 people to welcome them. Haha, Qin Yu, Ho Fei Yan. Hey you, right? Zhongju actually shows the face of a friendly elder. He has a very good impression of Qin Yu and his brothers. There is no need to talk about Qin Yu while Ho Fei is a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey, which Zhongju regards highly. In regards to Heiyu, he actually feels some mysterious connection to him. Zhongju with his friendly manners greatly shocked the loose practitioners behind him. The cold and violent Zhongju is actually capable of showing such a demeanor. Senior Zhong Heiyu says respectfully. Good, Zhongju smiles lightly while nodding. Lian Xiao, you go and organize everything. We just need to build a few simple manners beside Mount Snowfish, no need to be extravagant. Yes, big brother. Lian Xiao bows lightly. At the same time, Lian Xiao looks at Qin Yu and winks with a smile. Qin Yu and this Lian Xiao's family really do have a friendly relationship after all. Brother Qin Yu. Lian Chong also ran forward. It's you, Lian Chong. Qin Yu shows a cheerful face, just now he didn't notice Lian Chong amongst the few hundred people. Great uncle, let them prepare for the welcoming. Brother Qin Yu and I will go to have some fun. Lian Chong says loudly while Zhongju also nods, having no objections. During the days after Zhongju's people arrived, the whole Snowfish Island became bustling with activity. As expected of the manpower, in only a few days, they have managed to build 5 gigantic mansions, 4 in each direction and 1 in the center. The mansion in the center is the biggest. Qin Yu, Ho Fei, Heiyu, Zhongju, Lian Xiao, Hui, Fu Yunzi and his 2 brothers, and Shibian and his brother are all inside the main hall of the central mansion. Of the 4 north, south, east, west mansions, we have our own people living in the north, east, and west mansions. Only the south mansion is left empty. The south mansion can only fit 200 to 300 people at max. When the Dragon Clan, Immortal, Demon and Devil factions come, we will have them live there. Lian Xiao presents. Qin Yu furrows his brow. 200 to 300 people? There's only the south mansion and we will need to provide each side subordinates with housing. Will it be enough? The second master of one of the 3 great islands inside the chaotic astral ocean, Shibian of Black Wind Island speaks uncaringly. Little brother Qin Yu, why should we care about that? It is a big mansion. If only a few of them come, it will suffice. If too many come, then it is not our problem. Yes, we have already divided it like this. If there is a problem, then they can sort it out amongst themselves. Black Wind Island's master Hua also agrees. Qin Yu smiles and no longer says anything. Zhongju begins to speak with a great smile. The central mansion is also very big. We can let the leaders of the factions stay here and their subordinates can stay in the south mansion. If that is not enough, then they can sleep outside. They must treat the leaders well, but why should they care about the followers? Senior Zone, there is only half a month until the end of the year. Some people may come a few days earlier. I have to trouble your people with the welcoming then. Qin Yu smiles lightly. Don't worry, I have brought 100 people for the welcoming ceremonies. Zhongju smiles. Oh yes, Qin Yu, where is your junior martial uncle? Didn't you say he will come for the auction? Qin Yu nods and says, yes, my junior martial uncle should come in 2 to 3 days. But Senior Zone, my junior martial uncle has a very strange personality. Normally, he is always undergoing closed-door training. Except for important occasions, he never talks to other people at all. Sword Immortal Lan Feng is in fact Qin Yu's own Sword Immortal puppet. If people constantly find him for the sake of talking, would Qin Yu ever have a peace of mind? Someone talking to Lan Feng means that Qin Yu has to seriously think about his responses. Oh, high-level experts generally have a temper. No worries, I will not let people disturb him. Zhong Ju nods his head. Mount Changsu, inside the Heavenly Palace. This time, I must obtain the heaven-sundering diagram no matter what. Hua Yan suddenly stands up. Ming Liang, prepare the followers, we go immediately. Hua Yan's order was sent out from within the Heavenly Palace. In only a moment, over 600 loose immortals depart from Mount Changsu. Sword Immortal Hua Yan, Reverend Ming Liang and their subordinates fly towards Snowfish Island at top speed. Besides Hua Yan, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun also brings a similar amount of subordinates to Snowfish Island. They know that before the auction even begins, it is more important to make a show of force first. That is why all the emissaries brought a great amount of followers. Sword Immortal Hua Yan, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, Purple-Eyed Cow Devil King Man Xian, the mysterious Dragon Clan emissary, and the Dragon Clan leader, all the super experts and their subordinates are heading from all directions towards Snowfish Island. The once tranquil Snowfish Island has become bustling with activities. At Snowfish Island, standing in the sky, Lan Feng and Zhong Ju are at the front, Qin Yu, Hou Fei, Lian Xiao, Hui, and the others are standing behind them. They sensed someone was coming and went out to greet them. The Immortal Realm emissary has arrived. The voice of a 10th tribulation loose demon resounds. Lan Feng and Zhong Ju immediately look at that direction. Leading a crowd of loose immortals, a brightly smiling Hua Yan and Reverend Ming Liang, who is behind Hua Yan, are seen flying towards them. Ha, it is brother Lan Feng. I did not expect you to auction off the heaven-sundering diagram. This truly surprises me. Hua Yan can be seen smiling from afar. In Hua Yan's eyes, Zhong Ju may be an expert, but not someone who can be his opponent. But this mysterious sword immortal Lan Feng is someone he recognizes as a great nemesis. Brother Hua Yan, please stop talking. I'm also very hesitant in auctioning off the heaven-sundering diagram. Lan Feng seems very regretful. Just after they finished speaking, Lan Feng, Zhong Ju and Hua Yan all look at the ancient teleportation formation on Snowfish Island. The formation shines non-stop with a brilliant light and a stream of people boldly come out. The demon emissary has arrived. The voice of the announcer resounds throughout Snowfish Island. Just like Du Zhongjun said, the demon realm actually sent this guy. There is a light in Hua Yan's eyes. Ha, brother Man Qian. I never actually thought that you would unexpectedly descend as well. Hua Yan greets him as if he is meeting an old friend. Man Qian? Qin Yu is shaken in his heart while looking at Hou Fei and He Yu. The three brothers look in the direction of the demon emissary doubtfully. End of Book 11 Chapter 30. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 31. Stellar Transformations. Book 11 Chapter 31, Contending in Secret, translated by RWX. He wore violet battle armor covered with complicated patterns which emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Clearly, this was a very powerful set of battle armor. He had a pair of deep, energetic, tiger-like eyes which seemed to flash with lightning. His massive, broad chest gave a sturdy, indomitable feeling. That familiar aura. That familiar appearance. That familiar laugh. Man Qian. It was the Man Qian whom Qin Yu and his two brothers had met at that restaurant. I had the feeling back then that this Man Qian was an expert. I thought he was perhaps one of the demon experts from the wilderness. Who would have thought that he was actually the emissary of the demon realm? Qin Yu inwardly let out a sigh of praise. The ancients said that a man can be judged by his clothes. Now that Man Qian is dressed in such a dominating set of battle armor, he clearly radiates a totally different aura. Qin Yu stood behind the sword immortal Lan Feng and Zhong Ju, looking at the distant Man Qian. Behind Man Qian was a thin man dressed in black battle armor. This was the ruler of the wilderness, Yu Liang. By Yu Liang's side, there were the three other great demons of the wilderness, Kong Chao, Xing Shou, and Wu Shan. By now, all four of these major experts possessed the exquisite treasures that had come from the demon realm. Hua Yan, since Sovereign Yu of the immortal realm has sent you here, it seems you are currently enjoy Sovereign Yu's favor. Man Qian smiled as he spoke. Sword Immortal Hua Yan laughed. For Sovereign Yu to select me out of the other golden immortals of the first level and send me here alone is a symbol of his recognition of my ability. I naturally can't make Sovereign Yu appear weak, nor will I make Sovereign Yu disappointed. Hua Yan didn't back down one bit in terms of attitude. But I am quite surprised. I don't know what that the Emperor of the Demon Realm who sent you was thinking. I really don't know what would happen if you were to lose your little life in the Yang realm. What a huge upheaval there would be in the Beast Clan. Hua Yin sighed. Man Xian pursed his lips slightly. That's not for you to worry about. I'm not worried. Hua Yin continued. I imagine, Man Xian, that you also know that Yang realm was the old lair of Immortal Emperor Yang. Immortal Emperor Yang. I imagine that you should know about the past legends of Immortal Emperor Yang, right? If one aren't careful while in his old lair, one would definitely die, even if one was a mystic immortal. Behind, Xin Yu's eyelids twitched. Even mystic immortals would definitely die? This Yang realm was indeed a place filled with countless dangers. It seems the decision I made in the past was correct. Although Qin Yu had the map for heading towards the Yang realm, he had never gone inside. The reason was, if he and his two brothers headed there alone, Qin Yu simply didn't have the confidence to deal with the many dangers hidden within the Yang realm. He might even harm his brothers by accident. If he headed there alongside the various emissaries, most likely those emissaries had prepared various secret treasures to deal with all sorts of contingencies. It would be much safer following them in. Of course I know how dangerous the Yang realm is. But haven't you heard the saying that danger and opportunity are present at the same time? In Man Xian's eyes flashed a hint of wisdom and intelligence. You should know about the treasures within the Yang realm. If it weren't for the fact that these treasures made even Sovereign Yu go wild with desire, why would he have spent so much effort to open a corridor between the two universes? Hua Yan smiled. Likewise. Hua Yan's meaning was quite obvious. Doesn't the demon emperor of your demon realm also covet those treasures? Xin Yu was carefully listening to these two people talk to each other. The legends of Immortal Emperor Yang? A treasure which would make Sovereign Yu and the other major figures of three different realms go wild? Xin Yu, hearing these things, had his own hypotheses. In the higher realms, this Immortal Emperor Yang must have had an incredibly good stroke of fortune, resulting in him obtaining an ultimate treasure which even the Immortal Emperors, Demon Emperors, and Devil Emperors are willing to go wild over. Although Immortal Emperor Yang himself had died, how could he have been willing to hand his treasures so casually over to others? Even those three heaven-sundering diagrams had been hidden within the 9 Immortals' sword mansion, and had been guarded by many dangers. Then, what of the Yang realm? Who is this? Man Xian suddenly saw the sword immortal Lan Feng. He had a puzzled look on his face. Although Man Xian seemed confused, in his heart, he was deeply astonished, because he couldn't sense the power of this mysterious sword immortal in front of him at all. It must be understood that Man Xian was a super divine beast, and he had some particular techniques for investigating a person's power. The sword immortal Hua Yan made the introductions. Man Xian, this person is the seller in this auction, sword immortal Lan Feng. The heaven-sundering diagram is his. Brother Lan Feng's power is simply incredible, even I don't have any confidence in dealing with Brother Lan Feng. But Brother Man Xian, your own power is surpassingly great as well. Do you think you would be confident in overcoming Brother Lan Feng? From behind, Xin Yu frowned. Wasn't Hua Yan deliberately trying to instigate something between Lan Feng and Man Xian? Lan Feng glanced at Hua Yan, then laughed. Although I have some interest in the Yang realm, my interest isn't too great, otherwise, I wouldn't sell off the heaven-sundering diagram. After entering the Yang realm, it will be up to all of you to fight over the treasures within. As for Brother Man Xian's power is surpassingly great. I admit that I am inferior to him. Brother Lan Feng, you are being modest. Man Xian smiled. Although Man Xian, relying on the fact that he was a super divine beast, was even able to defeat a golden sword immortal of the second level, he didn't have any confidence in dealing with this Lan Feng, whom he couldn't sense anything about at all. Everyone, let's go inside the rooms first, then continue our conversation within. Zhongju spoke. Man Xian glanced at Zhongju, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Oh. You must be Zhongju. So your surname is Zong as well. Brother Qin Yu. Man Xian suddenly saw Qin Yu and the other two who were standing behind Zhongju. He immediately began to laugh. Qin Yu, Ho Fei, and He Yu. Ha, I didn't expect that after saying our farewells at the restaurant in the Qianlong continent, we would meet again here. Back then, I had the sense that you three weren't ordinary people. Who would have thought we'd meet here today? Qin Yu and the other two laughed, nodded, and greeted him as well. Brother Man Xian, you know my martial nephew? Ha, Brother Man Xian, you need to build a good relationship with my martial nephew. The auction for the heaven-sundering diagram which is about to occur will be officiated over by my martial nephew. He can sell the heaven-sundering diagram to whoever he wants. I've already given all the authority on this matter to my martial nephew. Sword Immortal Lan Feng laughed. Man Qian's eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Lan Feng, are you saying that if genius so chooses, he can even sell the heaven-sundering diagram to someone whose bit of top-grade elemental holy or isn't the highest? Man Qian asked. Right. Lan Feng nodded. The faces of Hua Yan and the others instantly changed. Xinyu laughed. Martial Uncle Lan Feng, you've given me the responsibility of managing this auction to me. How can I be so casual about it? Since it is an auction, I'll give the diagram to be the person who offers the greatest number of top-grade elemental holy ores. No matter what, I can't so casually abuse my power. Good. Man Qian slapped Xinyu on the shoulders. Well spoken. Later on, whoever offers the greatest amount of top-grade elemental holy ore will be the person who gets the heaven-sundering diagram. Hua Yan let out a secret sigh of relief. In the coming days, the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun also led his forces to Snowfish Island. The Dragon Clan's forces were the last to arrive. In the southern residences. Scram! This place is for the Dragon Clan to stay in. How dare you loose devils occupy our turf? Do you want to die? A furious roar, followed by several bodies being thrown out like sandbags. A massive, powerful man strode out, staring coldly at the dozens of people on the loose devil's side. The southern residences were divided into 4 lesser districts which belonged to the Loose Immortals, the Loose Devils, the Demons of the Wilderness, and the Dragon Clan. Every district had enough space for 50 or 60 people to live in, but the problem was, each of the major powers had brought at least several hundred people. There was only so much space. How could they all fit? The Loose Immortals abided by the rules, at least, and they only lived in their designated district. The Loose Immortals who had no place to stay had to erect their own little residences. As for the Demons of the Wilderness, they were extremely arrogant, and they took over 2 of the 4 districts. What's more, this action was met with Man Qian's approval. The domineering, overbearing Man Qian. As soon as the Blood Devil arrived and saw him, he felt a headache coming. He didn't want to fight against Man Qian head-on, and so he had the experts under his control live in the last district. There were 4 districts in the southern residences. 1 belonged to the Loose Immortals. 2 belonged to the Demons of the Wilderness. The last one was the Blood Devils. Once the Dragon Clan had arrived, they didn't have a place to stay. How could the Dragon Clan not be angered? The super experts of the Dragon Clan of the 10th and 11th Tribulations immediately joined forces and threw out the experts of the Loose Devils. It must be understood that the super experts of the Loose Devils side were staying along with the Blood Devil in the central residences. The strongest of those who stayed in the southern residences were only of the 10th Tribulation. Naturally, the Loose Devils were easily trampled. In the central residences. Everyone here was a super expert, and the leaders of their respective sides. The Loose Devils had the Blood Devil and the others. The Loose Immortals had Hua Yan and the others. The Demons of the Wilderness has Man Qian and the others. The Dragon Clan had their numerous experts. And then of course, there was the host, Zhongju, Lan Feng, Xinyu, and the others. The most spacious area, the central residences, was actually the least populated one. In the courtyard where Lan Feng was residing. Brother Lan Feng. They are fighting over there, they are fighting, huh? Zhongju walked in. My young friend Xinyu, ha, I have to tell you this joke. Xinyu and Lan Feng glanced at each other, then Lan Feng spoke. Brother Zong, go on, tell us this joke. Zhongju nodded. Do you still remember? At first, we had only arranged for the forces of the various sides to stay in the southern residences, while dividing it into 4 districts. Right now, the Loose Immortals have 1 district, the Demons of the Wilderness have 2 districts, and the Loose Devils took over 1 district. But when the forces of the Dragon Clan came, then physically threw out the Loose Devils. Threw them out? Xinyu stared. Zhongju began to laugh. Right. Right now, the emissary of the Dragon Clan, and the leader of the Dragon Clan, Fang Tian, along with the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun are all in the central courtyard. It seems they are fighting over the matter of who gets to stay where. Nobody is willing to back down. The auction hasn't even begun, but they've already started to fight. Xinyu laughed. Zhongju nodded. Actually, none of them really care about who lives where, but they want to make a display of power to cow the other party. Otherwise, Man Qian wouldn't have been so overbearing as to allow the Demons of the Wilderness to take over 2 districts. They were fighting over face. All of the emissaries represented major figures within their respective realms. If they were soft and weak, wouldn't that mean they were losing face for their powerful backers? Man Qian really is overbearing, for his one side to take over 2 districts. However, he has the power to be overbearing. Lan Feng laughed calmly. Brother Zone, as the host, I can't just watch as they continue to cause a ruckus like this. If they truly begin to fight, that would be terrible. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion. Xinyu, Lan Feng, and Zhang Ju were all startled. Ha, too late. They are already fighting. Zhang Ju began to roar in laughter. Xinyu made a sweep with his holy sense, then began to laugh. What a good fight. Virtually half of the southern residences have been destroyed and are now unlivable. Maybe it's for the better. Nobody has a place to stay now. They can all just go build their own houses on the snowy ground outside. Ha, wonderful, now nobody has a place to stay. Wukong Shui, arrange for those people to build a new residence in the southern area. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun laughed loudly as he spoke. Half of the southern residences had been destroyed by now, and that disaster area was no longer suitable for anyone to live in. Although this was the result of the battle between the emissary of the Dragon Clan and the emissary of the Devil Realm, it must be said that these two emissaries actually did this on purpose. After all, if they kept on arguing, it would be to nobody's benefit. The emissary of the Dragon Clan, Ao Feng, and the leader of the Dragon Clan, Fang Tian, glanced at each other. They let out a calm laugh, then moved away. Even before the auction began, non-stop friction had begun to occur between the four powers at Snowfish Island. At the same time, the emissaries of the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, Demon Realm, and Dragon Clan were all engaging in constant, secret discussions. After all, the four of them had the most top-grade elemental holy ore. The Central Residences. The Dragon Clan's district. Brother Ao Feng, can we have a chat? Sword Immortal Huayan stood outside the residence of Ao Feng, smiling calmly. Ao Feng was the emissary of the Dragon Clan. Just at this time, Ao Feng's gate opened, and the Gold Dragon Elder, Ao Yen, walked out with a smile. Senior Huayan, our lord has instructed us early on that he is not seeing guests. Huayan frowned. Brother Ao Feng, your Dragon Clan already has a piece of the Heaven Sundering diagram. You wouldn't be desirous of the one being auctioned off as well, would you? Huayan asked rebukingly. There was still no sound from Ao Feng's residence. But the Gold Dragon Elder, Ao Yen, smiled. Senior Huayan, our lord has once said, isn't it better to have more pieces of the Heaven Sundering diagram? If we have an extra copy, that means others will be unable to enter. The fewer people that enter, the fewer people who will be able to compete for the treasures. Senior Huayan, take care. This junior won't send you off. Ao Yen put on a very polite appearance, and as he spoke, the Gold Dragon Elder actually shut the door. Staring at the closed door, a cold aura appeared on Huayan's face. Humph, a cold snort, and then Huayan turned and left. But at that moment, within the main hall in Ao Feng's residence, Ao Feng and Man Qian were seated facing each other. Brother Man Qian, come, cheers. Ao Feng raised his cup. Man Qian smiled as he raised his own cup. Brother Ao Feng, you really are a good fellow. Now that Huayan has already left, Brother Ao Feng, why don't you go ahead and tell me how many of those top-grade elemental holy ores you would be able to lend me? Or perhaps we can say, how many I can trade for. Oh, that's easy, that's easy. Let's drink first. Ao Feng was all smiles. No matter what agreements each side secretly made before the auction, on the day of the auction itself, each side still had to actually be able to produce the top-grade elemental holy ores. After all, the overseer of this event, Xinyu, had said early on, no matter what, I will definitely be impartial. Whoever offers the most top-grade elemental holy ores is the person who will gain the Heaven Sundering diagram. The very last day of this year would be the day that the Heaven Sundering diagram would be auctioned off. The day which each of the sides had been eagerly awaiting was finally arriving. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 32. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 32, Auctioning the Heaven Sundering Diagram. Today, the atmosphere on Snowfish Island is clearly different. All parties' troops were now settled and no one initiated any more conflicts. At this time, the interior of Snowfish Island's interior is being decorated. Each and every one of the chaotic Astral Ocean's loose practitioners could be found somewhere within the central mansion. Depart. With Sword Immortal Huayan in the lead, Reverend Ming Liang, Reverend Ming Shan, Reverend Lan Bing, Reverend Shi Yang, and Shui Yu Yang closely follow behind him. They are directly heading towards the four-sided courtyard where the gathering for the auction will be held. At this same moment, the Dragon Clan emissary Ao Feng and Fang Tian walk forth side by side. Behind them are the three elders Ao Yen, Ao Su, and Yen Shan. The Demon Realm emissary, Purple-Eye Cow Devil King Man Qian, is leading the four individuals Yu Liang, Kong Chao, Xing Shou, and Wu Shan. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun is leading Wukong Shui, Dame Lianyu, Fire Devil, and Wu Hei. The troops of the four parties march from their respective residences towards the courtyard where the auction will be held, the four-sided courtyard. Regardless of what happened in the past few days, whether they were trying to subtly demonstrate their power, glaring at each other, or maybe raging due to humiliation, today, all of them have smiles on their faces. Within the four-sided courtyard. The arrangements in the four-sided courtyard are quite simple. There are 4 round stone tables which form a straight line on one side, and on the other side, there is a rectangular stone table, and beside it are 3 chairs placed side by side. As for each of the 4 tables, each of them are surrounded by 8 chairs. Additionally, within the courtyard, there are 2 rows of servants from the chaotic astral ocean standing. Currently, there are 3 people sitting on the chairs of the rectangular stone table: Zhongju, Lan Feng, and Qinyu. Qinyu is sitting in the center with Zhongju and Lan Feng sitting at his sides. Qinyu is the host of the Heaven Sundering Diagrams Auction Assembly, so it is only natural that he sits in the very center. Brother Lan Feng, these past few days, each party caused a mess with one another. But now that we have reached this final moment, even I do not know who will obtain this Heaven Sundering Diagram. A faint smile can be seen on Zhongju's face. Earlier, he had already obtained Qinyu's guarantee that the chaotic astral ocean would be given spots to enter the Yan realm. Heaven Sundering Diagram? Thus, right now, Zhongju is only here to watch the show and nothing more. And of course, Qinyu and Lan Feng are also just watching the show. I just don't know how many top-grade elemental holy ores the Heaven Sundering Diagram will be auctioned off for. Lan Feng says with a smile. Looking at Qinyu, take a guess, this time, who will get the Heaven Sundering Diagram in the end? It will be mine. A gentle, drifting voice sounds out. Shortly after, Sword Immortal Huayan and his 5 experts enter the courtyard from the west door. Sword Immortal Huayan, with a face brimming with confidence, says, since you don't want this Heaven Sundering Diagram, then it is only natural I will obtain it. You are a Sword Immortal, I, too, am a Sword Immortal. It is only proper that I will be the one to acquire it. After saying that, Sword Immortal Huayan leads his men to take their seats. Boasting is something every person is capable of, however, the reality usually tends to be the opposite. A tranquil and calm voice containing an absolutely domineering weight resounds throughout the four-sided courtyard. Man Xian and his group enter from the east door. Man Xian indifferently glances over at Huayan with his cold purple eyes, his gaze also contains a trace of a domineering aura. Huayan only turns and smiles towards Man Xian and nods, with no sign of taking offense. This four-sided courtyard is called the four-sided courtyard because it was built specifically for the current auction. Thus, in total, there are 4 doors: the east door, west door, south door, and north door. Shortly after, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's group and the Dragon Clan's Ao Feng's group enter from the south and north doors and proceed to their respective seats. 4 round tables. Each group sat at one of the round tables, naturally dispersing their auras. None of the 4 groups are willing to seem weaker than the others. All of a sudden. Gentlemen, today I will be auctioning this Heaven Sundering Diagram. The host of this Heaven Sundering Diagrams auction is none other than my martial nephew Qinyu. In regards to the processes and the demands for this auction, everyone please listen to my martial nephew. If you do not wish to abide by this, then you may leave. Sword Immortal Lan Feng's voice resounds as he gazes towards the people who are present. Zhongju also gazes at everyone with a smile. Seeing those 2 sitting at Qinyu's sides, it is clear that they are there to support Qinyu. Correct. In order to participate in auction for the Heaven Sundering Diagram, one must naturally abide by the rules. Whoever does not wish to comply, I will be the first person that you will wrong. Man Xian's tiger eyes sweep across the room, looking at each of the other 3 emissaries. Then, he immediately looks at Qinyu with a humble smile and says, Brother Qinyu, without further ado, please conduct this auction the way you want to. Sword Immortal Huayan, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, and the Dragon Clans Ao Feng and Feng Tian all understood. That man Xian seems to have some sort of special relation with Qinyu. Qinyu stands with a smile. Gentlemen, this junior has received his martial uncle's order to host the Heaven Sundering Diagrams auction. Naturally, I will make this auction transparent and fair. I will now give you a simple rundown of the rules. Bids for this auction will be made in the form of top-grade elemental holy ores. We will not accept any other sorts of treasures. In other terms, the person who has the most top-grade elemental holy ore will be the victor. Additionally, after the auction is over, the transaction of the top-grade elemental holy ores and the Heaven Sundering Diagram will be done on the spot. If anyone does not have the number of top-grade elemental holy ore that they bid and gave a fraudulent bid, then whoever gives a fraudulent bid, we will surround and kill. Man Xian says in a cold snorting manner. Right. Whoever gives a fraudulent bid will be surrounded by everyone and killed. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun also says with a face brimming with killing intent. Sword Immortal Huayan faintly laughs and says, words will not suffice. It'll be better if we make an oath. I will be the first to. In the event that someone gives a fraudulent bid amount of top-grade elemental holy ores during the course of this auction, this person will be subjected to being surrounded and killed by everyone else. At the same time, let their soul be scattered, never letting them reincarnate. Everyone, do you dare? After finishing speaking, Huayan's gaze sweeps across everyone else. Who wouldn't dare? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun coldly laughs and says. Simultaneously, he also makes the oath. Under Qinyu, Lanfeng, and Zhongju's smiling expressions, the four groups' powers all establish the oath. Great! Since every senior has shown such good faith, let me also display a little bit of good faith. Qinyu waves his hand and a painting appears in front of everyone. Immediately, the eyes of the members in the four groups light up. Qinyu slowly unfolds the painting. Here today, Senior Blood Devil and the Dragon Clan's Senior Ao Feng and Senior Feng Tian have all seen the Heaven Sundering diagram before. I presume they also know how the Heaven Sundering diagram looks and the aura that it has. Gentlemen, you may examine it for a moment. Qinyu smiles while saying this to everyone. Heaven Sundering diagram. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's eyes light up. The Dragon Clan emissary Ao Feng speaks out, correct, this is indeed a Heaven Sundering diagram. I definitely would not mistake it. Huayan also looks towards Reverend Ming Liang at his side. Originally, Reverend Ming Liang was able to seize the Heaven Sundering diagram. Naturally, he would know what that specific Heaven Sundering diagram would look like and what its aura would be like. After attentively examining it, Reverend Ming Liang looks at Huayan and nods his head. Immediately, a hint of a gentle smile appears on Huayan's face. All right. Does anyone have any doubts? Qinyu says with a smile. Everyone shakes their heads, demonstrating that they have no doubts. Start the auction, stop wasting time. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun says. All right. Since everyone can wait no longer, let us begin the auction. Qinyu's voice resounds. The Heaven Sundering diagram is the key to entering the Nian realm and is thus incomparably valuable. The starting bid for the Heaven Sundering diagram will be one piece of top-grade elemental holy ore. Whoever can put forth the most top-grade elemental holy ore will be the one to receive the Heaven Sundering diagram. Now, I ask that everyone place their bids. Qinyu says in a loud voice while standing. While speaking, Qinyu is actually paying close attention to the four great emissaries. From the looks of it, Manxian and Huayan are dead set on winning this Heaven Sundering diagram. Qinyu could figure this out just by looking at their expressions, but still, that Dragon Clan emissary Ao Feng is always looking like he is just smiling. No one knows what he is thinking at the bottom of his heart. This is a variable. Qinyu makes a judgment in his mind. In reality, currently, both the Dragon Clan and the Blood Devils groups have a Heaven Sundering diagram. If there would be any sort of competition, then it would be between the other two groups. Without a doubt, it's also possible that the Dragon Clan and Blood Devils groups do not wish for anyone else to interfere, and thus, they would also enter the bidding war over the Heaven Sundering diagram. I bid 2 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. The voice of the first bidder resounds. Qinyu looks over in the direction that the voice came from. It is the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. Hearing the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's voice, Sword Immortal Huayan simply laughs and says, Du Zhongjun, you actually dare to place a bid. You must not be afraid of the oath that was made just a moment ago. I bid 3 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Huayan, I know you are determined to win. I am just livening things up and nothing more. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun says while smiling. No one else know, but Sword Immortal Huayan clearly knows, when speaking of who of those in the courtyard has the least top-grade elemental holy ores, it would very likely be that Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. If Sword Immortal Huayan's guess is right, then this Blood Devil Du Zhongjun most likely does not even have 2 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. This is because Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's top-grade elemental holy ore had all been obtained by Sword Immortal Huayan. Naturally, Sword Immortal Huayan paid a considerable price. I bid 4 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Manxian smiles and says. Alright, Huayan, don't waste any time, this auction is really just a competition between us two. Don't hesitate and just say how many top-grade elemental holy ores you have. On stage, Qinyu is actually inwardly joyous. Keep fighting, take out all of your top-grade elemental holy ores, the more the merrier. In any case, I will not dislike getting more. Qinyu smiles as he looks at the bidding war that is going on below him. The more top-grade elemental holy ores he has, the stronger his Sword Immortal puppet would become. Why should I say how many top-grade elemental holy ores I have? Sword Immortal Huayan faintly smiles. Sword Immortal Huayan is very smart. If his amount of top-grade elemental holy ores is far more than that of Man Xian's, then if he bid it all in one go and Man Xian was unable to contend, he, Huayan, would have given Qin Yu many more top-grade elemental holy ores for no reason. Thus, every bid, Sword Immortal Huayan would only increase by 1 piece of top-grade elemental holy ore. 5 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Huayan bids once more. Humph. I bid 7 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Man Xian once more increases the bid, and then he looks over at Huayan while smiling. Huayan, I just want to see exactly how many top-grade elemental holy ores you have. Huayan suddenly looks towards the Dragon Clan emissary Aofeng and says, I heard that the Dragon Clan is rich and overbearing. I presume that brother Aofeng must have a lot of top-grade elemental holy ores. So what's going on? Brother Aofeng, you've yet to place a bid. Are you waiting till the very end to launch a surprise attack? Rich and overbearing? He. My amount of top-grade elemental holy ores is not more than yours, Huayan. Aofeng says with an always smiling face. Huayan, stop wasting time. Aofeng won't compete. Man Xian says calmly. Oh. It seems that the Dragon Clan's top-grade elemental holy ore has all fallen to your hands? Huayan furrows his brow. Smart. Say it. Just a moment ago, I bid 7 top-grade elemental holy ores. Do you have much more than that? Man Xian's eyes radiate a blazing radiance, sending a feeling of pressure towards Huayan. On stage, Qin Yu has been listening to each group's bids. 7? Including my original piece, after this auction is over, my Sword Immortal puppet will at least be able to exhibit the strength of a level 8 Golden Immortal. A level 8 Golden Immortal. Thinking about this, Qin Yu feels excited, however he only understands a little bit. There is a limit to this level 8 Golden Immortal. In case all 8 of the top-grade elemental holy ore's energy is consumed, the Sword Immortal puppet would revert to being a piece of scrap metal. Thus he requires even more top-grade elemental holy ore. Top-grade elemental holy ore. Even in the immortal realm or devil realm, it is extremely precious. The price to use this Sword Immortal puppet truly is high. Qin Yu's heart is quite pained. However, the Sword Immortal puppet is after all, extremely powerful. Regardless of how much energy consumption, Qin Yu will still use it. And now, the bidding war between the Wilderness Demon Clan and the Loose Immortals has reached its final stage. 10 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. I don't believe that you have much more than this. Man Xian says in a cold voice. The 4 great emissaries, none of them during their descents asked their backer for top-grade elemental holy ore because none of them thought that there would be any need for top-grade elemental holy ore in the mortal realm. Even if they need to replenish their power, they also have their own holy pills. These top-grade elemental holy ores are their own. An ordinary level 1 Golden Immortal probably could not even take out 1 piece of top-grade elemental holy ore. However, these people are elites in their respective groups. Thus, they have a few top-grade elemental holy ores. Sword Immortal Huayan stares blankly. Ha, none left, right? If you have none left, then admit defeat already. Man Xian coldly laughs. I offer 11 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Sword Immortal Huayan's eyes flare red. Man Xian's color changes. Alright, I never thought that you would surprisingly have this much top-grade elemental holy ore. When Sword Immortal Huayan thinks about the 11 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore, his heart aches. In order to get top-grade elemental holy ores from the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, he was ruthlessly and thoroughly cheated by the Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. This is how he painstakingly managed to gather 11 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. By his side, he has a total of 11 top-grade elemental holy ores and nothing more. If Man Xian is capable of bidding 1 more piece, then he will no longer have any more hope. Alright. At my side, I do not have that many top-grade elemental holy ores. In total, there are only 12 pieces. I bid 12 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. If you are capable, then bid again. Man Xian's body begins radiating a terrifying aura. Till they could feel that they were pushing each other to their very limits. Sword Immortal Huayan's face begins to turn pale. 12 pieces? It is just 1 more piece than what he has. On top of the stage, ever since the bids surpassed 8 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore, Qin Yu became quite giddy. Finally, he speaks out. Currently, the Demon Realm emissary Man Xian has already put forth a bid of 12 pieces of top-grade elemental holy ore. Are there any higher bids? Qin Yu glances around at everyone. For the most part, Qin Yu's attention centered on the Sword Immortal Huayan. At this moment, he is using a type of expectant and encouraging gaze towards the Sword Immortal Huayan. Sword Immortal Huayan's face is completely pale, he simply can no longer speak. Qin Yu understands in his heart. This Huayan must no longer have any more top-grade elemental holy ores left. If there is no higher bid, then this heaven-sundering diagram will need to be given to Brother Man Qian. Qin Yu's voice starts to get louder. Wait. The Dragon Clan emissary Ao Feng stands up and says, "Little brother Qin Yu, please don't be anxious. This matter has yet to reach a conclusion." End of Book 11 Chapter 32. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 33. Stellar Transformations. Book 11 Chapter 33, The Final Winner. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Ao Feng. A sharp aura, similar to a keen sword, was directly aimed and shot towards Ao Feng, and even Ao Feng's facial expression also changed momentarily. He immediately turned and looked towards the source of that keen aura. Purple lights were lingering on the eye pupils, and a tyrannical atmosphere had burst forth from the purple-colored battle armor. Purple-eyed bull demon King Mangon was like a ferocious beast choosing someone to bite, and severely stared at Ao Feng. Ao Feng, you have forgotten about the agreement we had made on that day, do not go overboard. The moment Qin Yu saw that situation, he was also unintentionally startled. When that Mangon became mad, it was still really terrifying. I have obviously not forgotten the agreement between us. I said that I will absolutely not participate in obtaining the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Since I have said that, then I will definitely do it. Ao Feng lightly smiled, and said, after all, even if I want to contend for it, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Mangon coldly snorted, and said, then, when you had shouted wait, what was that about? Ao Feng momentarily grinned. I might not have many finest grade elemental spirit stones, but I still have 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones with me. I have decided to sell these 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. This should not offend you, Mangon, right? I will buy. Sword Immortal Huayan immediately spoke out. Mangon had 12 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones with him, while Huayan only had 11 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. If he wanted to successfully win the bid for the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, Huayan still required to buy 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Good, Ao Feng, you are good. You had already obtained a huge advantage from my side, and now you want to gain even more benefits. You are indeed insidious, said Mangon in a cold tone filled with disdain. Ao Feng maintained his face of smiles. Brother Mangon, those words are incorrect. I only said that I am selling 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, but I also did not say who I am selling them to. Huayan can buy them, but you, Brother Mangon, can naturally also buy them. Ah, I will not mind that at all. Huayan's facial expression momentarily changed. Mangon instead gave a cold smile. Go ahead and say, what price is needed to buy those pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones? Ao Feng gave a sly smile and said, my request is also not much. For 1 piece of finest grade elemental spirit stone, I require a piece of finest grade demon equipment for an exchange. Of course, 1 piece of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman can also be used to exchange for it. Huayan frowned. Ao Feng, isn't your price too much? During the time in the immortal realm, even a piece of finest grade immortal equipment that was ordinary beyond compare, was also definitely worth 10 or more pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, while a piece of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman was even worth several tens of finest grade elemental spirit stones. You are profiting by several tens of times. If you want to exchange, then exchange. If not, I also do not mind, said Ao Feng with a faint smile. Qin Yu, who was hosting the auctions on the stage, instead smiled but did not speak. This Ao Feng is still really treacherous. Qin Yu secretly chuckled, looking at Mangon's behavior. I definitely think that he had already paid a huge price in the beginning to obtain several finest grade elemental spirit stones from the Dragon Clan. Now, at this critical moment, Ao Feng again wants to exploit and earn a huge profit. However, go ahead and earn. After all, the higher the final auction bid, the better. From Qin Yu's point of view, the whatever 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman definitely did not count as anything. The 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman's power might be strong, but to use Qin Yu's martial skills as an activation move, he was afraid that those emissaries would not even be injured. It was still better to use the sword immortal puppet with the strongest power. Alright, I will buy it. 2 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment, to exchange for 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, voiced out Hua Yan as he bit into his teeth. From Hua Yan's point of view, he currently only needed to buy 2 pieces at that point of time. Ao Feng gave a slight smile. Brother Hua Yan, it seems like you might have heard wrongly earlier. I said that I was selling 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. If you want to buy, then you will have to buy 3 pieces. Otherwise, I will not even sell a single piece. Hua Yan was stunned. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun momentarily gave a slight blank stare, then immediately began to laugh. Mangon only smiled icily. Meanwhile, Qinyu, Zhongju, Lanfeng and the others instead began to smile faintly. All right. Hua Yan gritted his teeth. Ao Feng, count yourself good, I will buy it. 2 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment and an additional piece of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman, to buy 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Having said that, 2 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment as well as a single piece of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman appeared on Hua Yan's hand. All right, I have already taken them out. Hurry and hand me those 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Instead, Ao Feng looked at Mangon. Brother Mangon, it is now up to you. If the items that you offer are capable of moving my heart even more than what was offered, I can also sell it to you. Having arrived to that moment, Ao Feng still thought of earning even more. Ao Feng. Hua Yan had begun to get heated up. Instead, Mangon gave a cold smile. Humph, are you treating me like an idiot, huh? I also do not want this Sundering the Heavens diagrams anymore. After all, Brother Du had earlier agreed to let me have a share of 3 slots from his Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Since I have to pay such a large price for that piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, it is also no longer worth it. Hua Yan, my bid is 12 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, and will not offer even a single piece more. If you are capable, then offer 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones and take the Sundering the Heavens diagrams away. I will not even frown. If you are unwilling, then this Sundering the Heavens diagrams will belong to me. Mangon smiled icily while looking at Hua Yan. Sword Immortal Hua Yan gave a cold snort, then gave 2 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment and 1 piece of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman to Ao Feng, and received 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones in return. I offer 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, said Sword Immortal Hua Yan in a furious tone. Just for that. Sword Immortal Hua Yan had suffered huge losses just to gather a sufficient amount of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Not only did he get slaughtered once by Blood Devil Du Zhongjun in the beginning, he was also very recently butchered by that Ao Feng once more. Qinyu, why do you still not continue? Sword Immortal Hua Yan looked at Qinyu. Qinyu promptly gave a slight, humble smile and said, this junior knows. Seniors, currently Senior Hua Yan has already made a bid of 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Are there any higher offers? If there are no higher offers, then this Sundering the Heavens diagrams will soon belong to Senior Hua Yan? Qinyu's gaze swept through the audience. Since every senior here do not have any higher bids, then I will announce. Qinyu's speech was very slow, it was as if he was expecting a certain emissary to shout out an even higher bid. Suddenly, Qinyu's voice resounded forth, I announce, this Sundering the Heavens diagrams has been auctioned to Senior Hua Yan for 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Meanwhile, at that very moment, an indifferent voice resounded forth. Earlier, everyone had made an oath. The offered amount of finest grade elemental spirit stones will be exchanged for the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Now that the Sundering the Heavens diagrams is already here, where is Brother Hua Yan's finest grade elemental spirit stones? Sword Immortal Lan Feng's gaze swept towards Sword Immortal Hua Yan. Mangon, Du Zhongjun, and Ao Feng also looked at Hua Yan. Hua Yan laughed, and said, since I dared to bid that amount, I naturally have it, but... There was a momentarily flicker of light within Hua Yan's hands, and piece by piece, finest grade elemental spirit stones appeared on his palms. A total of 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Hua Yan directly placed 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones on Qinyu's long table. Qinyu smiled and received the 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, while Hua Yan also received the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Upon receiving the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, Hua Yan's first reaction was to create a blood contract with it. After Hua Yan became its owner, he naturally understood some information regarding the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Senior Hua Yan, is that piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams authentic? Asked Qinyu with a faint smile. Hua Yan's face revealed a satisfied smile. Since he had obtained the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, those losses could also be considered to be worth it. He was happy, but in actual fact, amongst all the people who were present, Qinyu was the happiest. 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, adding to the original piece which had less than half of its energy exhausted. I do not need to worry about the sword immortal puppet exhausting a large amount of energy, at least for now. Qin Yu's heart kept pounding excitedly. 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. What did that imply? That meant Qin Yu had at least a 9th tier golden immortal in his hands. 9th tier golden immortal, what kind of level was that? When he had received those finest grade elemental spirit stones, Qin Yu had been secretly excited all along. Meanwhile, at that moment, the side of the loose immortals, the side of the loose devils, the side of the wilderness demon clan, and the side of the dragon clan also began to converse amongst themselves. Each of the other emissaries expressed their congratulations towards Sword Immortal Hua Yan. Hua Yan also had a face filled with a cheerful smile. Even when facing towards Mangon and Ao Feng, Hua Yan was also smiling pleasantly. Hua Yan has obtained the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. There are currently 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, and they should more or less all be gathered here. From what I see. Why don't we arrange the map now, and then directly head towards Niyang's realm? Mangon suddenly suggested. When Mangon's words had just left his lips, the previously lively atmosphere within the four-sided courtyard immediately became quiet. Silence. Silence that was slightly overwhelming. Du Zhongjun, Hua Yan, and Ao Feng's facial expressions were rather artificial. In reality, those 3 people were currently communicating in secret using sound transfer. Brother Du, don't tell me that you are really willing to hand over these 3 places to this Mangon? You should also know that given Mangon's capabilities, and also his status, I think. Once the few of us great emissaries all enter Niyang's realm, the person with the highest chance of obtaining the treasure will be Mangon, said Ao Feng using sound transfer. At the same time, that voice also reverberated within Hua Yan's mind. Currently, only 3 people possessed the Sundering the Heavens diagrams: Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun, and Hua Yan. Very naturally, those 3 people also did not want to let others have a chance to enter Niyang's realm. Brother Du, what Brother Ao Feng said is correct. That Mangon is also a super divine beast. Given that he was able to descend, this speaks of just how very determined the demon realm is this time. Maybe this Mangon might even have a piece of low-grade divine equipment with him, huh? If he enters, the chances of us receiving any treasure will be small, said Hua Yan as he also attempted to persuade Du Zhongjun. Low-grade divine equipment. It was completely different from finest-grade immortal equipment. For finest-grade immortal equipment, they could still be refined by mystic immortals who were sufficiently powerful using several materials. However, for low-grade divine equipment, even if it was the lousiest amongst the divine equipment, it could also not be refined by martial experts of the immortal realm, demon realm, and devil realm. That was why low-grade divine equipment were all passed down from the god realm, and were all limited in quantity. Moreover, the strength of divine equipment were absolutely unimaginable. Low-grade divine equipment, compared to finest-grade immortal equipment, the difference in power was definitely more than several times. Hua Yan, Ao Feng, do you think that I am willing, huh? He had used force to coerce me. Du Zhongjun was also very helpless. So it's like that. Brother Du, that Mangon is simply too high-handed. The reason that he now suggests we immediately head towards Niyang's realm is because he thinks to take advantage of your half of the available places to enter together. I think we should first push the date further. How about we wait until everyone is separated, then our 3 factions will gather, and after that enter Niyang's realm together? Ao Feng suggested. Good suggestion, agreed Hua Yan. Du Zhongjun thought for a moment, then also responded, after all, I had initially only agreed verbally, and also did not make an oath. Alright, we will proceed with what the both of you have said. We will postpone the date, and after a period of time, our 3 factions will secretly gather and head for Niyang's realm. Let's just let that mad bull Mangon go mad. Rylane, the Chinese language have no gender differentiation for animal characters. This is definitely an intentional pun for mad cow and mad cow disease. Since Mangon is male, I had to use bull. Brother Du is brilliant, praised Ao Feng. Mangon looked at the expressions of the 3 people. What happened to the 3 of you? Why are you all not speaking? Are all of you secretly discussing? Mangon said in a cold tone. Brother Mangon, you were saying that we should now assemble the map and head towards Niyang's realm. Isn't this a little too rushed? Ao Feng of the Dragon Clan continued, we are simply not at all prepared for this, why not? Let us all return and prepare for a month or 2, and after that assemble together, prepared to enter Niyang's realm? Correct, let us all prepare, there is no need to be too rushed. Hua Yan also echoed in agreement. Mangon frowned. Prepare what? What needs to be well prepared? Do you all not carry your treasures along with you? Moreover, aren't the experts amongst your subordinates following around you? If that is the case, what else still require you to return and prepare? Du Zhongjun and Hua Yan were startled. Amongst them, who do not carry their treasures with them? Ao Feng smiled and helplessly replied, Brother Mangon, there is something that you may not know. Before I descend to the mortal realm, my clan's dragon emperor once gave me a treasure. That treasure is extremely beneficial towards my dragon clan's martial cultivation growth. Upon my descent, I had left that treasure within the dragon clan, to let those children cultivate their martial skills. It is now still within the dragon clan. Mangon's facial expression became stiff. Alright, I hope you are all not lying to me, otherwise. Humph, do not blame me for being ruthless. Mangon gave a cold snort before he turned around and left. The three people, Ao Feng, Hua Yan, and Du Zhongjun, only exchanged looks with each other, then promptly bid their farewells with Qingyu, Lan Feng, and Zhongju, before they individually left the four-sided courtyard. Within the four-sided courtyard, everyone has left. The auctioning of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams this time can also be considered to have ended perfectly, said Zhongju as he smiled. Qingyu nodded and said, Senior Zhong, I have also troubled you for the past number of days. Why don't you take a rest, then after a period of several days, Senior Zhong may come and find me here. After that, we can head towards Ni Yang's realm together. That is also good, little brother Qingyu, brother Lan Feng, farewell. Zhongju also left immediately. The people who were serving within the four-sided courtyard had also left. Only Qingyu and Lan Feng remained. Lan Feng was standing upright, while Qingyu instead had his back facing Lan Feng. He was looking at the snowfish mountain that was not far away. Lan Feng, you may first use these 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Qingyu waved a hand, and 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones flew towards Lan Feng. Lan Feng received the finest grade elemental spirit stones, and there was a momentary flash from both his hands. The 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones had disappeared. Qingyu clearly felt that the 9 of 9 elemental spirit array within Lan Feng's body had 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Although there was an increase of merely 2 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, the current Lan Feng's capabilities had instead increased by quite a number of times. He was already a 3rd-tier golden immortal sword immortal. Lan Feng, initially when Reverend Ming Liang and Wukong Shui fought over the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, they had fought within the Qianlong continent, and had instead caused the death of more than 1 million people of my Qin royal dynasty, and more than 95% of my Qin clan were either dead or injured. Although the Qingshu sect and Inyue palace were burnt to the ground, the 2 perpetrators are still enjoying nourishing lives. Now is also the time to let them swallow the bitter result. Qingyu spoke slowly, while his back facing Lan Feng. There was only a fine glint of light within Lan Feng's eyes, and the sword energy around his body became increasingly fierce. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 34. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 34, Ascension, Limitless. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. On Snowfish Island, individual large groups rose and flew into the sky, mainly separated into the 4 large factions. That day was the day for people of the 4 factions to leave Snowfish Island. Since the Sundering the Heavens diagrams was auctioned off, those 4 different factions naturally would not want to linger there. Brother Lan Feng, farewell. Sword Immortal Hua Yan smiled as he bid his farewell, and behind him was a large group of loose immortals. Farewell. Lan Feng nodded and smiled. Sword Immortal Hua Yan was instead slightly fearful. What is the matter with this Lan Feng? I have a feeling that his powers seem to be even more unfathomable and overwhelming. People who had met him said that the initial Lan Feng was only more or less as strong as Hua Yan, but the current Lan Feng instead already possessed the capabilities of a 3rd-tier golden immortal. That was also the reason why Qingyu had saved on using the finest grade elemental spirit stones. After all, against those current few martial experts, a 3rd-tier golden immortal sword immortal was already sufficient. Brother Lan Feng, Brother Zhongju, farewell. The Dragon Clans Ao Feng, Fang Tian, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, the Wilderness Demon Clans Mangon, each clasped their hands. After the large parade of people momentarily bid their farewells to each other, the 4 factions split and flew away in 2 different directions. The side of the Loose Devils, the side of the Loose Immortals, and the side of the Dragon Clan all flew towards the south, while the Wilderness Demon Clan instead flew towards the ancient teleportation array. From the middle of the sky, Qin Heiyu, Hou Fei, Lan Feng, Zhongju and the others saw those group of people off as they left. Strong winds brushed against him, swaying Qin Yu's hair at the corners of his eyes. Qin Yu's attention was focused at Wukong Shui and Reverend Ming Liang. Meanwhile, at that moment, Wukong Shui and Reverend Ming Liang were each having their respective conversations with Blood Devil Du Zhongjun and Sword Immortal Huayan. The smiles on their faces made them seem very humble. "Ah, take your time to chat. Your days are already numbered," said Qin Yu silently within his mind. "Little brother Qin Yu." "Ah." Qin Yu was jolted awake from his contemplations, and turned his head to take a look. Zhongju was smiling at Qin Yu. "May I know if Senior Zong has anything for me?" Qin Yu recollected his thoughts. Zhongju nodded, then smiled and said, "I have also been here for an extended amount of time. A day to chance, rather than choice, and today, my men from the chaotic astral sea are prepared to go back temporarily. Still, please let me know in advance regarding the time when you are about to enter Ni Yang's realm." Rylain, the Chinese saying, translates to a day to chance, rather than choice. The literal meaning is, rather than choosing an auspicious date for an event, a randomly chosen date might not necessarily be bad. We all know that we are lying to ourselves when we choose an auspicious date to do something, because that day is no different from an ordinary day. Therefore, what it means is, just leave everything to fate. Senior Zong, be at ease. Before heading for Ni Yang's realm, this junior will definitely notify Senior Zong in advance, replied Qin Yu seriously. Zhongju nodded, then took an opportunity to smile at the Lan Feng who was at one side, and said, "Brother Lan Feng, I can feel your aura. Did Brother Lan Feng experience another breakthrough these few days?" As a super divine beast, that Zhongju's ability to sense was extremely powerful. "Only just a slight breakthrough." Lan Feng smiled slightly, and said, "Lan Feng once again wishes for Brother Zong to have a smooth journey." "Thanks." Zhongju smiled faintly as he nodded, and immediately bid farewell to Hou Fei, Heiyu, and the others. Following a single order from Zhongju, the large parade of people directly flew towards the direction of the chaotic astral sea. Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and Heiyu were standing upright in the middle of the sky. Behind them were the three brothers Shi Xian, Shi Zhan, and Shi Bing. As for Sword Immortal Lan Feng, he had earlier been stored back into Qin Yu's body. "They have finally all left," Hou Fei momentarily grinned, then looked at Qin Yu. "Big brother, the harvest this time is very large, right?" "Ah, 13 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones, gaga. We can have a good time ravaging those several guys below. From what I see, we can first head to the Tinglong continent and go on a killing spree. We will kill all those who vehemently go against us, and also kill any of those that we dislike. There is still that whatever blood devil Du Zhongjun. We will also kill him. Then, there is that person who definitely possesses quite a lot of treasures. We can also go and kill that Sword Immortal Huayan." "Is the monkey dreaming?" Heiyu spoke lightly. The Hou Fei, who was just getting aroused mentally, was suddenly startled. He glared at Heiyu and said, "Mixed-feathered bird, why are you always going against me like this?" "That is because you were obviously dreaming. The Immortal Realm Emissary and the Devil Realm Emissary, the people behind their backs are the great and important people who are at the peak amongst those of the Emperor domain level in the Immortal and Devil realms. Won't they bestow upon their emissaries several powerful and life-preserving treasures?" After Heiyu spoke, he snobbishly closed his eyes. Hou Fei furiously glared at Heiyu. "All right." Qin Yu laughed, and said, "Stop messing around, we do have important things to do now." "What kind of things?" Hou Fei and Heiyu both looked at Qin Yu. Killing intent burst forth from within Qin Yu's eyes. "Do the both of you still remember how the Qin royal dynasty's capital was initially destroyed? 90% of my Qin clan, as well as my nephews and other relatives, how did they die?" Qin Yu still remembered the appearances and scenes of how his nephews had initially encouraged him to court Lier. However, currently, they were already separated by the boundaries of life and death. It seemed like when Reverend Ming Liang and Wukong Shui had fought over the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, along the path of their fight, from the Qin royal dynasty's capital all the way to the seas at the southern side, people who were either dead or injured numbered several millions, said Hou Fei. "Correct, those two people are the perpetrators. Previously, I only had a single piece of finest grade elemental spirit stone, and due to its low amount of energy, I had only raised Qingshu Mountain and the Inue mountain range. Now should also be the time that we find and take them into account," said Qin Yu in a cold tone. "Big brother, then why are we still not moving out?" Hou Fei asked busily. Qin Yu stretched out a hand to stop him, and said, "There is no need to rush, they have only just begun to move out. With so many people traveling together, their speed will not be fast. Lan Feng's flying speed is a lot faster when I control, which is why there is no need to rush, we will set off 3 days later." "Big brother, who is our first target?" Heiyu voiced out. Qin Yu contemplated for a moment, and then smiled. Xiao Hei, who do you say Sword Immortal Lan Feng's method of killing most likely resembles to? He is a sword immortal, the method will naturally be a sword immortal's method. Most likely resembles. Hei Yu's eyes lit up, and promptly smiled. Big brother, your first target is actually Wukong Shui. However, will that blood devil Du Zhongjun believe that it was Sword Immortal Hua Yin who made that move? Qin Yu momentarily gave a faint smile. Who cares if he believes or not, since we will also not suffer any loss if he does not believe. If he believes, however, then we will profit. Big brother, the monkey, and I have something to tell you. Hei Yu's facial expression became serious. Ho Fei momentarily glanced at Hei Yu, then promptly also gave Qin Yu a serious look. They were both his brothers, and Qin Yu understood them very well. Immediately, with an expressionless face, Qin Yu carefully looked at his two brothers. Just say it out. Whatever it is, there is no need to conceal it. The monkey and I are already at the Deshang stage, said Hei Yu softly. Deshang stage? Qin Yu was momentarily startled. He then alternated between looking at Hei Yu and Ho Fei. Both of you mean that? Both Hei Yu and Ho Fei nodded. After entering the Deshang stage, the energies within our bodies have rapidly begun to change, and the speed at which the energies within our bodies are changing into demon elemental energy are extremely fast. From what I see, the date of ascension is no longer far for the monkey and me. Hei Yu was slightly helpless. Ascension? Qin Yu felt a momentary dizziness in his head. What are the both of you saying? You are both saying that the date of ascension for the both of you are not far away? Qin Yu found that result to be a little unacceptable. Both Ho Fei and Hei Yu nodded, and their expressions were also a little complicated. What the three brothers wanted most was to be able to ascend together. Ho Fei made a bitter smile and said, Big brother, even if we are to ascend together, we will also not be together when we arrive at the ascendant realms. The mixed feathered bird and I will automatically appear in the demon realm region, while for Big brother, I also cannot guess the place of your appearance after your ascension. Qin Yu had once seen several ancient books in the second level of the treasure tower within the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion. He still knew several basic matters. If the target of ascension was a Xiuxian practitioner, he would ascend to the immortal realm region. If the target of ascension was a Xioma practitioner, he would ascend to the devil realm region. If the target of ascension was a Xiodiao practitioner, he would ascend to the demon realm region. Meanwhile, Qin Yu did not belong to any of those three. As to where he will ascend to, that was still really hard to say. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, are there any methods to delay the ascension within both of your hereditary memories? Qin Yu inquired. There is. Hei Yu nodded. Say it, what methods? Qin Yu felt a momentary happiness, and busily asked. Become a spiritual beast. Once a divine beast becomes a spiritual beast, even if he becomes capable of ascension, if his master's capabilities are insufficient and has not ascended, the spiritual beast will be unable to ascend due to the limitations caused by the spiritual beast collar on his soul. This is also the reason why Sher Xian and his two brothers have not ascended all along. Hei Yu said the answer. Qin Yu was instantly disappointed. Spiritual beasts will be restricted by their masters. If their masters did not ascend, the spiritual beasts will also be unable to ascend. However, the masters will, instead, not be restricted by their spiritual beasts. For example, even if Ing Qilin did not ascend, Qin Yu's ascension will not be affected in any way. That was the difference between spiritual beasts and their masters. Qin Yu made an effort to force out a smile. After all, even if we ascend at the same time, we will also not ascend to the same place. Once your martial powers have achieved the required level, the both of you can ascend first and wait for me in the ascendant realms. I will definitely look for you both in the demon realm region. Ho Fei and Hei Yu nodded. Big brother, look at you, your smile looks uglier than when you cry. Alright, it is also not as if the mixed feathered bird and I are going to ascend now. There is still a period of time before we ascend, said Ho Fei as he smiled playfully. Qin Yu also unintentionally smiled. Ascension. That was a rule of heaven. Even Qin Yu was also unable to forcefully prevent Ho Fei and Hei Yu from ascending. Even if they were to enter Qing Yu Immortal Mansion, before the rules of heaven and earth, the entrance into common immortal mansions will not affect anything in any way. Similarly, that also made Qin Yu treasure the time spent with his two brothers even more. As for Qin Yu's ascension, even if I were to achieve the stellar stage, what kind of domain level will the next domain level be, Qin Yu secretly let out a long sigh. Stellar transformations was an incomplete martial cultivation technique. It comprised of the nebula stage, meteor stage, stellar core stage, planet stage, Dujia stage, and the stellar stage, for a total of 6 great domain levels. Even if he had achieved the stellar stage, he had also only reached the peak of the mortal realm. How could he take the next step to achieve ascension, huh? What will come after the stellar stage, huh? All of those that remained would be required to be created. If he were unable to create the successive martial cultivation techniques for the stellar transformations, Xinyu would forever be stuck at that domain level. If he were to fail in the creation of those techniques, Xinyu's energy control would be led astray, and he would submit to the heart devil and go berserk, which will result in his soul being torn into pieces and scattered into nothingness. Only when he had successfully created the successive stage after the stellar stage, would Xinyu be able to ascend and step into the ascendant realms. Strong winds blew, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. Xinyu was standing on an ancient and exquisite long sword as he flew at an extremely fast speed. That ancient and exquisite long sword appeared to be black. Comparing the speed which Xinyu was currently flying at, it was faster than when he was controlling a middle-grade immortal equipment by 10 times. Where did that ancient and exquisite long sword come from? It was the exact long sword which Sword Immortal Lan Feng was carrying on his back. The flying sword on this Sword Immortal puppet's body can also be used separately. It is indeed miraculous. Xinyu's face had the hint of a smile. After his body had been refined by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations, Xinyu's current physical body had improved by another level, and its toughness was comparable to a low-grade immortal equipment. That was why, when Xinyu stood on that ancient and exquisite long sword, there was absolutely no obstruction. That ancient and exquisite long sword could freely display its speed without any restraints. After merely several days, the Tinglong continent appeared before his eyes. This is a memorial for my nephew and loved ones, and also a red-colored farewell present to Fei Fei and Xiao Hei. Xinyu's speed reached its limit, and directly flew towards the Inue Mountains. The sight of the loose devils and the sight of the loose immortals' dates of return were a lot earlier than what Xinyu had anticipated. That was because the loose practitioners of both sides had performed teleportation. Given the marvel of teleportation, the men of both sides had naturally rushed back to the Tinglong continent. Above the Inue Mountains, the Blood Devil Hall was located at the highest position. There were also several palaces surrounding the Blood Devil Hall, one of which was Wukong Shue's residence. Wukong Shue was sitting with his legs crossed within a secret room. The true flame within his body was continuously refining that finest grade devil equipment Blood Moon. Even in the devil realm, the finest grade devil equipment Blood Moon was also considered to be an extraordinary devil equipment. Usually, martial experts of the Devil Emperor domain level all used finest grade devil equipment, which was why Wukong Shue had abandoned other weapons and focused all his efforts into refining Blood Moon. That was also a slightly more special refinement method which belonged to the Blood Devil Modeo. An aura with the stench of blood continued to circulate. The connection between Wukong Shue and Blood Moon became increasingly closer. Suddenly, what is it? Why did Blood Moon begin to tremble? Wukong Shue was momentarily startled. Blood Moon was an extremely famous deadly weapon of the Blood Devil Modeo in the Devil Realm, and the number of people it had killed had already reached the stage where people would be frightened from merely hearing its name. Moreover, it possessed some spiritual intelligence. Pooh! A forceful burst of sword energy easily struck down from the sky above. Similar to cutting tofu, it split the entire palace into 2 halves. Pooh! Giving several loud shouts while soaring into the air, Wukong Shue even brought along Blood Moon and also began to emanate his aura in the middle of the sky. Wukong Shue, do you still remember once fighting to the death with Reverend Ming Liang on the Qianlong continent? Ah, the number of people who died then was not a small number. That faint voice reverberated within Wukong Shue's mind. Wukong Shue was startled. That frightening sword energy made Wukong Shue's heart quiver. Wukong Shue's first response. You are Hua Yan, you are here to take revenge for Reverend Ming Liang, huh? Wukong Shue had never expected for someone to take revenge for mortal men. He still thought that it was Hua Yan who came and sought revenge for Reverend Ming Liang. However, he absolutely could not understand, because Reverend Ming Liang did not seem to have suffered any losses at that time. Who dares to be insolent? A furious voice resounded forth, and a flock of blood clouds soared into the sky. Pooh! An extremely keen thread of sword energy, concentrated into a single point, flashed by, and pierced through Wukong Shue's abdomen. Wukong Shue's gaze became lifeless, after which, his entire body exploded into pieces of flesh and bones, while that finest grade devil weapon Blood Moon also naturally fell. However, before it could fall onto the ground, a shadowy blur flashed by and grabbed that Blood Moon in one fluid motion. After that, the shadowy blur flashed once more and disappeared. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun appeared at the area where Wukong Shue had been killed, and willfully searched using his devil awareness. However, he did not discover any aura. Sword energy, what a strong sword energy, it's a sword immortal. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun looked at the scattered pieces of flesh and white bones, his chest completely filled with anger that could not be vented out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 35. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 35, Agreement between three factions. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. The best general under his direct command was killed just like that, right at the front door to his very own house, in a way such that what had remained wasn't even a complete corpse. Moreover, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had looked upon Wukong Shui extremely favorably, such that he was even prepared to make Wukong Shui his very own confidant after his return to the Devil Realm. That was why, amongst the finest great devil equipment, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had given Wukong Shui the extremely famous Blood Moon. However, Wukong Shui was currently dead, and even Blood Moon was stolen. How could Blood Devil Du Zhongjun remain calm? My Lord Blood Devil, the person who killed Wukong Shui was definitely a sword immortal. Moreover, looking at the martial powers stage of practice, there are only two possibilities. One of them is Sword Immortal Lan Feng, while the other is Sword Immortal Hua Yan. With the exception of these two, there are absolutely no other sword immortals with such capabilities. Wu Hei's voice had a hint of anger. Fire Devil roared, it is definitely Sword Immortal Hua Yan. If it isn't Hua Yan, then can it be Sword Immortal Lan Feng? That Sword Immortal Lan Feng do not hold any grudge against us. There is only the side of the loose immortals, they have all along gone against us. The other time when the loose immortals and the side of the loose devils fought to the death, the number of people who were injured or dead was more than tens of thousands, and that Hua Yan may have came for revenge. Lady Lian Yu shook her head and said, do not be agitated, Fire Devil. Regarding this matter, it is still very hard to say. According to reason, that Hua Yan is still not this reckless. It is also possible for that Sword Immortal Lan Feng to be fanning the flames behind the scene. Humph, I estimate Hua Yan knew that we will think like you, which was why he had intentionally taken the opposite route, Fire Devil instead argued. Lady Lian Yu was startled. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun listened to the conversations between his three subordinate generals, then contemplated for a moment and said, we will discuss this further at the Blood Devil Hall. If someone was to step into the Blood Devil Great Hall, he or she would unintentionally feel affected by a sense of pressure, and would not even dare take a deep breath. Meanwhile, there were currently 4 people within the Blood Devil Great Hall. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun sat on the great throne above. The 3 generals under his direct command, Lady Lian Yu, Wu Hei, and Fire Devil, sat at 2 separate sides before him. The first seat to the left of Blood Devil Du Zhongjun belonged to Wukong Shui, but that seat was instead currently empty. Looking at that empty seat, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun unintentionally felt even more furious. Hua Yan, Lan Feng, ... Blood Devil Du Zhongjun silently began to consider, is it Hua Yan huh? Suppose Hua Yan were to have done it, then how would he have benefited? Unless he had eliminated my best general just to have me fight my battles alone within In I Yang's realm? Is it possible for it to be Lan Feng huh? That Lan Feng did not seem to have any enmity against us. His very person is extremely mysterious, and he rarely makes an appearance. He also did not seem to have any enmity towards Wukong Shui and the others. This time, he had also auctioned away the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, so I definitely think that he do not have much ambition towards N I Yang's realm. For him to kill Wukong Shui, it doesn't seem like he has any motive. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun continued to consider silently. Who was it that killed Wukong Shui? Although he had earlier used his devil awareness to search, he absolutely did not manage to find the culprit. There was a silent atmosphere within the Blood Devil Hall. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun did not speak, so Lady Lian Yu and the other 2 people naturally did not dare to speak and interrupt Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's train of thought. Suddenly, a low voice which contained a hint of anger reverberated within the entire Blood Devil Hall. Today, Wukong Shui was killed. There was a blood-red glint in Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's serious eyes. Within our great main encampment, he had openly killed Wukong Shui beside my Blood Devil Hall. It is very obvious that the culprit did not, at the very least, take us into consideration. No matter what, we must absolutely exact our revenge for such a grave insult. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun could also only say that much before his subordinates. Even if he did not take any action in the future, he still had to say that out at that point of time to ease the minds of his subordinates. After all, if a subordinate had died, and the leader did not personally take revenge, wouldn't that be too indifferent towards the feelings of his subordinates? Correct, we must definitely exact this revenge. In my opinion, that sword immortal Hua Yan is the murderer. My lord, we also know that my lord is about to enter Ni Yang's realm soon. Moreover, that Hua Yan's capabilities are extremely strong, it will also be very hard to even think about killing him. I think that we should first kill that Reverend Ming Liang. Since they had killed the strongest person under my lord's direct command, my lord can also kill the strongest person under Hua Yan's direct command to exact revenge. Wu Hei's sonorous voice was the first to respond. Kill Ming Liang? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's heart momentarily thumped. Lady Lian Yu busily replied, My lord Blood Devil, although we must exact revenge, we are still not completely certain that the murderer is sword immortal Hua Yan, and should not go kill Reverend Ming Liang. If this matter is really the result of Lan Feng intentionally fanning the flames, my lord, the moment you take action, that will then really be falling into Lan Feng's trap. All right. Blood Devil made a huge wave with his hand. You may all leave first. I will know what to do regarding this matter. Yes, my lord Blood Devil. The three people, Lady Lian Yu, Wu Hei, and Fire Devil, stood up and bowed. Promptly, one by one, they left. Kill Ming Liang, mused Blood Devil in a low voice. Immediately, there was a momentary sound of a light laughter, and Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had already disappeared from the great throne of the Blood Devil Hall. On that day, the sun's rays were glistening, and even the blood-red eaves of the Blood Devil Hall gave off a striking sheen. Meanwhile, at that moment, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had his hands clasped behind his back while standing at the main entrance to the Blood Devil Hall. For an entire day, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had pondered over the matter regarding Wukong Shui. Given his character, he had thought of revenge. However, Ni Yang's realm was absolutely more important than anything else. That was why Blood Devil Du Zhongjun could only forcefully suppress the anger within his heart. Moreover, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun was also not definitely confident that the murderer was sword immortal Hua Yan. Ah, Hua Yan, count yourself lucky this time. If it wasn't for my Lord Blood Devil Emperor's great task, I will definitely have you killed, said Blood Devil Du Zhongjun secretly within his mind. For those who were practicing the Blood Devil Modeo, their urge to kill were still very strong. Suddenly, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun felt a tug at his mind. He turned over a hand, and a transmission talisman appeared on his palm. After using his devil awareness to sweep over it once, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun began to mutter to himself, "It is actually A.O. Feng, looks like this A.O. Feng also cannot endure it any further." Blood Devil Du Zhongjun saw the message within the transmission talisman, and immediately replied with a message, Brother A.O. Feng, may I know the reason why you sought me out? Brother Du, we have already agreed on this the last time when we were at Snowfish Island. My Dragon Clan, your side of the Modeo, and Hua Yan's side of the Xiandao, our three sides will gather and assemble the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, and obtain the map to proceed into Ni Yang's realm, said A.O. Feng's message. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun gave a cold grunt, and spoke in a low tone, an alliance? If it was really that Hua Yan that had made a move, then he is extremely lacking in sincerity. At the same time, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun also replied with a message, Brother A.O. Feng, there is also no need to be too rushed regarding this matter. Have you spoken with Hua Yan about this? If it wasn't for Wukong Shui's death, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun would very likely have begun setting off for Ni Yang's realm some time ago. It was only that, at that point of time, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's heart was filled with hard feelings. I came to speak with you first, and will speak with Hua Yan after that. From your point of view, when should we proceed with the gathering of our three sides and obtain the map to go towards Ni Yang's realm? A.O. Feng inquired. Blood Devil considered for a moment. Within 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 months. Brother Du, do you have any matters recently? A.O. Feng was doubtful as to why that Blood Devil was not at all anxious. What kind of matters do you say I will have? The mission of the Ascendant Realm's emissaries was to enter Ni Yang's realm and obtain that treasure. What kind of other matters did they still have? Then why are you thus not anxious? From my point of view, our three sides should gather 3 days later, and then promptly head towards Ni Yang's realm. A.O. Feng suggested, after all, we are also only wasting our time here. It is still better to enter Ni Yang's realm early. Moreover, I feel that the longer we delay, that man gone will make me feel even more restless. Man gone? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun unintentionally felt his heart shudder. That man gone was a super divine beast purple-eyed bull demon king, and there was no need to say anything further regarding the strength of his capabilities. Moreover, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun still remembered the initial agreement between the two of them. He had previously agreed to give 3 of his places to enter Ni Yang's realm over to Man Gone. However, currently, he instead wanted to stealthily leave with A.O. Feng and Hua Yan first, while ignoring Man Gone. If Man Gone were to know about that, then the result would be extremely horrifying. Aophone, this Mangon is a super divine beast purple-eyed bull demon king, and the special characteristic of the purple-eyed bull demon king is them going berserk. Once Mangon goes berserk, then. Blood Devil Duzhong Jun sent a transmission message in reply, Aophone, from what I see, we have better still bring Mangon along. A Mangon that has gone berserk, that is extremely horrifying. No matter how highly Blood Devil Duzhong Jun had thought of himself, he also did not think that he could compare to Mangon. However, Aophone instead did not pay any heed to that. What are you scared of? The moment we exit from Ni Yang's realm, we will immediately return to the Ascendant Realms. When we are back in the Ascendant Realms, with our martial expert seniors protecting us, what can a single first-tier Demon King super divine beast like him do to us? Aophone was not in the slightest bit worried. Super divine beasts might be powerful, but a first-tier Demon King super divine beast did not pose much of a great threat. Blood Devil Duzhong Jun considered for a moment, and also thought that it made sense. After his return to the Devil Realm, why would he still be afraid of a single first-tier Demon King super divine beast? Alright. Since you suggested 3 days later, then make it 3 days later. However, you must at least have Hua Yan agree to it. Brother Du, then we have an agreement. I will now speak with Hua Yan. After storing the transmission talisman within his body, Blood Devil Duzhong Jun tilted his head and looked at the sun that was radiating forth a never-ending amount of heat in the sky. This planet and this stellar sun are still really huge. However, when the time comes for the stellar sun to be destroyed, how many people will remain on this planet? At least all the mortals will die. Blood Devil Duzhong Jun's mind was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies, and had instead thought of many other unnecessary matters. Rylane, the phrase translates to heavenly steed soaring across the skies, and is used in this case, to describe imagination and thoughts that are powerful and unrestrained. After a short while of pacing back and forth outside his Blood Devil Hall, Blood Devil Duzhong Jun felt that someone had sent him a transmission message. Flipping over his hand to retrieve a transmission talisman, Blood Devil Duzhong Jun did a sweep with his devil awareness and unintentionally gave a cold smile. It is actually Hua Yan. He still dares to send me a transmission message? Does he have a clear conscience, or is he being a hypocrite? Brother Hua Yan, do you have any matter that requires you to send me a transmission message? Blood Devil Duzhong Jun still had a slight sense of hostility towards Hua Yan. However, before Ni Yang's realm, any hatred had to be put down. No matter how great the hatred and hostility, they also could not be compared to the importance of Ni Yang's realm. Within a short moment, Hua Yan had transmitted a stream of news. Brother Du, Aophone had earlier spoken to you regarding the gathering of our three sides, and heading towards Ni Yang's realm together, right? Both you and Aophone had said to set off 3 days later, and I also agree. However, Brother Du, I just happened to come across one piece of news, continued Hua Yan's transmission message. There was the hint of a cold smile on Blood Devil Duzhong Jun's face. What piece of news? I heard that previously, a sword immortal had suddenly appeared 1 day ago and killed Wukong Shui. The capabilities of that sword immortal were powerful enough such that you were also unable to catch him. I know that there is a possibility for you to suspect me, but I, Hua Yan, can clearly tell you. That was definitely not done by me. That Hua Yan was also extremely clear, that if, during the cooperation of the three factions, that Blood Devil Duzhong Jun were to continue to be hostile towards him, then Blood Devil Duzhong Jun might even sabotage him while they were in Ni Yang's realm. That was why, no matter what, Hua Yan had to explain at least once. Wukong Shui's murder was done by a sword immortal. I suspected you, and had also suspected sword immortal Lan Feng, but as of now I do not have any evidence to identify who is the culprit. That is also why I did not take any action. Hua Yan, you can still be assured for now. Regardless of whether Wukong Shui was killed by you or not, I will absolutely not cause trouble for you. After all, Wukong Shui's death was insignificant compared to the importance of Ni Yang's realm. Blood Devil Duzhong Jun also wanted to assure the other party. Hua Yan was satisfied. He had also expected that the other side would absolutely not be that reckless, otherwise the Blood Devil Emperor of the Devil Realm would never have sent Duzhong Jun. If that is the case, then let us converge 3 days later at the Dragon Clan's Eager Dragon Island. This location was determined by Aophone. I definitely think that Aophone will also tell you this after a while. Eager Dragon Island, alright, I understand. A single Wukong Shui's death had caused his heart to ache, but the gathering 3 days later, as well as the matter of heading towards Ni Yang's realm together as one, was instead extremely important. After all, that was the important matter that Blood Devil Emperor had solemnly entrusted unto him. Eager Dragon Island. 3 days later, the three factions will soon gather. The winds blew, and willow branches swayed. A bending stream of clean and clear lake water gave of a series of ripples under the light touches of the gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Xinyu was currently beside that lake, leaning under a willow tree and resting with his eyes closed. After killing Mukong Shui, Xinyu did not immediately go and kill Reverend Mingliang. That was because he wanted to give Blood Devil Du Zhongjun some time for his revenge. However, within a single day, Xinyu did not receive any news of Blood Devil Du Zhongjun taking his revenge. He was a little disappointed. It should more or less be time. I also do not know what that Blood Devil Du Zhongjun must be thinking of now. I estimate that 80% is him forcibly enduring due to the matter with Ni Yang's realm. However, when Hua Yan discovers that Reverend Ming Liang is killed by energy that only blood devils possess, what will that result be, huh? Xinyu raised his body and stood up. Earlier, when I had offhandedly snatched this finest great devil equipment, that was really an extremely wise decision. Xinyu turned over a hand, and a finest great devil equipment appeared on his palm. Blood Moon. Blood Moon, it was a devil equipment that was specially refined from the Blood Devil Modeo. After passing through the hands of an unknown number of generations of Blood Devil Modeo martial experts, it naturally possessed within it energy that had a special Blood Devil Modeo aura. A third-tier golden immortal sword immortal, even if Blood Moon is to be used, can also easily kill a single loose immortal that has not even reached the domain level of a first-tier golden immortal, right? After one day of rest, Xinyu finally decided to take action against his second target, Reverend Ming Liang. With a single fluid movement, Xinyu stepped onto the ancient and exquisite long sword, and flew towards the direction of Qingshu Mountain. Meanwhile, the current Xinyu, and even Zhongzhu, Man Gone, and the others all did not know that the Immortal Realm's emissary, Devil Realm's emissary, as well as the Dragon Clan's emissary already had an agreement. There were still merely 3 days before the men of those three factions gather at Eager Dragon Island, and head towards Ni Yang's realm. Of course, that also depended on whether Sword Immortal Hua Yan would be able to tolerate Reverend Ming Liang being killed by a special energy belonging to the Blood Devil Modeo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 36. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 36, Truth Taken as False, False Taken as Truth. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Flocks of misty clouds drifted above Qingshu Mountain. Within a secret great hall at the highest location of Shangtian Palace, it was currently filled with celebratory voices and laughter. Reverend Ming Liang, Reverend Qi Yang, Reverend Ning Shan, Reverend Lan Bing, and Shui Yu Yang were sitting below, while Sword Immortal Hua Yan sat slightly above them on a great throne within Shangtian Palace. There was a restrictive spell placed outside of the Great Hall, isolating it from the people outside, preventing them from knowing what had transpired within the Great Hall. Senior Martial Brother, take a look at Senior Hua Yan's facial expression that's filled with joy. His mood must definitely be extremely decent. I definitely think that he had us gathered for some favorable matters. Reverend Ming Shan secretly used sound transfer, and spoke to the Reverend Ming Liang who was at one side. Reverend Ming Liang took a look at the Sword Immortal Hua Yan who was above him, and also nodded his head in agreement. Everyone, the reason why I have gathered all of you today is because I want to announce a wonderful piece of news, and this wonderful piece of news is not an ordinary piece of wonderful news. Sword Immortal Hua Yan's face was filled with a faint smile, and his voice resounded throughout the Great Hall. Would Senior Hua Yan please resolve our doubts for us fellow practitioners? Reverend Ming Liang smiled as he voiced out. At the same time, the other 4 loose immortal martial experts also looked towards Sword Immortal Hua Yan with gleaming eyes. For Sword Immortal Hua Yan to call something is not an ordinary piece of wonderful news, it seemed like that news was definitely something that would cause others to become extremely agitated. Hua Yan gave a cough, then slowly began to say, before I speak of that, I have to first tell all of you some information regarding the immortal realm. Otherwise, even if I were to tell all of you this great and wonderful news, all of you will also be unable to completely understand where is the wonderment in the news. Do all of you know that the immortal realm, devil realm, and demon realm are all actually part of the same, huge spatial space? Hua Yan smiled as he made the inquiry. Everyone below were startled, and only Reverend Ming Liang voiced out, Senior Hua Yan, when this junior used to practice the point star verse in the earlier years, some matters regarding the immortal realm, devil realm, and demon realm belonging to the same body was once recorded in the Jade Missive that taught the point star verse martial cultivation technique. Hua Yan nodded. Regarding the immortal realm that was located within the spatial space, the boundaries of the spatial space were large and endless. Amongst which the immortal realm occupied 20% of the spatial space, while the devil realm also occupied close to 20% of the space. The demon realm occupied close to 50% of the space. This demon realm is really a huge region, sighed Reverend Ming Liang unintentionally. Hua Yan nodded and said, definitely, the region occupied by the demon realm was extremely large. However, it was also extremely chaotic within the demon realm, which was why the demon realm also did not pose much of a threat to the immortal realm and devil realm. What Hua Yan had said were not false, but in reality, it was not solely the demon realm that had serious conflicts within its region. That immortal realm and devil realm similarly suffered from internal strife. That was why, no matter if it was the demon realm, immortal realm or devil realm, all the regions within them were extremely unstable. That was also why the regions between the three realms were still relatively stable. For the spatial space, both the immortals and devils each occupy 20%, while the demon realm occupied 50%, then what about the remaining 10%? Inquired Shui Yu Yang. The other loose immortals also looked at Hua Yan. It was obvious that they were also puzzled as to where that remaining 10% had gone to. This is a secret. I still cannot reveal it to all of you for now, said Hua Yan as he gave a light smile. Since Hua Yan had spoken as such, every single person present also knew how to behave in a delicate manner, and did not continue to inquire further. These three realms belonged to the same space, and interactions between them naturally became more frequent. Amongst them, there existed several powerful practitioners who were at the peak and had gained the respect of everyone from the three realms, of which one amongst them was Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. He was an 8th-tier mystic immortal sword immortal. Hua Yan had finally arrived to the point. Meanwhile, Reverend Ming Liang and the others immediately focused and began to listen carefully. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was a genius, and at the same time also possessed good fortune. No matter if it was his weapon, or even his powerful sword immortal verse technique, Sundering the Heavens sword verse, they were all extremely impressive. That was also the reason why he was relied upon by everyone from all the three immortal, devil, and demon realms. Hua Yan's face carried an expression of respect. No matter the sword immortal, every single one of them worshipped the strongest sword immortal, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. Initially, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was not the kind of person to wander about alone. He held a massive amount of power himself, and at the same time possessed spiritual treasures of the heavens and earth that were shocking. It was as if the number of treasures had reached a frightening amount, and the countless ultimate treasures were all hidden within his lair, Ni Yang's realm. Having said until there, Hua Yan smiled and gave his audience a look. How many spiritual treasures of the heavens and earth are there, huh? Reverend Qi Yang's eyes seemed to have a glow in them. Hua Yan smiled faintly and said, how many? How can I possibly know the actual amount? At the very least, finest grade immortal swords, finest grade battle armors, several finest grade immortal elixirs. The amount definitely exceeded hundreds. Moreover, there were still several peculiar treasures that contained several special capabilities. If I were to convert and count in terms of finest grade elemental spirit stones, the value of this Ni Yang's realm will at the very least be worth more than 1,000,000 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones. Hua Yan's voice was incomparably firm. Those 5 loose immortals were all stupefied. More than 1,000,000 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones? One piece was already that precious, but 1,000,000 pieces? That was such a huge amount of wealth. When Hua Yan looked at the 5 loose immortals who unintentionally had glows within their eyes, he secretly smiled. If you all knew that what I had said was only the outermost and most superficial part of Ni Yang's realm, all of you would probably be even more crazed. A pity, all of you are not qualified to obtain the true treasures at the interior. Since Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was once a leader of a huge faction, Hua Yan was absolutely unable to imagine just how many treasures did Immortal Emperor Ni Yang possess. Hua Yan only knew that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's earlier status was similar to Yu Huang, and even more so, his publicity was still slightly more impressive than Yu Huang. Moreover, the most precious treasure of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was absolutely not those rumored genius spiritual treasures. Even those kind of treasures would also not have made the various figureheads of the immortal, devil and demon realms that crazy to the point of not hesitating to exhaust a large amount of martial power just to break the barriers between two realms, and send their men down to the mortal realm. That was the true treasure. That was also the objective of every single emissary. This plaything is what's most precious. Solely this item, its value exceeds all the other treasures of Ni Yang's realm added together. Hua Yan still remembered Yu Huang's promise. If he, Hua Yan, had managed to obtain that treasure and bestow it to Yu Huang, then he, Hua Yan, would definitely be amongst the top level of Yu Huang's faction from then on. Alright, every one of you can stop being stupefied now. Hua Yan laughed lightly. Reverend Ming Liang, Reverend Qi Yang, and the other 3 people struggled to control their agitated emotions. When had those loose immortals of the mortal realm ever seen a finest grade elemental spirit stone? Usually, to be able to use a low-grade elemental spirit stone or middle-grade elemental spirit stone was already extremely impressive. The countless treasures of Ni Yang's realm had already caused a tremor within the hearts of those loose immortals. The state of mind? calm? Before Ni Yang's realm, who could still calm down? Sword Immortal Hua Yan continued, do all of you still remember the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, huh? Initially, I had spent countless treasures just to obtain a piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. There are a total of 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, and once these 3 pieces are combined, a map revealing the location of Ni Yang's realm will be shown. At the same time, a piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams allows for 6 people to enter Ni Yang's realm. Enter Ni Yang's realm? Bring 6 people, The minds of Reverend Ming Liang and the others unintentionally began to wander at a fast pace. It was obvious that each of them thought he was one of the 6 people. Meanwhile, I am prepared to bring the 5 of you in. Do all of you agree that this is a great and wonderful news? Asked Hua Yan in a soft voice. The eyes of Reverend Ming Liang and the other 4 people immediately lit up. Hua Yan absolutely did not give the 5 people a chance to express their gratitude, and continued, I have also said, after entering Ni Yang's realm, there will be an unlimited amount of treasures within it, and whatever treasures you obtain by yourselves will be yours. I will not forcefully take it over from you. However, there is one matter. After entering Ni Yang's realm, you will only take the treasures after I have allowed you to. If there is someone who disobeys my order, then do not blame me if he gets killed. Hua Yan's only target for that journey was that single piece of treasure. Whatever finest grade immortal equipment, immortal elixirs, whatever powerful spiritual treasures of the heavens and earth, to someone of Yu Huang's stature, those items did not have much attraction for him. Are all of you able to do what I have just said earlier? If not, there are many others who are thinking of entering Ni Yang's realm, said Hua Yan indifferently. Reverend Ming Liang, Reverend Qi Yang and the others instantly stood up. Reverend Ming Liang led and respectfully said, Be at ease, senior, the others and I are capable of doing it. Those 5 people all understood. In a place like Ni Yang's realm, treasures were also not that easily obtained. By following the Immortal Realm's emissary, they could naturally avoid many dangers. If they were to make any unauthorized moves, they estimated that they might even lose their small lives. Very good, you may all have a rest first. We will set off 2 days later, announced Hua Yan. 2 days, The 5 people below were very shocked. They had never thought that the coming day to set off would come that fast, but the 5 people immediately carried a delighted facial expression and respectfully replied, yes. Hi, Senior Martial Brother, Reverend Ming Liang and the others seem very happy today. The 5 great reverends have been drinking and celebrating for half a day already, said a thin and weak Shojin practitioner who was carrying wine jugs to another tall and large Shojin practitioner beside him who was also carrying wine jugs. Lower your voice, the reverends are very powerful. If they heard what you said and got provoked, us martial brothers will be finished forever, reminded that senior martial brother busily. The thin younger martial brother immediately became aware, and eagerly nodded, what senior martial brother said is also true, but they were only ordinary Shoshin practitioners, and were called to gather from amongst various sects by a group of loose immortals to serve the senior loose immortals. To those Jindan and Yuanying stage Shoshin practitioners, every single one of those loose immortals were way above them. There was no need to further speak of the strongest 5 reverends amongst those loose immortals. Reverend Ming Liang, Reverend Qi Yang, Reverend Lan Bing, Reverend Ming Shan, and Shui Yu Yang. If even one of the 5 great reverends were not satisfied, those ordinary Shoshin practitioners might have their accumulated martial cultivation ruined and made useless, then excommunicated from their own respective sects. Everyone, the current expedition to Ni Yang's realm is actually a great matter. It can be said that there is danger, but how can danger be resented if we are thinking of obtaining treasures? To be able to enter Ni Yang's realm and obtain the treasures within, without even encountering any danger, where in this world is there such a good thing? Asked Reverend Lan Bing. This is also the result of Ni Yang's realm being in the mortal realm, commented Reverend Ming Liang in a kind and pleasant tone. Time is getting short, everyone should also return and begin preparations to ensure that we will be in our best conditions to enter Ni Yang's realm. Remember, we cannot be this relaxed and slack. Reverend Ming Shan nodded and said, what senior martial brother said is reasonable, but everyone is also too overjoyed today, which is why we are happily celebrating now. Just let us relax and slack for today, it is also not such a huge matter. Reverend Ming Liang, what fellow practitioner Reverend Ming Shan said is also correct. Come, everyone raise your cups. Reverend Qi Yang also spoke in a cheerful tone. The 5 great reverends raised their cups at the same time and drank together. After drinking, a young Shoshin practitioner who was serving beside the 5 great reverends busily began filling the empty cups. Shui Yu Yang suddenly gave a cold snort. That was because the young Shoshin practitioner who was helping him refill the wine had gotten too nervous and spilt some wine onto Shui Yu Yang's gown. Which sect are you from? Asked Shui Yu Yang indifferently. This junior is from Lian Yang sect. That young Shoshin practitioner's face was pale, and he was utterly appalled. You can't even handle such a simple matter, yet you were actually chosen to serve me? It seems like the elite disciples of Lianyang's sect also have such a low level of mental state cultivation. It should be time for you to return and face the wall for 1,000 years. That will serve as good training for your mental state. Go then. Shui Yang announced the punishment indifferently. When that young Shoshin practitioner heard that he had to face the wall for 1,000 years, his mind was unintentionally shaken. Facing the wall for 1,000 years meant that a single person had to face against a mountain wall. Moreover, that person would be alone, and there would be no one else who would come. That person would persist in such a manner for 100 years. To a young Shoshin practitioner who had only spent such a short amount of time practicing, that was absolutely an extremely horrifying punishment. All right, brother practitioner Shui Yang, do not let a young disciple spoil your mood, said Reverend Ming Liang with an indifferent smile. In the eyes of that group of martial experts who stood at the very peak of the mortal realm, those ordinary Shoshin practitioner disciples were obviously up to them to reward or punish according to their mood. Maybe only Sword Immortal Lan Feng and those other martial experts would make them fearful. When that single young Shoshin practitioner got awarded with a punishment, the other young Shoshin practitioners naturally began to worry. Every single one of them was very careful, and they were all afraid to make even the slightest mistake. In the midst of being cautious, that group of young Shoshin practitioners did not make any big mistakes from that moment forth. However, that feeling was akin to walking on fine wire, and that made every young Shoshin practitioner feel fearful. In contrast, the 5 great reverends who were currently being served by those young Shoshin practitioners were instead very happy, exchanging toasts amongst themselves. Suddenly, it was at that moment. Ah, Huayan, you seem to be very comfortable, but I do not know why I always cannot stand the sight of you. You are also worthy of being a sword immortal? Hi, an indifferent and elegant voice resounded throughout the entire Qingshu mountain. Within an instant, it was as if everyone had frozen. The entire Qingshu mountain, every Shoshin practitioner, every loose immortal as well as the 5 great reverends, and especially Huayan, were shocked. There was a sharp, blood-red colored flash of light. It was as if the brilliance of a blood moon had descended from the 9 heavens to the ground. Pooh! There was a light and crisp echo. Reverend Ming Liang's entire person, who was still beside the wine table, began to shiver. Soon, the entire body strangely began to rot and decompose. At the same time, within mere moments, following a pang sound, the entire body transformed into a layer of blood mist. That finest grade immortal sword point star naturally fell. A blur flashed past, and that finest grade immortal sword point star had already disappeared without a trace. Ah! At that moment, the 4 great reverends who had survived retreated with horrified expressions. Reverend Ming Liang was killed within a single moment. Given the 4 people's level of cultivation, they naturally also could not withstand a single attack. When the group of young Shoshin practitioners who currently hid at a corner saw the horrified reactions of the 4 great reverends, they did not know why, but instead felt a sense of joy. It was Sword Immortal Lan Feng's voice. Reverend Ming Shan's eyes were filled with anger. His senior martial brother was the spiritual support of the Qingshu sect, and was the absolute best person of the sect. Now that his senior martial brother was murdered, that was an unprecedented blow against the Qingshu sect. How could Reverend Ming Shan not be furious? The figure of a person momentarily flashed, and Sword Immortal Huayan appeared before everyone. Senior Huayan, that was Sword Immortal Lan Feng's voice. Moreover, he had earlier said you are also worthy of being a sword immortal. The Reverend Ming Shan at that point of time only thought of wanting Sword Immortal Huayan to exact revenge. Shut up. Sword Immortal Huayan spoke in an indifferent tone. As if his throat had been strangled, the Reverend Ming Shan, who was earlier speaking in mid-sentence, forcibly stopped. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 37. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 37, Setting Off. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Sword Immortal Huayan's immortal awareness was absolutely unable to sense even the faintest presence of the enemy, so there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the enemy's martial capabilities were above his. The second was that the enemy had already left the search radius of his immortal awareness. Given Huayan's capabilities at that point of time, his search radius was still very broad, and it was very hard to escape the radius of his immortal awareness simply by teleporting once. That was why it definitely wasn't teleportation, but rather It should be a technique that golden immortal experts could perform, the large transfer. If it was said that the capabilities exceeded his, then the only people were Man Gone and Lan Feng. What a fast speed, did he perform the large transfer, huh? Sword Immortal Hua Yan mumbled in a low voice. He swept his icy cold gaze through the four directions once, his eyes rested especially long on the transformed mist of blood which was once Reverend Ming Liang. Disguising his voice as Sword Immortal Lan Feng's, doesn't he know that the sword energy of a sword immortal is very hard to imitate, huh? This style of murder is obviously a blood devil's technique. Similarly, the techniques of the blood devil's Modeo are also very hard to mimic. Even if I do not believe that it was you, Du Zhongjun, who did that, the truth cannot make me believe otherwise. Sword Immortal Hua Yan could feel a sense of rage rising from within his heart. Unless you still believe that Wukong Shui was murdered by me. Was that why you killed Ming Liang as an act of revenge? A furious voice continuously echoed within Sword Immortal Hua Yan's mind. Looks like this matter needs to be settled, otherwise it will be bad if you are to pull my leg from behind after we enter Nai Yang's realm. Sword Immortal Hua Yan had already made a decision in his mind. No matter if it was a misunderstanding or something else, that matter needed to be resolved before entering Nai Yang's realm. Reverend Ming Shan, Reverend Qi Yang and the other two people all looked at Hua Yan, awaiting his order. The four of you listen. Stay at Shangtian Palace. I will now make a trip to the Yingyue Mountains, said Sword Immortal Hua Yan indifferently. Yes, answered the four reverends respectfully. Sword Immortal Hua Yan's figure began to fade. It then completely disappeared from Qingshu Mountain. Pity, pity. Initially, during the time when I made the Sword Immortal puppet kill Wukong Shui using a Sword Immortal's technique, I had only pierced an extremely small hole through his yuanying. His yuanying did not suffer any damage and could still be used for refinement. However, this time when I used the finest grade devil equipment Blood Moon and attacked, the Blood Devil Modeo energy that was forced out from Blood Moon instead decomposed even Reverend Ming Liang's yuanying. It really is such a waste. Within Qingyu Immortal Mansion, Qingyu spoke and intentionally sighed alone. Ho Fei, Heiyu, as well as Sure Xian and his two brothers all looked at Qingyu in a strange manner from one side. Big brother, you killed others, stole their finest grade immortal equipment, then groaned and sighed only because you did not manage to get a yuanying. You really are, Ho Fei did not have the words to continue. Big brother is just far too happy. The Qingyu who was earlier pretending to lament immediately vanished. He burst out in laughter and said, still, Xiaohei understands me. Now that I have killed Reverend Ming Liang, the two perpetrators of the capital's blood case have already been executed, and a piece of sickness within my heart has been removed. Soon, we will get to see whether Sword Immortal Hua Yan and Blood Devil Du Zhongjun will take any action. There is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that they will not take any real action, said Ho Fei as he snickered. Hey, you also nodded in agreement. Xinyu took in a deep breath, then slowly breathed out, who cares huh? Whether the two of them really battle it out is only a side dish. What we need to prepare now is for the main dish. What main dish? Ho Fei was puzzled. Heiyu smiled as he looked at Ho Fei, and said, Monkey, you might not know this, but it is obviously the matter concerning entry into Nai Yang's realm. Xinyu nodded and said, correct. Currently, the side of the Loose Immortals, the side of the Loose Devils, as well as the Dragon Clan all have pieces of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. They will no longer waste any more time. Why did the emissaries of the Ascendant Realms descend? Wasn't it still just to enter Nai Yang's realm? If there was nothing obstructing them, they would proceed to Nai Yang's realm as soon as possible. From what I see, even though I had intentionally interfered with their plans, they will still proceed towards Nai Yang's realm in the near future. Reasonable, said Ho Fei as he nodded. Xinyu suddenly looked at Sure Xian and his two brothers. Sure Xian, after a period of time, all of you will first return to the Qianlong continent and go to where my royal father is. Fei, I and the others will first go to Nai Yang's realm, and we will look for all of you after we have exited from that place. Of course, there is no need to be anxious now, but... Yes, Sure Xian and his two brothers immediately replied. Within Blood Devil Hall. With his back straight and upright like a long sword, Hua Yan stood at the center of the Great Hall within Blood Devil Hall. Du Zhongjun, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Hua Yan's voice was as calm as usual, and it reverberated within Blood Devil Hall. Meanwhile, at that moment, there was absolutely no one within Blood Devil Great Hall except for Hua Yan alone. In a secret chamber within Blood Devil Hall. Hua Yan? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun was puzzled, why did he come? I didn't even find trouble for him regarding Wukong Shui's death, but instead, he came to find trouble for me. No matter what, entering Nai Yang's realm is the most important thing, I should still meet him once. Du Zhongjun's figure disappeared in midair from the secret chamber. Ha, so it is Hua Yan. someone's figure was seen appearing out of midair, sitting upon the great throne. Blood Devil Dujon was dressed in a blood-red robe, looking at Hua Yan with a smile on his face. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a restrictive spell appeared at the circumference of the entire Great Hall, which prevented outsiders from listening to the conversations within. Hua Yan looked at Blood Devil Duzhong-jun, my subordinate Reverend Ming Liang was just murdered by someone. Ming Liang is dead? The smile on Blood Devil Duzhong-jun's face immediately disappeared. Blood Devil Duzhong-jun's first thought was this Hua Yan came looking for trouble. His second thought was I did not kill Ming Liang, so who killed Ming Liang? This is a conspiracy. Within mere moments, Blood Devil had already felt that it was a conspiracy. Correct, Ming Liang is dead. Moreover, that person's voice was identical to Lan Feng's, voiced Hua Yan. However, Lan Feng is a sword immortal, but that method of murder was instead a special technique which belonged to the Blood Devil Modeo. After Ming Liang was struck once, his entire person decomposed until it finally transformed into a blood mist. Blood Devil Duzhong-jun's facial expression stiffened, then immediately began to smile. Hua Yan, don't tell me that you are suspecting me, huh? Hua Yan nodded and said, I am suspecting you. That is because the Blood Devil Modeo's special methods of killing definitely requires practicing the Blood Devil Modeo in order to possess the special energies that can create such an effect. So tell me, if it isn't you, who else can it be? Blood Devil Duzhong-jun frowned. However, within mere moments, a slight hint of ruthlessness appeared within Blood Devil Duzhong-jun's eyes. All right, I understand. Hua Yan, do you know that during that time when Wukong Shui was previously killed by a mysterious person, the finest grade devil equipment Blood Moon which I had once bestowed to him had also been taken by that person? Blood Moon? Hua Yan had also heard of that piece of devil equipment's prestigious name. Correct, Blood Moon. This is a piece of devil equipment that is suitable for martial experts practicing the Blood Devil Modeo. After being in the possession of an unknown number of generations of Blood Devil Modeo martial experts, Blood Moon naturally possessed a frightening amount of Blood Devil Modeo energy. I think that mysterious person must definitely have forced out the energy from Blood Moon, and killed Reverend Ming Liang with it. Blood Devil Duzhong-jun could still be considered calm. Hua Yan slightly nodded. I cannot deny that what you have said is very reasonable. However, how can I believe what you had just said? Hua Yan looked at Blood Devil Duzhong-jun. Blood Devil Duzhong-jun burst out laughing, and said, Hua Yan, you still do not understand the reason behind this, huh? Let me ask you, did you kill Wukong Shui? No, denied Hua Yan. Then isn't that it? You did not kill Wukong Shui, but Wukong Shui is dead. Unless, I killed him? Blood Devil Duzhong-jun smiled and said, it is not possible for me to kill, but neither did you. There is definitely someone who is intentionally disrupting the situation in the dark. Hua Yan glanced at Blood Devil Duzhong-jun, but still nodded his head at the end. Although what they had speculated was reasonable, would Blood Devil Duzhong-jun definitely believe that he, Hua Yan, did not kill Wukong Shui? Similarly, would Hua Yan absolutely believe that Duzhong-jun did not kill Reverend Ming Liang? It was only that the day to enter Ni Yang's realm was coming soon, which was why they could only believe in each other. Believing in what the other party had said, and believing that there was someone else intentionally sowing discord. All right, I will believe you regarding this matter. Hua Yan nodded, then promptly turned around and began walking for 2 steps. Suddenly, Hua Yan turned his head and momentarily looked at one direction before finally shaking his head in puzzlement. After that, Hua Yan's entire person disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't because of Ni Yang's realm, I would have long killed the bunch of you who came questioning me at my front door. Blood Devil Duzhong-jun was secretly seething in anger. Compared to Duzhong-jun, the cultivation of this Hua Yan soul is still slightly higher by a notch. He could actually vaguely sense my demon awareness. The sound of a loud laughter resounded within a manor. There were only 3 people within that manor, Man Gong, Yu Liang, and Kong Chao. Yu Liang was the person in control of the wilderness, while Kong Chao was the leader of the 3 great huge demons under Yu Liang. Those 3 people were the selected few of the wilderness demon clan to enter Ni Yang's realm. My lord, continuously using your demon awareness to observe the Inuan mountains must also be tiring. Ah, why not let us subordinates continue with the surveillance? Yu Liang asked respectfully. On that day, Man Gong and his party had appeared to be heading towards the wilderness after leaving Snowfish Island. However, not long after they left Snowfish Island, the reality was that Man Gong had quietly brought Yu Liang and Kong Chao back, and arrived at the Tinglong continent. Then, Man Gong personally used his demon awareness to continuously observe the Inuan mountains in secret. To use the words of what Man Gong had said, to believe in the devil, unless I am an idiot? I will thus observe him like this. The moment he leaves the Inuan mountains, there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that he will be converging with the other two sides to head towards Niyang's realm together. As long as I am keeping watch, he can forget about shaking me off. There was no need to say that Mangon's idea was stupid, but it was instead very useful. Of course, Mangon's level of martial cultivation was profound, and had even reached the peak of a first-tier demon king. Even though his demon awareness had blanketed over the Inui Mountains, that blood devil Du Zhongjun was instead not in the slightest bit aware. Although the cultivation of Sword Immortal Huayan's soul was slightly stronger, he had initially not detected anything during the time when he was discussing with Du Zhongjun. However, as he was about to leave, Huayan instead seemed to have sensed something. During that time, it was also only a vague perception, and not definite. Yu Liang, the moment you use your demon awareness, I estimate that Blood Devil Du Zhongjun will discover you within moments, said Mangon as he smiled. My lord, I will not observe Du Zhongjun. I will only look at Lady Lian Yu and the others. I believe that the sight of the loose devils will definitely need to mobilize quite a few people, and Lady Lian Yu and the others will naturally also head towards Niyang's realm. Keeping watch over them is as good as keeping watch over Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, replied Yu Liang respectfully. Mangon gave a slight smile and nodded. What you said is reasonable. However, Yu Liang, don't you forget, although you are only surveying Lady Lian Yu and the others, given Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's level of martial cultivation, won't he definitely discover you? Alright, I know that you are loyal, but leave this matter over to me. Although continuously activating my demon awareness might be a little tiring, it is still something that I can cope. After Mangon had finished speaking, he silently closed his eyes and began to rest, while his demon awareness continued to observe the Inui mountain range. Yu Liang and Kong Chao exchanged looks, but they could only remain guarding at one side helplessly. Time passed extremely fast, and very soon, the day to converge at Eager Dragon Island came. In the early morning of that day, the rays of the rising sun was warm, and the entire Inui Mountains emanated the fresh scent of the Earth's atmosphere. The best experts of the Inui Mountains, Lady Lianyu, Wu Hei, and Fire Devil all constantly had excited expressions on their faces. That was because they had long knew that was the day they were leaving for Eager Dragon Island. To leave for Eager Dragon Island represented heading towards Niyang's realm, and heading towards Niyang's realm meant that there were countless treasures waiting for them. When they recalled what Blood Devil Du Zhongjun had once described regarding the huge amount of treasures within Niyang's realm, and that it was a shocking amount of wealth, the three loose devil experts unintentionally felt their excitement rising. At the entrance to the Blood Devil Hall. The weather today is really not bad. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun stood near the entrance of the hall. He faintly smiled while facing the sun, and stretched his waist lazily. Apparently, he was in a very good mood. ORH? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun turned over a hand, and retrieved a transmission talisman. Brother Du, you had better not forget, we are gathering at Eager Dragon Island today to assemble the three pieces of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams and obtain the map to Niyang's realm. After that, there is also the matter of heading towards Niyang's realm together. Be at ease, how can I possibly forget this matter? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun did a sweep with his devil awareness once, then replied to the message. Instead, his mouth was muttering to himself, this AO Feng still really knows how to nag. Meanwhile, at that moment, Fire Devil, Wu Hei, Lian Yu, all of you should be prepared, right? Go and gather at the Blood Devil Hall. A familiar voice that they had long been expecting reverberated within the minds of Lady Lian Yu and the other two people. Promptly, using their fastest speed possible, Lady Lian Yu and the other two people directly headed towards the Blood Devil Hall. Within the interior of a manor on the Tinglong continent. They had actually gathered. Are they about to set off? Mangon, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. Du Zhongjun, looks like you are really what I had expected. You are prepared to ignore me, and intend to directly leave in secret. Mangon's devil awareness was currently observing each and every movement that Lady Lianyu, Wu Hei, Fire Devil, as well as Blood Devil Du Zhongjun were making. They were currently only gathering, so Mangon's anger still did not erupt. If Blood Devil Du Zhongjun were to really lead his men and leave, then there was really no one who could imagine the kind of things that a crazed Mangon would be capable of doing. Very good. Lianyu, you should have already arranged the matters regarding the Inui Mountains, right? Blood Devil Du Zhongjun asked with a faint smile on his face. Everything has already been arranged. My Lord Blood Devil, please be at ease. There was a smile on Lady Lian Yu's entire face. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun nodded, then gave a look at the three people and said, good, from now onwards, the three of you must follow my orders, and do not take any actions without my permission. Yes, my Lord Blood Devil, replied the three people respectfully. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun waved a hand in satisfaction, and said, now, we will first go to Eager Dragon Island and converge with the people from the other two sides. Move out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 38. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 38, Mangon's Fury. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. The Inua mountain range was covered in a layer of mist beneath the dazzling sun, and the most attractive feature of the entire Inua Mountains was the Blood Devil Hall situated at its very heart. Similarly, with Blood Devil Du Zhongjun currently as the leader, Lady Lianyu, Wu Hei, Fire Devil and the others were in the air above the Blood Devil Hall as a group. Following a single order from Blood Devil Du Zhongjun, Lady Lianyu and the other two people promptly prepared to set off. However, Du Zhongjun, you are indeed trustworthy. An indifferent voice resounded across the entire Inua Mountains, and continued to echo across the heavens. However, almost all the Xiuzhen practitioners could feel the anger and fury contained within that voice. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's facial expression momentarily changed, and he let out a low breath. It's Mangon. Resembling an evil god, Mangon appeared in the middle of the air above the Inua Mountains. The sudden surge of a dense demon aura sowed fear into the minds of every loose devil. The pupils of Mangon's eyes emanated rays of fiercely purple lights, further shaking the courage of those loose devils. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's facial expression appeared quite pale. Meanwhile, the three loose devil experts behind Blood Devil Du Zhongjun did not dare to even take a deep breath. Each and every one of them was trembling. No matter how proud or arrogant they usually were, they were still like mice meeting a cat before the strongest of the four great emissaries, Mangon. Wait for my order. All of you will first teleport, then head towards Eager Dragon Island together. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun spoke using his devil awareness and sound transfer. Yes, my Lord Blood Devil, replied Lady Lianyu and the others using sound transfer. Brother Mangon, I was just preparing to notify you. Who would have thought that you will appear, responded Blood Devil Du Zhongjun promptly with a smile. ORH? Is that really so? However, from what I had heard and saw, that did not seem to be the case. I will give you a chance. If you have a clear conscience, then make an oath to the heavens and earth. Mangon's cold eyes were looking at Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun was slightly dumbfounded. Lies could be told, but that oath should not be made lightly. That was especially true for practitioners. How could Blood Devil Du Zhongjun not know the horrifying consequences of violating oaths? Although he was only momentarily dumbfounded, Mangon instead already knew Du Zhongjun's secret intentions. Meanwhile, Mangon was the person who spoke out. His icy laughter echoed across the heavens and earth. Ha, what a marvelous Du Zhongjun, your guts are definitely not small. I really did not think that a little Blood Devil Modeo practitioner like you would also dare to lie and fool me like such. Since you are seeking death, then do not blame me for being merciless. After robbing your piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, I can all the same. That Mangon had only spoken halfway through his sentence, and a huge falchion energy with a length of several tens of meters appeared out of thin air in the middle of the sky. At the same time, Mangon was already grabbing a broad cleaving falchion in one hand. Pooh! Similar to paste, the entire space momentarily creeped outwards. Immediately, it completely ruptured open, and a gigantic black hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the sky above the Inua Mountains. A horrifying suction force began to swallow the surrounding mountain forests, rocks, as well as loose devils wildly. There were screams one after another, and one by one, loose devils were being swallowed alive by that chaotic and black ruptured hole. At the same time, large pieces of rock or even structures were also swallowed by it. That black ruptured hole seemed capable of swallowing anything. Nothing could withstand it. Before that spatial crack, the loose devils' resistance against it were completely futile, and that led to panic. The countless loose devils within the Inua mountain range panicked. When an expert of Mangon's standard fought to kill, those loose devils at one side were absolutely suffering the disaster of a pool of fish. Immediately, countless loose devils flew away in all directions in an attempt to escape, and even a few panicked loose devils actually used teleportation within such a chaotic space. However, attempting to teleport under such circumstances was tantamount to suicide. Those few loose devils were already frightened to the point that they had lost their common sense. Rylane translates to suffering the disaster of a pool of fish. It originated from part of a complete phrase, which meant the city gates caught fire, and water from the pool was used to extinguish the fire. Without water, the fishes in the pool then died. Therefore, what that idiom meant was caught in the crossfire. How despicable, cursed blood devil Du Zhongjun. Earlier, Mangon had intentionally made his move whilst still in the middle of a sentence. That had instead caught blood devil Du Zhongjun unprepared. Leave first, all of you. When you arrive at a place where the space is stable, immediately perform teleportation and rush to Eager Dragon Island first. All of you do not have to bother about my safety. Although he appeared extremely furious, his mind was instead calm. Du Zhongjun had very calmly used sound transfer to order the 3 great loose devil experts. Yes, my lord blood devil. Lady Lian Yu and the other 2 people understood the situation. Once the 3 of them had escaped, Du Zhongjun would no longer be restrained by them, and there was still a chance for him to escape then. Earlier, when Mangon had broken open space in a single attack, several hundreds of loose devils as well as several thousands of Shoma practitioners were swallowed up by that horrifying spatial crack within mere moments. Meanwhile, Lady Lianyu, Wu Hei, and Fire Devil had also mixed into the crowd of countless loose devils who were aimlessly escaping for their lives in all directions. Mangon, aren't you a little too much? Shouted Blood Devil Du Zhongjun in a cold tone. Too much? Ha, is this also called too much? Then, let me make you understand what is really too much. The purple light emitted by Mangon's pupils became brighter and brighter. A horrifying whirlwind began to swirl at an extremely fast speed around Mangon's right hand, while continuously shrinking at the same time. Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's facial expression changed drastically when he saw that scene. Blood enkindling escape. The fresh blood within Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's body began to boil completely, and bloody fluids began to seep out from every part of his body. However, Blood Devil Du Zhongjun's entire person transformed into a streak of bloody light and flew off at an extremely fast speed towards the east. Bastard! Having witnessed that scene, Mangon already knew one thing: no matter what, he was absolutely unable to catch up with Blood Devil Du Zhongjun then. Blood enkindling escape was neither teleportation nor large transfer, but a type of flying technique. It was only that blood enkindling escape enabled the user to increase their usual moving speed by 10 times. Under normal circumstances, Mangon's speed was faster than Blood Devil Du Zhongjun. However, after Blood Devil Du Zhongjun performed blood enkindling escape, Mangon was absolutely unable to catch up to him. My lord! Both Yu Liang and Kong Chao appeared behind Mangon. My lord, that Du Zhongjun. When Du Zhongjun was mentioned, Mangon got even more furious. That was because Mangon was very clear what that Du Zhongjun was thinking. Du Zhongjun absolutely did not care whether the loose devils of the mortal realm lived or died. Meanwhile, having currently lost the slots to enter Niyang's realm, how could he, Mangon, accomplish his mission? How could he obtain that treasure within Niyang's realm? The more he thought, the angrier he got. He was the most respected and noble super divine beast within the demon realm, and even though his martial skills were not high, super divine beasts were treated incomparably in a highly valued manner within the clan. When compared, the status of super divine beasts far exceeded that of a first-tier devil king such as Du Zhongjun. Du Zhongjun actually dared to deceive him. Mangon's facial expression became extremely unsightly. At the same time, the martial skill that was charging around his right fist continued to accumulate energy. The furious and crazed Mangon seemed to have forgotten to perform that attack. Yeah, Du Zhongjun, do not let me meet you again. Mangon tilted his head upwards and gave a furious roar, then abruptly gave the Inue Mountains beneath him a merciless smash with his right fist. That energy which had accumulated to its peak completely erupted instantly. With Mangon's fist as the focal point, the energy corrugated outwards in all directions. The entire space seemed to fluctuate with ripples. It was quiet. Under a single fist by Mangon, who was at the peak of his fury, all the rocks in the space that the ripples had traveled through completely transformed into fine powder. Merely a single moment. A huge hole with a radius of about 50 kilometers had appeared at the central region of the Inue Mountains. A never-before-seen large hole had appeared at the center of the entire Inue mountain range. The recent, successfully constructed Inue Palace was once again destroyed. My lord, what should we do now? Yu Liang and Kong Chao stood behind Mangon. Mangon briefly considered for a moment, while icy cold rays of light flashed within his eyes. Very good. They might have entered Niyang's realm, but the treasures within Niyang's realm definitely cannot increase their martial powers by much. Even if they were to come out, they will also not be my match. Once Du Zhongjun comes out, I will let him die. Even though his mouth had said those words, Mangon still felt very ruthless. That was because he knew, the first thing that the other party would do when they came out would be to immediately return to the Ascendant Realms. He was definitely afraid that not even a single chance would be given to him. However, he, Mangon, did not even have the chance to enter Niyang's realm anymore, not to mention obtaining that treasure within Niyang's realm. What else could he do? If I had known, I would have then bought those 3 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones from AO Foam, and obtained the Sundering the Heavens diagrams from the auctions. Mangon was extremely regretful. However, Mangon's face instead did not have any expression of admitting defeat. After all, he was an extremely proud super divine beast, and even if he had suffered a disadvantage, he would also have to grit his teeth and swallow it in. Eager Dragon Island. The side of the loose immortals and the side of the Dragon Clan had long arrived, while Lady Lianyu, Wu Hei, and Fire Devil had also arrived there. Senior Huayan, Senior Ao Foam, Senior Fang Tian. Earlier, that Mangon had killed a path into the Inuan Mountains, while my Lord Blood Devil attempted to restrain him. Thus, the 3 of us have arrived here in advance. I believe that my Lord Blood Devil will arrive here very soon, said Lady Lianyu respectfully. Huayan, Ao Foam, and Fang Tian exchanged looks, then they all had hints of a smile on each of their faces. None of the 3 great experts present were willing to make an enemy out of Mangon. That was because the other party was a super divine beast. Take for example Fang Tian, who was also a super divine beast. Although merely at the cultivated level of a 12th tribulation loose demon, similar to a 9th tier heavenly immortal, his capabilities were absolutely not beneath Huayan's. That was of course, given that both of them had the same weapons and armor. Meanwhile, Mangon was also a super divine beast. Moreover, he was also the super divine beast which had the strongest martial capabilities, as well as being a first-tier Demon King super divine beast. Suddenly, a blood-red colored figure unexpectedly appeared on Eager Dragon Island. All the martial experts present involuntarily turned their heads and looked. That blood-red colored figure was a bloody Du Zhongjun. Brother Du, what happened to you? Huayan presented a shocked expression. The current Du Zhongjun's face was pallid like snow, his entire body soaked in fresh blood, and the surface of his skin still had traces of scorched marks. That was the consequence of performing the blood enkindling escape. Nothing much, except that I was forced by Mangon to perform the blood enkindling escape. Even if I had a spiritual elixir, I estimate that it will also take me 3 days to recover. I would still like to request everyone to wait for another 3 days, said Du Zhongjun while facing the group of people. Huayan, Ao Foam, and Fang Tian all nodded. Brother Du can be at ease and concentrate on recuperating. Isn't it only 3 days? To me and the others, even if it is 3 years, that is also not much different to the time taken to snap our fingers, said Ao Foam with a smile, while the other 2 people also nodded. Du Zhongjun clasped his hands and said, then I shall thank everyone. Having said that, Du Zhongjun then sought a spot and directly began to calm his mind and recuperate. 3 days later. Within a small courtyard on Eager Dragon Island, the 3 factions had gathered the 3 pieces of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams and had obtained the map that showed the location of Ni Yang's realm. It is actually here. Ni Yang's realm is actually here, The 4 people who were present, Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Ao Foam, and Fang Tian, were all stupefied. Although they had thought there was that possibility, all of them had hoped that it was not so. However, the final result had told them that Ni Yang's realm was actually at that place. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was still really powerful. It might even be possible that this planet's peculiar environment was also created by him. Now that everyone knows the location of Ni Yang's realm, I definitely think that all of us also know the difficulty of this coming journey. Everyone shall first have a slight break. We will then immediately set off half a day later, alright? Ao Foam nodded while giving a faint smile. Huayan and Du Zhongjun also nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that the earlier combined map of heading towards Ni Yang's realm had made all the martial experts present shocked beyond compare. After the 4 people had separated from within the small courtyard, Fang Tian turned over a hand, and a transmission talisman appeared on his palm. Zhongju, it's me. Fang Tian and Zhongju had an extremely good friendship. After all, they were both super divine beasts. Moreover, they were also both initially invincible existences on the mortal realm. In terms of friendship that Fang Tian had towards Zhongju, his relationship with Zhongju was still more intimate when compared to the Dragon Clan's emissary Ao Foam. After all, no matter if it were competitions or joking with each other, the relationship between Fang Tian and Zhongju was still very good. They had felt as if they were very similar to each other. Ah, Fang Tian, is there anything? Zhongju also began chatting with Fang Tian. Zhongju, let me tell you something. My side of the Dragon Clan, the side of the Loose Devils, and the side of the Loose Immortals have already gathered and obtained the map showing the location of Ni Yang's realm. We are about to set off immediately. Ha ha. Zhongju, this time I am going to be 1 step ahead of you. Fang Tian told that news to Zhongju. Heading towards Ni Yang's realm? When he received that news, Zhongju's entire person was stupefied, and he regained awareness after a brief moment. How is it that fast? Zhongju hurriedly asked. You do not need to ask further regarding this matter. Moreover, my dragon clan still resent the few number of slots, so there is also no way I can bring you along. However, Zhongju, you can be at ease. I am very clear of your capabilities. It is only that you are missing a good weapon. This time, when I enter Ni Yang's realm, bringing back a set of powerful weapon and armor for you should still be considered easy. Isn't that good enough for a brother? Fang Tian joked. Zhongju hastily ended the conversation. You are really a good enough brother. Fang Tian, I have an important matter, and will contact you again later. Promptly, Zhongju immediately gave Qinyu a transmission message. The three brothers, Qinyu, Hofei, and Heiyu were being carefree within Qinyu Immortal Mansion. Zhongju? Qinyu doubtfully scanned the contents of the transmission talisman using his spiritual awareness. Immediately, his facial expression changed. Qinyu's eyes lit up, and within a moment, he immediately replied with a transmission message. Senior Zhongju, make haste towards Snowfish Island and let us gather. At that moment, we will also head towards Ni Yang's realm together. Instead, Qinyu silently began to carefully consider the meaning behind that piece of news. The side of the Loose Immortals, the side of the Loose Devils, Dragon Clan. Merely 3 sides only. What about that Mangon? I remember Mangon had initially said that he occupied slots from the side of the Loose Devils, but Zhongju's earlier message did not mention anything about Mangon. Then, there was a glint in Qinyu's eyes, and he promptly sent a transmission message to Mangon. Brother Mangon, this is Qinyu. Currently, the side of the Loose Immortals, the side of the Loose Devils, as well as the Dragon Clan have already joined hands and are preparing to head towards Ni Yang's realm. Do you know about this? Qinyu was momentarily startled. After he saw Mangon's reply transmission message, Qinyu smiled. Indeed, Mangon's situation was just as he had expected. Brother Mangon, there is no need to be agitated. Let me now tell you a very huge secret. This secret is that, with the exception of using the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, there is still another method to enter Ni Yang's realm. As luck would have it, I know of this method. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 39. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 39, The Abyss of Death. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. For an entire 3 days, the Tunglong continent suffered an unprecedented blow. Although the side of the Loose Immortals and the side of the Loose Devils had once fought a great battle over the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, the losses of that great battle were still incomparable to the losses suffered in those 3 days. Within those 3 days, a single invincible expert who was like an evil god had brutally and madly massacred countless of loose practitioner experts. Amongst the killed experts, the weakest loose practitioners were all of the 6th Tribulation. In merely 3 days, 80% of all the loose practitioners of the 6th Tribulation or higher on the Tinglong continent were either dead or injured. That was Mangon venting his anger. I did not even manage to enter Ni Yang's realm. When I return, I will definitely be laughed at by those bastards. The hatred within Mangon's heart was at its peak. He could not wait to break the bones and scatter the ashes of that Du Zhongjun. Rylane translates to break the bones and scatter the ashes. What it meant was to break and grind the bones of a dead body into ashes and scatter it about, which symbolizes great hatred. As for killing 80% of the loose practitioners who were of the 6th Tribulation or higher, within the demon realm, even destroying an entire planet could also not be considered a grave matter. Of course, the reason was because a method of revenge for some experts of that planet meant requiring to handle the hometown of the target. Qinyu? Mangon's heart thumped, and a piece of transmission talisman appeared within his hand. When he saw Qinyu's second message, Mangon felt as if he was dreaming. Brother Qinyu, this matter cannot be used as a boast. Entering Ni Yang's realm is an extremely huge matter. Mangon still found it a little hard to believe. After he had just received that piece of news using his demon awareness, Mangon once again sent a message. You truly have a method to enter Ni Yang's realm? Brother Mangon, just be assured. Why did my younger martial uncle auction away the Sundering the Heavens diagrams even after he had obtained it? If he did not already have other methods to enter Ni Yang's realm, would my younger martial uncle be willing to auction the Sundering the Heavens diagrams? Qinyu's message made Mangon feel more inclined to believe in him. Initially, Mangon had felt extremely puzzled. Did that sword immortal Lan Feng have a problem in his head? He actually wanted to auction that precious sundering the heavens diagrams. When he currently heard what Qin Yu had just said, Mangon understood a lot better. No wonder. The other person had long since possessed a method to enter Ni Yang's realm. The sundering the heavens diagrams absolutely did not have much use for him. Why? Brother Mangon, do you not believe what I have just said? The words sent by Qin Yu's spiritual awareness contained a slight hint of shame and annoyance. Brother Qin Yu, since you have already said so, of course I believe you. Mangon immediately sent a transmission message in reply. That Mangon also understood reason. No matter what, he would first believe, then talk about it later. After all, he, Mangon, currently did not have any method to enter Ni Yang's realm. At least, there was still a way by believing in Qin Yu. If he chose not to believe, then he, Mangon, could only watch helplessly while the other three great emissaries enter Ni Yang's realm. Brother Mangon, please rush over to Snowfish Island. Zhongju from the chaotic astral sea will also be arriving very soon. This is because I have with me 9 vacancies to enter Ni Yang's realm. For my side, I require 3 slots, while the side of the chaotic astral sea also require 3 slots. Brother Mangon, you can only have 3 slots as well, said Qin Yu, as he allocated the number of places to Mangon. 3 slots, dot. To the current Mangon, even a single slot was an extremely huge and pleasant surprise. Having heard what Qin Yu had said, Mangon's mind became resolute. Since even the people from the chaotic astral sea were participating, it looked like there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the matter was true. Moreover, from Qin Yu's point of view, there were also no benefits from intentionally fooling around with Mangon and Zhongju. Snowfish Island, alright, my men will arrive very soon. Mangon promptly sent a transmission message to Qin Yu. Then I will bring my 2 brothers along and await Brother Mangon's arrival. Qin Yu immediately then kept the transmission talisman. On Snowfish Island. After using the sword immortal puppet to kill Reverend Ming Liang, Qin Yu had long since quietly returned to Snowfish Island. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and his 2 brothers were currently beside the famous Snowfish Lake of Snowfish Island, bidding farewell to Shirexayan, Shirbing, and Shirzhan near the ancient teleportation array. Shirexayan, when you and your brothers arrive at the Qianlong continent, it will be enough to just look after my royal father and the others for a bit. As for the other things that all of you are thinking of doing, I definitely think that no one will interfere with all of you, nor possess the capabilities to interfere with all of you, said Qin Yu as he smiled. Shirexayan and his 2 brothers were instead secretly very happy. They could finally wander about freely for a while. Although they were also a little disappointed towards Ni Yang's realm, Shirexayan and the others still understood deep within their hearts. Without Qin Yu's help, if it were just by themselves, they would all die no matter how many times they entered Ni Yang's realm. Hi, Shirbing you brat, don't go overboard by playing too much. When the time comes for this Master Ho to ascend, as my spiritual beast and someone who has long reached the Dashang stage, you will also ascend. That is why you have to pay careful attention, reminded Ho Fei. Yes, Master, said Shirbing respectfully. Qin Yu and his 2 brothers had nicely corresponded with Shirexayan and his 2 brothers, with Shirexayan and his brothers as their great spiritual beasts. Qin Yu's spiritual beast of those 3 was the eldest brother Shirexayan, Ho Fei's spiritual beast of those 3 was the second brother Shirbing, while Heiyu's spiritual beast of those 3 was the youngest brother Shirzhan. Fei, there is no need to worry too much. Although the energies within you and Xiao Hei's bodies transform faster than ordinary people's, the Dashang stage still requires a minimum of a few years, right? Although a few years is a very short time, I definitely think that exploring Ni Yang's realm once also do not require that much time. I estimate that by the time you leave Ni Yang's realm, you will still not have ascended yet, said Qin Yu helplessly. The speed of Ho Fei and Heiyu's martial cultivation was extremely fast, and therefore the energies within their bodies were also transforming at an extremely fast speed. When the energies within their bodies had completely transformed into the demon elemental energy which belonged to the demon realm, that would be the time that Ho Fei and Heiyu ascend. It is a few years, said Ho Fei as he nodded. However, a few years is really very short. Only a single session of training behind closed doors will be required, and that amount of time would have easily passed. At Ho Fei's current level of martial cultivation, it would also be extremely normal to practice behind closed doors for 100 years. That was why they had all along seen a few years as a very short amount of time. Heiyu also nodded and said, I estimate that after entering Ni Yang's realm, the time taken would not be long. That is why the monkey also did not need to urgently remind Shirzhan and the others. Alright, Shirexayan and the rest of you, there is no need to remain here and listen to our rubbish. Hurry and head over to the Qianlong continent using the ancient teleportation array, said Qin Yu as he smiled. Yes, master. Shirexayan responded with a bow, then promptly led his two brothers and stepped inside the ancient teleportation array. Rays of light began to envelop them, and after mere moments, the lights from the ancient teleportation array disappeared. It was as if nothing had changed, except that Shirexien and his two brothers had already vanished without a trace. Snowfish Island was blanketed in a layer of white snow. Snowflakes sparkled under the sunshine. Under the sunlight, the entire Snowfish Island was like a tranquil winter wonderland. "Ah, Brother Chinyu." A deep voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Snowfish Island. The loudness of that voice was simply amazing, and countless snowflakes on Snowfish Island quivered before falling onto the ground. Chinyu, Hofei, and Heiyu were like three rays of black light, shooting forth from the courtyard below. Then, they stood upright in the middle of the air, smiling while looking at the three people opposite them. "Ha, it is indeed Brother Man gone." When I had just heard the voice, I was thinking, with the exception of Brother Man gone, who else in the current mortal realm would have such a domineering and characteristic tone of voice, huh? Said Chinyu with a faint smile. To enter Ni Yang's realm, the capabilities of his own side needed to be at least sufficiently strong. Initially, Chinyu had managed to pull Zhongju over to his side. Currently, Chinyu was very interested in Mangon, who had extremely strong capabilities, and also appeared to be ranked first amongst the four great emissaries. "Brother Chinyu, you can stop praising me. Until now, I still do not have any slots to enter Ni Yang's realm, and even now, I still have to run over to your place." "Oh right, where is Zhongju?" inquired Mangon. Mangon had already searched once using his demon awareness earlier. However, he discovered that there were actually no martial experts from the chaotic astral sea on Snowfish Island. Was Chinyu deceiving him? You are saying Senior Zong? He is someone from the chaotic astral sea. The oceanic regions of the chaotic astral sea are very broad, so no matter how close his distance, it will still take a period of time for him to rush over here, replied Chinyu with a smile. Suddenly. Who said that I still require a period of time? Zhongju's voice actually rang forth. Chinyu turned towards the source of the voice in astonishment and took a look. He could only see Zhongju leading two burly men as they walked over. Chinyu was familiar with those two burly men. Of the three large islands in the chaotic astral sea, they were the two island masters of the Black Wind Island. The brothers change into stone and transform into stone. The brothers change into stone and transform into stone were divine beasts, and their true forms were an extremely strange kind of divine beast, the petrification beast. Senior Zong. Chinyu was very shocked. Chinyu was very clear about the broad regions of the chaotic astral sea. The distance from the demonic Pang Island to the Snowfish Island outside of the chaotic astral sea was also half of several tens of billions of kilometers. To think about crossing such a long distance within such a short time was simply impossible. There is no need to be that shocked. Firstly, I was not exactly at the demonic Pang Island earlier, but rather, I was at Black Wind Island. Secondly, in terms of speed, my accomplishments are a lot faster than what you had thought, said Zhongju with an indifferent smile. At one side, Mangon also nodded and said, Chinyu, the speed of a golden-winged giant Pang is extremely exceptional. With regards to the various techniques of speed, no matter if it was teleportation or flight, or even if both of them were to be used between intervals, none of the other super divine beasts could learn them even if they wanted to, but... Alright, since everyone has already arrived, then let us proceed to the central courtyard for a rest. After that, I will first tell everyone about the map to proceed towards Ni Yang's realm. After those words left Chinyu's lips, Mangon and Zhongju both nodded in agreement. Half a day later. Within the central courtyard, four-sided courtyard. The auction event for the Sundering the Heavens diagrams was previously held there. Currently, Chinyu would instead be there announcing the map to head towards Ni Yang's realm. Brother Mangon, please take a seat. Senior Zong, please take a seat. Chinyu sat at one side of a round table, while Mangon and Zhongju sat at the other two sides, the three of them nicely forming a circle. Brother Mangon, Senior Zong, before I tell the both of you about the map of Ni Yang's realm, I will first give an account of the secrets regarding the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Since the both of you have never formed a blood contract with a piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, I definitely think that the both of you are not very familiar, right? Said Chinyu with a smile. Both Mangon and Zhongju shook their heads with a bitter smile, but they then nodded in agreement. Although the both of them could be considered as grand heroes, it was also definitely true that they had never once obtained a single piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Chinyu nodded and said, given Brother Mangon and Senior Zong's information from the chaotic astral sea, both of you definitely know that one of the three pieces of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams belong to me. That is also why I am absolutely clear of the Sundering the Heavens diagram secrets. Both Mangon and Zhongju slightly nodded their heads. Wasn't that piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams which belonged to Chinyu the fuse which sparked hostility between the side of the loose immortals and the side of the loose devils? Sundering the Heavens diagrams. When the three pieces are assembled together, a map which shows the location of Ni Yang's realm will then appear. Besides that, possessing the Sundering the Heavens diagrams is also a qualification to enter Ni Yang's realm. Every single piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams contained the purest Sundering the Heavens sword energy. When the time comes, only people who were enveloped by the Sundering the Heavens sword energy could enter Ni Yang's realm. The Sundering the Heavens sword energy of a single piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams could at the very most envelope 6 people, carefully explained Qinyu. Mangon and Zhongju slightly nodded their heads as they listened. I currently have with me the map to head towards Ni Yang's realm. Similarly, I also possess the pure Sundering the Heavens sword energy which belonged to a mortal emperor Ni Yang that was left behind by him. A single piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams could bring 6 people, while I can instead bring a total of 9 people, including me. Qinyu spoke, filled with self-confidence. Having heard Qinyu's eloquent speech, Mangon and Zhongju unintentionally began to believe in Qinyu. I believe that Brother Mangon and Senior Zong also understood what I meant. Qinyu smiled at the two people. Mangon nodded and said, Brother Qinyu, don't you mean to say that there are 2 requirements to enter Ni Yang's realm? The first is the map, while the second is the qualification to enter. Qinyu nodded. Correct. What I am about to give the both of you now is the first condition, the map. Qinyu waved a hand, and 2 copies of jade missives appeared in the middle of the air, floating before Mangon and Zhongju's eyes. Mangon and Zhongju both promptly stretched out a hand and each took a jade missive. As if at the same time, the both of them used their own demon awareness and scanned the contents of the map. It is actually here. Zhongju momentarily gave a blank stare. Mangon's facial expression was also as if he had just seen a ghost. Brother Qinyu, is this map of yours wrong? Mangon stared at Qinyu. Is it also possible for Ni Yang's realm to exist there? Qinyu shook his head with a smile and said, there is no need to be shocked and no need to feel strange. Even more so, there is no need to find that unbelievable. This map is real, and cannot be any more real than that. Ni Yang's realm is within the Abyss of Death, the legendary Abyss of Death. Qinyu recalled the time when he had first observed that map, after which he, himself, was amazed and found it hard to believe when he understood the overview of the huge planet that he was living on. The mortal planet that Qinyu was living on was an extremely gigantic planet. On the eastern half of that planet was the Qianlong continent, the ordinary seas to the north of the chaotic astral sea, the chaotic astral sea, the ordinary seas to the south of the chaotic astral sea, as well as the Tinglong continent. Meanwhile, the other half of that planet was instead a scene of hell, what was known to people as the land of extreme peril. When comparing the degree of danger between the chaotic astral sea to that land of extreme peril, it was absolutely similar to an insignificant witch meeting a prominent witch. Rylane translates to an insignificant witch meeting a prominent witch, which means a difference between 2 extremes. The land of extreme peril occupied half of the planet, with an area that amounted to the chaotic astral sea, the Qianlong continent, the Tinglong continent, the ordinary seas, amongst others, added together. The land of extreme peril was separated into 2 major parts. The land of extreme peril's domain of chill, and the land of extreme peril's domain of flame. Along the Qianlong continent, half of several millions of kilometers directly towards the north, would be the entrance to the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. Similarly, along the Tinglong continent, nearly half of several millions of kilometers directly towards the south, was also the entrance to the danger-filled land of extreme peril's domain of flame. Both the diameters of the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flame were half of a few hundreds of millions of kilometers. As a person ventured deeper, the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flame would also get more dangerous, and even ordinary loose practitioners would not dare to casually enter within. The level of danger had already reached an unprecedented stage. Meanwhile, the most dangerous place on the entire planet was not there, but rather, it was at the junction between the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flame. At the junction between the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flame, there was a bottomless chasm. It was a bottomless chasm without any sign of life, and it was known as the Abyss of Death. Amongst the oldest legends of the mortal realm, it was said that at the very center of the Abyss of Death, trespassers would definitely die. Meanwhile, according to the map given by Qinyu, the location of Ni Yang's realm was right at the very center of the Abyss of Death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 40. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 40, Land of Extreme Peril. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. The land of extreme peril, abyss of death, Mangon said in a bewildered tone. So this is the location of Ni Yang's realm. The abyss of death is mysterious beyond comparison. According to the records found on the mortal realm, it seems like no one has yet to discover the secret of this abyss of death. Zhongju also nodded and said, absolutely. No one knows the mysteriousness of the abyss of death. Xinyu curiously looked at Zhongju and asked, Senior Zong, the Dragon Clan's Fang Tian and you are both already invincible existences on the mortal realm. Don't tell me that the both of you have never tried investigating the abyss of death even once, but... Zhongju was slightly startled momentarily, then immediately shook his head and said, it's not that Fang Tian and I did not have the capabilities. We were just... a little lazy. Lazy? Mangon's entire face revealed that he found it unbelievable. Even if the both of you were lazy, the distance of half of several billions of kilometers should not be considered far for both Fang Tian and you, right? It would have been very easy to arrive there by relying on teleportation. Zhongju smiled. Regarding this, Brother Mangon, there is something that you do not know. If those half of several billions of kilometers were similar to the surroundings of the chaotic astral sea, then Fang Tian and I could have naturally arrived at the abyss of death very easily. However, no matter if we had set off from either the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, or the land of extreme peril's domain of flame, it would have been extremely difficult to even think of arriving at the abyss of death, but... Zhongju's eyes seemed to recall the scene. The land of extreme peril's domain of flame had an atmosphere filled with endless flaming fire energy. The land of extreme peril's domain of chill had an atmosphere filled with endless icy chill energy. No matter from which direction, even if it was me, it would also have been impossible to arrive at the abyss of death without having spent at least a year. A year? Xinyu had a huge shock on the spot. Xinyu was still very clear of Zhongju's speed. Even if Zhongju did not use teleportation, he believed that Zhongju could cover a distance of half of several billions of kilometers within a month. Why would he require a year's worth of time, huh? Alright, I will not say any more for now. You will all know the reason why I had said those words after we have set off. Let me tell all of you, that during the time when Fang Tian and I had set off for the abyss of death and advanced up to 95% of the journey, the both of us had instead retreated at the final 5%. One reason was because something had happened at the chaotic astral sea. The second reason was because the both of us also felt tired, said Zhongju helplessly. Xinyu and Mangon did not continue to ask further. Since they would understand once they arrive at the land of extreme peril, and the other party was also unwilling to say any further, why would they still probe further, huh? Xinyu smiled and inquired, Senior Zong, there are two methods to arrive at the abyss of death. One method is to set off towards the Tinglong continent and arrive at the land of extreme peril's domain of flame, then pass through the land of extreme peril's domain of flame to reach the abyss of death. The second method is to set off towards the north from the Qianlong continent and arrive at the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, then pass through the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, which is more or less of the same size, to also reach the abyss of death. Senior Zone, since you have the experience, which road do you think we should take to proceed, huh? Both Xinyu and Mangon looked at Zhongju. The map which Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had initially left behind was very simple. He had only drew a rough overview of the planet, and then pointed out the location of Ni Yang's realm, the abyss of death. At the same time, what the map of Ni Yang's realm had carefully described was the path after entering the abyss of death. From the outside, the path to reach the abyss of death was simple. However, after entering the abyss of death, finding Ni Yang's realm was instead an extremely difficult task which would be almost impossible to accomplish without a map. Zhongju considered for a moment, then said, our most important task right now is to first arrive at the abyss of death. According to my experience, it will be slightly better to advance from the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. As the saying goes, fire borrows its strength from the wind, which is why the difficulty of the land of extreme peril's domain of flame is greater. Fire borrows its strength from the wind? Xinyu inquired. Unless, what Senior Zong means is that there is the presence of wind at the land of extreme peril's domain of flame, and very strong winds at that? From what Xinyu had thought, Zhongju would absolutely not have minded winds that were normal. Zhongju nodded and said, correct, there are winds, and the strength of those winds are extremely great. Actually, those winds are not found solely at the land of extreme peril's domain of flame, they are also found at the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. It is only that there are pieces of ice on the surface of the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, so those winds will not pose much of a threat at the beginning. At that moment, both Xinyu and Mangon definitely did not notice the true meaning behind what Zhongju had said regarding those winds will not pose much of a threat at the beginning. The threat of those winds would only be small at the beginning, and it would be difficult to talk about their strength later on. Xinyu looked at Mangon. "Brother Mangon, what is your opinion?" Mangon momentarily laughed, and said, "Of course I believe Zhongju's words." "Brother Xinyu, which path do you think we should choose, huh?" Since both of you shared the same opinions and have chosen the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, then I will also choose the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. Xinyu said with a faint smile. Both Mangon and Zhongju nodded. For that journey, Xinyu had a total of 9 people: Xinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Zhongju, Change into Stone, Transform into Stone, Mangon, Yu Liang, and Kong Chao. It consisted of people that came from 3 sides. Meanwhile, there were instead quite a number of people for the other party's journey. They consisted mainly of Huayan's side of the Immortals, Du Zhongjun's side of the Devils, as well as Ao Feng and Fal Tian's side of the Dragon Clan. The people of both parties set off one before the other. There was not much difference in time between the both of them. Through the usage of Snowfish Island's ancient teleportation array, Xinyu's party directly arrived at the chaotic Astral Sea's Goldenwood Island. They directly headed north and rushed towards the Qianlong continent at an extremely fast speed. In the air above Goldenwood Island, Xinyu and the other 8 people were standing upright in the middle of the air. "Xinyu, even until now, you still do not know how to teleport. Hi, this flying speed is really too slow. Let me bring both Fei Fei and you along then," Zhongju said while smiling, then at the same time stretched out his hands and grabbed both Xinyu and Hofei's arms. Xinyu also did not resist. He smiled and said, "Fei Fei is at the Deshang stage, while I am also only at the late phase Dujie stage. Not knowing how to teleport is an extremely normal thing." "Hi, brother Xinyu, I find it strange." From behind Zhongju, Change into Stone inquired, "Not that I look down on you, brother. It is only that your level of cultivation is really a little low. That sword immortal martial uncle, and that Uncle Lon of yours, how can the both of them let you come while feeling assured?" Immediately, one by one, Zhongju, Mangon, as well as the other people, all looked at Xinyu. They had also felt very strange about that question all along. Although Xinyu was very mysterious, he could not conceal the flaw of his martial powers being low. Why did Xinyu's martial seniors allow him and his brothers to come while feeling assured, huh? To tell the truth, this is a test for me by Uncle Lon. Xinyu replied truthfully. That was absolutely the truth. Before Uncle Lon left, he definitely told Xinyu that only by entering Ni Yang's realm could Xinyu know his own level of martial cultivation, and only then could he meet Lier. Meanwhile, when Mangon and Zhongju heard what Xinyu had said, they still thought that was only a kind of test by Xinyu's sect. It really is a mysterious sect. Both Mangon and Zhongju secretly thought within their minds. "Alright, let us all not waste any more time and set off earlier," said Xinyu while smiling. Immediately, Zhongju alone brought along Xinyu and Hofei while Mangon brought along Heiyu. All of them directly performed teleportation and continued to proceed at a shocking speed. After a few blinks of the eyes, Xinyu and the others had crossed the Qianlong continent and arrived at the mysterious northern side of the Qianlong continent. There were half of several millions of kilometers of oceans at the northern side of the Qianlong continent. For those half of several millions of kilometers of oceans, the further it went north, the colder the temperature got. At the very end of the half of several millions of kilometers of oceans was the boundless land of extreme peril's domain of chill. The entire ground consisted of ice, and the various high-rise structures were also shaped from pieces of ice. Xinyu's party of 9 people landed on the surface of the boundless ice. "Still, the temperature is really low," Hofei whispered in his mouth. "These winds are also quite strong. If this was the Qianlong continent, even a large tree would also have been blown down." Rylane translates to Z's, and it is the sound made by clicking the tongue. They had stepped into a world of cold ice. Even more, they had stepped into the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. The land of extreme peril's domain of chill was a world of ice. At the same time, the winds of the land of extreme peril's domain of chill were extremely strong. Although Xinyu and the other people were at that point of time only at the fringe of the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, the strength of those winds were already at a frightening stage. These winds are still very weak. They will not affect our teleportation. Zhongju smiled and said, however, the further we head north, the strength of these winds will also get stronger while their volumes become smaller. The strength of their attacks will become sharper, and the resulting winds will possibly become like knives. After we proceed for 500 million kilometers, I estimate that all of us can no longer teleport. This is because at that point of time, the winds will have already caused the space to enter into a state of instability. Xinyu and the others understood clearly. No wonder. The maddening winds at that point of time were only the weakest. Why care that much about it? Don't tell me that we will be obstructed by mere wind? Set off, stop wasting time already. Mangon grabbed Heiyu's hand, then performed teleportation and proceeded onwards. Zhongju also grabbed each of both Qinyu and Hofei's hands and performed teleportation. Yu Liang, Kong Chao, change into stone, and transform into stone too, performed the miraculous teleportation one by one. The speed of teleportation was definitely and shockingly fast. In merely the time taken to drink a cup of tea, everyone could already feel the threat of the winds. It was obvious that they had all proceeded close to 500 million kilometers. Zhongju frowned and said, "We cannot continue to teleport ahead. The threat from the current winds are already very powerful. I estimate that after we proceed for another 5 million kilometers, the winds there will be sufficient to make the very space tremble." Everyone nodded. No one at that point of time dared to play the hero. Performing teleportation within an unstable space was tantamount to suicide. Promptly, the 9 people began to fly northwards at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Change into stone cried out in shock, "Brother Zong, it does not seem like we can replenish our energies in this place. I did not notice this when we were teleporting earlier, but I can feel it very clearly now." Mangon, Qinyu, and the others also frowned. It was obvious that, at that point of time, they had also discovered a special trait of the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. There was not even a shred of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth in the entire land of extreme peril's domain of chill. What only existed there was mystical icy chill energy. Mystical icy chill energy could only be absorbed by people who practiced special martial techniques. Typical people were absolutely unable to absorb it. Take for example Qinyu. His stellar transformations technique was extremely special, but instead belonged to the side of extreme heat, at the extreme side of yang. He was absolutely unable to absorb the mystical icy chill energy. Rylane, from my personal understanding, yin and yang are respectively negative and positive energies, and yin is usually associated with typical women since they are believed to have more yin energy than yang energy in their bodies, while yang is usually associated with typical men since they are believed to have more yang energy than yin energy in their bodies. Negative energies are also considered to be cold, while positive energies are considered to be hot. An extreme of either energy within a typical person's body is not beneficial to that person's health. The controller of the wilderness Yu Liang also frowned. "My lord, we will only consume the energies within our bodies in this land of extreme peril's domain of chill, and there is instead no way to replenish them. No matter how strong our martial powers are when we departed from Goldenwood Island, if this continues on, our martial powers will only continue to become weaker. But if there were no methods to replenish the energies within their bodies, even if it was a single first-tier golden immortal, along with the consumption of martial powers, his or her capabilities could possibly be lowered by more than half." Yu Liang, Kong Chao, how many spiritual elixirs capable of replenishing the energies within your bodies are the both of you carrying? Mangon asked. Yu Liang bowed and replied, "My lord, the amount of spiritual elixirs that this subordinate is carrying is already enough for the subordinate to continue proceeding at this pace for 1 year." Kong Chao also replied, "Although this subordinate did not bring as many spiritual elixirs as Lord Yu Liang, it is also sufficient for 6 to 7 months worth of consumption." The amount of energy consumed for flying was few, but no matter how few, it was also energy. They could previously replenish their energies by absorbing from the surroundings outside, while at that moment, they instead could not do that. They might be able to cope with the amount of energy consumed for a day's worth of flight, or maybe even 2 days, but what about 7 days, huh? 30 days? 100 days? Or maybe even more. The longer the time, the more horrifying it would be. Zhongju smiled faintly. He had already expected that to happen before they had set off. Moreover, he had the previous experience of journeying along the land of extreme peril. Within Zhongju's spatial ring, there were more than enough spiritual elixirs as well as elemental spirit stones that could replenish martial powers. Yu Liang, Kong Chao, here are 2 pieces of high-grade elemental spirit stones. Each of you can have one. I believe that will be sufficient for the both of you to consume for a very long period of time. Mangon was still secretly worried, and had given his 2 subordinates a piece of high-grade elemental spirit stone each. Qinyu and his 2 brothers were instead not in the slightest bit worried. Given Qinyu's natural elixir of rebirth, would they still be afraid of exhausting their martial powers? Senior Zone, all of you should also be ready, right? Then let's set off. Qinyu's party once again moved on ahead. At that time, the 9 of them only relied on flight. The flying speed of those 9 people were extremely fast, amongst which the speed of both Qinyu and Hofei fell slightly behind the others. However, the other people were not exactly too anxious, which was why the overall speed instead became slightly slower. Just like that, they flew for an entire 3 months. Every day, the distance of their progress shortened, and from 50 million kilometers, it had dropped to half of several tens of millions of kilometers. As everyone continued to advance, they were forced to begin lowering their speed. After 3 months, the 9 of them were also no longer that far away from the abyss of death. Big brother, how much more time do you say we will require to reach the abyss of death? Ho Fei said to Qin Yu while smiling. Qin Yu gave a faint smile. I am not clear. However, I am afraid we are now not far away from the abyss of death. If we are to continue at the current speed, I estimate that we will be able to arrive in a few days. Qin Yu and Ho Fei belonged to the last 2 people of the group of 9, and the both of them were having a leisurely chat. Careful! A voice that was like the roar of a thunder resounded all around, and everyone immediately stopped. What happened? Why did Zhong Ju shout? Qin Yu and Ho Fei also stopped, and doubtfully looked ahead. Zhong Ju, who was at the front, had quite a serious expression on his face. Everyone, if my expectations are not wrong, we should now be more or less 50 million kilometers away from the abyss of death. However, this final stretch of distance is also the hardest to overcome. When Fang Tian and I previously covered 95% of the distance, it is at this final stretch of distance that we gave up. Zhong Ju looked at the sky that was afar, and his facial expression was quite unsightly. All of you carefully look at the space in front of us. Avoid them by all means, and do not rush in recklessly. When everyone who were present heard Zhong Ju's serious words, no one dared to be careless anymore. Every single person carefully scrutinized the path ahead. When everyone took their first glance, the scene before them was quiet. When they took another careful look ahead, they could only see brief flickers of spatial cracks, each with a length close to the height of a person, with a width as fine as the rough size of a finger. However, almost immediately, everything once again returned to normal. If they did not take a careful look, they would definitely not have seen those fine spatial cracks. However, none of the people present dared to look lightly upon those fine spatial cracks. No matter how fine, they were still spatial cracks. If they were not careful, it would be very possible for them to throw away their lives. The originally savage winds have already condensed into such extreme states, and are just like knives. Their strengths are extremely powerful, such that they can even cut open gaps at some spaces. For this final distance of more or less 50 million kilometers, everywhere belongs to a region of spatial chaos. No matter if it is devil awareness, or demon awareness, and so on, nothing can be used normally. Here, we can only rely on ourselves for everything. Everyone needs to be careful, and even more careful. Once you come into contact with a spatial crack, no one can save you. Zhong Ju said seriously. They had not arrived at Nyang's realm, nor had they even arrived at the abyss of death, but merely the final stretch of distance belonging to the land of extreme peril's domain of chill had already made everyone present tremble secretly in shock. If someone did not notice a spatial crack appearing beside him, it was estimated that the poor person would be swallowed up, and his soul scattered into nothingness. That person could possibly be someone else, and could also possibly be themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 41. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 41, The Two Sides Converge. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. When they all saw the blades of wind cut across the path before them like knives, along with the spatial cracks that occasionally appeared, no one in that group of people dared to let down their guard. Including Qin Yu. A flowing blade of wind was swiftly shot towards Qin Yu and the group of people. Immediately, all the 9 people who were present individually performed their various own methods, and not even a single person dared to take the thread-like blade of wind lightly. That was because they had all seen how those kind of wind blades could even cut open space. Pului, there was a crisp sound, similar to how a keen knife split open a block of wood. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Second brother. Transform into stone looked worriedly at his own younger brother change into stone. The speed of that wind blade was simply too fast. Even when everyone dodged, change into stone was still struck since he was closer to that wind blade, and more than half of his right arm had been cut off. Change into stone momentarily frowned. Nothing much, it's only that I will need to exhaust quite an amount of energy to assemble my body. As a loose demon, so long as the Yuanying was not destroyed, that physical body could naturally be reassembled. It was only that assembling a physical body would require an extremely large amount of energy. Change into stone, do not assemble your right arm for the time being. After all, it will be better to have a smaller body in this place. Zhongju voiced out. Senior Zong, you are more familiar than me about this place. It will be better if you are to lead everyone for our journey ahead, said Qinyu while smiling. Since Qinyu had the map, as well as the method to bring everyone into Niyang's realm, he had been the person to give the commands throughout the journey. Zhongju did not reject. Everyone, the powers of these wind blades consist of both strong ones and weak ones. For example, when two wind blades converge, it is possible that they might instead form a single strong wind blade. The weak wind blades are not able to cut open space, but instead, the strong converged wind blades can. That is why everyone cannot afford to be careless. Zhongju recounted his previous experiences. Also, even for wind blades that are not able to cut open space, the powers of their attacks are also not far away from cutting space open. That is why, it is best for everyone not to come into contact with any wind blades. Of course, stay very far away from those spatial cracks. Luckily, these spatial cracks are all extremely small, which is why their swallowing radius is also very small and weak. Unless you come into contact with those spatial cracks, the devouring capabilities of those spatial cracks should still not be able to swallow all of you. Zhongju smiled while summarizing some of his past experiences by saying them out. The people who were present strived to remember those information. To summarize everything, do not touch any wind blades. Similarly, also avoid touching any spatial cracks. Once you do come into contact, for wind blades, you might break an arm or lose a leg. However, for spatial cracks, you will definitely die without any doubt. Zhongju said while giving a faint smile. Xinyu, Ho Fei, and the others all began to smile. They all understood what Zhongju meant. Wind blades and spatial cracks were both dangerous, while spatial cracks were the most dangerous of those two kinds. Coming into contact with spatial cracks would mean death. If there were some distance away from those spatial cracks, then the weak capabilities of those small spatial cracks would also not be sufficient to devour the people who were present. Good, now let us all set off. However, everyone will need to remember that each and every one of us has to only rely on ourselves. That is because, in an environment such as this, if you are to lose your concentration and care about others, it is very possible that you, yourself, will also be finished, bellowed Zhongju. Immediately, that party of 9 people began to set off. It was just as they had expected. The speed of their progress was extremely slow. To mortal men, the speed of those 9 people could be said to be extremely fast, but in the eyes of those 9 men, the speed of progress at that point of time was really too slow. They could only advance around 50,000 kilometers in a day. At that point of time, even Qinyu, who had reached the Deshang stage, could only slow down his speed by more than 100 times. If it were under normal circumstances, he would have controlled his middle-grade immortal sword and rode on it, easily crossing more than 5 million kilometers in a day. The main reason was being careful, and even more careful. Not even a single person dared to be a little negligent. After all, those winds did not have any shape nor color, and there were times where they appeared in bizarre ways. Moreover, there were also times where 2 wind blades clearly did not possess much strength, but instead met and converged into a single blade that possessed horrifying strength, even tearing open space. In short, no one could let their guard down at all times. I finally understand why Feng Tian and Zhongju had initially not persevered onwards. Qin Yu mentally gave a bitter smile. Having such a high level of mental concentration all times, even for a single day, the mind will also become very fatigued. Meanwhile, all of us will instead be required to maintain this state for an entire 3 years. Not good. Having just been mentally distracted, a wind blade slid across one side of Qin Yu's abdomen, and a wound that was 3 inches long appeared. However, the elemental life force within Qin Yu's body swiftly restored everything to how it once was. Instantly, Qin Yu did not dare to let his thoughts run wild again, and instead focused all his attention on moving ahead. When Xiuzhen practitioners went behind closed doors, although the duration was long, in reality, the practitioners themselves instead felt that the time spent was short. That was why they did not have feelings of fatigue. However, for Qin Yu and the others who, at that point of time, had to agonize and worriedly maintain high levels of concentration for 3 years, it was a lot more tiring compared to being behind closed doors for 30,000 years, or even 300,000 years. The days passed by, one at a time, but the long and arduous days still did not end. In one day, they covered 50,000 kilometers. A journey of about 50 million kilometers would, at the very least, require 3 years. Meanwhile, at that point of time, Qin Yu and his party had only spent a year. Amongst Qin Yu's party of 9 people, there were very large differences between their conditions. If it was to be said whose condition was the best, that would undoubtedly be Qin Yu. No matter if it was Mangon or Zhongju, or even the other people, everyone found that very strange. According to reason, to continuously maintain that state of high concentration, and constantly hover between life and death for an entire year, that would simply wear the mind down to a frightening stage. However, Qin Yu's entire person was instead in a better condition than before he had stepped into the land of extreme peril's domain of chill. Other people might not have known, but Qin Yu did. Within that short period of 1 year, Qin Yu knew just how much continuously maintaining a high level of concentration had helped in his own cultivation. On the first month, Qin Yu could completely control about 40% of the spiritual energy within his mind's consciousness. Following the second month, third month, fourth month, Qin Yu's control over the spiritual energy within his mind's consciousness became stronger. Currently, at that point of time, Qin Yu had actually completely gained control of the spiritual energy. Regarding the cultivation of his soul, at the very moment when Qin Yu had completely gained control of the spiritual energy, his soul had directly broken through the Deshang stage and achieved a new domain level. Meanwhile, Qin Yu also discovered a single point. When the domain level of his soul achieved a new domain level, all the spiritual energy completely accumulated into his soul and transformed into a physical body. At the same time, within his body, the percentage of the sun's nucleus occupying the planet also grew rapidly. If it continues like this, I estimate that I will completely arrive at the stellar stage within a year. Qin Yu was secretly very excited. Whenever his concentration had been exhausted to its peak, the meteoric tear would then completely restore Qin Yu to his peak condition. As each cycle of exhaustion followed by recovery continued, Qin Yu's degree of control over his spiritual energy rapidly soared. Due to the meteoric tear, within that entire year, not only did Qin Yu never experience extreme fatigue, his concentration instead became better. It was just that. Outsiders absolutely could not figure that out. Within that quiet world of cold ice, the party of 9 people continued ahead at an extreme speed. It had only appeared to be peaceful on the surface of that world of cold ice, and careful observations would reveal blades of wind cutting across their paths. Occasionally, several spatial cracks would also appear. The methods of advance for that party of 9 people were also completely different. If it was to be said whose method was the most elegant and most relaxed, that would be Zhongju as well as Heiyu. Zhongju and Heiyu were like catkins, swaying about easily. Whenever a wind blade hacked towards them, both of those catkins would slide with the wind and easily avoided that wind blade. The exact same movements. Zhongju and Heiyu's methods of avoidance were simply identical. That made everyone unable to not make a guess on what exactly could the relationship between that Heiyu and Zhongju be. That had once made Man Gon inquire Zhongju as to whether he knew Heiyu's true form, to which Zhongju also replied that he did not know. The only thing that definitely could not be wrong was that Heiyu was an avian divine beast. Of course. It also could not be said that merely from Zhongju and Heiyu's movements did they not have any danger. They could only easily avoid wind blades, and had to instead be careful of spatial cracks. That was because whenever wind blades hacked towards them, their body movements could enable them to easily avoid the attack. However, the spatial cracks instead contained an absorbing force, and would instead suck Zhongju and Heiyu towards them. That was why Zhongju and Heiyu also had to be careful at all times. Whenever they felt an absorbing force, Zhongju and Heiyu would immediately stop using those catkin-like body movements and dodged away. However, compared to the other people, Zhongju and Heiyu could be considered to be the most relaxed. Second only to both Zhongju and Heiyu was Yu Liang. Yu Liang had actually transformed into his true form, a vague little mouse. The legendary high-class divine beast, Heavenly Mouse. The Heavenly Mouse's degree of agility had simply reached a shocking stage. Before he encountered any danger, Yu Liang could use his extreme flexibility to dodge. That heavenly escape body technique was indeed extremely shocking. Meanwhile, Kong Chao, as well as Man Gon, came after Yu Liang. Kong Chao's true form was that of a 9-headed snake. He had actually transformed into a half-human, half-snake appearance, and had all 9 snake heads observing every single direction. Kong Chao could discover danger from any direction. Man Gon was instead the opposite. Although he only had a pair of eyes, those pair of purple pupils could instead discern the many dangers early. It was just that both Man Gon and Kong Chao required to focus their concentration at all times, which was extremely tiring. After Kong Chao and Man Gon was Ho Fei. There were countless flowing water floating around Ho Fei's body. Whenever danger approached the areas that had those flowing water spread throughout them, Ho Fei would discover it one step ahead. At the same time, that pair of fiery eyes was also taking notice of everything at all times. Fiery-eyed water ape, Ho Fei, although firstly, he had flowing water spread around him, and secondly, had a pair of fiery eyes to observe, his capabilities were weaker. The areas covered by the flowing water were not that wide, so even if Ho Fei could feel a wind blade, the time that he had to react was too few. That was why Ho Fei had to be ranked after Man Gon and Kong Chao. Although Heiyu had similarly weak martial powers, the catkin body technique was only drifting along with the wind, and did not demand high levels of martial power. The people ranked last were Change into Stone, Transform into Stone, and Chinyu. That was because the bodies of those three people were always bloody. When ranked according to how relaxed they were, first was Zhongju and Heiyu. Second, Yu Liang. Third, Kong Chao and Man Gan. Fourth, Ho Fei. Fifth, Transform into Stone, Change into Stone, as well as Chinyu. Why were the bodies of Chinyu and the other two people always bloody, huh? That was because those three people were constantly hurt by wind blades. Although the other people came close to being hurt, they had at least not suffered any injuries. The true forms of both Transform into Stone and Change into Stone were petrification beasts. Although they also had several special skills, they instead did not have any special methods to avoid those dangerous wind blades, and naturally suffered a disadvantage. However, they had instead relied on their slightly faster reaction speed due to their high martial powers to preserve their little lives. What about Chinyu, huh? In actual fact, amongst those 9 people, in terms of presence during that moment, Chinyu dazzled the most. That was because Chinyu performed Stellar Field. At that moment, the energy within Chinyu's body was energy from the true flame of the sun. Within that world of cold ice, Chinyu had actually formed a region similar to a large stellar cloud with him at the very center, Stellar Field. Since, at that point of time, the stellar energy was a blazing gold color, Chinyu's entire person was similar to a god of war bathed in golden light. It was just that god of war's body was constantly bloody. When Stellar Field was performed, Chinyu was able to control everything within its region. Chinyu could ascertain in advance if there was an incoming attack from a wind blade, or if a spatial crack was formed. The functionality of that stellar field was more or less similar to Ho Fei's flowing water that was spread around his surrounding areas. However, the stellar field could only be that large, and the speed of those wind blades were too fast, so Chinyu often could not dodge in time. He could only try his best to avoid being struck at the vital areas. That was why Chinyu had been frequently made bloody. However, within the blink of an eye, Chinyu's wounds would disappear. Although my body might appear to be covered in fresh blood, in actual fact there is instead not even a single scratch. Chinyu was secretly helpless. Looking at my physical appearance, I might seem to be in a terrible condition. In actual fact, I should be the most relaxed person. Who was the most relaxed? The truth of the situation was absolutely Chinyu. Chinyu, himself, was very clear. His stellar field could discover several dangers. Additionally, he also did not need to desperately dodge like the others, and only needed to avoid getting hit at his vital areas. As for simply avoiding getting hit at the vital areas, given Chinyu's speed, that could still be done. In actual fact, Chinyu had thought to avoid getting his entire body hit, but that was slightly difficult given his capabilities. However, even if he was hurt by wind blades, the elemental life force within Chinyu's body would also restore his body instantly. Even at that moment, Chinyu's condition remained at the peak, and was not that fatigued as compared to the others. It was only because of Ni Yang's realm that no one gave up. The powers of those wind blades increased as everyone got nearer to the abyss of death, and the spatial cracks frequency of appearance also increased respectively. Meanwhile, the number of people who had fresh blood on their bodies were no longer simply just Change into Stone, Transform into Stone, and Chinyu. At that moment, Chinyu and the others were completely unaware. They were not simply the only people who were undergoing those punishments at that place. The people at the side of the Dragon Clan, Loose Devils and Loose Immortals, were also suffering similar abuse. It was because Feng Tian had the experience, which was why they all knew that the Land of Extreme Peril's Domain of Flame was even more dangerous as compared to the Land of Extreme Peril's Domain of Chill. That was why they had also chosen that place. Since the dates which both parties had set off were not far from each other, the speed of their advances were also close. That was why the people from both parties were absolutely only half of several tens of thousands of kilometers to meeting each other. However, those two parties of people had actually not come into contact with each other all along. That was still really weird. Onwards, continuing onwards. No one in the party of 9 people spoke. All of them had their attentions focused and were moving forwards. The density of the wind blades in the middle of the sky had obviously increased greatly, such that even Zhongju and Heiyu were also no longer that relaxed. Meanwhile, Mangon's purple pupils were instead carefully observing every direction. Suddenly, the purple rays of light emanated by Mangon's pupils increased in intensity, and directly shot forth afar at a distance of several tens of feet. Meanwhile, in that direction, there were a group of vague silhouettes that seemed to also have difficulties moving forward. Du Zhongjun! Mangon suddenly gave a violent shout. The loud shout that came out of the blue not only startled Chinyu and the others, even Ao Feng, Huayan, and the other people in the other group afar also got a shock. It's Mangon! Du Zhongjun turned his head back for a look, and his facial expression immediately changed drastically. Why have they come? Hua Yan, Ao Feng, and the other people all had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Ah! Lady Lianyu, who had her concentration distracted, actually touched a spatial crack that had suddenly appeared. A blood-curdling scream could only be heard, and Lady Lianyu was actually entirely swallowed up by that spatial crack. Merely from a single shout. More than half the people who were present got injured from having their concentration distracted. Meanwhile, due to that single loud shout, Ao Feng's party also lost their very first person. Du Zhongjun, let me see where can you escape this time. Mangon was extremely furious. His body flashed an array of light, and a purple-colored battle armor appeared over his body, which radiated a piercing purple light. That strong presence seemed to startle even the surrounding space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 42. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 42, Blood Spiritual Grass. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Within the most dangerous region of the Land of Extreme Peril's domain of chill, wind blades and spatial cracks might occasionally appear. Meanwhile, at that moment, Ao Feng's group of people, as well as Qin Yu's group of people, noticed the existence of each other. Immediately, tension filled the atmosphere. Mangon, who was once lied to by Du Zhongjun, was even furious and about to make a move. Wait! A loud shout resounded forth. Ao Feng's body also flashed, and a set of gold-colored battle armor also appeared over his body. When compared to Mangon, his presence did not exactly differ by much. At that same time, Fang Tian and Hua Yan also stood behind Ao Feng. Those three people simultaneously looked at Mangon. Mangon icily looked towards Ao Feng. Ao Feng, what do you mean by this? Du Zhongjun, he made a fool of me and lied to me? So now, I am about to make a move and deal him the punishment. Don't tell me that you also want to obstruct? Ao Feng naturally knew of Mangon's temperament. Purple-eyed bull demon king. That clan, once their eyes turned red with madness, they would be extremely horrifying. No, not obstruct. I do have an extremely important matter to ask you. Ao Feng immediately said in a serious tone. Whatever matters cannot be compared to what I am about to do to Du Zhongjun now, so you had better step aside first. Whatever matters you have can wait to be said until after my battle with Du Zhongjun has ended. Mangon was extremely furious. When he saw that Ao Feng did not even slightly give way, Mangon gave a cold grunt and said, "What is it, unless you want to go against me?" Having said that, the killing intent around Mangon also shifted and pressured towards Ao Feng. Secretly cursing the words "mad bull," Ao Feng's face was instead filled with a faint smile. No, not going against brother Mangon. However, there is something that if I do not ask, I will absolutely not have a peace of mind. Our dragon clan, as well as the loose immortals and loose devils, exhausted countless efforts to finally know the map that leads to Niyang's realm. However, why did all of you also come? Hua Yan also solemnly said, Brother Mangon, I also find this matter to be very strange. All of you do not seem to have the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, so how do all of you know the location of Niyang's realm? Please don't say that all of you had nothing to do, and therefore thought of going to the abyss of death for a stroll. I think none of us will believe that. Would anyone even run over to a place where spatial cracks would frequently appear for a stroll? At that time, the people of both parties stopped in their tracks. When the people of both parties were rushing their journeys at an extreme speed, they had to be extremely careful of wind blades and spatial cracks. At the moment when they were standing still and not moving ahead, their guards against the difficulties of the wind blades as well as the spatial cracks had also risen significantly. Everyone had placed most of their thoughts on the people at the opposing side. The map that leads to Niyang's realm? Ha ha. Do you think that only all of you have it, but we don't? Mangon said with a sudden smile. Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Ao Feng, Fang Tian exchanged a few looks with each other, then secretly conversed amongst themselves, but still did not come to any conclusions. What use is it to only have the map that leads to Niyang's realm? Without the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, even if all of you arrive at the entrance to Niyang's realm, there is also absolutely no way for all of you to enter. Reverend Qi Yang's voice resounded forth from behind Hua Yan, his tone containing a hint of disdain. At that moment, Qin Yu continued to give a slight smile. He did not seem to have any reaction. Brother Qin Yu, should we tell them that you possess the map to Niyang's realm? Mangon used sound transfer, and his voice resounded within Qin Yu's mental consciousness. Qin Yu considered momentarily. In actual fact, Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others were already looking doubtfully at Qin Yu and his two brothers. From those Ascendant Realms emissaries' points of view, Qin Yu and his two brothers' martial powers were too low. With such low martial powers, there must definitely be a special reason for Man Gong and Zhongju to still bring them along. The more one tries to hide, the more one is exposed. Not telling them will instead make them continuously vigilant, so I'll just tell them directly. They will instead think that the seniors from my sect have bestowed the map to me, and will therefore not be too concerned with me. Qin Yu decided within a short while. Brother Man Gong, there is no need to hide. Just tell the truth. Qin Yu directly said in a loud and clear voice. When Qin Yu's voice resounded forth, Ao Feng, Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Fang Tian and the others all looked at Qin Yu in surprise. There was a glint in Man Gong's eyes. He gave a loud laugh and said, "You have guts, and are worthy of being my, Man Gong's brother." After that, Man Gong looked at Ao Feng, Hua Yan, and his side of people. Let me tell all of you the truth. This map that leads to Ni Yang's realm comes from Brother Qin Yu. Impossible. Ao Feng was the first to voice out. There are 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, and Qin Yu did have one piece since the beginning. However, this piece that our Dragon Clan possess, has all along remained in the hands of our Dragon Clan. Others have definitely never obtained it before. The map that leads to Ni Yang's realm requires 3 pieces to be gathered in order to be obtained. How can all of you possibly obtain it? Senior Ao Feng, nothing is absolute. Qin Yu smiled and said, unless Senior believes that. The map that leads to Ni Yang's realm is only hidden within the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. When Ao Feng, Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Fang Tian and the others heard what Qin Yu had said, they immediately understood and thought of a possibility. Besides the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, there were still other treasures that had the map leading to Ni Yang's realm hidden in them. Faced against the bewildered gazes of Ao Feng and the people of his party, Qin Yu only had a slight smile on his face. Little brother Qin Yu, where is your martial uncle Lan Feng Ha? Also, what about that Uncle Lan Ha? Ao Feng suddenly inquired. Ao Feng still secretly found Lan Feng to be a little unfathomable. Meanwhile, that legendary senior martial brother of Lan Feng who was even more powerful, the mysterious Uncle Lan, caused Ao Feng to be even more alarmed. Qin Yu smiled and said, Martial Uncle and Uncle Lan did not come this time, only us 3 brothers came. Ao Feng, Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others looked at each other. They already had a secret guess. It was very possible that Qin Yu's map came from his martial seniors. A mere Shojin practitioner who had not even reached the domain level of Heavenly Immortal actually dared to make a vain attempt to step into Ni Yang's realm. Wasn't that seeking death, huh? Those few people could not help but look at Qin Yu with gazes that carried pity. Qin Yu continued to give a slight smile. Ah, the few of you can slowly fight it out. Those several important figures at the Ascendant Realms have spent such huge efforts breaking through the barriers of 2 realms to let all of you hear. Seeing as to how all of you casually use finest grade immortal equipment, common treasures within Ni Yang's realm would definitely not be worth making those important figures behind all of you this desperate. So I definitely think that all of you must be after an extremely important treasure. Qin Yu instead had a kind of detached feeling. He suddenly thought of Lier within his mental consciousness. Lier's beautifully sweet smile. The days spent with her were that much enjoyable, and had passed by so fleetingly. Lier's every smile and every stubborn action were all so charming. No matter if it was Lier or even himself, both had belonged to the extremely reserved side in terms of romance. However, after being together for a long time, both of them instead came to know each other, and had fallen in love with each other. If you can't even break through Ni Yang's realm, you can forget about finding Lier. Uncle Lan's words from the time before he left, remained within Qin Yu's mind. You will know how much practice you require in order to reach the stage capable of finding Lier, after you arrive at Ni Yang's realm. In the deepest part of Ni Yang's realm, when you arrive there, you will know what domain level you need to be, before you can find Lier. Qin Yu clearly remembered every single sentence of Uncle Lan's initial words. It was only those words that Qin Yu made sure to remember within his mind, and there was never a moment that he dared to slack in doing that. I do not know if the treasure that all of you are pursuing, and the treasure that I am pursuing, is the same. If they are different, I might not take any action against all of you. I will first pretend to be an ordinary Shojin practitioner before all of you, and if the treasure that all of you are pursuing is the very treasure that I am pursuing, then all of you cannot blame me for being merciless at that point of time. Qin Yu looked at the 4 great emissaries, his eyes completely calm. No one knew that, at that moment, the sword immortal puppet kept within Qin Yu's body had already been filled with 9 pieces of finest grade elemental spirit stones by Qin Yu. The sword immortal puppet at that moment was the strongest sword immortal puppet. At that moment, Qin Yu would quietly follow behind those several experts. If his opponent's target was different from his, he would be docile. However, if everybody's target was the same, Xinyu would reveal his true fangs, and a 9th tier golden immortal sword immortal would perform his strongest attack power. Brother Xinyu, all of you first step back for a bit. Mangon suddenly voiced out. Xinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Zhongju, and Yu Liang, one by one, they all began stepping back. Ao Feng, now that you also know the answer to what you had thought of asking, you should also back to one side. Now, I definitely want to nicely settle accounts with this Du Zhongjun. No one has ever dared to make a fool out of me like this, but Du Zhongjun instead dared. I will make him understand. Purple-eyed bull demon kings should never be made a fool of, and should never be humiliated. Mangon's tone was cold, but the light from his purple pupils instead flared. The low tone of a bull's snort slowly began to echo in the surroundings. Brother Mangon, what? Ao Feng still thought of saying more, but Du Zhongjun suddenly gave Ao Feng a stubborn look, and Ao Feng's words were immediately choked at his throat. Mangon, do not think that just because you are a purple-eyed bull demon king, and is a super divine beast, that you are so extraordinary. If you think of killing me that much, then kill me. You had better not forget that I am a Blood Devil Modeo's elite disciple as well as the Devil Realm's emissary. Ah, if you want to make a move, then come. Du Zhongjun was also infuriated. A set of blood-red-colored battle armor also appeared over Du Zhongjun's body. Finest grade devil equipment. The weapons as well as the battle armors of the various great emissaries of the Ascendant Realms all belonged to the finest grade. However, those battle armors and other equipment had been under their blood contract since long ago. Once they were used, they would consume quite an amount of energy. Since the Land of Extreme Peril's domain of chill did not allow their energy to be replenished, the emissaries of the various Ascendant Realms had tried to avoid the wind blades as much as possible. Meanwhile, at that very moment, several wind blades hacked at those battle armors, but they were definitely not damaged in the slightest. The defensive finest grade immortal equipment, demon equipment, devil equipment, were definitely not of the same strength as common ones. Blood Devil Modeo? Dog's fart. Mangon gave a cold shout, and with a schwa sound, his entire person charged into the sky. At the same time, he transformed into a black-colored ray of light and descended from the sky, as if a black-colored scaled dragon was charging downwards. That black-colored scaled dragon savagely slammed down towards the blood-red-colored Du Zhongjun below, and the space generated ripples that diffused outwards in all directions. No matter how strong Du Zhongjun was, when faced against that single vengeful attack of Mangon's, he also immediately began to dodge. A loud crash could only be heard. After which, a cracking sound resounded forth. That cold ice which went for an unknown tens of thousands of meters deep had actually cracked open, creating several tens of giant jagged cracks. Meanwhile, at that moment, both of Mangon's hands were grabbing an extremely large black-colored mace, and the tip of that mace seemed hideously terrifying. Escape? Let me see, where can you escape to? Mangon's savage laughter resounded forth. After that, his entire person transformed into several blurs, and clashed with the other blood-red-colored blur. Trembling yet deafening sounds of exchange could only be heard echoing forth continuously, while at the same time, the cracks on the surface of the cold ice lengthened. Merely in the blink of an eye, the two people had exchanged at least 100 moves. Those two people split apart. Mangon's presence was powerful. His right hand was grabbing the hilt of the mace, while the killing intent emanating from his body was even more keen. Meanwhile, Du Zhongjun's face was pale, and fresh blood slowly trickled from the edge of his mouth. It was obvious that he had sustained serious injuries. Mangon, you had better not rely on your high level of martial power to appear very extraordinary. Remember, you had better not force me into extremes. I came down this time bearing an important task from His Highness Blood Devil Emperor. Although I do not want to use that item now, if you really want my life, then do not blame me for being desperate. Cold light flickered within Du Zhongjun's eyes, staring at the Mangon in front of them. Meanwhile, a vermilion medicinal elixir had already appeared within Du Zhongjun's right hand, and waves of red-colored light continuously spiraled around that pill. Blood spiritual grass. Both Ao Feng and Huayan could not control their emotions and unintentionally screamed out. Mangon's facial expression also changed. Meanwhile, Feng Tian, Zhongju, Xinyu, and the other batch of people from the mortal realm were secretly very clear. That vermilion medicinal elixir ought to be an extremely extraordinary medicinal elixir that should be extremely famous in the immortal, devil, and demon realms. Mangon was silent for a brief moment, after which he gave an icy cold smile and said, "Good, good. If you are to take that blood spiritual grass, your capabilities will definitely exceed mine. However, I am confident that I can make it through the effective duration of the blood spiritual grass. Despite killing you, I definitely think that I will also sustain serious injuries. I will spare you this time. Let's see who will obtain that treasure after entering Yang's realm. Du Zhongjun secretly relaxed a breath. He had the blood spiritual grass, but he believed that Mangon also had a trump card. Earlier, it was only that he felt Mangon's killing intent, and was thus forced to take out the blood spiritual grass to threaten Mangon. Indeed, Mangon did not dare to sustain serious injuries under such an important situation. Isn't it good like this? Everyone should now come together and cooperate. After we arrive at Yang's realm, everyone can then perform their own various skills, and whoever obtains the treasure will be due to his capabilities. Let us now seize the moment and set off. Ao Feng said while smiling. Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun also led their own people and followed up. We should also set off. Xin Yu said while smiling. Mangon, Zhongju and the others also set off at the same time. At that point of time, the two groups of people had already converged into a single group. Although there was an estrangement between the two groups of people, no one made a move at that moment. I am only curious about one point. Even if all of you find the entrance to Yang's realm, how are all of you going to enter? Ao Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Mangon as well as Qin Yu and the others. Mangon gave a cold smile and said, "We naturally have our own methods. Be at ease, we will not rob your Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Unless it is once again because of this Qin Yu?" Du Zhongjun looked at Qin Yu. Hua Yan, Ao Feng, Fang Tian and the others also looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu gave a faint smile, nodded and said, "I definitely think that seniors also know, entering Yang's realm will definitely rely on the Sundering the Heavens sword energy from the Sundering the Heavens diagrams." Correct. Du Zhongjun, Hua Yan and the others nodded. Qin Yu continued, "Then, have all of you ever thought why my younger martial uncle Lan Feng would know the Sundering the Heavens sword verse? I will end my words here. Those who are able to understand will understand, while those that cannot understand can also forget about it." After Qin Yu had finished speaking, he did not continue. Instead, he followed Hou Fei and the others, and continued to move forward. Lan Feng knows Immortal Emperor Yang's Sundering the Heavens sword verse, the Sundering the Heavens sword energy within the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Ao Feng, Hua Yan and the other people within that group secretly began to make wild guesses. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who was quietly rushing along at one side, instead had the hint of a slight smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 43. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 43, Yang's Realm. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. What are you looking at? Mangon coldly gave a shout. Wu Hei, who had just looked at Qin Yu's party of people, was frightened to the point that he felt his heart leap. At that moment, those two groups of people had already converged into a single group. However, during the time that they were rushing along at a fast pace, the people at the side of the Dragon Clan, Loose Devils, and Loose Immortals unintentionally got closer together, while the people at the side of the Chaotic Astral Sea, Wilderness, as well as Qin Yu also unintentionally got closer together, thus forming two smaller groups. There were a total of 13 people in the smaller group led by the Dragon Clan. It consisted of 5 people from the side of the Dragon Clan, 5 people from the side of the Loose Immortals, as well as 3 people from the side of the Loose Devils. The side of the Loose Devils originally had 4 people, nonetheless, Lady Lian Yu died. Qin Yu's smaller group had a total of 9 people. No words were spoken on that journey. Meanwhile, Qin Yu completely immersed himself in his practice as well as rushing along the journey. Within Qin Yu's Dantian, almost 95% of that green-colored planet's interior had changed into the sun's nucleus. It could be said that the entire green-colored planet also had a layer of green for its surface, while its interior was instead a large fiery ball. Meanwhile, the volume of that large fiery ball was slowly increasing. The amount of energy consumed during the time when his martial powers were changing was extremely shocking. The elemental life force within Qin Yu's body could instead replenish all exhausted energy in the blink of an eye. On that day, the two smaller groups that consisted a total of 22 people were silently advancing forward. As they continued moving forward, the density of those wind blades between the heavens and earth became stronger, and the frequency of spatial cracks appearing also increased by a fair bit. Everyone was also forced to carefully observe those dangers. Every single person performed their own methods to dodge those various dangers. The presence of Qin Yu's blazing stellar field made Qin Yu's entire person radiate a golden light. Suddenly, the external range of Qin Yu's stellar field greatly increased. Within a short moment, the diameter of that stellar field had actually increased by 2 to 3 times, while the intensity of its blaze had risen significantly. That made quite a number of people who were hurrying on the journey to unintentionally take a look at Chinyu. My congratulations to Brother Chinyu for having a breakthrough in your martial powers, Nangon said with a chuckle. Zonju also gave a slight smile and nodded. There was also a hint of joy on Chinyu's face. At that moment, like a sun, a huge ball of fire was suspended within Chinyu's dantian, while particles of blazing energy spiraled around inside the dantian. Without the obstruction from the green planet, the energy from the sun's nucleus was incomparably pure, and within a short moment, the amount of energy from the sun's nucleus had increased quite a number of times. With the martial powers that he had at that time, Chinyu believed that if he were to activate the abilities of the Ring of the Black Flame Lord, the strength of both the abilities areas would also have been increased significantly. Stellar Stage. Master, he had never achieved this stage, but instead, I finally have. Momentarily, Chinyu felt a slight sense of loss. Of the 6 domain levels of the stellar transformations, the final domain level was the stellar stage. I have finally achieved this stellar stage, but it also represents that from now on, the experiences that Master had left behind for me are already no longer of any use. I will need to rely on myself for the creation of breakthroughs in martial powers and domain levels from now on. Secretly, Chinyu also did not know if he should be happy or worried. The succeeding domain levels would have to be created by himself. The thought of creating a martial cultivation technique made Chinyu feel excited. However, if he were to fail in the creation and walked on the wrong path, it would be very possible for his soul to become destroyed and scattered into nothingness. Big brother, you achieved a breakthrough? Hey, you looked at Chinyu. Ho Fei also looked at Chinyu. Other people did not know of the several disadvantages of the stellar transformation's martial cultivation techniques, but the 2 closest brothers of Chinyu instead knew. The stellar transformations was an incomplete set of martial cultivation techniques, and the martial cultivation techniques created from the evolution of the universe was completely different from other martial cultivation techniques, and could absolutely not be transferred over to other martial cultivation techniques. Fei Fei, Xiaohei, do not worry, Chinyu said as he gave a light smile. Careful, Xiaohei. Chinyu suddenly saw a wind blade hacking towards Heiyu's direction. As if he was swaying with the wind, Heiyu easily floated to one side and avoided it. Big brother, the transformation of the energies within the bodies of the monkey and I are more or less completed, and it is hard to say when we will ascend. It might be half a year, or even 3 years. It is very hard to say. Heiyu helplessly said using sound transfer at that moment. Chinyu was secretly startled momentarily. With the exception of his parents as well as Lier, the people that Chinyu felt closest to were those 2 brothers. Moreover, Xiaohei and him were like relatives. When he was young, he did not have his royal father to care for him. He did not have a mother. He was always alone, carrying Xiaohei to the mountain peak of Donglan Mountain to look at the stars during the night. The lonely boy, the lonely black eagle, with the passing of time, both had practiced and arrived at the peak of the mortal realm. Ascension will force them to separate. Xiaohei and Fei Fei would go to the demon realm, while he instead would be plagued by the creation of a new martial cultivation technique. Meanwhile, it was absolutely hard for him to imagine where he would ascend to. Xiaohei, Fei Fei, both of you be at ease. I will definitely succeed in creating a martial cultivation technique, and when the time of ascension comes, I will definitely go find the both of you. Chinyu used spiritual awareness and sound transfer, and said resolutely. Moreover, it's not simply just finding the both of you. I still have to find Lier, which is why I will not fail. Big brother, you will not fail. Both Ho Fei and Heiyu also said as such. It was just that, no matter if it was Chinyu, or Ho Fei and Xiaohei, all of them knew what they had said at that moment were only meant to reassure themselves. Whether creating a martial cultivation technique would be successful or not, was not simply a matter of just saying that it would succeed. Poochie. A wind blade had sheared off a large piece of flesh from Xiaohei's shoulder. Alright, concentrate on hurrying along the road, Chinyu said busily using sound transfer. The 3 brothers did not speak any further, but instead hurried along the road in silence. It was just that those 3 brothers instead unintentionally flew side by side of each other, the 3 of them enjoying the final period of time that they were able to spend together in the mortal realm. While one elegantly dodged, the other avoided. Occasionally, the brothers would smile faintly amongst themselves, or had humorous expressions on their faces after being wounded by wind blades. After they had stepped into the final 50 million kilometers of the journey, close to 3 years had already passed. According to reason, everyone should have arrived at the abyss of death. However, until that moment, they still did not see the abyss of death, which was why they could only continue to move forward. However, the situation along the way revealed that the distance to the abyss of death was definitely very close from their location. That was because the wind blades had become denser, while the spatial crack's frequency of appearance had increased even more. Dodge? There were far too many wind blades. With the exception of Zhongju, Heiyu, Huayan, as well as Yu Liang who could barely dodge, the other people were absolutely unable to dodge, and could only use various methods to forcibly block. Looking at Heiyu, who was constantly drifting up and down erratically like a mirage, Xinyu felt very relieved. Xiao Hei's body techniques are impressive. My body's degree of toughness is already comparable to a common low-grade immortal equipment, and cannot be harmed by common wind blades that are weak. Even if I am injured by wind blades that are strong, I will also be fully restored by the elemental life force. Now, only Hou Fei is facing a little danger. Xinyu diverted part of his attention onto Hou Fei. At that moment, Hou Fei was wielding the black stick. Through use of the flowing water emanated by his body, as well as the careful observation of his fiery eyes, Hou Fei could discover danger in advance. Whilst avoiding, at the same time, Hou Fei used his black stick to directly hit wind blades that were unavoidable to the opposite side. Hou Fei's techniques with the stick were very exquisite. Xinyu had never thought that the usually stubborn and rash Hou Fei would actually know how to use such fleeting stick techniques. The black stick could only be seen gently moving to strike, and the direction of the wind blade actually changed. It looks like Fei Fei also do not have that great of a danger. Both Fei Fei and Xiao Hei also have a bottle of natural elixir of rebirth each, so I believe they will not have any great danger. Xinyu secretly felt slightly more at ease. If Xiao Hei and Fei Fei were in any real danger, Xinyu would directly pull them into Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Even if doing that would make the other people suspicious, Xinyu would also not take that into consideration. Ha, we will soon arrive at the abyss of death. Mangon's loud laughter resounded forth. Immediately, everyone looked towards the far distance. It was only that the boundless land of extreme peril's domain of chill was still in the far distance, and there was nothing else that could be seen. However, after Qingyu and the others had flown for another 500 kilometers, they finally could not help but be amazed by the powerfulness of Mangon's purple pupils. At the far distance, beyond an unknown number of tens of thousands of kilometers, those purple-colored flames were endlessly leaping towards the heavens. That scene made everyone shiver. Purple-colored flames. Wasn't that heavenly flames, huh? Moreover, those purple-colored heavenly flames were boundless without end. Those are the flames that belong to the land of extreme peril's domain of flames. The land of extreme peril's domain of chill might be a little dangerous, but most of the chilling fog are gathered within these pieces of ice. The attack power of the chilling fog that are outside are not exactly great, but the land of extreme peril's domain of flames is different. Those flames burn at absolutely every space, and it will be impossible to dodge. Zhongju said while smiling. Xinyu and the others secretly understood. It was no wonder that Zhongju had initially chosen to proceed through the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, and not through the land of extreme peril's domain of flames. Everyone knew that the distance to the abyss of death was close. That was because the abyss of death was right between the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flames. Immediately, everyone was filled with motivation, and their speed had actually once again begun to pick up. Everybody swiftly advanced forward, each and every single person could feel that they were close to Anyang's realm. This is the abyss of death, huh? Hou Fei looked at the scene before him, and unintentionally sucked in a breath of cold air. Xinyu, Hou Fei, and the others, including Mangon and the other Ascendant Realm's emissaries, had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Regarding the length of the abyss of death, its end could not be seen with a single look, while its width was also half of several thousands of kilometers. The abyss of death was unfathomable, and at the same time, countless wind blades were shot out from within the abyss of death. Simultaneously, the space was also occasionally filled with the eruptions of purple-colored heavenly flames. Moreover, there was also the jade-green-colored chilling fog that constantly diffused out. The abyss of death was simply hell. What brought about miraculous places such as the land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flames? Why were such peculiar winds generated? Xinyu looked at everything before his eyes, and he more or less understood. Those wind blades were generated due to the airflow between extreme cold and extreme heat. These winds turn out to be whirlwinds of two extremes, no wonder they had such strength. The land of extreme peril's domain of chill and the land of extreme peril's domain of flames, one of extreme cold, the other of extreme heat. However, the source for this extreme cold and this extreme heat should be within this abyss of death. Sword Immortal Huayan said, while giving a faint smile. Everyone agreed. That was because everyone saw the countless wind blades that shot out from within the abyss of death. The strength of those wind blades were ridiculously powerful, and spatial cracks successively appeared. There are blue mystical heavenly flames within those heavenly flames.
Du Zhongjun's facial expression changed?
Mangon, Huaiyan, Aophone, and the others carefully looked, and their facial expressions also changed drastically. Indeed, within the endless heavenly flames that came out from the abyss of death, there were blue-colored heavenly flames that looked like flowers.
Those blue-colored flames were extremely few.
The strength of heavenly flames might be great, but to Mangon and the others, they instead posed not much of a threat.
Blue mystical heavenly flames, those would be different.
Even golden immortals, demon kings, devil kings, would also not dare to easily come into contact with blue mystical heavenly flames.
It is not solely blue mystical heavenly flames.
Look over there, that is the jade-green smoke chilling fog that is as famous as the heavenly flames. However, contained within the jade-green smoke chilling fog is an extremely small amount of weeping gold chilling fog.
The strength of that weeping gold chilling fog is absolutely not beneath that of the blue mystical heavenly flames. The tone of Mangon's voice was low.
Forcibly charge in? Looking at those spatial cracks that frequently appeared, and the mysterious blue mystical heavenly flames that were mixed within the heavenly flames, as well as the weeping gold chilling fog that was mixed within the jade-green smoke chilling fog, all those explained everything. To forcibly charge in undoubtedly would result in death.
Ni Yang's realm is within that abyss of death.
Looking at such an environment, if we are to think of safely arriving at Ni Yang's realm, directly going down like this will undoubtedly would result in death.
We can only rely on the map and follow it.
Huaiyan looked at Qin Yu's group of people and said, although all of you said that you have the map, entering the abyss of death is the final and most important part of the map.
That is why all of you had better not follow us. Mangon, Zhongju and the others immediately frowned.
It was very obvious that Huaiyan and the others still suspected the truth of Qin Yu's map.
Follow all of you?
Senior Huaiyan would be looking down on us far too much. Senior Huaiyan, Senior Aophone, the people on our side will first set off.
That should be all right, huh? Qin Yu said while giving a faint smile. Promptly, they directly began walking towards the left direction.
Mangon and Zhongju gave a cold snort, then immediately led their men and followed after Qin Yu, walking towards the left direction. After only a mere moment, Qin Yu's small group of 9 people had entered into the abyss of death.
That direction? Why is the direction of our map pointing at this direction?
Huaiyan, Aophone, Du Zhongjun, and Fong Tian dumbfoundedly exchanged looks.
The route shown on their map was completely different from that of Qin Yu's.
Humph, I estimate that Qin Yu had gotten a wrong map from an unknown place. Our map was formed by combining the 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, and everyone was present when it was initially formed.
It absolutely cannot be wrong.
It's best if that Mangon is to die on that route because of that mistake. Du Zhongjun said with a cold smile, then promptly took the lead and moved forward towards the right side. Aophone, Huaiyan, and the others also followed behind. Since then, the 2 small groups each followed their various maps and entered into the abyss of death from 2 different directions.
Qin Yu,
this route of yours is still really safe. Following along this path, there are heavy flames at the outside, and endless wind blades, as well as boundless chilling fog, but instead all of us are not even in the slightest bit harmed.
Mangon said while giving a hearty laugh.
Qin Yu's party of 9 people had followed their route accordingly, and directly went deep into the abyss of death, continuously flying downwards at a swift pace. However, they were actually not even in the slightest bit hurt along the way. According to what the map indicates, we should proceed towards the right side after seeing this pillar. However, the right side is instead filled with endless wind blades. Qin Yu stopped in the middle of the air, beside a pillar. When Mangon and the other people behind saw that Qin Yu had stopped, one by one, they also began to stop. These wind blades also do not form spatial cracks.
Even if I am hit, I will also not die due to the elemental life force.
Qin Yu gritted his teeth, then took a step over. Big brother. Hofei and Heiyu immediately cried out in shock. The facial expressions of Mangon, Zhongju, and the others also changed.
This is an illusion. Everyone can just come in.
The sound of Qin Yu's laughter relayed over from the other side. Hofei and Heiyu relaxed a breath, then took the lead and followed inside, and the other people also followed inside. Following Qin Yu's map to advance, everyone was spooked by several illusions along the way, but in actual fact, not even a single person suffered any injury. Just like that, everyone had entirely flown downwards for about 3 days, and had also covered a distance of at least 500,000 kilometers. A large piece of open land appeared before Qin Yu's party.
The ends of that large piece of open land could not be seen from a single glance.
There were only 3 towering stone pillars on that boundless piece of open land. A single character was carved on each of those stone pillars in sequence, separated into Ni Yang's realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 44. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 44, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's Gift. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here.
Please note that some terms might be different from the past.
Silence.
The entire world was filled with complete silence, and the silence was terrifying. Qinyu, Mangon, Zhongju and the others did not have any hint of a pleasant surprise on their faces. Instead, what they did have were expressions of caution, and every single person carefully observed their surroundings. That boundless piece of open land did not have any grass or flowers, nor pieces of rocks. There was only a boundless piece of yellow soil. On that boundless piece of yellow soil, there were only those 3 solitary towering stone pillars. The 3 characters Ni Yang's realm also gave them a sense of immeasurable pressure.
Brother Qinyu, you say that this is Ni Yang's realm? The Ni Yang's realm where countless treasures were hidden. Zhongju began to voice out.
At the same time, those pair of eyes that belonged to him carefully swept across every direction.
There is nothing here at all. How does it look like a place that hid countless treasures?
It was just that Zhongju's voice made everyone jump in fright. That was because it had been far too quiet earlier, that the sound of a sudden voice was sufficient to frighten them.
Haha Zhongju. Mangon suddenly began to laugh loudly. I see that we are all much too nervous. Do you still remember that in order to enter Ni Yang's realm, we will definitely need to rely on the Sundering the Heavens sword energy?
Meanwhile, we have not exactly used the Sundering the Heavens sword energy, which is why we are still outside of Ni Yang's realm. Qinyu and the others regained their awareness.
Brother Qinyu, you were also stupefied by that imposing atmosphere earlier? Mangon said while smiling. Qinyu nodded in embarrassment.
I was still really overwhelmed earlier. When I saw those 3 large characters Ni Yang's realm, I had really thought that we have arrived at Ni Yang's realm, huh? It is only now that I recall we need to rely on the Sundering the Heavens sword energy to enter Ni Yang's realm.
That is why we should now still be outside of Ni Yang's realm. Being stumped is also normal.
I was also overwhelmed earlier, said Mangon with a chuckle. The boundless piece of land, the 3 solitary stone pillars, as well as the oppressive sense of coercion brought forth by the 3 large characters, were all really enough to stupefy people. Qinyu carefully looked at the 3 stone pillars, then nodded and said, from what I see, we should now be outside of Ni Yang's realm. I estimate that as long as we are enveloped by the Sundering the Heavens sword energy, we should be able to enter into the interior.
Mangon, Zhongju and the others all looked at the surroundings, before they finally nodded. That was because everyone had discovered a single implication.
At that moment, there were already no other directions to proceed forward. Moreover, the destination of the map that led to Ni Yang's realm obtained from Qinyu's Ring of the Black Flame Lord, was there.
Big brother, what about the group of people from the Dragon Clan, Loose Devils and Loose Immortals, huh? Why have they still not appeared? Unless the map that they have is a fake? Ho Fei suddenly voiced out. Everyone, including Qinyu, was startled.
They all suddenly remembered that other party led by the Dragon Clan. Qinyu's party had separated from the Dragon Clan's party outside of the Abyss of Death. According to reason, the Dragon Clan's party should also have arrived at their location.
Our map is real, while theirs is fake. Does such a simple reason still need to be said?
Petrification Beast Change into Stone said while smiling. I still really hope that group of people will all perish within the Abyss of Death.
Zhongju instead frowned.
From what I see, both maps should not be fake. They had obtained their map by combining the 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams, so that should not be a fake.
Zhongju's tone sounded quite certain. Qinyu also nodded in agreement.
There is no need to bother about whether that group of people is dead or alive, brother Qinyu.
Now, the earlier we enter Ni Yang's realm, the more beneficial it will be for us.
Hurry and use the Sundering the Heavens sword energy to bring us into Ni Yang's realm, reminded Mangon. All of the other people also looked at Qinyu, and they all seemed really anxious.
Qinyu felt secretly helpless, then nodded and said, since everyone wants to enter immediately, all right. I will now perform the Sundering the Heavens sword energy.
First, everyone gather closer, and with me as the center, form a circle.
Qinyu began giving out orders.
Immediately, Mangon, Yuliang, Kong Chao, Zhongju, change into stone, transform into stone, as well as Ho Fei and Heiyu, surrounded Qinyu from all directions. Qinyu sent his spiritual awareness into the Ring of the Black Flame Lord, and prepared to begin activating the Sundering the Heavens sword energy within that Ring of the Black Flame Lord. Meanwhile, right at that moment, almost everyone instantly looked over towards the right direction.
From the right, the sound of footsteps could only be heard echoing forth. "Ah, finally safe, who?" A loud roar rang forth. The first person to charge in was actually Wu Hei from the side of the Loose Devils. Within mere moments, Ao Feng, Fang Tian, Du Zhongjun, Huayan, Reverend Lan Bing, Reverend Ming Shan, Ao Su. One by one, experts that had their heads covered in ash and faces stained with mud appeared before everyone. At that very moment, the sights of an absolute majority of those 13 people were too horrifying to be witnessed. Fresh blood and wounds, damaged clothes, faces covered in dirt. They looked just like a group of beggars. Only Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun and several other experts looked slightly better. I say, Brother Ao Feng, Brother Huayan, what happened to all of you?" Mangon presented a startled expression. "Didn't all of you follow an absolutely correct route, huh? Each and every one of our people are safe and sound, but why are all of you made to look so awkward?" Ao Feng, Fang Tian, Du Zhongjun, Huayan and other people in that group looked at Qin Yu's group. Their eyes unintentionally began to reveal looks of disbelief. They had naturally believed that the reason they could rush and arrive at that place was because their map was authentic, and had also believed that Qin Yu's map was fake. Who would have thought that Qin Yu's side was the first to arrive, moreover, to have arrived safe and sound? Zhongju smiled and said, "It's very obvious that both maps are authentic. However, our map's route is a lot safer, while the route of that map which all of you possess is instead a lot more dangerous. Looking at all of you, it's still all right. Coming down from the abyss of death, like us, none of you died." One by one, Ao Feng, Huayan, Du Zhongjun and the other people in that group displayed their skills by using the energy within their bodies to tidy their appearances. Even energy were directly used on damaged clothes to once again form a complete set. Within mere moments, the group of beggars experienced a large change. "Is this Ni Yang's realm, huh?" When Huayan saw the 3 characters on those 3 stone pillars that were tall enough to reach the clouds, his eyes unintentionally glimmered. Similarly, the eyes of Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun and the others began to blaze. "Brother Qin Yu, stop looking at that group of idiots already. We shall first enter Ni Yang's realm and obtain treasures." Just let the group of people remain here in a stupor," ridiculed Mangon jokingly. Qin Yu secretly gave a smile. He knew that Mangon was intentionally aggravating Ao Feng's party, so he also accommodated immediately and said, "All right, everyone form a circle around me and stand properly. I will now begin." With Qin Yu at the center, waves of frightening sundering the heavens sword energy emanated forth to form a huge protective sword energy, completing enveloping Qin Yu and his surroundings. When he saw that scene, Huayan immediately shouted, "Ming Shan, Lan Bing, Qi Yang and Shui Yang, quickly gather around me." As he said that, Reverend Ming Shan and the other 3 great reverends immediately surrounded Huayan. Huayan did not dare to waste any more time, and also immediately began activating the sundering the heavens sword energy within his sundering the heavens diagrams. With Huayan at the center, a protective sword energy was emanated forth, enveloping the few people within it. At that moment, no one hesitated. At that moment, it was not solely Huayan, but Ao Feng as well as Du Zhongjun also immediately gathered their own people to form a circle around them, after which they began activating the sword energy. For protective sword energies could only be seen enveloping the people of 4 sides. It was just that amongst those 4 protective sword energies, Qin Yu's was the largest. Why? On the boundless piece of open land, those 3 solitary pillars actually began to tremble violently. With the 3 towering stone pillars as the central focal point, sound waves emanated outwards in all directions. Those sound waves contained extremely frightening destructive powers. The very open ground rolled under the sound waves. The very air trembled under the sound waves. Flames burst out from the ground. Chilling air came surrounding from all directions. Within a mere moment, the originally quiet open ground had actually become a world similar to hell. Blue-blessed heavenly flames and mystical golden chilling air even drifted all around. When they saw that scene, Mangon's group of people all secretly shivered in terror momentarily. What was strange was that the 4 groups of people who were enveloped by the 4 great protective sword energies were actually not hurt in the slightest bit. It was as if, when the surrounding attacks came into contact with the sundering the heaven sword energy, they would automatically keep away. No matter how much that world shook, those 3 stone pillars remained standing. Suddenly, very bright, 3 rays of piercing white light shot towards the sky from amongst those 3 stone pillars, which soon spread out in all directions. Those piercing rays of white light seemed to have blinded everyone who were present at the same time. Qin Yu instantly felt his eyes became blind, and then recovered after a brief moment. Meanwhile, at that moment, what Qin Yu's eyes could perceive was endless white light. That white light had covered the heavens, and shrouded the earth. Qin Yu could only vaguely see the several figures of the surrounding people beside him. Even spiritual awareness could not be used to investigate that space. Big brother, can you hear my voice? Ho Fei had voiced out. I can hear. Qin Yu secretly felt relaxed momentarily. This white light that had appeared is very peculiar, and did not seem to do any harm to us. It is just that visibility had dropped to a frightening stage. You are just beside me, but I can instead only vaguely see your figure. Mangon's voice rang forth, do not worry. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang definitely has his own profound intention for arranging it like this. Didn't you feel that the chaotic energies outside did not even harm us in the slightest bit, huh? I estimate that the reason is due to the sundering the heaven sword energy. Correct. Yu Liang smiled and said, now we can only wait. Could only wait. Qin Yu's face had the hint of a helpless smile. He could only quietly wait like that. It might be a short moment, or maybe half a day, or maybe 1 month. It was absolutely difficult to feel the flow of time within that world of white light. Meanwhile, the sudden white light began to slowly thin away. Qin Yu and his group of people could not help but carefully look at the surroundings. The white light gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, the sword energy also disappeared at the same time. There was a surging stream, and falling leaves danced in the air. There was flowing water beneath a little bridge, and a world that seemed like a paradise appeared before everyone's eyes. What a beautiful world! Qin Yu unintentionally sighed. The sky was an azure blue, while those flock of clouds was like a mass of gentleness. The pattern marks of cobblestones could be seen beneath the clear spring water, and ancient trees were as tall as several hundreds of meters. The traces of their past years remained on those mottled lines on their trunks. That beautiful world was like a world within a painting, a world within a dream. Meanwhile, everyone who was observing the surroundings also seemed to have seen the people of the other few sides at the same time. The 5 people of the Dragon Clan, the 5 people at the side of the Loose Immortals, as well as the 3 people at the side of the Loose Devils. This is the legendary starting area of Ni Yang's realm of Clear Mind. Since this is Ni Yang's realm of Clear Mind, This is Ni Yang's realm, finally arrived at Ni Yang's realm. The sound of Du Zhongjun's loud laughter rang forth at that peaceful world. Meanwhile, it was at that moment. A bolt of lightning savagely struck Du Zhongjun's head. No loud noise is allowed within the realm of Clear Mind. A voice resounded forth from the heavens and earth. The smile on Du Zhongjun's face stiffened. At the same time, his face turned red, and his throat momentarily squirmed. Then, a mouthful of fresh blood uncontrollably sprayed forth from his mouth. Promptly, Du Zhongjun immediately retrieved a medical elixir and swallowed it into his belly. To know that this is the first realm of Ni Yang's realm of Clear Mind, but actually not knowing the rules of the realm of Clear Mind, you really are seeking to suffer from punishments. At one side, Huayan said while smiling lightly. As people who came from the Ascendant Realms, they naturally knew several things related to Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's lair, Ni Yang's realm. After all, during the time when Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had initially traveled across the Immortal, Devil and Demon realms freely, he had also invited several important figures of the various realms to discuss matters. Moreover, the location was commonly held at his lair. That was why they all knew that the first realm of Ni Yang's realm was the realm of Clear Mind. They also knew that the realm of Clear Mind was an extremely peaceful world. Loud noises were absolutely not allowed, and making moves to fight to the death were even more so forbidden. Brother Qin Yu, you must all remember one point. You cannot speak too loudly in the realm of Clear Mind, otherwise. You have seen what had happened to Du Zhongjun earlier, right? Luckily, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's large array was initially only used for punishments, and the strength of the lightning was automatically judged accordingly to the person who spoke loudly. Otherwise, Du Zhongjun would not be just solely injured, said Mangon while smiling. It was just that the tone of Mangon's voice was still slightly soft, different from how much louder he had been in the past. Ho Fei, instead, covered his mouth. He had earlier wanted to give a few loud shouts, but was lucky that Du Zhongjun had ended up as an overturned card in front to give warning for those behind. Rylane translates to overturned card in front as a warning for those behind, meaning a lesson from the failure of one's predecessor. Within the realm of Clear Mind, it is even more so forbidden to make a move and attack, or else the consequences will be even more severe. Mangon once again reminded. Qin Yu firmly remembered that in his mind. It is good that I had initially decided to follow along with the emissaries from the Ascendant Realms and come together with them. If I had came alone in advance, I would not have known of the many taboos of Ni Yang's realm, and might unintentionally have broken several taboos, thus throwing away my little life. Qin Yu unintentionally rejoiced secretly. Qin Yu had also long thought of it. How could solely relying on brute force be capable of breaking through Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's lair? He might have the sword Immortal Puppet, but forcibly charging in would definitely result in death. Meanwhile, the emissaries from the Ascendant Realms were different. Every single one of them came well prepared. By following the emissaries from the Ascendant Realms and coming along with them, he could lessen the many detours he would otherwise take. If he came across any treasure that he required, Xinyu could still use the lightning-like speed of the sword immortal puppet to snatch it over at the end.
I am Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, and I welcome everyone to Ni Yang's realm. An indifferent voice resounded forth within that boundless heavens and earth. Within a short moment, everyone quietened down. Those were the words left behind by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. No one dared to ignore it. I definitely think that, amongst the people who have entered Ni Yang's realm, there are people from the Immortal Realm, and also the Devil Realm.
I am also afraid that there are people from the Demon Realm, right?
Her. Even as I am about to die, my lair can also attract this many people. I should really still feel proud of myself.
Xinyu secretly felt a momentary doubt.
During the time when he was at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, the tone of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's contained playfulness. Meanwhile, at that moment, the tone of that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice instead gave the feeling that he was intentionally being indifferent. Since all of you have entered, I definitely think that all of you must have suffered quite a lot of hardships. As the owner of Ni Yang's realm, I, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, naturally should prepare several presents for everyone.
The tone of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice was gentle and indifferent.
Through the realm of clear mind, all of you can find the scattered treasures cliff. There are quite a number of treasures there which, all of you can indulge in taking.
This can be considered as my greeting presents to all of you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 45.
Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 45, Scattered Treasures Cliff that was stained red. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information.
You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past.
Greeting presents?
Immediately, the four great loose immortals directly under Huayan's command, the three great elders of the Dragon Clan as well as Wu Hei, Fire Devil, and the others, one by one, they began to become restless and eager. The target of the four great Ascendant Realms emissaries was not there, which was why it was possible for them to remain calm.
However, instead, their men could not remain calm. Xinyu was also very calm.
His target was not the treasures left behind by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, but was the item that Uncle Lan had left for him. That item was related to the kind of domain level that he needed to practice to, in order to meet Lier.
The Scattered Treasures Cliff is separated into two levels.
The upper level has 10 or more finest grade immortal equipment. Those equipment are very much different from each other, and there is even a set of finest grade immortal equipment battle armor.
Immortal Emperor Ni Yang said with a light laugh.
Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Man Gon, Zhongju and the other experts, one by one, there was a glint in all their eyes. They might not be too concerned with finest grade immortal swords, but that would be very different for finest grade immortal equipment battle armor.
There are more than 100 high-grade immortal equipment at the lower level.
Most are offensive types, and there are also quite a few sets of defensive battle armor. At the same time, there is also a special type of weapon.
Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's second sentence made everybody's heart thumped. More than 100 pieces of high-grade immortal equipment?
Bringing those high-grade immortal equipment back could also be considered a huge fortune. After all, that most important treasure would also be given to their own respective leaders.
Only those immortal equipment could belong to them. Special type of weapon?
There was a glint in Huayan's eyes. Special type of weapons were usually even harder to obtain than defensive battle armor.
Xinyu looked at the surrounding people.
It looks like there may be a large fight to the death when we all arrive at the Scattered Treasures Cliff. Xiao Hei and I, as well as the others, also do not have any good defensive armor. It looks like I should also try my best to obtain a set.
Xinyu also secretly began to feel motivated to compete.
It is only that the words of this Immortal Emperor Ni Yang cannot be completely believed. Xinyu possessed the experience of what had happened at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion. Meanwhile, at that moment, the usually indifferent tone of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice suddenly became aggressive.
There should be someone who came from the Immortal Realm here, right?
I shall advise in advance to that person from the Immortal Realms to give up earlier.
That is because
the difficulty for you to survive at Ni Yang's realm will be 3 times higher compared to the others. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words contained within it absolute fury. Coming from the Immortal Realm, you must be someone who belongs to either Yu Huang or Xian Di. These two bastards who are thinking of obtaining my items are dreaming.
Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was furious. The little fellow that came from the immortal realm, do not say that I did not give you a chance. It's just that the difficulty has been raised by 3 times only. Hua Yan's facial expression was lifeless. Mangon, Du Zhongjun, Aofeng, Fang Tian, Zhongju, and the group of other people all gave Hua Yan looks filled with sympathy. It was very obvious that immortal Emperor Ni Yang possessed a very huge hatred towards Yu Huang, Xian Di, and the other people from the immortal realm. That was why he had made the challenges to be very difficult for people from the immortal realm. During the time before I left, no wonder His Highness Yu Huang had told me, Hua Yan's entire face was filled with helplessness and a bitter smile. By increasing the difficulty, it did not solely mean that the chances of him obtaining treasures would be reduced, but most importantly, he, Hua Yan, would very likely lose his life within that Ni Yang's realm. Alright, as for the people from the demon realm, devil realm, as well as ordinary practitioners from the mortal realm, I will treat all of you equally. The special restrictive spells which I had set would only be effective against immortals who have achieved the domain level of first tier golden immortal and above. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice resounded forth. Although I am personally not around, even if Yu Huang and the others were to personally come, I think that it would not be possible for them to forcibly break those restrictive spells that I had left behind without suffering serious injuries themselves. Moreover, how would it be possible for them to descend to the mortal realm simply by relying on themselves? If the barriers between 2 realms were broken through, and even a first-tier golden immortal is unable to descend, then for that supposed emissary, I estimate that he would not even be a match for 12th tribulation loose practitioners of this mortal realm, so it would not matter even if my restrictive spells were useless. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang said with an indifferent chuckle. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang seemed very confident that Yu Huang and the others were unable to descend to the mortal realm. The expression on Hua Yan's face became increasingly bitter. Alright, all of you can set off. Find a suitable treasure for yourselves at the Scattered Treasures Cliff. With a good treasure, the chances for all of you to survive will be higher. When Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice rang forth, almost everyone began to set off. The target, Scattered Treasures Cliff. Brother Mangon, where is the location of this Scattered Treasures Cliff? Xin Yu whispered to Mangon. He did not know why, but there seemed to be a special kind of pressure within that Ni Yang's realm. Although Qin Yu could fully control his spiritual energy at that moment, the furthest that the spiritual energy could leave his body was more or less 1 meter. It could not extend any further than that. Mangon shook his head with uncertainty. I am also not clear. His Highness Demon Emperor also did not tell me of a place called Scattered Treasures Cliff in Ni Yang's realm. Xing Yu looked at Hua Yan, Aofeng, and Du Zhongjun. At that moment, those 3 great emissaries also had their faces filled with doubt, and were moving forward at a sluggish pace. It was obvious that they also did not have a clear direction, and could only move forward aimlessly within the realm of clear mind of Ni Yang's realm. Everyone, how can we search for the Scattered Treasures Cliff when we absolutely do not even know where it is, huh? From what I see, we should split up and find it. The sound of Zhongju's indifferent voice rang forth. Almost everybody stopped their feet. Split up? Demon awareness absolutely cannot be used here, and we can only rely on our eyes. Meanwhile, the realm of clear mind of Ni Yang's realm is this large. How long will it take before we find the Scattered Treasures Cliff? Zhongju smiled and said, if we split up, the people who find the treasures first will obtain many treasures, but that will also depend on the luck of each individual. If you are to find it first, you will similarly be able to obtain many treasures. Zhongju looked at the few great emissaries. Everything depends on the luck of each individual. I do not know how do the few great emissaries of the Ascendant Realms view this. Not possible. Mangon and Aofeng responded almost at the same time. Mangon had fewer men, so the chances of finding the Scattered Treasures Cliff would be lower. However, if everyone were to find it together, Mangon would be able to obtain quite a number of treasures given his capabilities. Aofeng was the same. The Dragon Clan has the 2 great experts Aofeng and Fang Tian. At that moment, Fang Tian held a finest grade demon weapon, and possessed finest grade battle armor to wear. His capabilities were definitely not beneath Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun. When the both of them cooperated, they could naturally obtain quite a number of treasures. This is not possible, and that is not possible, so what good suggestions do the both of you have to say? Zhongju asked indifferently. Aofeng slightly smiled and nodded towards Mangon. From what I see, everyone should still move together. After all, everyone is also not in a hurry. 3 years had already passed while we were in the land of extreme peril's domain of chill, so why are we still anxious for these few days? If everybody move together, we will also find the Scattered Treasures Cliff together. At that moment, it will not be too late to compete for the treasures then. What does Brother Mangon think, huh? I agree. Mangon nodded while smiling. In the face of benefits, at that moment, the two rivals instead stood on the same line. Within that group of people who had entered Niyang's realm, the 6 people who were considered as super experts consisted of Ao Feng, Fang Tian, Huayan, Du Zhongjun, as well as Mangon and Zhongju. Amongst them, Mangon was the strongest. At that moment when Ao Feng, Fang Tian, and Mangon insisted for everyone to proceed together, the other people could also do nothing about it. Naturally, everyone did not exactly know that the person with the strongest offensive power present was not exactly Mangon nor the 2 great experts of the Dragon Clan, but the Qinyu who appeared to be the weakest. The capabilities of a 9th-tier golden immortal sword immortal puppet was terrifyingly powerful. It was just that, at that moment, Qinyu maintained the appearance of a smiling face while looking at Mangon and the other people. Regarding any matter, he would seek advice from Mangon and the others. Alright, then let us move forward together. In the end, the people of the various sides all agreed on the conditions, and the group of people continued to move ahead in a straight line. Niyang's realm was extremely large. As to how large it was, a person only needed to look at the first realm of Niyang's realm of Clear Mind. Given everybody's speed, it had actually taken them 3 days to walk to the boundaries of the realm of Clear Mind. We have almost finished traveling around the realm of Clear Mind. It looks like that scattered treasures cliff is not at the realm of Clear Mind. Further on, we are going to begin stepping into the other regions of Niyang's realm. Mangon said to Qinyu and the few people behind him. The realm of Clear Mind of Niyang's realm can still be considered safe, but it will be different for the other places. I can't say for sure, but all of you might lose your little lives if you are not careful even momentarily. That is why all of you must be careful. Qinyu and the others nodded to indicate that they understood. It was mostly full of life within the realm of Clear Mind. Everywhere was mostly green, and the ground was even. However, when everyone had stepped out of the realm of Clear Mind, they entered a world filled with mountains. There were mountains and canyons everywhere. Everyone continued to move forward, and the speed of advance was obviously a lot slower compared to when they were within the realm of Clear Mind. Every single person was very careful, but most of the people were secretly quite furious. Immortal Emperor Niyang is too despicable. He had spoken of the scattered treasures cliff, but Niyang's realm is this huge, who is to know where the scattered treasures cliff is? The sound of a voice muttered forth. The other people were also secretly simmering with fury, but no one was willing to give up. Even if they gave up, who knew the way out? Suddenly, Honglonglonglui, the sound of things falling and smashing down continuously resounded everywhere. Qinyu looked towards the source of the sound. There stood a waterfall that extended to more or less several hundreds of feet tall, and the flowing water that was similar to countless silver chains bombarded the pool of water below. Suddenly, Qinyu's eyes momentarily shuddered. That was because there were actually 3 large red-colored characters on the large mountain beside the waterfall, scattered treasures cliff. As if at the same time, several figures had already begun dashing over. My lord! Yu Liang and Kong Chao both bowed towards Mangon and requested for instructions. That was because Mangon had given strict orders before entering Niyang's realm, that no matter when or what they wanted to do something, Yu Liang and Kong Chao needed to request for his instructions. Both of you also, Mangon was just about to speak. Suddenly. Ha ha. Finest grade battle armor, great. An extremely loud laughter. When Qinyu heard that, he knew that it belonged to the petrification beast of the chaotic astral sea's divine beast, change into stone. Finest grade immortal equipment battle armor? A vexing glint momentarily flashed past Yu Liang and the other's eyes. It was especially so for Yu Liang. Given his speed, if it wasn't for the need to request for instructions from Mangon, he estimated that set of finest grade immortal equipment battle armor would have already been in his hands. The loose immortals at the other side, the 4 great reverends, were also requesting for Huayan's instructions. Ah, go ahead and plunder. Huayan gave the order. As if when that order was given, everyone charged towards the location of the scattered treasures cliff. After they had passed through the forest and arrived before that waterfall, everything could finally be seen clearly. The waterfall was pouring water down from a high place, smashing into the deep pool beneath. Beside the deep pool of water, there was a huge rock that was several tens of meters high. Atop that huge rock, there was another rock that was close to 10 meters high. There were slightly more than 10 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment placed above the highest rock. Meanwhile, Change into Stone was standing on that rock with a face filled with excitement, his hands holding onto a set of black-colored battle armor. There were more than 100 pieces of immortal equipment placed on the rock below. Swords, sabers, spears, rods, sticks. Including battle armors, nothing was lacking. It was very obvious that those were the high-grade immortal equipment that Immortal Emperor Niyang had mentioned. Those 2 layers of rocks should be the scattered treasures cliff.
Meanwhile, there was also a pitch-black sculpture made of stone beside the scattered treasures cliff. The appearance of the sculpture was exactly identical to the sculpture that Qin Yu had initially seen at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion. Meanwhile, at that moment, there was already quite a number of people atop that scattered treasures cliff. Wait. Qin Yu stopped his two brothers with a look. As long as it was a person who had overcame the Nine-Sword Immortal Mansion, he or she would absolutely not believe Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words easily. When Immortal Emperor Ni Yang said that there would not be any danger, would there definitely not be any danger, huh? Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had still said that the Peach Blossom Spring was safe, while the road to hell was a path of death, but what had happened at the end? Those who had chosen the Peach Blossom Spring were all dead, but instead not a single person who had chosen the road to hell died. When Ho Fei and He Yu heard Qin Yu stopping them, both of them stopped their feet. Meanwhile, it was at that point of time that Yu Liang and Kong Chao also prepared to make a move. Hong Lui, the sound of an explosion rang forth. It was a deep, horrifying sound. That frightening shockwave even caused Man Gong and the other people to also change their facial expressions drastically. Moreover, that shockwave occurred one after another. Those shockwaves emanated precisely from the scattered treasures cliff. Those who had quick reactions immediately threw away the immortal equipment from their hands, while those who reacted slowly instead had their entire person imploded from their yuanying. Fresh blood and limbs flew wildly. After merely several deep shockwaves, the experts who were greedy, as well as those who had reacted slowly, died in a heap. Those who were dead at the side of the loose immortals were Reverend Lan Bing and Reverend Qi Yang. At the side of the loose devils, Fire Devil died. An elder of the Dragon Clan had actually also died. That change into stone was really too greedy. Within a short moment, Qin Yu clearly saw the few people who had died. The facial expressions of Yu Liang, Kong Chao, and the others were pale. Earlier, if they were one step faster and had charged ahead, that would have been them running towards their deaths. There were also the 2 or 3 people who immediately threw away the immortal equipment from their hands and escaped when they saw the other people exploding. Although seriously wounded, they were lucky to have survived and secretly felt a wave of fear. Man Gong, Du Zhongjun, Huayan, Aofeng, Zhongju, as well as Fong Tian had serious expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, their men were frightened to the point that not even one of them dared to once again go ahead and take those treasures. That was because 5 people had died in a single moment, and the remaining people were all scared. What restrictive spell was that? Fong Tian voiced out. Aofeng contemplated for a moment and said, if my guess is not wrong, that should belong to a kind of secret technique. It originates. In short, it is a secret technique from a mysterious place, and does not belong to the restrictive spells of the immortal realm. Once that secret technique is performed on weaponry, if other people are to perform a blood contract, the strange energy from that secret technique will invade into their yuanying, which will then cause their yuanying to self-destruct. The people who had died earlier should be people who performed the blood contract. Ao Su, a Dragon Clan elder who had survived by throwing away finest-grade immortal equipment from his hands earlier, said with a heavy facial expression. I did not perform a blood contract earlier, that is why I did not die. Meanwhile, earlier, the speed with which Reverend Lan Bing had thrown away the immortal equipment in his hands was faster than me, but he still self-destructed even after he had thrown away the immortal equipment. That was because he had already performed the blood contract, and the energy of that secret technique had already entered his yuanying. Earlier, the first reactions of the first few people who had rushed in and obtained treasures were mostly to perform a blood contract. After all, they were also afraid that other people would snatch away their treasure. Ha ha. My greeting present to everyone is not bad, right? Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Pervert. Petrification Beast transform into stone was secretly filled with anger. His younger brother had just been killed earlier. I had initially learnt this secret technique from my good friend Black Flame Lord. It is also very simple to break this secret technique. One method is to obtain the capabilities of a first-tier mystic immortal, then directly use the true flame within your body to refine and break the technique. However, on attaining the domain level of a first-tier mystic immortal, by using immortal awareness, you would have already discovered the secret technique that I had applied on the equipment earlier. The second method is to first let another person perform a blood contract and absorb the energy from that secret technique, after which, it will no longer be dangerous for all of you to snatch. When they heard what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said, everybody did not make a move. The various great experts exchanged glances with each other, their eyes were filled with uncertainty. What Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had just said, could it be believed? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 46. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 46, Zhongju's Capabilities.
This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for stellar transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. I estimate that all of you are worried, right? Worried whether this old fellow that I am is lying to all of you. The reason why I have designed this phase is only to test if all of you are being careful. I know that my life will not last much longer, but I can tell all of you one thing. Absolutely nothing can be obtained without first earning for it. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice contained a tone of indifference that seemed to have seen everything. That tone of voice could usually be heard from the mouth of people who were about to die. After passing through here, all of you can directly proceed forward in a straight line to arrive at the second destination. Just continue moving down in a straight line. For the person who arrives at the destination, that treasure will be his. Do not worry, with the exception of the treasures on the scattered treasures cliff, none of the other treasures have the secret technique applied on them. Alright, I am also lazy to set up speech restrictive spells already. Having said so much, I am also a little tired. All the subsequent hints will be left behind on stone tablets. AI, struggling for a lifetime, and even thinking of struggling now, is there meaning, No meaning? This is definitely a question, it's just too bad that I do not have any more time. There are times when luck is definitely important, AI. The sigh gradually weakened. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's voice slowly began to fade away. Xin Yu had a kind of feeling that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had set up that speech restrictive spell just before his death. Luck? Xin Yu's heart momentarily thumped. Initially, during the time when he was at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had once mentioned about luck. It seemed like that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang could very possibly have had bad luck, and that finally led to a pitiful conclusion. Meanwhile, at that moment, the group of people present were instead on the verge of taking action. With 5 people dead, it represented that there were 5 pieces of finest grade immortal equipment that did not have the special technique applied on them. Of course, that depended on whether Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words were true. However, within their minds, the majority of the people felt that what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said at that time should be true. Moreover, there was already someone who took the lead and made a move. A thin ray of light fleetingly glinted within Huayan's eyes, and at the same time, his figure flashed and charged towards the finest grade immortal equipment battle armor. Amongst those 5 pieces of treasure, if it was to be said which was the most precious piece, then that would naturally be that piece of defensive armor. Huayan, this piece of finest grade immortal equipment battle armor shall belong to me. Zhongju's voice rang forth. At the same time, the other 4 pieces of immortal equipment had also entered into his hands. That Zhongju actually retrieved 5 pieces of immortal equipment in a single breath. Comparing speed? Amongst the people who were present, who would dare to compete against Zhongju? Moreover, the entire Ni Yang's realm was different from the outside realm. It wasn't solely just being unable to perform spiritual awareness, demon awareness as well as the others, but even teleportation was also very difficult. It was as if there was something causing an obstruction, and everyone could only rely on speed. Big brother, Senior Zhongju did not perform the blood contract. It is obvious that he is also worried there might be a problem with that battle armor, Ho Fei said using sound transfer. Xin Yu nodded and looked at the situation at that moment. At the scene, Huayan's facial expression was as cold as ice. Zhongju, hand over that finest grade immortal equipment battle armor, and I might still spare you your life. Huayan had an absolutely unyielding attitude. The most precious piece of treasure from Ni Yang's realm was to be presented to Yu Huan, while the other items could belong to him. That was why, if he could obtain that piece of finest grade immortal equipment battle armor, it would belong to him. In order to further elevate his position within the immortal realm in the future, he would naturally require that good piece of immortal equipment. While smiling, Mangon said to Ao Feng and the others, Ao Feng, I am willing to bet that Huayan must have definitely guessed something, which is why he dared to attempt retrieving that piece of finest grade immortal equipment battle armor. Ao Feng smiled and said, there is no need to guess. Initially, when His Highness Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had shuttled and arrived at the mortal realm, Yu Huang and the others were extremely clear on that matter. Moreover, merely after a period of time, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang died. After listening to what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said, it is obvious that he is already dead. For a formidable person who was about to die, would he be bored enough to continue deceiving us even at the end? That is why, those 5 pieces of immortal equipment do not even have the slightest problem. Mangon said while smiling. After hearing what Mangon had said, from afar, Zhongju slightly relaxed his frown. He had managed to obtain the immortal equipment, but instead did not perform the blood contract. How could he not have considered from that point of view? It was just that there were many things regarding Immortal Emperor Ni Yang that he did not know, which was why it was naturally hard for him to make a judgment. Man gone, you really are clever. Moreover, I had also heard of several rumors regarding that secret technique from various channels. I was not certain earlier, but I am naturally certain after hearing what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said. Blood contract had already been performed on those 5 pieces of immortal equipment, so there will naturally not be any danger from performing blood contract on them once more. Hua Yan, instead, smiled and said. At the same time, he looked at Zhongju and urged, Brother Zhongju, go ahead and perform a blood contract, there is absolutely no danger. When an enemy said to a person that there was no danger in doing something, and had allowed that person to do it, would anyone do it? At that moment, Zhongju was facing a similar situation. Will that secret technique only take effect once, huh? It is hard to say. My experience is really too few to make a judgment. AI, this is definitely a hard question. Zhongju suddenly gave a low sigh. At one side, Hua Yan instead gave a slight grin. A miserable cry rang out. Meanwhile, at that moment, the body of Zhongju, who was originally standing, slowly began to ripple and fade away like bubbles. Separation. When Heiyu saw that scene, his lips moved but no one knew what he said. Qin Yu curiously looked at Heiyu. Big brother, this is an identical body technique that I have in my hereditary memories. It is just that my martial powers are still currently insufficient to perform that move. Heiyu used a transmission talisman and sent that piece of news to Qin Yu. Within Ni Yang's realm, it was not possible to use spiritual awareness and sound transfer. In order not to let the others know, communication could only be done using a transmission talisman. Qin Yu secretly nodded to himself. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhongju's loud laughter echoed forth. Hua Yan, do not be angry. I have only borrowed a little bit of fresh blood from one of your men. If he is lucky and did not die, I will even give him this piece of finest grade immortal equipment, huh? The sound of Zhongju's laughter was incomparably clear, and it did not seem to be affected by those bombarding sounds from the surroundings. Hua Yan's facial expression was livid. Do not be angry? How could he possibly not be angry? That Zhongju did not dare to try it himself, and had actually used his frightening speed to harm Reverend Mingshan earlier. At the same time, he had also obtained Reverend Mingshan's fresh blood, and subsequently dripped Reverend Mingshan's fresh blood on a piece of finest grade immortal sword. Do not be anxious, wait a while. I only require a bit of time to know if it is safe to perform a blood contract. Just take a look and see whether that lucky loose immortal behind you will explode. Zhongju said while giving a chuckle. Meanwhile, the lucky loose immortal, Reverend Mingshan, instead had a pallid facial expression. It was such that he could feel his own heartbeat pounding louder than everything else. His Yuanying might explode at any point of time. According to the news that Hua Yan had once heard from the seniors of his sect, and according to what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had earlier said, Hua Yan had deduced that there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that those immortal equipment already did not have that secret technique applied on them. Why would he give Zhongju the time to make a judgment? Leave the battle armor behind. Hua Yan gave a furious shout, and his entire person swiftly rose into the sky. At the same time, an elegant wave of sword energy pierced through the air and shot towards Zhongju. Meanwhile, Zhongju did not even block, but his figure ingeniously made a movement. Almost instantly, a single person magically seemed to change into 2 people. Body separation technique? Du Zhongjun exclaimed. Ao Feng also had a huge shock. Man Gone instead gave an indifferent smile and said, it is not exactly body separation technique. He is still unable to perform the body separation technique given his martial powers. However, this is a unique body technique that belongs to the Super Divine Beast's Golden Winged Giant Pong clan. With regard to power, it also does not differ much from the body separation technique. Given Man Gone's standing, he had naturally learned quite a bit of news regarding the Golden Winged Giant Pang. Hua Yan did not hesitate, and that sword energy pierced through one of the 2 Zhongjus. The Zhongju that was pierced immediately disappeared into nothingness, while the other actually also changed into an illusion. Ha, Hua Yan, I am here. Zhongju's voice actually came from the above. Everybody raised their heads and looked. Zhongju's robe could be seen fluttering as he stood at the highest point of the waterfall. He was faintly smiling while looking at Hua Yan below. 12th Tribulation Loose Demon, Super Divine Beast Golden Winged Giant Pine. With regard to power, there were few differences when compared to a first-tier Golden Immortal. However, with regard to speed, Zhongju absolutely exceeded Hua Yan by far. Still alive after such a long time, looks like what Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said was indeed true.
Zhongju looked at the 4 pieces of immortal equipment in his hands, his facial expression revealed a satisfied smile. The piece of finest grade immortal equipment which had disappeared had already been kept within the body of the lucky Reverend Ming Shan. As if at the same time, 4 drops of fresh blood dripped, each respectively entered into one of the 4 pieces of immortal equipment.
Do not give him time to refine. Hua Yan only had that thought within his mind.
Initially, when he had just descended to the mortal realm, he had forcibly oppressed Zhongju and Fang Tian with his martial powers.
That was why Hua Yan secretly believed that he would absolutely triumph over Fang Tian and Zhongju.
After Fang Tian had obtained finest grade demon weapon as well as finest grade demon equipment battle armor from Ao Feng's hands, Hua Yan no longer had the confidence to go against Fang Tian.
However, against Zhongju, he was still confident. Moreover, Hua Yan knew solely performing a blood contract was still insufficient to unleash the full potential of a weapon. A person would still require to use his or her energy to refine the weapon, making the weapon completely accustomed to his or her energy, until it became like an extension of the person's arm. That was why, when Hua Yan saw Zhongju performing the blood contract, he did not hesitate to make a move and attack. His entire person rushed upwards at a shocking speed, directly charging towards the Zhongju who was above the waterfall. Humph! Hua Yan, aren't you going too far?
Zhongju's voice resounded throughout the skies. At the same time, a ray of black light fleetingly flashed in the air.
Hua Yan then actually flew back reversely at an even faster speed. How can it be? Hua Yan landed onto the ground and was further pushed back quite a number of steps. His facial expression revealed that he was completely appalled. Mangon, Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun, Fang Tian and the others, every single person was shocked.
Even if Zhongju possessed a finest grade immortal equipment, he had only just performed a blood contract, and the power that he could exert from it was only less than half. How could he not be disadvantageous from a frontal clash against Hua Yan? He finally used the weapon left behind by Uncle Lan. Qin Yu had instead expected that outcome.
Initially, Zhongju had once told Qin Yu that secret.
That was not any of the 4 pieces of immortal equipment.
None of the earlier immortal equipment was black in color.
Mangon said in a deep voice while looking at the weapon in Zhongju's hand.
Everyone then noticed the weapon in Zhongju's hand.
That was the weapon which had earlier countered and hacked back at Hua Yan, an extremely narrow piece of long knife. The material is more or less similar to the weapons of Fei Fei as well as He Yu.
Qin Yu carefully observed and secretly concluded.
No matter if it was Ho Fei's black stick, or He Yu's cloud-piercing spear, the color as well as the texture of the material was identical to the weapon in Zhongju's hand.
Qin Yu was even more certain that weapon should be what Uncle Lan had given Zhongju. Ha ha!
Brother Zhongju, as loose practitioners of the mortal realm, both you and I are known as the 2 great invincible existences.
However, only now do I know. Your past capabilities had actually exceeded mine.
I never really thought that you would actually possess such a powerful piece of weapon.
That should be finest grade demon equipment, right? When did you get it? Fang Tian laughed and inquired.
At that moment, Zhongju's face had the hint of a smile. After hiding it for such a long time, in order to block Hua Yan's attack, he had finally taken out his treasure.
Finest grade demon equipment, it can be considered so. Zhongju said with a faint smile.
Zhongju himself was also not certain of that weapon's grade. However, when he had earlier clashed against Hua Yan's immortal sword, Zhongju instead felt that, in terms of the degree of hardness, it seemed like his own long knife had won by a slight margin. Hua Yan slowly sheathed the immortal sword that was in his hand into the scabbard that was on his back.
He gave a faint smile and said, Zhongju, you really gave me a shock.
It does not matter whether I have that finest grade immortal equipment battle armor or not. Since you have such capabilities, you also have the qualifications to take it.
At that moment, the 4 emissaries of the Ascendant Realms secretly raised Zhongju's standing by 1 level.
The current Zhongju, at that point of time, exceeded everyone in terms of speed. With regard to offense, that had already been demonstrated by the black-colored long knife.
Regarding defense,
he possessed the finest grade immortal equipment battle armor, so there was naturally no need to discuss about Zhongju's defense. It was absolutely impossible for the 4 great emissaries to kill Zhongju if they did not use their trump card. Meanwhile, for those trump cards,
no one would be willing to use them at that moment.
Fang Tian walked before Zhongju, gave a wink and said, I never thought that you, Zhongju, would actually receive the most benefits from this gathering at the Scattered Treasures Cliff. Since you have that black-colored long knife, you should not have much use for those 3 pieces of offensive immortal equipment, right? Fang Tian and Zhongju shared a good friendship with each other, so it was extremely normal for them to joke with each other. Shu, your dragon clan is ostentatious, do not think of any ideas targeting my chaotic astral sea already.
Transform into stone, this piece of finest grade immortal equipment is for you. A white-colored battle saber appeared within Zongju's hands. At the same time, he removed the blood contract. Transform into stone only said a simple thanks. After all, his younger brother had only just been killed. Qinyu, I can see that both your brother's weapons are not bad. Instead, you only have a middle-grade immortal equipment. This immortal sword is also for you. Zongju once again retrieved a finest-grade immortal sword and removed the blood contract. Qinyu did not reject out of courtesy. He definitely did not have a powerful offensive weapon. Although he could use the sword Immortal Puppet's long sword, Qinyu very much disliked using the sword Immortal Puppet's weapon. Thank you, Senior Zong. Qinyu received that piece of finest-grade immortal equipment long sword, and performed a blood contract at the same time. What is there to thank? For me to be able to enter Niyang's realm, isn't it still due to your credit? Meanwhile, at that very moment, Zongju suddenly turned his head and looked at Mangon. Brother Mangon, I say, Brother Qinyu have brought you and your men into Niyang's realm. You should also use actual actions to show your gratitude, right? The smile on Mangon's face stiffened. This, Mangon was put into a troubled spot. Having seen how Zongju had presented the finest grade immortal sword, it was obvious that Qinyu already possessed a piece of finest grade immortal sword. It would be superfluous for him, Mangon, to give another finest grade immortal sword. However, Mangon was also unwilling to give away a finest grade immortal equipment battle armor. As for even better items, Mangon did have them. However, he, himself, was not willing to use those playthings. There was no need to mention about giving them away to others. Brother Mangon, you are an emissary who have descended from the demon realm. Your status is definitely a lot higher than me, Zongju. I, Zongju, am only a faction leader of the mortal realm. Compared to all of you, I am simply too poor. Still, I have only just obtained that piece of finest grade immortal equipment, and there is absolutely nothing else that I can afford to present, which is why I have just given a piece of finest grade immortal sword. I definitely think that what Brother Mangon is going to present should definitely not be ordinary, right? Zongju, with his face full of smiles, looked at Mangon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 47. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 47, Eve of Separation. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. At that very moment, Mangon was very embarrassed. Qinyu had brought him along into Niyang's realm. Such great kindness. To tell the truth, Mangon had all along remembered it deep in his mind. It was just that although Mangon was a super divine beast, he was also only at the domain level of a first-tier demon king. If he had not become the demon realm's emissary to descend into the mortal realm, how would he possess that many treasures in such a short amount of time? Even for a super divine beast, to own a piece of finest grade demon equipment while at the domain level of a first-tier demon king was already considered to be not bad. That was why, that Mangon was still extremely unwilling to give Qinyu a good treasure. To give away one piece less, that would mean any excess which remained would belong to him after his return to the demon realm. Brother Mangon, then you are in the wrong. I remember when I had initially just descended into the mortal realm, I had even directly announced in public that I will immediately represent Yu Huang and bestow a finest grade immortal equipment battle armor to the person who was able to obtain the Sundering the Heavens diagrams and give it to me. Hua Yan looked very much as if he was speaking up for Qinyu due to the unfairness. After that, in order to obtain a piece of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams from the auction, wasn't the price of what I had paid worth far more than a finest grade immortal equipment battle armor? Wasn't the purpose of the Sundering the Heavens diagrams just to enable me to enter Niyang's realm, huh? Now that little brother Qinyu have brought you in, that is equivalent to giving you a piece of Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Why are you, a dignified demon realm's emissary, still this petty? Mangon's face instantly turned red. Zongju's words were still slightly more obscured, but Huayan's words were instead extremely direct. Meanwhile, Du Zhongjun, who had an enmity against Mangon, naturally would not give up that chance and promptly ridiculed, "Or So super divine beast purple-eyed bull demon kings are actually like that." Alright, Qinyu busily voiced out and interrupted. I can bring 8 people in with me, and it will also be a waste to leave the slots empty. Moreover, Brother Mangon has quite a deep friendship with me. Isn't it only just entering Niyang's realm together? That cannot count as whatever great matter. Qinyu also looked at Mangon.
Brother Man gone, I now possess a finest grade immortal sword, and that is already sufficient. You also do not have to mind it so much. Why not let us make it like this? During the journey of exploring in I Yang's realm, whatever treasures that you obtain, won't it do to just give me a piece? In actual fact, Xin Yu could also feel Man Gon's embarrassment. If the other party was unwilling to give, yet you insisted, that might instead undermine the mutual relationship between both parties. Moreover, from Qin Yu's perspective at that moment, defensive battle armor? In Qin Yu's opinion, since he possessed a nearly immortal body, the effectiveness of having a defensive battle armor was not exactly great. Man Gon's facial expression changed, and he suddenly became relaxed. Man Gon's eyes gave off a fine glint. Brother Qin Yu, I was indeed quite petty. Wasn't it just a piece of finest grade demon equipment, huh? To be able to enter Ni Yang's realm this time, this is such a great kindness. If I had returned empty-handed, When Man Gon thought of returning to the demon realm empty-handed by himself, that would definitely be a loss of face. Unintentionally, he secretly became even more grateful to Qin Yu, and felt that he was too petty. You can first keep this set of finest grade demon equipment battle clothes. After seizing a good treasure later on, I will then give that to you. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will always not have a peace of mind. Man Gon waved a hand, and a set of deep blue battle clothes appeared. At the same time, he removed the blood contract. Similar to a beautifully patterned silken gown, the set of battle clothes floated before Man Gon. Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others were slightly astonished. They had thought that Man Gon would, at the very most, take out a finest grade demon equipment, and that would have already been extraordinary. They did not think that he would take out a set of finest grade demon equipment battle clothes. At that very moment, Qin Yu also appeared to be quite shocked. Be at ease. Although I said finest grade demon equipment, that equipment was not separated into types. Saying that it is finest grade demon equipment, in actual fact, it can also be considered as finest grade immortal equipment. Why do you not accept? Unless, you are looking down on me? Man Gon looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was helpless. To tell the truth, he did not exactly mind one or two pieces of immortal equipment. What he cared about was that Man Gon owed him a favor. It was just that Zhongju had instead intentionally led to that matter. Brother Qin Yu, just accept it, otherwise Brother Man Gon might really get angry, urged Zhongju. Qin Yu helplessly shook his head, but still accepted that set of battle clothes. Brother Man Gon, I will then accept this battle clothes. To tell the truth, I really need defensive type immortal equipment now, because I estimate that my two brothers will soon ascend, and they still do not have finest grade immortal equipment. After Qin Yu had finished speaking, he looked at Hou Fei and Xiao He. With regard to defense, Hou Fei had the water elemental battle armor formed from his own body, while He Yu also had the black scaled battle armor formed from his own body. For defensive power, Fei Fei's water elemental battle armor is formed from Fei Fei's ability to control water as well as his body of fur. Its strength is a lot weaker than black scaled battle armor. This set of battle clothes will first be given to Fei Fei. Qin Yu was still very clear of his own two brothers' capabilities. During his childhood, the feathers on Xiao Hei's body were extremely tough and sharp. Even until that moment, the defensive power of the black-scaled battle armor formed from Xiao Hei's entire body of feathers was absolutely not beneath low-grade immortal equipment. Moreover, Xiao Hei was extremely good at body techniques. If it was escaping, Xiao Hei was definitely better than Hou Fei. Xiao Hei, this set of battle clothes will first be given to Fei Fei. Qin Yu said to He Yu. Big brother, just give the monkey. The defensive power of his water elemental battle armor definitely is weak. Moreover, he is also a lot weaker than me in terms of speed as well as dodging body techniques. With the exception of his brute force as well as powerful attack, he really is weak when it comes to escape. He Yu said indifferently. Mixed feathered bird, you, Hou Fei was extremely furious. However, what He Yu had said was instead the truth, and that made Hou Fei speechless. Fiery-eyed water apes were divine beasts that originally excelled at offense. With regard to escaping, he was definitely far inferior when compared to an avian divine beast like Xiao Hei. Alright, stop causing a ruckus. While smiling, Qin Yu stopped those two people, and promptly handed the battle clothes over to Hou Fei. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Ao Feng's voice rang forth. There are so many finest grade immortal equipment, and also more than 100 high grade immortal equipment. Wasn't it just because they had the secret technique applied on them, huh? That secret technique requires the blood contract to be performed in order to trigger. If I do not drip blood on it, and bring everything back, then get a mystic immortal senior to help refine away that secret technique, won't that do? Ao Feng personally walked at a slow pace towards the scattered treasures cliff. Immediately, there were glints in the eyes of the other emissaries. There was no need to mention getting a mystic immortal senior to help in refining, but even after leaving Ni Yang's realm, won't it do to just casually grab several people with low martial skills and then make them perform the blood contract to deplete the secret technique's energy? Promptly, the three great experts Mangon, Huaiyan, and Du Zhongjun took action. It was just that the targets of the four great emissaries at that time all seemed to be high-grade immortal equipment. Correct. For Ao Feng and the other three great emissaries, the targets of every single one of them all seemed to be high-grade immortal equipment. None of them went to take the finest grade immortal equipment. That was because all four of them had high-grade immortal equipment tier storage type rings, but none had a finest grade immortal equipment spatial ring. They were absolutely unable to store finest grade immortal equipment into their spatial rings. Since they were unable to store them into their spatial rings, how could those four great emissaries retrieve those finest grade immortal equipment, Unless they were to always carry those finest grade immortal equipment in their hands? Ni Yang's realm was an extremely dangerous place. Should they always carry those unusable finest grade immortal equipment in their hands? Apart from carrying with their hands, they could only perform the blood contract. However, wasn't that seeking death, Every single emissary exercised discretion, and each person took around 30 pieces of high-grade immortal equipment. I must persevere. I must persevere. Xinyu was secretly feeling helpless. I also have a high-grade immortal equipment spatial ring, Ring of the Black Flame Lord. However, I still cannot let them know the secret. Ho Fei and Heiyu also looked at Xinyu. The looks in their eyes implied that they understood him. Both of his brothers also knew that Xinyu had the Ring of the Black Flame Lord. High-grade immortal equipment spatial rings, with regard to the degree of preciousness, even exceeded that earlier set of finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor. That was why Xinyu did not dare to casually use it, or rather, he still did not want to use it at least for that moment. Do not be anxious, now is still not the time. We have only just entered Ni Yang's realm, and there are still more treasures further down. Xinyu could only reassure himself like such. Meanwhile, at that moment, the four great emissaries had already begun to set off. Alright, according to Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words, we now only need to follow along this blue stone road and continue moving forward. If anyone manages to walk to the destination, he or she can then obtain that treasure. Ao Feng smiled and continued, of course, Brother Huaiyan's difficulty will be harder than us by at least 3 times. At that moment, Huaiyan's facial expression remained cold. Everybody remembered that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words at the beginning contained hostility towards people from the immortal realm. Fortunately, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was magnanimous, and did not directly use restrictive spells to kill off the immortal realm's emissary. Moreover, he even gave Huaiyan a chance, although the difficulty had been raised by 3 times instead. What use is it by talking so much? Depart. Huaiyan barked in a cold tone. Huaiyan promptly led the 2 people under his direct command, Reverend Ningshan as well as Shui Yang, and directly began moving forward. It was just that Huaiyan's party was not exactly fast, and it was obvious that they were extremely careful while they were walking. Subsequently, the dragon, the side of the loose devils, as well as Mangon and the others also began to set off. Senior Zone, all of you please move ahead first, we have something to tell Big Brother. Ho Fei called out to Zhongju and the others. Xinyu was also momentarily startled, and looked at Ho Fei as well as Heiyu. Zhongju looked at the 3 brothers, then promptly nodded and said, alright, you may all discuss your matters first. We will be at the front, so all of you hurry and catch up. Hur. It is also safe for all of you to proceed forward at the back. I estimate that with us at the front, we will have already explored all the dangers. Ho Fei and Heiyu waited until Zhongju and the others had left, before Heiyu opened his mouth. Big brother, 3 more days. What 3 more days? Xinyu looked at Heiyu and Ho Fei. Heiyu bitterly smiled and said, the monkey's date of ascension is 3 days later. Mine might be half a day later than that, but during the time of ascension, because the monkey and I are not much different, we will both be sucked into the ascendant realms together. Xinyu also knew that reasoning. During the time of ascension, the ascendant realms will produce a special energy. If there were also people who were about to ascend surrounding the person ascending, they would all also be sucked into the ascendant realms in advance. 3 days? Xinyu could feel a sense of urgency. Why is it so fast? Why wasn't I told about it earlier? Haven't you initially said that, you estimated that you would only ascend after leaving Ni Yang's realm, It was obvious that Xinyu was quite anxious. Ho Fei helplessly said, Big brother, when we were initially at Snowfish Island and had not come to Ni Yang's realm, who would have known that we would spend more than an entire 3 years walking through the land of extreme peril's domain of chill? Mixed Feathered Bird and I had also estimated at the beginning that we would only spend a year or so exploring Ni Yang's realm. If it was really a year or so, Mixed Feathered Bird and I would obviously ascend after leaving in Yang's realm. However, the time spent at the Land of Extreme Peril's domain of chill was too long. Heiyu also nodded and said, during the time when we were at the final stretch of distance in the Land of Extreme Peril's domain of chill, we had not told you because everyone had to be careful of blade energy as well as spatial cracks, and could not be distracted. Moreover, after entering the abyss of death, everyone was also filled with tension. When have the monkey and I got the time to tell you this matter? Now that all of us have quite a bit of free time, we immediately told you this matter. Shinyu squeezed out the hint of a smile and nodded. 3 days, 3 days. Shinyu gave a long sigh. Who would have actually thought that he and his brothers would only have 3 days of time left together? Big brother, promise me. You must definitely come to the demon realm and find me. If I do not meet you after waiting in the demon realm for 1,000 years, I will go and find you throughout the entire ascendant realms. Xiao Hei said seriously while looking at Shinyu. You must definitely come to the demon realm and find me. Was definitely possible, huh? If he were to fail in the creation of the stellar transformations, he estimated that at the very moment that he broke through the stellar stage, he would either directly submit to the Heart Devil and go astray or die. However, when faced against the expecting gazes of his two brothers, Shinyu could only take in a deep breath. Definitely. Shinyu agreed and nodded. Even then, Hofei and Heiyu, as well as Shinyu all understood. That was only a verbal agreement. Whether Shinyu would be able to create the succeeding technique after the stellar stage, whether he would be able to ascend, it was still really hard to say at that moment. All right, big brother, the others have already set off. We had better hurry, urged Hofei. Shinyu nodded. At that moment, it was obvious that Shinyu was quite distracted. Following that Bluestone Road, Shinyu and his two brothers continuously rushed ahead. Who would have thought that Bluestone Road was actually ridiculously long? Only after Shinyu and his two brothers had moved ahead at an extremely fast speed for an entire half a day, did they meet Zhongju's group of people who were ahead. Brother Shinyu, all of you are really lucky. We had already met with 3 dangers earlier, luckily everyone was quite careful. Zhongju said to Shinyu and his two brothers. We really are lucky. During the time when Shinyu and his two brothers were rushing along that road, they did not even meet with a single danger. Most likely, those dangers had already been removed by the people who were at the front. Merging with Zhongju's larger group of people, Shinyu and his brother's speed of advance naturally became slower. People with high martial powers like Mangon, Huayan, Aophone, and the others were at the front carefully exploring the path, while people with low martial powers such as Shinyu and the others hurried along at the back with their peace of mind. Shinyu would occasionally chat with his two brothers, and they cherished the final chance that they would be together on the mortal realm. As they continued forward, the scenery of the surrounding mountains changed into lakes, sometimes even changing into swamps. It was just that, no matter if it were lakes or swamps, that Bluestone Road actually remained stable on the surface. That made Shinyu and the others feel the mysteriousness of that Niyang's realm even more. After finally passing through the region of swamps, they stepped into a structure that looked like a palace gate. The Bluestone Road led to both sides of the palace gate, which had 2 rows of large characters engraved on them upon entering Blue Cloud's Road, ascend the 9 heavens alone. I am afraid that this is the legendary Blue Cloud's Road. There is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that we will encounter a trial here. Meanwhile, it is very possible that the treasure lies ahead at the 9 heavens. Aophone looked at those 2 rows of characters, and said in a soft voice. Du Zhongju nodded and said, Immortal Emperor Niyang has already lowered the difficulty, and actually let us arrive directly at Blue Cloud's Road. When His Highness Blood Devil Emperor and the others arrived at Blue Cloud's Road, they had experienced many exceptional arrays and restrictive spells. Ascend the 9 heavens alone? Unless only one person can ascend to the 9 heavens? What about the others, huh? Zhongju was instead staring at the second sentence, muttering to himself. Amongst everybody who were present, who was not a martial expert? When they all heard what Zhongju had muttered to himself, the facial expressions of the other experts changed. Ascend the 9 heavens alone, ascend alone. Mangon and the others unintentionally began staring at the second sentence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 48. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 48, the final one. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. While looking at those lines of characters upon entering Blue Cloud's Road, ascend the 9 heavens alone,
all of the experts were in quite a bit of a shock. Ha, everyone, stop making wild guesses. Since we have entered Ni Yang's realm, it is also too late for regrets. What all of us can do is to try and stay alive in this Ni Yang's realm, while obtaining that treasure at the same time. Ao Feng said in a loud and clear voice. Promptly, Huayan, Zhongju, Du Zhongjun and the others, one by one, the experts recovered from their thoughts. What Brother Ao Feng said is correct. I just want to see what kind of trial this Blue Clouds Road has. Mangon took a large step through the palace doors and entered into the interior. Yu Liang and Kong Chao immediately followed after him. At the same time, Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Ao Feng, Zhongju and the others also smiled and successively entered. Meanwhile, Xinyu, Hou Fei and Heiyu instead remained behind. Xinyu said to his two brothers in a serious tone, Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, both of you also do not have much time left on the mortal realm. If this trial is really hard to surmount, then both of you do not need to undergo it. Just stay outside and wait. After waiting for 1.5 days, both of you will then directly ascend, and there is no need to experience those dangers. They had definitely spent more than a day's worth of time traveling from the Scattered Treasures Cliff to arrive at the palace's Blue Clouds Road. Hou Fei and Heiyu briefly considered for a moment, then nodded. After all, they only had 1.5 days left on the mortal realm, so why should they risk their lives and charge onwards? Big brother, let's go. After all, we are also about to ascend. We might as well have a good look around this immortal Emperor Ni Yang's realm before our ascension. After we arrive at the Ascendant Realms, we might not necessarily have the chance to see this place. Hou Fei said while chuckling. After that, Xinyu and his two brothers also stepped into the palace doors. After a single step into the palace doors, Xinyu then saw Ao Feng, Zhongju, Mangon and the group of other people before him. It was obvious that those people were shocked by everything before their eyes. Meanwhile, when Xinyu took a careful look at the view before him, he also became shocked. The structure before them was made completely from white jade, and it was brilliantly translucent and exquisite. That was a small plaza of white jade. At the end of the small plaza of white jade, there was a jade bridge shaped from blue jade. The jade bridge tilted at an angle of 45 degrees upwards and led towards the skies, as if it was connected to a certain palace amongst the skies. There were also flocks of blue clouds shrouding the surroundings of that blue jade bridge. It was absolutely impossible for the eyes to clearly see what was within the blue jade bridge. Wah! Hou Fei's eyes glittered. What are these blue-colored crystalline stones? It stretches from the white jade plaza where we currently are, to a certain lofty place amongst the skies. To connect to such a far place, I am afraid that this jade bridge is half of several thousands of kilometers long, right? Xinyu and Heiyu were also secretly filled with joy. To be able to appreciate such a beautiful scenery, that was definitely a huge enjoyment. It was just that countless dangers were contained within that beautiful scenery. Brother Xinyu, that jade bridge is shaped from crystalline stone which possess the wood attribute, and is known as the Blue Clouds Road of Ni Yang's realm. Mangon walked over to Xinyu and stood beside him, then smiled and said, the distance between here and the other end of the Blue Clouds Road is close to 5,000 kilometers. Xinyu recalled those two lines of characters. Upon entering Blue Clouds Road, ascend the 9 heavens alone. Brother Mangon, don't tell me that the other end of this Blue Clouds Road is the 9 heavens? Xinyu made a guess. Mangon smiled and said, clever. Correct, the destination at the end of this Blue Clouds Road is the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens is the core region of Ni Yang's realm. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had stayed within the 9 heavens for a period of time during those early years. However, there are still many mysterious places within Ni Yang's realm. It is just that, this time, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had directly let us arrive here from the realm of Clear Mind, and there were no restrictive spells along the way. Xinyu secretly understood. With regard to the level of danger for Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's lair, there was no need to even mention a first-tier Golden Immortal, but even a first-tier Mystic Immortal might also die. That Immortal Emperor Ni Yang might have estimated and also knew that there were many trials, and that Ni Yang's realm was too dangerous, which was why he had cancelled away the many trials, and had only left a few behind. Suddenly, a blinding white light emanated from afar, and everyone, including Xinyu, unintentionally looked towards that direction. From that blue jade bridge to one end of the white jade plaza, and from that end of the white jade plaza to the other end, there were instead structures all along both sides. At the head of the jade bridge, there was a sculpture carved from white jade on the left side. With its hands raised towards the skies, that sculpture's appearance naturally invoked a kind of submissive presence in people. It is very similar to that sculpture outside of the treasure tower at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, both are sculptures of the same person. Xinyu made a judgment within a short time. Meanwhile, on the right side at the head of the bridge, was instead the source of that blinding white light. This was just a slab of white jade tablet earlier, with only the 3 characters Blue Clouds wrote on it. Why is it emanating such a shocking radiance now? Mangon said puzzledly. All the experts present were secretly puzzled. It was just that no one dared to make a rash move. As time elapsed, that white light began to dim. After a mere moment, that white jade tablet had reverted to its original appearance, and there was only a halo of light circling over the jade tablet's surface. At the same time, quite a number of densely packed characters appeared on its surface. When Xinyu saw those lines of characters, his heart thumped. It was very obvious that those were the words left behind by Immortal Emperor and I Yang. To ascend the 9 heavens, passing through the Blue Clouds Road is a must. Only a single person may pass through the Blue Clouds Road each time. Only after that person has successfully surmounted, or failed and perished, may the next person once again step onto the Blue Clouds Road. If 2 people are to step onto the Blue Clouds Road, then both of those people will die without doubt. After arriving at the 9 heavens, huge rewards will instead be bestowed. After a mere moment, those lines of characters disappeared without a trace. Before anyone even had the time to speak, a few lines of characters once again appeared on that white jade tablet. The Blue Clouds Road is long and dangerous. There are finest great elemental spirit stones at the sides of the plaza, and people who have entered Ni Yang's realm may help themselves to the finest great elemental spirit stones to replenish lost martial powers. If the emissary of the Ascendant Realm is present, then he or she should give up earlier, and it would be best for him or her to rest and remain at this white jade plaza. Otherwise, if he or she were to enter, there will be a 9 in 10 chance of death, and 1 in 10 chance of surviving. Those few lines of characters once again disappeared after a brief moment, and after that, no other characters appeared. After looking at those characters, everyone who was present remained silent for quite a long time. They completely understood why it was stated as ascend the 9 heavens alone. It was not only just a matter of one person surviving, but that every single person had to rely on his or her own capabilities to traverse the Blue Clouds Road. Only the person capable of passing through the Blue Clouds Road could arrive at the 9 heavens. If that person failed, then he or she would instead die. Only one person is able to enter the Blue Clouds Road each time. If 2 people entered, then they will instead die. The words left behind by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang is still really frightening. Mangon said with a chuckle. With regard to capabilities, he was presently the strongest, and he naturally thought that he had the highest chance to pass through the Blue Clouds Road. Meanwhile, at that moment, the Dragon Clan's Patriarch Aosu said in surprise, it was earlier said that there are finest great elemental spirit stones at the sides of the plaza, but why are they missing? Ah, correct, they are missing. The other people also discovered that same fact. Since those characters had appeared on the white jade tablet, stating that there were finest great elemental spirit stones at the sides of the plaza for everybody to replenish their martial powers, then according to reason, there should be some. However, why didn't the people who were present see any finest great elemental spirit stones? Xinyu, who was not far away, instead had a bitter smile. When he had seen those lines of characters stating that there were finest great elemental spirit stones, he was the first person to carefully observe the white jade plaza in excitement. The area of that white jade plaza was only several tens of meters wide, and it wasn't big. With a single look, Xinyu had clearly seen all the various places, but he absolutely did not see any finest great elemental spirit stones. If there were finest great elemental spirit stones, my sword immortal puppet would have sufficient energy, and I could naturally use it often. Xinyu secretly sighed. Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Mangon, and the others frowned. Since Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had said that there were finest great elemental spirit stones, and had moreover said in such an obvious manner, then definitely there would be some. However, now there isn't any. Don't tell me that someone else had earlier came to Ni Yang's realm, and taken away the finest great elemental spirit stones? Hua Yan's facial expression changed. The facial expressions of Mangon and the others also changed. There were people who had entered Ni Yang's realm earlier? Not possible, it is absolutely impossible for others to have entered Ni Yang's realm earlier. We could only come in because we had the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. How could others have entered earlier without the Sundering the Heavens diagrams? Du Zhongjun was unable to accept that situation. Hua Yan spoke in a cold tone, do not forget how Xinyu had entered earlier. Since he had a method of entering, others might as well, Everyone looked at Xinyu. Correct, Xinyu did not have the Sundering the Heavens diagrams, but not only did he find Ni Yang's realm, he had also brought others in with him. What Xinyu could do, others might not necessarily be unable to do as well. Everyone, Xinyu began to speak up. I, Xinyu, dare to guarantee something. The only methods to enter Ni Yang's realm in this world, firstly, is relying on the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. The other method is my method. Others are definitely unable to enter here, unless, Xin Yu began to ponder. Unless what?
Mangon, Huaiyan and the others looked at Qin Yu.
Unless he was Immortal Emperor Ni Yang himself. Qin Yu smiled and said confidently. It might be that only he was clear.
Initially, within the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, it was stated that Ni Yang's realm could only be entered by relying on the Ring of the Black Flames Lord as well as the 3 pieces of Sundering the Heavens diagrams. He had the Ring of the Black Flames Lord, while the Dragon Clan and the other 2 factions had the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. How could it be possible for others to have entered?
Ha ha. Mangon began to laugh.
The meaning of Qin Yu's words was very clear. It was impossible for others to have entered earlier.
Alright, stop imagining things already.
Even if others had came earlier, it might also not be possible for them to pass through Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's trial.
What we should now do is,
who shall first traverse the Blue Clouds Road, and who shall traverse last?
Mangon looked at everyone.
Who should traverse first? Who should traverse last? Huaiyan, Du Zhongjun, Aofeng, Zhongju, Fang Tian and the others, every single one of them was secretly considering.
The first person to traverse would be testing the waters.
However, it was also possible for him or her to be the first person to arrive at the 9 heavens, and that benefit naturally did not need to be said. Yet, the first person would also encounter the most number of dangers, because he or she would know nothing of the Blue Clouds Road's perils. The last person to traverse had others to explore before him or her, and would be a lot safer. It was just that, being the last person to arrive, it might be possible for others to have gotten all of the benefits.
Ah, someone from my side will be the first to traverse.
Huaiyan said while smiling.
That won't do, Du Zhongjun, Aofeng and the others seem to have spoken at the same time.
It will be all right for one of your men, but you cannot be the first to traverse.
Mangon said while looking at Huaiyan.
At that moment, Du Zhongjun and Aofeng also nodded and agreed. With the exception of the 6 great experts, Mangon and the other emissaries of the Ascendant Realms absolutely did not care about the other people such as Reverend Mingshan. If people such as Reverend Mingshan were able to obtain treasures, that would then be a weird situation.
Alright, then one of my men will go first. Huaiyan said with a smile.
Aofeng nodded and voiced out, let us then make it like this.
For the first cycle, each faction will send 1 person.
However, all the emissaries, as well as Zhongju and Fang Tian, absolutely cannot set off first.
Would it be alright like that? Aofeng looked at everyone.
The other 3 emissaries, as well as Fang Tian and Zhongju, all nodded.
Senior Aofeng, please wait for a while.
Qin Yu took a few steps forward.
Brother Qin Yu, what is the matter? Aofeng inquired.
Qin Yu's facial expression seemed slightly bleak. Both of my brothers, that is, Hofei and Heiyu, are already at the Deshang stage, and are only slightly more than 1 day away from ascension. Since the remaining time that they have is this short, I also do not want my 2 brothers to take the risk. At the same time, I also want to spend some time together with my 2 brothers. That is why, everyone can first proceed to traverse the Blue Clouds Road, while I will be the last person.
Aofeng, Du Zhongjun and the others took a look at Hofei and Heiyu in surprise, then nodded.
Given their eyesights, they could all see that Hofei and Heiyu were about to ascend. It was just that the energies within their bodies had already completed transforming into demon elemental energy.
Alright, Brother Qin Yu, you will be the last person. Have a good time getting together with your brothers.
Aofeng said directly, while the other emissaries also did not have any opinions. From their points of view, it was already unnecessary to vie over the last position to traverse. Moreover, Qin Yu's capabilities were weak, and no one had regarded Qin Yu as a competitor.
Promptly, Qin Yu, Hofei and Heiyu walked to one end of the plaza. In the meantime, Mangon and the other 5 figureheads discussed amongst themselves.
Finally, they decided on the sequence of traversing the Blue Clouds Road. At the same time, everyone left their soul jade slips on the White Jade Plaza. Meanwhile, the first lucky person to traverse the Blue Clouds Road was Reverend Mingshan. Mingshan, if you are the first to arrive at the 9 heavens and is lucky enough to obtain that treasure, then your future will definitely be limitless. You definitely cannot disappoint the hopes that I have placed on you, and also cannot disappoint the hopes of Yu Huang, entrusted Huaiyan. Reverend Mingshan's facial expression was quite bitter. The first person to traverse the Blue Clouds Road was definitely the person with the most danger. It was just that, did Reverend Mingshan and the others have the qualifications to go against the arrangements of the 6 great figureheads, huh?
Senior Huaiyan, be at ease. I will definitely try my best. Reverend Mingshan took a deep breath, and then directly walked towards the Blue Clouds Road and placed a single foot onto the Blue Jade Bridge. That was the beginning of the Blue Clouds Road.
The Blue Clouds Road was directed connected to the nine heavens, and at the same time, it was surrounded and enshrouded by blue clouds. After Reverend Ming Shan had merely walked for a while, everyone who was present could no longer see any trace of Reverend Ming Shan. At that moment, everybody used their ears and began to hear carefully. Ho! A low roar echoed from within the Blue Clouds Road. Immediately, there was a single pang, and Reverend Ming Shan's soul jade slip, which was lying on the white jade plaza, cracked. Reverend Ming Shan is dead. The second person, Brother Du, it should be one of your men. Ao Feng said in an indifferent tone, and at the same time looked at Du Zhongjun. At that moment, Du Zhongjun only had one person who was still alive under his direct command, and that was Wu Hei. Du Zhongjun turned his head around and looked at Wu Hei. Wu Hei's facial expression was quite unsightly. Earlier, Reverend Ming Shan had simply died too fast, and it was fast enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. The Blue Clouds Road was long, but Reverend Ming Shan had only moved forward for a short distance, and then died. Everyone could only hear a beast's roar. Wu Hei, you must try your best. If you are able to survive, I will definitely let you practice several special martial techniques of the Black Devil Modeo. Du Zhongjun said seriously. Yes, my Lord Blood Devil. Wu Hei nodded, then gathered his courage and stepped into the Blue Clouds Road. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 49. Stellar Transformations, Book 11, Chapter 49, Parting. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Everyone looked from afar as Wu Hei walked into the Blue Clouds Road. Under the veil of the blue clouds, it was absolutely impossible to see what Wu Hei had encountered within the Blue Clouds Road. However, after a mere moment, that bestial roar once again rang out. Wu Hei! Another person sent to his death, beside Xinyu, Ho Fei said in a low voice. Xinyu also nodded. The length of the Blue Clouds Road was close to 5,000 kilometers long, while the earlier Reverend Ming Shan had died only after entering for a short while. Xinyu dared to be sure, and estimated that Reverend Ming Shan did not even cover 10% of the journey's distance. That also meant that Reverend Ming Shan had died even before meeting with the true danger. That Wu Hei, how much stronger was he compared to Reverend Ming Shan, huh? Ho, an extremely furious roar rang forth, but it began to weaken after a mere moment. Almost at the same time, Du Zhongjun, Mangon and the others looked at the soul jade slip on the ground that belonged to Wu Hei. Wu Hei's soul jade slip was still intact, and it definitely did not break. Ah, it seems like Wu Hei has passed the first trial of the Blue Clouds Road. Mangon smiled and looked at Du Zhongjun. Du Zhongjun, maybe he'll have the same luck as the chance to step on dogshit, and actually arrive at the other end of the Blue Clouds Road, the Nine Heavens, huh? Du Zhongjun only smiled. How could the Blue Clouds Road be that easy to surmount, huh? Everyone at the White Jade Plaza had even heard that earlier growl, and it was evident that the location of battle was very near to the White Jade Plaza. Whether Wu Hei is able to arrive at the Nine Heavens, that is very hard to say. However, at least he has walked further than Ming Shan. Du Zhongjun smiled indifferently while taking a look at Hua Yan at the same time, as if he was very complacent. Hua Yan's face was expressionless. He was only quietly listening to sounds carried from the Blue Clouds Road. The sound of heavy collisions. Ao Feng frowned. It was a bestial roar at the beginning. Unless, there is a kind of demon beast at the forefront of the Blue Clouds Road. And now, there are also heavy collisions. It looks like there are still living people within Ni Yang's realm. Even if it were a demon beast, for it to be capable of killing Reverend Ming Shan, it should definitely also have sufficient cultivation to take on a human form, and already possessed human knowledge. Ni Yang's realm was not exactly uninhabited. There were also living demon beasts and living people within it. Mangon also frowned and nodded. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's initial subordinates might also be inside Ni Yang's realm. Wrong. Mangon's eyes suddenly glinted, and he secretly began to ponder. When Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had initially entered the mortal realm from that place, there were absolutely no subordinates. Where did the current subordinates come from? Also, where did that bestial roar come from? Mangon continued to consider in silence. Unless, they are people that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had initially taken in from the mortal realm? Not possible. Those people would also have ascended when they achieved the domain level required for ascension. Unless, it's the 10,000, Mangon's eyes lit up. At that moment, Ao Feng also gave Mangon a strange, momentary smile. Mangon also returned a cold smile to Ao Feng. Meanwhile, both Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun instead had not thought of where that bestial roar came from.
Brother Ao Feng, you are even thinking of competing against me for this thing? Mangon had directly used a transmission talisman and sent a transmission message. He did not want to let both Hua Yan and Du Zhong know that thing was also actually in Ni Yang's realm. Brother Mangon, there is no need to call it this thing. Isn't it just that scroll, huh? I definitely think that you have also guessed what that treasure is. Ah, this had really shocked me. To think that this scroll is actually also in Ni Yang's realm, this really is a sudden and incidental pleasant surprise. With the exception of that piece of treasure which the various important leaders of the immortal, devil and demon realms covered, in the entire Ni Yang's realm, this scroll should at least be ranked second to that. I had still thought that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang would have bestowed this scroll to a predestined person, and did not think that it had instead remained at Ni Yang's realm. If I were to obtain it. Humph, even if I, Ao Feng, am a gold dragon, my status in the dragon clan will also be comparable to that of a 5-clawed gold dragon. Ao Feng's transmission message obviously expressed his determination towards that scroll. Alright, you want to obtain it, while I also want to obtain it. When the time comes, we will have to see our real capabilities, Mangon stated using his transmission talisman. Ao Feng responded by giving Mangon an indifferent smile. Instead, he secretly had an idea. Now that the various important leaders of the immortal, devil and demon realms had all broken through the barriers between the two realms, enabling the emissaries of the various ascendant realms to descend and obtain that plaything, it will also not be a death penalty even if I am to fail in obtaining that treasure. Why not? Use that hidden resort and compete for this scroll? Once I obtain it, my status will definitely undergo a drastic change. Under the instructions of their respective leaders, the 4 great emissaries were all competing for that legendary treasure. However, even if they had managed to obtain it, they would still need to give it to their respective leaders. They did not exactly have any benefits. That was why. It was still better to bear the crime of being incompetent, and instead seize that scroll. To use that hidden resort in the battle to compete for the scroll, Ao Feng's selfish desires were already set. Ao Feng could not be blamed. After all, that item was too famous. If it were the Ascendant Realms, how could someone of Ao Feng's caliber even manage to lay his fingers on that kind of treasure? If I manage to obtain it, my capabilities will definitely increase by more than 10 times. Ao Feng could feel his heart trembling, his desire to compete for that scroll was already at the peak. He was excited, so how could Mangon not also be excited? At that moment, only both of them had guessed the existence of that scroll, while Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun were instead still clueless. Pang, a crisp and clear sound, as if a piece of jade had burst and cracked open, resounded throughout the white jade plaza. Wu Hei's corresponding soul jade slip had finally cracked into pieces. An entire 6 hours. After entering Ni Yang's realm, Wu Hei finally died after 6 hours. The side of the loose immortals and the side of the loose devils have already sent people. It's now your dragon clan's turn, Mangon smiled while looking at Ao Feng. In a very indifferent tone, Ao Feng said, Elder Yen Shan, I have to trouble you to make a move. There were 3 great elders in the dragon clan, Yen Shan, Ao Su, and Ao Yen. However, Ao Yen had already died during the incident at the Scattered Treasures Cliff, leaving only the 2 great elders Yen Shan and Ao Su. Yen Shan was a silver dragon in the domain level of a 12th tribulation loose demon, while Ao Su was instead a black dragon in the domain level of an 11th tribulation loose demon. Yen Shan's capabilities were obviously stronger by 1 level. Compared to Reverend Ming Shan and Wu Hei, the capabilities of a 12th tribulation silver dragon were the strongest. Elder Yen Shan, be careful, Fang Tian said and entrusted to Yen Shan. Patriarch, my lord emissary, just be at ease, Yen Shan said and smiled, then promptly walked into the Blue Clouds Road in a calm manner. Mangon smiled indifferently and said, Brother Ao Feng, I can see that you're this, whatever Elder Yen Shan's capabilities are still very strong and is at least significantly stronger than Wu Hei. I definitely think that he is able to surmount the Blue Clouds Road. Whether he is able to pass through or not will depend on his own capabilities. It is useless to also say it now. Ao Feng said with an indifferent smile. At that moment, both of them had already begun to secretly compete against each other. For that scroll, they were willing to kill the other party at all costs. As Mangon looked at Ao Feng, he imagined giving a cold smile. His Highness is still really generous. It might be that my status as a super divine beast purple-eyed bull demon king came in useful, to actually have a low-grade divine equipment bestowed unto me. Although it is the lowest tier offensive low-grade divine equipment, it is also a lot more powerful than a finest grade immortal equipment. If I manage to obtain that scroll, my capabilities will increase by at least more than 10 times.
There will also be a lot more hope during the time to compete for that piece of treasure which His Highness requires. The man gone of that moment was absolutely unable to calm his mind down. He was constantly thinking about that scroll. From Mangon's point of view, that piece of scroll was really precious to the extreme. After all, even the important leaders of the various realms had initially failed in their attempts to obtain that very scroll, and it was only obtained by immortal Emperor Ni Yang at the end. Big brother. It has already exceeded 6 hours, and that Dragon Clan's elder is still not dead. Ah, it looks like he has a very good chance to pass through. Ho Fei was extremely relaxed. After all, at that moment, he was only waiting for ascension. Instead, Xin Yu did not speak. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, do both of you feel that both Mangon and Ao Feng's demeanor are a little messy? Xin Yu said in a low voice. Those three brothers were whispering to each other at one end of the White Jade Plaza. At the center of the White Jade Plaza, Huayan, Ao Feng, and the others also did not notice. Correct, both Mangon and Ao Feng do not have their previous calm appearances. It is as if both of them are like tigers choosing a man to bite, and they both have a kind of crazed dispositions. Ho Fei carefully looked for a while, then replied in a low voice. Xin Yu also nodded. Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Zhongju and Feng Tian also sensed the change in both Ao Feng and Mangon's demeanor. Hi, brother Ao Feng. We still have not begun competing for that plaything, and even if you manage to seize it, it will also be given to the Dragon Emperor. Is it necessary for you to have such a crazed appearance, huh? Ah, aren't you a little too agitated? Du Zhongjun voiced out. Ao Feng took in a deep breath, then smiled and said, he is about to arrive at the 9 heavens, so I am quite agitated. AI, the cultivation of my mental state is still insufficient. Brother Mangon, your capabilities are the strongest, there is no need to be too anxious, right? Zhongju said in a low voice. Mangon also tried to suppress the surge of emotions in his heart, and only nodded. Calm? If any single one of the other people were to know of that scroll's existence, he would not be calm, nor would he also be able to become calm. Pang! A crisp, shattering sound once again rang out. Yen Shan is dead. Ao Su's facial expression changed. The facial expressions of many experts also became quite unsightly. Of the Dragon Clan's 3 great elders, Yen Shan's capabilities were of course ranked as first. At the very most, it was more or less comparable to the earlier Reverend Ming Liang and Wukong Shui. Since even Yen Shan was dead, the difficulty of that Blue Cloud's road could only be left to imaginations. The Dragon Clan's turn is over, it should be the Wilderness Demon Clan's turn. Ao Feng looked at Mangon. Mangon slowly said, Kong Chao, it is up to you. Yes, my lord. Kong Chao did not actually have much confidence, but he still accepted the orders and stepped onto the Blue Cloud's road. 9-headed Snake Kong Chao was still the leader of the 3 great huge demons under Yu Liang's direct command. The strength of his capabilities was second only to Yu Liang in the wilderness. However, even so, Kong Chao also did not have much confidence. Sent to his death, Huayan said with a faint smile. Du Zhongjun also nodded in agreement. In the eyes of those 6 great leaders, their subordinates were meant to be sent to their deaths while exploring the road. Moreover, after finally arriving at the 9 heavens, there would definitely be many treasures. They also did not want their subordinates to take away most of the treasures. Indeed, as expected, after close to 8 hours had passed, Kong Chao's soul jade slip also shattered. With the sequential death of the experts one at a time, the atmosphere at the plaza became quite oppressive. Next should be one of Zhongju's men. Huayan looked at Zhongju. At that moment, Zhongju only had one person, the petrification beast, transform into stone. Zhongju took a look at transform into stone, then helplessly said, transform into stone, your powers are still quite special. If you are lucky, there is still a chance of survival. Transform into stone only nodded, then stepped into the Blue Cloud's road. Why do I feel as if the Blue Cloud's road is a road of death? Xin Yu looked at that Blue Cloud's road which was close to 5,000 kilometers long, that led to the 9 heavens. That Blue Cloud's road which was surrounded by countless flocks of blue clouds gave him an oppressive feeling. The entrance to the Blue Cloud's road was like a huge, bloody mouth. Ho, that familiar roar once again rang forth. However, after merely a moment, that roar disappeared. Transform into stone cleared the first trial at a very fast speed, Huayan said with a smile. At one side, Du Zhongjun also agreed. At that moment, only Huayan and the other super experts were still slightly more relaxed. The other people were all very anxious. After 6 hours, the soul jade slip belonging to transform into stone once again cracked and burst into pieces. That represented that yet another expert had his soul scattered into nothingness. A pity, Huayan sighed and said, at the beginning, it was from the side of the loose immortals to the side of the chaotic astral sea. Now, it will be reversed, and turns will be cycled from the side of the chaotic astral sea to the side of the loose immortals. The chaotic astral sea, Zhongju, do not have anyone under him left. It should be someone from the wilderness demon clan's turn to make a move. Shut up, I know the rules. Mangon looked at the only person under his direct command, Yu Liang. Yu Liang, do not disappoint me, Mangon said in a low voice. My lord, be at ease, Yu Liang said while giving a faint smile and a bow. That Yu Liang obviously had a different bearing. At the domain level of a 12th tribulation loose demon, the divine beast Heavenly Mouse was also a high-class divine beast. With regard to capabilities, he was absolutely the strongest person from the beginning until that moment. After Yu Liang had stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road, his figure immediately disappeared after leaving behind a momentary image. No way, right? Unless, this Yu Liang is thinking of relying on speed and directly charge to the other end of the Blue Clouds Road in one breath? Du Zhongjun said in a shocked tone. Ao Feng nodded and praised, it might still really succeed. After all, this Yu Liang's true form is the Heavenly Mouse. With regard to his speed, I estimate that amongst all of us, only Brother Zhongju was able to win him by a head. Meanwhile, at that moment, the three people over at Qin Yu's side all stood up. That was because Ho Fei and He Yu were about to ascend. Big brother, He Yu looked at Qin Yu, and his eyes were already moist. How old are you, for you to still have this kind of appearance? All right. Big brother promise you, that no matter what, I will definitely go to the demon realm and find both of you. Qin Yu's heart was also feeling completely sour. When he was a child, without his father to care for him, both him and the similarly lonely Xiao He had depended on each other. How many years has it been? The feelings between him and Xiao He were definitely comparable to the feelings between real brothers. The upper skies actually began to shake, and a kind of special energy began to blanket over the entire Ni Yang's realm. When faced against that kind of energy, all of the restrictive spells in Ni Yang's realm were unable to obstruct it. That was the power of the heavens. It was at that time that Mangon, Zhongju, Huayan, and the others then looked over at Qin Yu and his two brothers. When they saw how those three brothers were reluctant to part, they knew that Ho Fei and He Yu were really about to ascend. Big brother, you must definitely go to the demon realm and find us, Ho Fei said solemnly. Qin Yu could only nod. Brilliant rays of light were shot down from the skies, directly enveloping both Ho Fei and He Yu. Enveloped by those blinding rays of splendor, both Ho Fei and He Yu instead continued to gaze at Qin Yu. They were both secretly expecting for Qin Yu to succeed in creating the stellar transformations technique, thus being able to successfully ascend. I will definitely go and find the both of you, Qin Yu said resolutely. The three brothers continued to exchange gazes. Both Ho Fei and He Yu began to rise into the air. The energy enveloping their entire bodies became increasingly more powerful. Merely after a while, both of them were completely transformed into two globes of white light. The space was seen to momentarily tremble, and the both of them had then disappeared. Xiao He, Fei Fei. Qin Yu's heart became completely cold. His entire heart was as cold as ice, the deepest recesses of his heart frozen. That Xiao He, often with an unconcerned appearance, but was instead as close to him as a real brother, had already left. That Fei Fei, often with a gleeful appearance, but also treated him as a brother, had also left. Li Er is gone, Xiao He and Fei Fei are also gone. Eldest brother and second brother have their own families. Royal father also has eldest brother, second brother, and Uncle Feng together as a group. Only I am alone. At that very moment, Qin Yu experienced an unprecedented feeling of loneliness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 50. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 50, A Glance. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. The breeze gently caressed his face, loosely lifting his hair aloft as they passed. Qin Yu's gaze was fleeting. Obtain the treasure that Uncle Lan had left behind in Ni Yang's realm. After that, I will then go behind closed doors to perceive and create the stellar transformations technique, striving to ascend at an early date. Qin Yu secretly said to himself, royal father, eldest brother and second brother all have their own families to care for, therefore I am also assured. There is only Li Er, as well as my other two brothers. Although Qin Yu was physically still at Ni Yang's realm, his mind was instead no longer there. Brother Qin Yu, do not be too upset. The ascension of both your brothers is a law of the heavens and earth, and it absolutely could not be obstructed. Moreover, you have also achieved the Deshang stage, and you will also ascend not long later. Mangon walked over to reassure him.
Xin Yu's facial expression was quite bleak.
After he heard Mangon's words, Xin Yu only managed to display the hint of a smile.
Correct, I will also ascend not long later.
Those words were meant for Mangon, and also for himself.
However, if he was unable to create the next domain level's technique, how was he able to enter into the next domain level? Xin Yu unintentionally clenched both his fists.
When Mangon saw Xin Yu's expression, he no longer interrupted Xin Yu, and instead left Xin Yu alone to have a quiet time by himself. At that moment, there were still 9 people alive in the plaza: Huayan, Shuiyu Yang, Du Zhongjun, Aofeng, Fang Tian, Aosu, Zhongju, Mangon, as well as Xin Yu. With the exception of Xin Yu, the other 8 people were waiting for the result of Yu Liang's charge into the Blue Clouds Road.
Dead? Alive? For that moment, no one was able to be certain.
Brother Du, given Yu Liang's capabilities, he is the strongest person to have entered the Blue Clouds Road.
From your point of view, how long can he persevere? Will it be as long as the Dragon Clan's elder Yin Shanha? Huayan smiled and said. Du Zhongjun pondered momentarily and said, how long can he persevere? It should be comparable to the Dragon Clan's elder Yin Shan, right?
Oh, Elder Yin Shan seemed to have persisted for close to 8 hours, right?
Even if Yu Liang were to fail, he should also be able to persevere for more than 8 hours, right? It has been only 1 hour since Yu Liang had entered.
It is still early to discuss about this now, huh? Mangon said and smiled. Suddenly, Mangon frowned.
MMM? Mangon retrieved a transmission talisman, and a smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Succeeded.
Mangon laughed heartily and said, Yu Liang, he has already succeeded in arriving at the other end. He succeeded.
What?
Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Aofeng, Fang Tian and Zhongju, one by one, the experts were all shocked. Even Xin Yu, who was feeling quite low-spirited at one corner of the White Jade Plaza, was also shocked into awareness.
He unintentionally looked over to that group of people. There was a contented smile on Mangon's face. Listen carefully. I said that Yu Liang, he has already succeeded in passing through the Blue Clouds Road. Moreover, he has already arrived at the 9 heavens. Impossible. It has only been an hour, how can he be that fast?
Huayan was the first person to retort. Earlier, the Dragon Clan's elder Yin Shan, as well as your subordinates Kong Chao, and the others, they had all endured for more than 6 hours, but they all failed in the end.
Brother Huayan should not be too subjective, Zhongju voiced out. Everyone looked at Zhongju. Zhongju responded by asking, dare I ask everyone, have all of you forgotten what was that Yu Liang's first response after stepping onto the Blue Clouds Road in the beginning, huh? Almost everyone recalled that scene. During the time when Yu Liang had just stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road, his entire person immediately disappeared. It was obvious that he had charged towards the other end at an extremely fast and furious speed. Even if the Blue Clouds Road had many layers of obstructions, in the end, Yu Liang had also merely used an hour to pass through the Blue Clouds Road. Speed. Zhongju nodded and said, compared to how the other people had carefully entered the Blue Clouds Road, Yu Liang instead used his speed to rush through the Blue Clouds Road. That is why, it is not exactly weird for him to succeed in 1 hour. Meanwhile, at that moment, the 2 surviving stones used for testing the road, Shuiyu Yang and the Dragon Clan's elder Aosu, had glimmers of light in their eyes. Calling both of them stones used for testing the road was not exactly wrong. From Mangon and the other people's point of view, maybe only Mangon, Huayan, Du Zhongjun, Fang Tian, Zhongju and Aofeng had the qualifications to compete for the treasure. The others were only characters similar to cannon fodder and stones used for testing the road. Mangon looked at Aofeng, then smiled and said, Brother Aofeng, my subordinate has already made it through. It should now be someone from your Dragon Clan's turn, right? Aofeng nodded. According to the initial rules, the next person should be Aosu. Wait. Huayan suddenly frowned and shouted. Does Brother Huayan have any questions, huh? Everyone looked at Huayan. Meanwhile, Xin Yu, who was sitting indifferently at one corner of the White Jade Plaza, instead silently observed that group of people debating in the middle of the plaza. Xin Yu understood that those people did not exactly take notice of a Deshang stage Shojin practitioner. However, Xin Yu was instead very satisfied that such a situation had happened. Hearing their conversations, Xin Yu secretly disagreed. Speed. Passing through this Blue Clouds Road relies only on speed, huh? Having heard those bestial roars, it is obvious that there are several obstructions. For that Yu Liang to be able to pass through, speed was one factor, while the second factor was his strong capabilities. Moreover, if only speed was required to pass through, how would a distance of 5,000 kilometers possibly require an hour? Mangon and the others naturally secretly understood whatever Xin Yu had secretly thought. At that moment, everyone within the plaza was looking at Hua Yan, inquiring why had he impeded the Dragon Clan's elder from entering the Blue Clouds Road. Hua Yan smiled indifferently and replied, "Earlier, Brother Mangon had said that Yu Liang had entered the Blue Clouds Road. However, this was only your side of the story, and who would know whether it was true or false? If Yu Liang is still fighting within the Blue Clouds Road at this very moment, and you are to let another person enter, wouldn't that be sending the other person to his death, huh?" Du Zhongjun, Ao Feng, and the others were momentarily startled. At that moment, they also remembered the rules of the Blue Clouds Road: only a single person may enter. If two people were to be on the Blue Clouds Road, both of them would definitely die. Humph. Yu Liang's soul jade slip did not shatter. Moreover, he has already sent me a transmission message. All of you are still afraid that I will deceive you all? Mangon said with a cold smile. Yu Liang's soul jade slip indeed did not shatter, but this does not necessarily mean that he has succeeded in surmounting the Blue Clouds Road. This can only represent that Yu Liang still has not died. You are saying that Yu Liang has successfully passed through, but must we definitely trust you, huh? Hua Yan asked in return. Mangon became a little angry. He did not exactly lie, but Hua Yan and the others did not believe. A bunch of fools. Humph, since all of you do not dare to enter, then I will enter. Mangon angrily turned around and started to walk towards the Blue Clouds Road. Brother Mangon, there is no need for this, Ao Feng naturally obstructed Mangon. No matter what, he would also not let Mangon take the lead and enter. If Mangon were to enter first, that scroll would very possibly fall into Mangon's hands. Mangon gave Ao Feng an icy stare. Unless, Ao Feng, you did not see? All of them do not dare to enter. Ao Feng smiled and said, Brother Hua Yan, all of you are also really muddled. If Mangon wanted to be treacherous, I estimate that he would also victimize us, right? Unless, he would abandon Yu Liang just to victimize Elder Ao Su? Those words evidently despised the Elder Ao Su, but everyone in the plaza understood Ao Feng's meaning. Elder Ao Su was also someone who had practiced for more than 10,000 years, and had long become a profound person. He would obviously not become angry due to that one sentence. Moreover, the Elder Ao Su had deduced that Yu Liang definitely, really, succeeded in surmounting the Blue Clouds Road. It looked like speed was still very useful. Ao Su secretly already had a method to traverse the Blue Clouds Road. My Lord Emissary, this subordinate will now enter, Elder Ao Su said and bowed. After that, he stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road without hesitation. At the moment when the Elder Ao Su had just stepped into the Blue Clouds Road, his entire person also departed with a flash. Clearly, Elder Ao Su had also thought of passing through by relying on extremely fast speed. At that moment, if it was to be said who was the person within the plaza most intent on carefully listening to Elder Ao Su's sounds of traversing the Blue Clouds Road, then that would be Shui Yang. Who was the next person to step onto the Blue Clouds Road? Everyone was waiting. If Elder Ao Su had successfully passed through the Blue Clouds Road relying on speed, then traversing by increasing their speed would work. Ho! The furious roar was extremely wild and violent, and everyone in the plaza could clearly hear that. However, it was immediately followed by a dragon's roar. Elder Ao Su was transformed into his true form. Fang Tian was very certain, let's hope that Elder Ao Su will be able to successfully pass through. Fang Tian was secretly feeling quite uncomfortable. The Dragon Clan had 3 great elders. However, after entering Ni Yang's realm, 2 of the great elders had already died consecutively as of that moment. Only a single Elder Ao Su remained. If even Elder Ao Su also died, then the Dragon Clan's top-tiered experts would have been completely wiped out. Actually, it wasn't solely just the Dragon Clan. The Loose Devils, Loose Immortals, and even including the Wilderness Demon Clan had already lost quite a number of their top-tiered experts. It could be said that, almost more than half of the Mortal Realm's super experts had already died during the journey in Ni Yang's realm. Time slowly trickled by, minute by minute, second by second. 1 hour. There was no response. 2 hours. There was still no response of any sort. 4 hours had passed, and the Soul Jade slip was still intact. However, there was still no news of Ao Su successfully passing through. Just as everyone was quietly waiting, pang, a clear and crisp sound rang out. That Soul Jade slip belonging to Ao Su cracked into pieces. Fang Tian's facial expression darkened. The Dragon Clan's last elder was also dead. Meanwhile, Shui Yang's facial expression also became overcast. He had also thought of relying on speed to swiftly pass through the Blue Clouds Road at the beginning, but having seen Elder Ao Su's result, it was very obvious. Relying on speed would not work. Shui Yang, as much as possible, try your best, Hua Yan said and entrusted him. At that moment, Hua Yan also did not have much confidence in Shui Yang. Although Shui Yang was more unique, and his capabilities was also exceptionally strong, there was still a difference when compared to the Dragon Clan's strongest elder, Yin Shan. Would Shui Yang be able to sustain even when Yin Shan had died? Shui Yang retired backwards after bowing towards Hua Yin, and then stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road. At the very moment when he stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road, Shui Yang was slightly startled. Should he rush, or should he proceed carefully? At that very moment when he had stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road, Shui Yang hesitated. However, after a brief moment, Shui Yang's body transformed into a blur and rushed forward in an extremely fast speed. He had finally made a decision and decided to learn from Yu Liang. Nearly 4 hours. The sound of a soul jade slip shattering once again rang out. That sound also indicated that, with the exception of Yu Liang, all those cannon fodder and stones that were used to test the road had been completely wiped out. From that moment, the 6 great leaders would have their turns. Man Gong, Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Zhongzhu, Feng Tian and Ao Feng would enter the Blue Clouds Road. As for Qin Yu, although his capabilities was the weakest, due to the promise towards Ao Feng and the others at the beginning, he would instead be the last person to step onto the Blue Clouds Road. 6 great leaders. 4 emissaries of the Ascendant Realms. These Ascendant Realms emissaries possess powerful hidden measures, and I definitely think that they can all pass through. However, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had once said that if the Immortal Realms emissary is thinking of successfully rushing through, the difficulty will be extremely high. I estimate that Hua Yan will have some punishments to suffer. Qin Yu secretly made a judgment in a short amount of time. According to the initial designations, Sword Immortal Hua Yan would be the first to step onto the Blue Clouds Road. Hua Yan, if you manage to surmount the Blue Clouds Road, you have to immediately send a transmission message and notify us. You had better not pass through the Blue Clouds Road without notifying us after that, instead having us wait here futilely, Man Gong said in a cold voice. Hua Yan smiled and said, naturally, how can I be that sort of despicable villain? If Hua Yan had passed through but instead not notify everyone, making everyone wait in vain while he alone obtained the treasure, then wouldn't Man Gong and the others might as well have died from such a grievance? Ao Feng shook his head and said, we find it very hard to believe you. That is why, before stepping onto the Blue Clouds Road, the 6 of us will need to make an oath. Whoever succeeds in surmounting the Blue Clouds Road will have to wait for the others. After waiting for all 6 people to finish their attempts in traversing the Blue Clouds Road, the 6 people can then continue to proceed. Otherwise, the person failing to do so will suffer punishment from the heavens, thus having his soul scattered into nothingness. Correct, 6 of us will need to make an oath, Man Gong also said. Zhongzhu, Feng Tian, and the others also looked at Hua Yan. Hua Yan's facial expression momentarily changed. As the first person to enter, he would naturally have obtained some benefits. However, since 5 people had decided as such, Hua Yan could only fake the appearance of a faint smile. Naturally, only like this can we call it fair. Immediately, the 6 great leaders all made an oath. Qin Yu observed from afar. 6 people making an oath? Instead, I am definitely not mentioned. Clearly, I am not treated as a competitor, Qin Yu's face had the slight hint of an indifferent smile. He only looked at the 6 great leaders. Promptly, Hua Yan took the lead and entered the Blue Clouds Road. Man Gong smiled and said, the difficulty of traversing the Blue Clouds Road for the Immortal Realms emissary will be a lot harder than others. I am really curious whether Hua Yan will be able to pass through alive. This really is hard to say. Du Zhongjun and the other people also began to laugh. Time elapsed ever since Hua Yan had entered the Blue Clouds Road, those sounds of attacks and explosions continued on relentlessly. It was obviously a lot stronger and more intense when compared to the others who had entered. That made Man Gong and the others gloat over Hua Yan's misfortune, and they began to smile. After 2 hours had passed. Hong. As if thunder had resounded from beside their ears, even Qin Yu started from being scared. That horrifying shockwave had been sent over from within the Blue Clouds Road, and that explosion had actually scattered all the blue clouds surrounding the Blue Clouds Road. However, merely after a brief moment, those blue clouds once again gathered into the surroundings of the Blue Clouds Road. What a powerful explosion. I am afraid that was comparable to the capabilities of an 8th or 9th tier golden immortal, right? Man Gong and the others exchanged looks of shock. I estimate that Hua Yan has even used his hidden resort, right? Ao Feng began to smile. Man Gong and the others also began to smile. Nearly after a while, all right, I have passed through already, Hua Yan's transmission message was then sent over. Meanwhile, almost at the same time, Man Gong also nodded and said, Yu Liang sent news. He saw Hua Yan, with his head covered in ash and face smeared with mud, successfully arriving at the 9 heavens. Head covered in ash and face smeared with mud? Aofeng smiled and said, having used his final and ultimate move, I definitely think that Huayan's facial expression is also quite unsightly, right? Immediately, those 5 people began to smile. Qinyu, at one corner, stood up. ORH, he succeeded already. I had never thought that Huayan would actually be able to survive such a large criss. Qinyu's entire person suddenly paused, and looked towards a single direction. His eyes was momentarily filled with doubt, shock, disbelief, as well as excitement. However, as if momentarily, Qinyu once again recovered his usual appearance. Luckily, Mangon and the group of people at the center did not exactly notice the Qinyu who was at a corner, and naturally did not discover the rapid changes of Qinyu's gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 51. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 51, White Profound Lord. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Excitement, as well as nervousness. That was Qinyu's feelings at that very moment. I had never thought that this white jade sculpture would actually be similar to the sculpture before the door of the treasure tower at the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, and also have a ring. Qinyu was secretly, completely excited. At both sides of the Blue Clouds Road's end, which was connected to the White Jade Plaza, one side had a white jade sculpture, while the other side had a stone tablet. At the beginning, Qinyu also did not discover anything special about that white jade sculpture. However, from the position where Qinyu had just sat at the corner of the White Jade Plaza, during the process of standing up earlier, his eyesight had momentarily glanced upon the ring worn on the sculpture's right hand, hidden within the sleeve while it rested behind the sculpture's back. That ring appeared to be white in color while being as clear as crystal, and it was exactly identical to the white jade sculpture. For typical people, even if they were to carefully observe the sculpture, they would also be unable to notice the ring. Firstly, it was because the ring's color was exactly identical to the sculpture's color. Secondly, the right hand which bore the ring was resting behind the sculpture's back. Hidden within the sleeve, that right hand was absolutely inside the blind spot of everyone's vision. Only Qinyu, at the very moment when he had stood up from that location earlier, was possible to see it. The ring could not be seen from any other positions. Previously, it was the ring of the Black Flame Lord. This time, I definitely think that it will also not be anything less, right? What is the matter with this immortal Emperor Ni Yang? Why did he insist on keeping this ring hidden on the sculpture? Qinyu secretly became puzzled. There was a treasure hidden in such a concealed place. If Qinyu was not at that corner of the White Jade Plaza, if he had not earlier stood up and casually glanced at that direction during that time, he would absolutely not have discovered that ring. Qinyu also did not think that using the same setup, that immortal Emperor Ni Yang would actually have arranged for it twice. No matter what, I cannot look towards the direction of the sculpture from now on. If Du Zhongjun, Aofeng, and the others are to suspect something, and they are to also discover this ring, then it will be a little troublesome. Qinyu's face pretended to be as indifferent as it had been since the beginning. Even if he had the sword immortal puppet, he estimated that taking it out and using it at that moment would result in having all the emissaries join forces to go against him. Moreover, Qinyu had also felt the shockwave from Huayan's earlier battle on the Blue Clouds Road. The strength of that power had simply reached a shocking stage. From what Qinyu had secretly thought, he estimated that the power of the 9th tier golden immortal sword immortal puppet was also at that level. That was the strength of Huayan's hidden measure. Meanwhile, Mangon, Aofeng, Du Zhongjun and the others similarly had hidden measures, and their strengths were also estimated to be not that much weaker. That was still not the suitable time to take out his sword immortal puppet. Only during a surprising and unexpected situation, only during the most important moment, would he then obtain the best effects from using his sword immortal puppet. Qinyu, what happened to you? Having seen that there was something not quite right with Qinyu, Mangon began walking over. Qinyu was momentarily startled. ORH, nothing, Qinyu smiled and said, it is just that. Having seen that many people die on the Blue Clouds Road earlier, I, myself, am also a little worried on whether I will be able to survive and pass through the Blue Clouds Road. Having heard what Qinyu had just said, Mangon, who was initially suspicious, also became relieved. Even the Dragon Clan's elders and the large group of other experts had their souls scattered into nothingness after their failures. Qinyu was only a Deshang stage Xiuzhen practitioner, and it was also an extremely normal matter for him to secretly feel restless and uneasy. Brother Qinyu, Mangon patted Qinyu's shoulder reassuringly and said, this Blue Clouds Road is definitely extremely dangerous. I can see that you are now already at the Deshang stage, why not?
You can immediately remain here, and continue to wait until the moment of your ascension. When that time comes, directly ascending will solve the problem.
Mangon also had good intentions. He also did not carry much confidence towards Chinyu rushing through the Blue Clouds Road.
I will consider it, Chinyu said and nodded. However, at that moment, Chinyu was instead secretly worried. That was because, at that moment, Chinyu was standing exactly at the corner of the White Jade Plaza, while Mangon stood beside him. If Mangon had walked over to that special position, then looked towards the direction of the White Jade sculpture, it would be very possible for him to discover the ring on the White Jade sculpture.
Move.
You have already finished speaking, so why are you still not moving? Chinyu secretly urged.
Brother Chinyu, I really cannot figure out why that Marshal Senior of yours is willing to let you enter Yang's realm. Isn't having you take this test sending you to your death, huh?
At that moment, Mangon also did not have anything, and instead began to chat with Chinyu. Without making a sound, Chinyu swiftly took a step and occupied the earlier special position where it was possible to see the ring, and then promptly began to cope with Mangon.
Meanwhile, at that moment, the Dragon Clan's patriarch Fang Tian also stepped into the Blue Clouds Road.
Brother Mangon, now that there are two super experts on the side of the Dragon Clan, one of which is Fang Tian, while the other is Ao Feng, who do you say is stronger, huh?
Chinyu casually began asking a question.
With regard to that question, Chinyu had also considered it before.
Mangon was momentarily surprised. From my point of view, it should be Fang Tian, right? Fang Tian? Chinyu was puzzled and said, isn't that Ao Feng the Dragon Clan's emissary from the Ascendant Realms, huh? How is it that he is instead still not up to par with Fang Tian? Mangon replied with certainty, does this still need to be said?
He, Ao Feng, is merely a first-tier demon king. Although Fang Tian is only lower than him by one level, due to the fact that he has the blood of the super divine beast five-clawed gold dragon in his veins, his own capabilities are absolutely not weaker than Ao Feng.
At the same time,
as the five-clawed gold dragon, Fang Tian's potential as well as status in the eyes of the Ascendant Realms Dragon Clan are all a lot higher and more important than Ao Feng.
I think
the strongest hidden measure that the Dragon Clan had allowed Ao Feng to bring down with him is estimated to already be in Fang Tian's hands.
So it is like this. Chinyu nodded and answered.
Having not entered the demon realm before, it was definitely hard to imagine how high the statuses of super divine beasts were within the demon realm. That was absolutely the most important of the important matters within the demon realm. That was also the reason why, when Du Zhongjun and the others had initially seen Mangon descend to the mortal realm, all of them felt shocked.
Huh, Fang Tian passed through already? When Mangon saw the news from the transmission talisman, he was greatly shocked.
Chinyu was also shocked.
That was the time taken to drink a cup of tea, and it was still shorter than the time taken by Yu Liang initially to surmount the Blue Clouds Road. This time it's my turn, right?
Du Zhongjun voiced out.
It is Brother Du's turn.
Brother Du, please, said Ao Feng with a smile. Du Zhongjun was actually in very low spirits and feeling unbearable. According to the rules, the sequence of turns should be rotated from the side of the Loose Immortals to the side of the Loose Devils to the Dragon Clan, to the Wilderness Demon Clan, and then to the Chaotic Astral Sea. Hua Yan was the first to have made a move, and the second person should be him. However, the side of the Dragon Clan had two experts, and that was why everyone had discussed and decided to let Ao Feng be at the back.
As compensation, Fang Tian was made the second person to set off.
It was also because of the fact that everyone had made an oath, so there was no need to worry about anyone seizing the treasures in advance, that Du Zhongjun had also agreed. It was just that Du Zhongjun still secretly felt quite depressed and unbearable. After taking a single step onto the Blue Clouds Road, Du Zhongjun also took off and moved ahead at his fastest speed. Brother Chinyu, this Blue Clouds Road is only just the second trial, and there will only be one person obtaining the final treasure. That is why, at the end, above the 9 heavens, there will still be an even more dangerous trial, Mangon said and smiled while looking at Chinyu.
Chinyu's facial expression showed that he was slightly worried. Alright already, you also do not have to think about that trial.
It already seems impossible for you to even think about surmounting this Blue Clouds Road, Mangon said teasingly.
Chinyu revealed the hint of a worried expression on his face in a timely manner. Alright, it was just a joke.
Brother Chinyu, although you are just at the Deshang stage, if we are to compare actual attacks, I am afraid that typical second-tier or third-tier heavenly immortals will not be a match for you, right? Adding that finest grade immortal sword which Zhongju had given you, even 5th or 6th tier heavenly immortals will also not dare to belittle you. Your foundations are very firm, and your future accomplishments are limitless, Mangon praised.
Chinyu only smiled humbly.
Chinyu did not exactly know that, at that very moment, Mangon was communicating with Ao Feng using their transmission talismans.
Man gone, Fang Tian has already successfully arrived at the 9 heavens, so it will also not be hard for me to enter and survive.
When the time comes, Fang Tian and I will combine our strength.
I want to see just how will you compete with us.
Fang Tian might be slightly weaker than you, but when equipped with the treasures bestowed by the Dragon Emperor, you might not be able to definitely win against him, Aofeng's transmission message stated.
Do not be conceited.
Both of you are indeed 2 people, but there is only a single scroll.
Even if the both of you are to obtain that scroll, how will the both of you distribute it?
With regard to using sharp words, Mangon was not a match for Aofeng.
Moreover, Mangon's tolerance was also not on par with Aofeng. Aofeng would be able to remain smiling while being insulted and scolded, but Mangon would instead become furious and fly into a rage.
Humph.
Mangon took a look at Aofeng from afar.
That look contained a hint of viciousness.
This Mangon and Aofeng seems to be quite at odds with other.
Xinyu took notice of that one gaze. Meanwhile, at that moment, Du Zhongjun has also passed through the Blue Clouds Road already. Aofeng, Mangon, and Zhongju seem to have received that news at the same time. Compared to that one time for Huayan. When Fang Tian and Du Zhongjun had passed through the Blue Clouds Road, there wasn't exactly any tremors that were too great. It was obvious that they did not exactly encounter those kind of dangers similar to Huayan.
Brother Xinyu, take care.
Do not attempt the trial if you do not have confidence.
After all, you are already at the Deshang stage, so it will be safer to remain here and wait for ascension.
Before Mangon left, he said that and entrusted Xinyu. Promptly, he then took a large step and walked towards the Blue Clouds Road.
That was Mangon's turn to enter the Blue Clouds Road.
Zhongju, Aofeng, I will make a move first, Mangon did not seem to be worried, and just like that, he stepped into the Blue Clouds Road.
Merely a moment after he had entered the Blue Clouds Road. Brother Aofeng, Brother Mangon has already arrived.
I am also about to set off, Zhongju said and smiled. Promptly, he nodded as a gesture to Xinyu, who was not far away.
After that, he also directly stepped into the Blue Clouds Road.
When Xinyu saw how relaxed the 6 great leaders were, he was secretly overcome with emotion. Reverend Ming Shan and the others, one by one, they had entered and died. With so many of them dead, only a single Yu Liang had fortunately succeeded.
Meanwhile, what about the 6 great leaders,
With the exclusion of the unfortunate Huayan, because he had received Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's special care, the difficulty of him passing through had been extremely hard. However, he still passed through in the end. In the meantime, the others instead had been very relaxed. It was as if every single person had passed through the Blue Clouds Road within the time needed to drink a cup of tea. Merely after a moment, little brother Xinyu, I am also about to set off. When I have arrived at the other side, I will send a transmission message to tell you, Aofeng called out to Xinyu. It was evident that Zhongju had already successfully arrived at the 9 heavens. With regard to the speed of passing through the Blue Clouds Road, it seemed as if Zhongju was the fastest person. With a faint smile, Xinyu saw Aofeng off with his gaze, as Aofeng stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road. After that, Xinyu then let out a long breath. Xinyu let out a long breath, and the smile on his face became brilliant. That was still really a torture to people. When every single person had stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road, I was earlier worried that they will take notice of the white jade sculpture, worried that someone will carefully inspect that white jade sculpture. Luckily, everybody's focus was on the 9 heavens. Xinyu walked towards the white jade sculpture in a relaxed manner and stood at its side. After that, he reached inside the long sleeve and removed the ring from the right hand that was within the sleeve. It won't have that whatever secret technique, right? Xinyu's heart suddenly thumped. Immediately, he gave a self-deprecating smile. I was too sensitive. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had earlier said that, with the exception treasures in the scattered treasures cliff having the secret technique applied on them at the beginning, all the other treasures do not have it. Moreover, it was hidden this secretly, having that secret technique applied on it will be going too far, but Xinyu promptly dripped a few drops of blood onto that white jade ring. The white jade ring directly absorbed those drops of blood, and Xinyu wore that ring on his hand. However, at the very moment that he wore that ring, the original ring of the Black Flame Lord actually appeared by itself and emanated rays of black-colored light, while that white-colored ring similarly emanated rays of white-colored light. Both completely opposing lights actually began to twine together.
What kind of plaything is this? Xinyu's heart momentarily thumped.
I have already performed the blood contracts on both of these rings.
Having this weird change happening should not have a great harm on me. It is only
the gravity field and domain of heavenly flames had better not be damaged. Xinyu was still extremely fond of the 2 great area abilities of the Ring of the Black Flame Lord. After close to the time needed for 10 breaths, rays of both colored lights had completely merged together.
At the same time, a single ring was worn on Qin Yu's finger. That ring had the appearance of black and white encircling together, similar to the mark of Tai Chi. At the same time, the figure of a person actually appeared within Qin Yu's mental consciousness. It was a vague and aloof figure. That figure very much resembled the white jade sculpture. It was just that no matter how careful Qin Yu observed, he was also unable to clearly see the appearance of that human silhouette. Lucky kid, to be able to obtain the Ring of the Black Flame Lord from the Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, you are already fortunate enough. To be able to obtain the Ring of the White Profound Lord from within Ni Yang's realm is also an extremely rare occurrence. You have already obtained both rings, and even I am envious of your luck. That indifferent voice contained the hint of a sense of loss. Qin Yu secretly understood. That should be Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. Ring of the Black Flame Lord and Ring of the White Profound Lord were both respectively refined by the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord, and those were their gifts to me. Having the both of them combined would then form the finest grade immortal equipment Ring of Mystical Flames. The Ring of the Black Flame Lord possessed Domain of Heavenly Flames as well as Gravity Field, while the Ring of the White Profound Lord possessed Domain of Jade Green Smoke as well as Gravity Field. With the both combined, there will then be 3 area abilities: Domain of Heavenly Flames, Domain of Jade Green Smoke as well as Double Gravity Field. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang explained. Ring of Mystical Flames. When the Domain of Heavenly Flames and Domain of Jade Green Smoke are used simultaneously, the resulting power will be extremely great. Meanwhile, the Double Gravity Field is equivalent to the gravity field that you can produce, with its power doubled. Of course, these are all secondary. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's words made Qin Yu's heart thumped. If those powers of the Ring of Mystical Flames were secondary, then what was the most important use for it, huh? Lucky kid, if you are the emissary from the immortal, devil, or demon realm, I definitely think that you should know the meaning behind the Ring of Mystical Flames. If you are a person from the mortal realm, I estimate that you still do not know. Ring of Mystical Flames. I can only tell you that if you have not attained the domain level of Mystic Immortal, it is best not to let others know that you possess the Ring of Mystical Flames. Qin Yu had some understanding. That Ring of Mystical Flames seemed to be an extremely exceptional piece of treasure. Qin Yu still understood the saying, the common man's only crime is to carry a piece of jade. Rylane translates to the common man's only crime is to carry a piece of jade. The equivalent phrase to that idiom is the precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail, which means that a person will get into trouble simply for possessing something precious due to other people's greed. Ah, your luck is really good. If I have even 1% of your luck, I will also not have fallen into such a state today. Destiny makes fools out of people. Destiny makes fools out of people. That voice seemed to have some sense of loss, and the human silhouette instantly disappeared from within his mental consciousness. Luck, again with luck. How is the luck of this immortal emperor Ni Yang bad? Qin Yu was secretly puzzled. Qin Yu turned over a hand and retrieved a transmission talisman. Qin Yu, I have already arrived at the 9 heavens. You can set off already. Aofeng's transmission message had already arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 52. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 52, Guardian. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Blue Clouds Road? There is no rush. Qin Yu was instead not in a rush to step onto the Blue Clouds Road. There were many layers of danger within Ni Yang's realm, which was why, no matter what, he would at the very least need to be clear on the strengths of his weapons. Meanwhile, with regard to that Ring of Mystical Flames, he would naturally need to understand it. Domain of Heavenly Flames, Domain of Jade Green Smoke, Double Gravity Field. Let me see their effects. Firstly, Qin Yu mentally activated and summoned the Domain of Heavenly Flames. Heavenly Flames immediately began to permeate in Qin Yu's surroundings, and the range of the Heavenly Flames could still be considered to be quite large. With Qin Yu as the central focal point, everything within the range of close to 50 meters was completely filled with Heavenly Flames. Compared to the original Ring of the Black Flame Lord, there isn't a large change in its strength. Qin Yu made a judgment in his mind. Promptly, Qin Yu recovered that Domain of Heavenly Flames, and at the same time once again summoned the Domain of Jade Green Smoke. For flames, there were Heavenly Flames, and Blue Mystical Heavenly Flames. Meanwhile, for those Chilling Fog, they were also separated into Jade Green Smoke Chilling Fog, as well as Weeping Gold Chilling Fog.
The strength of the jade-green smoke-chilling fog and the heavenly flames were comparable to each other. It was just that while one was of extreme heat, the other was of extreme cold. Shinyu was immediately surrounded by a layer of jade-green fog, and the width of the area was not that much different compared to the domain of heavenly flames. I remember that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang once said that when these domain of heavenly flames and domain of jade-green smoke are to be used together, the resulting strength will be extremely remarkable. Shinyu contemplated for a brief moment, and his mind understood the reason within a short period of time. Extreme heat and extreme cold, the instantaneous change resulting from both extremes would even crack apart common low-grade immortal swords instantly. When extreme heat and extreme cold alternated in an extremely fast speed, the strength of the resulting attack would definitely be stronger than solely just the domain of heavenly flames or domain of jade-green smoke. Shinyu closed his eyes. Within his mind, several kinds of methods to use the domain of heavenly flames and domain of jade-green smoke appeared. Almost instantly, the area surrounding Shinyu's body was permeated by endless heavenly flames, but within the blink of an eye, the heavenly flames completely disappeared, and a vast jade-green smoke-chilling fog shrouded over its original region. The extreme cold and extreme heat caused a severe tremor in the air. After a moment, the vast jade-green smoke-chilling fog and endless purple-colored heavenly flames actually appeared at the same time, and overlapped each other. However, a careful look would reveal that there were extremely small gaps between every layer of jade-green smoke-chilling fog and purple-colored heavenly flames. It was obvious that the jade-green smoke-chilling fog and purple-colored heavenly flames should not come into contact with each other. If they were to come into contact with each other, it was estimated that they would be attacking each other, and thus becoming a waste of energy. My ability to control is still insufficient. Earlier, the jade-green smoke-chilling fog and heavenly flames had already came into contact more than 10 times. Shinyu opened his eyes. It was obvious that he was not very satisfied with his ability to control earlier. However, Shinyu was slightly more satisfied in the manner of using the jade-green smoke-chilling fog and purple-colored heavenly flames to attack. I can be considered familiar with both the domain of jade-green smoke and domain of heavenly flames now. Regarding this double gravity field, its strength should be increased by another fold, right? Shinyu mentally controlled the ring of mystical flames, and the double gravity field immediately enshrouded around him. It was just that, as the controller of the double gravity field, Shinyu was absolutely unaffected by the double gravity field. However, Shinyu could sense that peculiar energy of the double gravity field. He sensed that the peculiar double gravity field's energy was definitely a lot stronger than in the past. I am able to understand the domain of heavenly flames and the domain of jade-green smoke, but I do not know how is this double gravity field created. This array is truly mysterious. As the master, Shinyu could barely feel the energy of the double gravity field. However, that kind of energy was simple too peculiar. Controlling gravity? That was indeed extremely special. Everything is ready and prepared. I will attempt this Blue Clouds Road, and see just how extraordinary this Blue Clouds Road is. Shinyu took in a deep breath, and then stepped onto the Blue Clouds Road with a smile. The extensive Blue Clouds Road led directly to the 9 heavens. Enveloped under the endless blue clouds, Shinyu's figure disappeared within the Blue Clouds Road. The Blue Clouds Road actually seemed like a jade bridge made from cyan jade. While walking along that bridge, Shinyu clearly felt an extremely strong pressure enveloping over his body, and it was obvious that his speed had been restricted. The pressure is not exactly very great. My speed is currently only about half of what it used to be. Shinyu made a judgment in his mind within a short period of time. Shinyu's figure breezed towards the direction of the 9 heavens, elegantly advancing unceasingly. Kid, stop. A deep and vigorous voice rang out, and Shinyu's entire person momentarily jumped in shock. There is actually someone? A burly large man appeared before Shinyu, and his face carried a hint of disdain. That man silently thought to himself, I never thought that even a small character who had just reached the Deshang stage would actually also be able to enter Ni Yang's realm, making me suppress my martial powers to the Deshang stage to fight with you. It really is unpleasant. If I wasn't limited to the oath made towards Ni Yang, I still really do not wish to make a move. To fight with a little fellow that has not even reached the domain level of heavenly immortal, it will really be a loss of face if my older brothers are to know of it. When Shinyu saw that large person standing before him, his body's figure momentarily swayed in an attempt to bypass the person. However, the figure of that large person also shifted and continued to be an obstacle before Shinyu's body. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? Shinyu inquired. At the same time, Shinyu also carefully inspected that large person before his eyes. The eyebrows of that burly large person were thick and black, and his eyes were also sparkling with vigor. The domineering presence naturally emanated by that body even made Shinyu secretly quiver in fear. This fellow's capabilities are definitely a lot stronger compared to Mangon. The mere aura emanated by that person made Shinyu's mind quiver in fear, so how could Shinyu not feel surprised?
It even made Qin Yu think that he might not definitely win, even if he were to use the sword immortal puppet. The burly large man smiled indifferently and said, "You definitely do not need to care who am I. At the very least, for now, you still do not have the qualifications to know. You only need to remember. For you to think of passing through this Blue Cloud's road, you need to defeat me. Of course. Even if you cannot defeat me, you only need to pass through the Blue Cloud's road for me to stop accordingly." Qin Yu nodded. He promptly gave an indifferent smile and said, "This humble person understands that if Senior is to make a move, then it is estimated that there won't even be any hope." For the moment, Qin Yu still did not want to take out the sword immortal puppet. "Do not worry, kid. My martial powers will only be suppressed to the Deshang stage. Although my martial powers will be suppressed to the Deshang stage, my experience as well as techniques, amongst others, are simply not what you can imagine," said the burly large man confidently. Qin Yu pondered for a brief moment, and then inquired, "Those few people who had earlier successfully passed through the Blue Cloud's road, from what I can see, they should not be on par with Senior, right? Unless, Senior's experience and techniques are not on par with them?" When the burly large person heard that, he frowned. The capabilities of those few people could be considered not bad, but how could they possibly be my match? It was just that, against those few fellows, when my martial powers had been suppressed to the same level as theirs, it became more or less the domain level of a first-tier demon king. Given the capabilities of a first-tier demon king, there was definitely quite a bit of difficulty to even think of breaking apart their finest-grade demon equipment battle armor, the burly large man said helplessly. Qin Yu then understood. So Du Zhongju, Fang Tian and the others, that group of people had relied on the defense of their finest-grade immortal equipment, demon equipment, battle armors to clear the trial. When those few fellows saw me, they all used sarcastic words to verbally abuse me, knowing that I would suppress my martial powers down to their domain levels, while every single one of them actually relied on their battle armor to swiftly escape for their lives. No matter how I tried to obstruct them, they still managed to get away. The large burly man was a little furious. If I was not restricted by an oath, I would have long smashed the battle armor on their bodies into pieces with a single punch. Why would I still tolerate them being this arrogant? Qin Yu was secretly aghast. Smashing a finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor into pieces with a single punch? What kind of domain level was that? Of course, that also needed to depend on who was wearing the finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor. When Du Zhongjun, Huayan and the others wore their finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor, if they were to be pierced by immortal elemental energy, devil elemental energy, the strength of their defense would obviously not be on par with an expert at the domain level of Mystic Immortal, Devil Emperor, wearing a finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor. Alright, we have wasted time. I will now suppress my martial powers to the Deshang stage. However, let me tell you. It can't be helped that there are no methods to weaken my defense, since my skin is naturally thick. It can't be helped, the burly large man presented a helpless expression. Qin Yu secretly gave a bitter smile. For someone who dared to say that his single punch would smash a finest-grade immortal equipment battle armor into pieces, a person only needed to think in order to make a guess as to how strong his defense was. Qin Yu estimated that his finest-grade immortal sword would not be able to harm the opponent. Be prepared, I am about to make my move. The burly large man momentarily grinned, then promptly sent a very simple punch smashing towards Qin Yu. That punch smashed towards Qin Yu in a straight line. However, not knowing why, Qin Yu felt that the entire space surrounding him seemed to have been locked within a short moment, and it was extremely hard for him to even think of moving. It seemed absolutely impossible to dodge or avoid that simple punch. Although his capabilities had been suppressed to the Deshang stage, with regard to his experience in techniques and understanding of insights towards the natural laws, the burly large man instead exceeded Qin Yu by far. The burly large man secretly gave a sigh. After all, his opponent was too weak. However, the burly large man only felt a sudden and unexpected increase in gravity being applied on the various parts of his entire body, and the delicate balance formed earlier was thus broken. Qin Yu's figure momentarily dodged, and therefore avoided that punch. No matter how wonderful your techniques are, given the increase in precision and ingenuity of such techniques, a slight mistake will result in an extremely large difference in power. Under the sudden appearance of gravity field, how can you maintain the precision and ingenuity of that technique? Qin Yu secretly felt relaxed. A simple double gravity field had thus easily broken that technique. Ha, you are indeed someone who is capable of entering N.I. Yang's realm. Ah, I also cannot look down on you even though you are a Deshang stage little dot. Controlling gravity. Brat, you must have obtained the Ring of Mystical Flames, right? The burly large man said and smiled. Qin Yu was momentarily startled. Ring of Mystical Flames? The burly large man before him had actually revealed his secret almost instantly. However, Qin Yu gradually relaxed from his earlier hesitation after a short while. Since that burly large man had become a guardian of Niyang's realm, he must definitely have some relation to immortal Emperor Niyang. It would not be exactly strange for him to know about the Ring of Mystical Flames. The Ring of Mystical Flames. When I had initially wanted to borrow and play with it from Niyang, he refused. Now that he's dead, he had instead scattered such treasures away, grumbled the burly large man to himself. Alright, let's continue to battle. As long as you have not stepped out of the Blue Cloud's road, the battle will not end. As long as he did not step out of the Blue Cloud's road, the battle would not end. When Qin heard that sentence, he immediately began to advance at an extremely fast speed. Senior, please remember, your martial powers have to remain suppressed at the Deshang stage. As he was escaping, Qin still gave out a loud shout. The burly large man's facial expression became bitter, and he could only continue to pursue, while his body flashed at intervals to catch up. Originally, given his capabilities, a single movement from his feet would enable him to catch up to Qin. However, as he was restricted to only using the capabilities of the Deshang stage, his speed was also naturally restricted. Even if the burly large man's body techniques were more precise and ingenious, and even when he was able to catch up to Qin, the moment he came near Qin, the double gravity field would also greatly reduce the burly large man's speed. Escaping just like this is still really easy, Qin secretly felt relaxed. At that moment, the double gravity field had already reached a shocking stage. Once that burly large man stepped into that area, his body would feel as though it was being pressed down by a mountain. If the burly large man had used all of his capabilities, that bit of gravity would definitely not count as much. However, he had to keep his oath, and could only use martial powers of a similar domain level. For a Deshang stage's martial powers to be able to resist against such gravitational force, and also chase up to Qin, that would be dreaming. After all, Qin was an expert at speed. Meanwhile, at that moment, Qin had a bit of an understanding regarding the trial of the Blue Cloud's road. Every single person that entered the Blue Cloud's road would face against that burly large man as an enemy. That burly large man would need to restrict his martial powers to the extent of being comparable to the person attempting the trial. After that, both would engage in a large battle. Unless the person attempting the trial passes through the Blue Cloud's road, the battle would never end. Given the burly large man's experience and techniques, even if their martial powers were comparable, Reverend Ming Shan, and even the Dragon Clan's elder Yin Shan, as well as Kong Chao and the others, they had all died. Later on, at Zhu Liang, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that he had transformed into the Heavenly Mouse, and relied on his speed as well as agility to escape. Moreover, as a high-class divine beast, the battle powers brought forth by the Heavenly Mouse was also extremely strong. As for the 6 great experts that came later, they all had finest grade immortal equipment battle armor to protect their bodies. Added to the fact that they were originally elite characters, it would not be a problem for them to successfully surmount the trial. To even think of simply passing through like that, don't you think that I would lose too much face? There was a momentary flash of light on the burly large man's fist, and a gold-colored glove actually appeared over his fist. Although I had said that my capabilities would be suppressed to the Deshang stage, weapons were instead not under restriction. While that burly large man was talking to himself, he promptly threw 3 slow, consecutive punches towards the front. Although they might seem slow, in actual fact, within the blink of an eye, 3 visible golden-colored silhouettes of fists enveloped around Qin's entire body. Even when those 3 golden-colored silhouettes of fists had not even touched Qin's body, Qin could already feel their profound pressure. This wild brute, why is he trying so hard? Qin was secretly filled with grievance. At the same time, Qin gritted his teeth. He definitely no longer cared about whatever silhouettes of fists, and charged towards the end of the Blue Cloud's road at an even faster speed. Suicide? The burly large man was slightly surprised for a moment. He naturally knew the strength of that technique. Moreover, he also knew that the opponent was an expert of the Deshang stage. From a Deshang stage expert's point of view, the physical body was still extremely important. Once the physical body had been damaged beyond recovery, it was estimated that he could only continue practicing as a loose practitioner. Qin's body was seen to continuously flash as he moved, and at the same time, 3 golden-colored silhouettes of fists consecutively pounded on Qin's body. What a tough physical body. For a Deshang stage body to actually be this tough, this is like seeing a ghost. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The burly large man finally experienced how indomitable was Qin's body. Through the use of his own weapons, the 3 golden-colored silhouettes of fists that he had sent only injured a part of the physical body, and he could guess how indomitable Qin's body was. Rylane translates to seeing a ghost, which is used to describe something as preposterous. However, the scene that came after that made the burly large man stupefied. Qin's wounds caused by the pounding punches actually completely recovered within the blink of an eye. I thank Senior for being merciful, Qin's voice echoed over.
Meanwhile, he had already, directly charged out of the Blue Clouds Road. To rely on his own recovery powers to shock others, as well as actually using his own body to easily withstand against the attacks of three fist silhouettes, although those martial powers were extremely powerful, the burly large man was under restriction and had only used Dishang stage capabilities, so his attacking strength was limited. Still, Jin Yu dared to forcibly withstand against them. Merciful? The expression on the burly large man's face became stiff, and he then promptly smiled. This kid, to be able to obtain the Ring of the Black Flame Lord and Ring of the White Profound Lord, his luck is really not bad. Initially, Ni Yang had still wanted me to be merciful towards the person who had obtained the Ring of Mystical Flames should I come across him. However, I had not been merciful this time. The burly large man let out a long sigh. There is no one else over at the Blue Clouds Road, and my task is also completed. How many years has it been? It is also time for those brothers of ours to be released. The figure of that burly large man momentarily moved, and he actually disappeared in the middle of the air. Teleportation? Wasn't it impossible to teleport within Ni Yang's realm, huh? It was just that no one saw that scene, so naturally, there would also not be such a question. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 53. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 53, The 10,000 Beasts Chart. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. After Ao Feng had breathtakingly passed through the Blue Clouds Road, he sent Jin Yu a transmission message, and then directly went over to gather with the other 5 people. During the time when the 6 great leaders had initially made an oath, they had only said that they would set off after the 6 of them had gathered. That was also the reason why they did not wait for Jin Yu. That party of people consisted of the Devil Realm's emissary Du Zhongjun, the Immortal Realm's emissary Hua Yan, the Dragon Clan's emissary Ao Feng, Demon Realm's emissary Mangon, as well as Feng Tian, Zhongju, and Yu Liang. After those 7 people had gathered, they then directly began to set off. The 9 heavens, how high! When Yu Liang saw the beautiful scenery before him, he unintentionally gave a sigh. The 9 heavens was still the core of Ni Yang's realm, and it was a 9-story palace that was suspending in the middle of the sky. There were endless misty clouds surrounding that elegant palace, as well as ponds, artificial mountains, grass and flowers, amongst others. It definitely could be considered as a beautiful and mysterious realm worthy of a superior immortal's home. After exiting from the Blue Clouds Road, they advanced ahead and stepped onto a broad, gold-colored pathway. There were various beautiful scenery at both sides of the broad, gold-colored pathway, but the 7 people who were walking together instead did not give any thought to those beautiful scenery. It was as if all of them were unintentionally quickening their pace while walking towards that 9-story palace. However, as if drawn back by the existence of the other people, none of them dared to be the first to charge ahead. Brother Ao Feng, there is no need to rush. Noticing that Ao Feng's pace seemed as if it wanted to increase, Mangon voiced out. On hearing Mangon's voice, Ao Feng once again suppressed his speed. Brother Mangon, also do not need to hurry. If you want to obtain the treasure, you will also need to wait for everyone to arrive and compete together, Ao Feng also voiced out. It was very obvious that Mangon and Ao Feng were trading blows against each other. Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others were glad to see that scene. The capabilities of Mangon and the side of the Dragon Clan were the strongest. If they began to compete amongst themselves, it would instead be beneficial to Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun, Zhongju and the others. However, they did not exactly know that the reason why Ao Feng and Mangon were trading blows in that manner was instead due to a scroll. Amongst the 7 people who were present, only Ao Feng and Mangon had guessed that within the 9 heavens, with the exception of that piece of treasure which the various influential figures of the immortal, devil, and demon realms had yearned for, there was also a piece of treasure that was comparable to it. Gradually, the distance between the party of 7 people and the 9-story palace 9 heavens had been reduced to several hundred meters. Just like a flash of lightning, Mangon and Ao Feng charged towards the 9 heavens at a blazing speed, nearly one before the other, with absolute disregard for everything else. What are the both of them doing? Hua Yan, Du Zhongjun and the others were startled. From their point of view, it would definitely not be that easy to obtain the piece of treasure that the various influential figures of the immortal, devil and demon realms desired. At least, there were still trials obstructing them to it. That was why they were not exactly in a hurry. However, why would Mangon and Ao Feng behave like such, huh? Before their eyes, 2 streaks of human silhouettes passed through the great doors of the great hall belonging to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Hon!
As if colliding into an invisible wall, there was a momentary invisible fluctuation at the location of the great doors of the great hall belonging to the nine heavens. Severely shocked, both Mangon and Ao Feng fell and landed to one side, while at the same time, fresh blood splattered out. Serious injuries. Mangon and Ao Feng swiftly got up, and the both of them stared at the exact center of the hall, their eyes as crazed as wild wolves driven by extreme hunger. That was because, at that very moment, in the first story of the nine heavens, a golden-colored reel was hovering above the great hall. That golden-colored scroll was suspended in the middle of the air, and it was radiating rays of golden light. Brother Mangon, Brother Ao Feng, why are the both of you so desperate? See, each of your bodies are now covered in fresh blood, Huayan said in a concerned tone. Meanwhile, at one side, Du Zhongjun suddenly stared at an area beside a door to the great hall. Immediately, as if in a frenzy, Du Zhongjun also charged towards the great hall. Following a loud sound, that Du Zhongjun also fell back, the edges of his mouth spilling forth threads of blood. Huayan was startled. Unless Du Zhongjun did not see that both Mangon and Ao Feng had suffered huge losses? Yet, he still dared to be that reckless? Ao Feng, what is the 10,000 beasts chart? Feng Tian inquired Ao Feng. 10,000 beasts chart? Ao Feng was momentarily distracted. How do you know about the 10,000 beasts chart? Feng Tian instead pointed to an area beside a door to the great hall with his hand. A stone tablet stood erected there, and there were a few lines of characters on that stone tablet. Meanwhile, Huayan also unintentionally looked over at that stone tablet. For successfully surmounting the Blue Clouds Road, all of you can also be considered to possess solid foundations, and can be considered as elites amongst experts of the same class. For those who have successfully surmounted the Blue Clouds Road, I should naturally also bestow some rewards. A treasure that I, Yang, had obtained during those years when I roamed the immortal, devil and demon realms, the 10,000 beasts chart shall be the reward for this trial. When he saw that statement, Huayan felt that his throat had dried up, and he could not help swallowing a few times. At the same time, Huayan also discovered the golden-colored scroll that was suspending in the middle of the great hall on the first story of the nine heavens, and those radiated rays of golden light even made Huayan's heart tremble. It is indeed the 10,000 beasts chart. The 10,000 beasts chart is actually. By the heavens, Huayan's entire person began to tremble slightly. Promptly, without giving a care to anything else, Huayan's right hand also grabbed the sword hilt behind his back. With a low shout, unsheathed the sword, thrust the sword. A ray of golden-colored sword energy completely enveloped Huayan. At that very moment, Huayan's entire person was just like a huge, golden-colored sword, and the tip of that huge golden-colored sword was that immortal sword which Huayan was wielding. Then, the huge golden-colored sword savagely thrust towards the great doors of the great hall belonging to the nine heavens. Piercing through the air and possessing a frightening penetration power, that huge golden-colored sword pierced on the great doors of the great hall. Pang, the huge, golden-colored sword collapsed. Huayan's entire person also seemed as though he had been paralyzed by lightning as he flew through the air. After being tossed to one side, he coughed out fresh blood all over the ground. Another person had been seriously injured. Didn't he see that Mangon and the others had been injured earlier, for him to still seek and suffer punishment? Zhongju secretly snickered. However, Zhongju did not exactly know the meaning behind the 10,000 beasts chart. No matter what, for the 10,000 beasts chart, even if Mangon and the others clearly knew that those doors were weird, all of them would refuse to surrender if they had not tried it for themselves. For the 10,000 beasts chart, if they were to be even more grievously wounded, that would also be worth it. At that moment, the four great emissaries had all suffered serious injuries. Ha ha! What a Mangon, what an Ao Feng! Huayan gave a cold laughter while looking at the two people. Both of you must have earlier guessed that the 10,000 beasts chart would be here. No wonder the both of you had been that weird throughout the journey, and had earlier even charged towards the great hall. Both Mangon and Ao Feng gave a cold laugh. If you do not have a brain yourself, who can you blame? Ao Feng replied in an ironic manner. Du Zhongjun also interrupted, pity, pity. This 10,000 beasts chart is so precious, but it is also not something that can be obtained just by thinking about it. It's a pity that all of you have wasted your efforts. It is still very hard to say as to whose hands this 10,000 beasts chart will fall into at the end. For the four great emissaries, each had their own final hidden measures. However, Huayan's hidden measure had already been used during the time when he was passing through the Blue Clouds Road. That was because, before Immortal Emperor Yang died, he had told the burly large man that should he meet the Immortal Realm's emissary, the difficulty was to be greatly increased. That was why, the martial powers used by that burly large man had also been raised by a lot. That forced Huayan to use his hidden measure in order to preserve his own life. However, Hua Yan still possessed the 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans and other ultimate techniques.
As long as I obtain the 10,000 beasts chart, not only will my capabilities be greatly increased, moreover, I would also have more of a chance at seizing the final treasure. Hua Yan's heart was completely filled with passion.
Ah, the 10,000 beasts chart.
If it were in the immortal, devil and demon realms, a mere 10,000 beasts chart would definitely initiate a horrifying battle of contention.
What kind of treasure is the 10,000 beasts chart? Feng Tian and the others were puzzled.
At that moment, Zhongzhu, Feng Tian, as well as Yu Liang, instead did not know what kind of treasure was that 10,000 beasts chart, which had actually caused the four great emissaries to become that crazed.
Ao Feng, what is this 10,000 beasts chart? Feng Tian walked over and stood beside Ao Feng, then inquired him. Feng Tian was, after all, the super divine beast 5-clawed gold dragon. Under Feng Tian's inquiry, that Ao Feng also did not dare to conceal anything. Even more so,
by solely relying on himself, it was very difficult to even think of seizing the 10,000 beasts chart in the presence of so many experts. Feng Tian, this 10,000 beasts chart is a piece of low-grade divine equipment.
Ao Feng's first sentence made Feng Tian and the others momentarily jump in shock. Divine equipment?
No matter how lousy the divine equipment, it was still a lot more powerful than a finest grade immortal equipment. Immediately, Feng Tian, Zhongzhu, Yu Liang and the others' breathing became ragged. In the immortal, devil and demon realms, immortal equipment could still be crafted.
However, divine equipment.
To date, no one in the immortal, devil and demon realms is able to craft them.
In the immortal, devil and demon realms, the number of divine equipment are shockingly few.
Ao Feng continued, although this 10,000 beasts chart is only a low-grade divine equipment, it is instead more precious than common middle-grade divine equipment. Divine equipment are similar to immortal equipment, and are also separated into offensive types, defensive types, spatial storage types, as well as several special ones. The 10,000 beasts chart might only be a low-grade divine equipment, but it belongs to one of those extremely special kinds of divine equipment. Even in the immortal, devil and demon realms, it is also a treasure that belongs to the highest tier, such that even Yu Huang and the other experts would also be moved by it, Ao Feng said with absolute certainty. At that moment, Feng Tian and the others completely understood how precious the 10,000 beasts chart was. The 10,000 beasts chart was not simply an offensive or defensive divine equipment, it belonged to a special kind, and was moreover extremely hard to refine. However, should it be successfully refined, its powers were also extremely amazing. What kind of effects does this 10,000 beasts chart have? Feng Tian continued to inquire. Ao Feng smiled and said, what kind of effects? Ha ha. I can tell you this, that if I am to obtain the 10,000 beasts chart, even if all the other people present are to cooperate against me, they will all not be my match. Even if they are to use their hidden measures.
That powerful? Feng Tian was shocked.
Humph, even if an 8th or 9th tier golden immortal is to come, I will also dare to face him in a battle as long as I have this 10,000 beasts chart, and might also be able to kill him off.
So, do you think it's powerful?
Ao Feng gave an indifferent smile and said, the weaker the person, the greater the benefits bestowed by this 10,000 beasts chart.
Feng Tian, Zhongzhu and Yu Liang were completely moved. Ao Feng also did not mind.
The other three emissaries definitely knew the contents of what he had said. Meanwhile, with regard to competing for that 10,000 beasts chart, Zhongzhu and Yu Liang definitely did not pose much of a threat. Although Yu Liang's capabilities were not bad, from the viewpoint of an emissary possessing a hidden measure, there was still quite a significant difference in power.
Mangon and the other 6 people stood outside of the doors that led to the palace hall, frowning. What is going on? We have been here for quite some time, and that invisible restrictive spell is still active. If this continues on, when will we be able to enter this 9 Heavens Great Hall?
Du Zhongjun anxiously said in anger.
The other people were also quite anxious. Why didn't Immortal Emperor Ni Yang give some hints?
By having us stand outside of the palace doors now, we are able to see but unable to obtain the 10,000 beasts chart.
Mangon also felt quite helpless. However,
the invisible restrictive spell at the palace doors continued to remain, and the 7 of them were absolutely unable to enter the Great Hall.
Smashing down the walls of the Great Hall? That would be dreaming.
The body of that 9-story palace was made from an extremely extraordinary material.
Moreover, it had also been refined by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang.
Added to that were the various restrictive spells applied on them, whereby a person would become injured each time he or she made an attack.
Everyone look.
After a while, Yu Liang, who stood nearest to the edge, pointed at the stone tablet. There are also words behind the stone tablet. Standing closest to the edge of the palace doors, Yu Liang happened to just see the back of the stone tablet. As if almost at the same time, everyone rushed to the back of the stone tablet. To enter the 9 heavens, you will have to wait for everyone to experience the trial of the Blue Clouds Road. Either they die, or they successfully pass through. Only when everyone has experienced the test and gather around the area before the great doors, will the palace door's restrictive spell disappear by itself. When they saw that sentence behind the stone tablet, everyone understood. No wonder. Everyone had to gather for the palace door's restrictive spell to be removed. The reason why Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had actually designed it in such a way was also to create a fair environment for those people who had entered. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang also wanted to let those people compete and fight to the death amongst themselves. Why hasn't this Qin Yu enter the Blue Clouds Road? No matter if it's death or passing through, he still has to enter the Blue Clouds Road, Du Zhongjun said in an extremely furious tone. At that moment, the palace door's restrictive spell was still not undone, so it was obvious that Qin Yu still had not died. Or it could also be said that he still has not entered the Blue Clouds Road. Not good. Mangon's facial expression momentarily changed. Everyone looked at Mangon. Mangon sighed and said, "There is some friendship between brother Qin Yu and me. I know that his capabilities are weak, and also know that he has achieved the Deshang stage. Afraid that he might not be able to pass through the Blue Clouds Road, I had advised him. Made him remain at the White Jade Plaza, and continue to wait until the moment of his ascension, thereby safely ascending to the Ascendant Realms." Everyone gave a blank look. If Qin Yu, he really continues to slowly wait at the White Jade Plaza, delaying until the moment of his ascension, don't tell me that we will also be waiting here bitterly? Du Zhongjun's voice contained bitterness. Mangon, hurry and send a transmission message to Qin Yu, make him step onto the Blue Clouds Road with haste, said Huayan. What do you mean? Are you telling Qin Yu to court his own death, huh? Mangon's eyes glared. You also know how powerful that guard is. Unlike us, Qin Yu does not have a set of finest grade battle armor, and is also not as fast as Yu Liang. Huayan indignantly said, Humph, what do you mean by that? After that Qin Yu had seen Yen Shan, Ming Shan and the others' death, he definitely would not dare to make an attempt. He will continue to wait in safety, but we will be outside these palace doors, looking at the 10,000 beasts chart yet unable to enter. Should we undergo such torment, huh? No matter what, I will not make him attempt the Blue Clouds Road, and I am willing to wait for a few tens of years. Mangon actually then sat down cross-legged. Ao Feng frowned, since you are all unwilling to send a transmission message, then I will send him a transmission message. To be looking at the 10,000 beasts chart, but instead unable to obtain it, if they were to undergo such torment for a few tens of years, that was still really an unbearable crime. Ao Feng directly began sending a transmission message to Qin Yu. Moreover, he had consecutively sent 3 transmission messages. What's the matter? Huayan, Du Zhongjun and the others looked at Ao Feng. Ao Feng shook his head and said, I do not know what happened, but that Qin Yu did not respond. The palace door's restrictive spell is still active, so he definitely has not died. He is not dead, but did not respond to the transmission messages. Unless, he has safely gone behind closed doors to practice? Huayan made a guess. That would be bad. If he went behind closed doors, he could take it easy and remain practicing behind closed doors until his ascension. Then what about us, huh? We will be bitterly waiting here until his ascension? Du Zhongjun began to feel some anxiety. At that moment, Du Zhongjun and the others definitely did not care about Qin Yu's life. It was as if having Qin Yu to die for them was a natural course of action. They had forgotten. They wanted Qin Yu to attempt the Blue Clouds Road, but must Qin Yu absolutely attempt the Blue Clouds Road, huh? Who sent me a transmission message? Earlier when I was battling with that burly large man, isn't sending me a transmission message the same as trying to distract me, huh? At that moment, Qin Yu had just stepped out of the Blue Clouds Road. With a single turn of his hand, he retrieved a transmission talisman. Within the transmission talisman, there were exactly more than 10 transmission messages. There were those from Ao Feng, and also those from Du Zhongjun, as well as those from Huayan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 54. Stellar Transformations Book 11 Chapter 54, Contending for the 10,000 Beasts Chart. This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. Qin Yu carefully looked at those transmission messages which numbered slightly more than 10, and he could not refrain from frowning. Pressing me to traverse the Blue Clouds Road?
What were these Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun and Huayan thinking? After Qin Yu gave a slight thought to the matter, he silently began to feel angry. This lot of them had already experienced the dangers of traversing the Blue Clouds Road. I estimate that they had thought that my chances of successfully traversing through the Blue Clouds Road were not high. However, even so, they still urged me. Doesn't this mean that every single one of them wanted me to die, huh? Qin Yu secretly became infuriated. Humph, who do they think they are? Moreover, I don't remember this Du Zhongjun and Huayan sharing any friendship with me, to think that they still sent me transmission messages with commanding tones. This Ao Feng, in the past, I had still thought that this person was not bad. It looks like he is also not such a good person. While looking at those slightly more than 10 transmission messages, Qin Yu became even angrier. He was not exactly associated with Du Zhongjun, Huayan, Ao Feng, and the others, and was also not under their direct command. However, those three people instead continuously sent him transmission messages, ordering him to attempt the Blue Clouds Road. Although their tones got slightly better later on, those transmission messages had already made Qin Yu consider those three people to be his enemies. After taking 2 deep breaths, Qin Yu calmed down. Something's not right. For them to be this anxious such that they wanted me to traverse the Blue Clouds Road in order to gather with them, there must be a special reason. Otherwise, why would they pay such close attention as to whether I will attempt the Blue Clouds Road? Qin Yu considered for a brief moment, then directly advanced along the wide, golden-colored pathway. I do not care what kind of funny intentions all of you are attempting. I initially did not want to start a massacre, but if all of you are to anger me, I also do not mind having Lan Feng make an appearance earlier. Due to those transmission messages that numbered slightly more than 10, because of those commanding tones used, as a result of the other party disregarding his life, Qin Yu finally became angry. Outside of the palace doors that led to the Nine Heavens Palace, Ao Feng, Huayan, Du Zhongjun and the others were obviously quite anxious. Fang Tian also had a helpless expression on his face. Meanwhile, Zheng Ju and Man Gong, as well as Yu Liang, were instead sitting down with their legs crossed while they silently waited. Zheng Ju and Man Gong were, after all, good friends of Qin Yu, and they would never pull Qin Yu down into the fire pit. Moreover, since that Yu Liang only listened to Man Gong's orders, he naturally also waited calmly. Unless, we really have to wait for a few tens of years? This Qin Yu. If we had killed him earlier, we would not have this kind of trouble. Du Zhongjun's eyes glinted with flashes of red light. After entering Ni Yang's realm, they were unable to turn back. After passing through the Blue Clouds Road, they could forget about returning. Otherwise, Du Zhongjun and the others would have long returned back to kill off Qin Yu. As Huayan took a look at the 10,000 beasts chart suspending within the Great Hall, he could all the more feel that the passing of days were akin to the passing of years. Under normal circumstances, 10 years or even 100 years would definitely not count as anything to them. However, at that moment, the Divine Equipment 10,000 beasts chart was right before their eyes, so how would it be possible for them to calm their minds? That kind of weight was even more painfully bitter and unbearable. Man Gong, who was sitting cross-legged, was the first person to open his eyes. He looked towards the direction of the golden-colored pathway from where they had came from. Man Gong's capabilities was the strongest. Added to the fact that he had been waiting peacefully earlier, that was the reason why he was instead the first person to sense the sound of those light footsteps. Within mere moments, one by one, Ao Feng and the others also looked towards the end of the golden-colored pathway. Wearing a black-colored robe, the neither rash nor arrogant Qin Yu had the hint of an indifferent smile on his face, and was, at that very moment, walking over from the middle of the golden-colored pathway. Qin Yu has arrived. When Ao Feng and the other 6 people saw Qin Yu's figure, the expressions on their faces stiffened. However, as if simultaneously, the 7 people all vigorously charged headfirst towards the palace doors. According to the information, once all of the people had experienced the test, the restrictive spell of those palace doors would disappear. Pang! As if at the same time, 7 shocking sounds resounded. Invisible ripples had appeared over those palace doors. And as if they were paralyzed, the figures of those 7 great experts threw the air at the same time after being repulsed by the shock. The steps just outside of the palace doors had been entirely sprayed with fresh blood. Stupefied, Qin Yu looked at that scene. Everyone. All of you. What are all of you doing? Qin Yu's mind was filled with puzzlement. F***CK, what is the matter with the restrictive spell of these palace doors? Wasn't it said that the restrictive spell of the palace doors would disappear by itself after everyone had experienced the test, huh? Why is this piece of shit restrictive spell still here? Du Zhongjun's anger had reached its peak? Huayan, Ao Feng, Man Gong, Fang Tian, Zheng Ju, Yu Liang and the others also looked at the palace doors of the Nine Heavens Palace. The expressions on their faces were completely filled with fury as well as unwillingness. Qin Yu's mind was full of puzzlement. However, after sweeping through with his gaze, Shinyu then noticed that stone tablet which was beside the palace doors. There were a few lines of characters on the stone tablet. For successfully surmounting the Blue Clouds Road, all of you can also be considered to possess solid foundations, and can be considered as elites amongst experts of the same class. For those who have successfully surmounted the Blue Clouds Road, I should naturally also bestow some rewards. A treasure that I, Yang, had obtained during those years when I roamed the immortal, devil and demon realms. The 10,000 beasts chart shall be the reward for this trial. 10,000 beasts chart? Shinyu's heart thumped. At the same time, he also noticed that scroll which was suspending in the middle of the air, while it gave off flashing rays of golden light from within the Nine Heavens Palace. Since the 10,000 beasts chart has a chart character, there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it is a plaything, which is a kind of scroll filled with drawings. Unless, that is the scroll. Shinyu walked towards Mangon and inquired, "Brother Mangon, what exactly is the matter? Is it for the 10,000 beasts chart, huh? Then, what is that 10,000 beasts chart about?" Mangon gave Shinyu a look, then sighed and said, "Brother Shinyu, I never thought that you would still really pass through the Blue Clouds Road. Frankly speaking, you really still have quite a large amount of guts. However, let me remind you, that when you arrive at the immortal, devil and demon realms in the future, it is best for you not to do things which you are not confident in." That Mangon did not answer the question, but instead said and entrusted several other matters to Shinyu. "What do you mean?" Shinyu continued to ask. The Blue Clouds Road was extremely dangerous. Since you had dared to attempt it, it can be said that you possessed a lot of guts. However, instead, you had been quite reckless, Mangon said seriously. There are countless experts in the immortal, devil and demon realms. No matter if it were the areas within the regions, there were many dangerous places, and they all amounted to more than 1,000,000,000 times as compared to this planet of yours. There are many things that you definitely cannot imagine. If you are thinking of being as brash as this time, or shall I say overcourageous, you might be able to preserve your life once, and with good luck, you might still live after a second time. However, what about the third and fourth time, huh? You won't always be that lucky, right? Something only needs to go wrong once, and you may lose your little life. That is why, after your arrival to the immortal, devil and demon realms, you definitely cannot be too reckless. At the very least, only do things that you have quite an amount of confidence in when you meet with something dangerous. Do you understand, huh? Mangon took the tone of an older brother, and said that to Shinyu while cautioning him. Shinyu secretly felt quite moved. He understood that in Mangon's eyes, he had been reckless. From Mangon's point of view, even Reverend Ning Shan, the Dragon Clan's elder Yen Shan and the other experts had died after attempting the Blue Clouds Road. For Shinyu to still dare attempt that Blue Clouds Road, wasn't his audacity too astounding to the point of being quite terrifying? That was definitely being overconfident. That was why he was worried about the paths that Shinyu would take in the future. Brother Mangon, you can be at ease. I will not be this brash in the future. Shinyu did not exactly reveal the fact that he possessed the sword immortal puppet. Alright, big brother Mangon, you still have not answered the question which I had asked earlier. Why did each and every one of you, without caring for your lives, earlier, Shinyu asked in puzzlement. It was only then that Mangon remembered Shinyu's initial question. He promptly gave a bitter smile, and said, "You are talking about this. Then, we will have to talk about the 10,000 beasts chart. Is that the golden-colored scroll suspending within the Great Hall?" Shinyu made a guess. Mangon nodded and said, "Correct, that is the 10,000 beasts chart." The 10,000 beasts chart was an extremely famous piece of low-grade divine equipment during those years when Immortal Emperor Yang traveled throughout the immortal, devil, and demon realms. Low-grade divine equipment? Shinyu's heart thumped. Shinyu, you had better not look down on low-grade divine equipment. You might have seen quite a number of finest-grade immortal equipment within Yang's realm, but that is because this is the lair of Immortal Emperor Yang. If it were the immortal, devil and demon realms, typical golden immortals, demon kings and devil kings mostly only use high-grade immortal equipment. As for finest-grade immortal equipment, only extremely powerful golden immortals or even several mystic immortals would use them. Shinyu bore what Mangon had said into his mind. He did not understand anything with regard to the immortal, devil and demon realms. At that moment, Mangon knew several things that would still be extremely useful for when he would arrive at the immortal, devil and demon realms in the future. Even if it were finest-grade immortal equipment, demon equipment, devil equipment, experts in the immortal, devil and demon realms could still refine them. However, no matter how, there were no methods to refine divine equipment. Even for low-grade divine equipment, their strength also exceeded finest-grade immortal equipment by far. amongst low-grade divine equipment, the value of offensive divine equipment were lower than defensive divine equipment, and defensive divine equipment were valued lower when compared to spatial divine equipment as well as special types of divine equipment. Mangon's gaze turned towards the golden-colored scroll that was within the Great Hall. Meanwhile, this 10,000 beasts chart belongs to a special type of low-grade divine equipment, and it is extremely precious. Within his mind, Qin Yu completely understood how precious the 10,000 beasts chart was. How is the 10,000 beasts chart powerful, huh? Qin Yu inquired. Just when Qin Yu and Mangon were having their conversations, Du Zhongjun, Huaiyan, Zhongju and the others all tried lightly coming into contact with the palace doors. The restrictive spell of those palace doors was also strange. As the amount of force used to attack it increased, its retaliation would respectively increase as well. Instead, light contacts did not cause any problems. All of them continued to lightly touch the palace door's restrictive spell, while they waited to see when it will disappear. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, isn't the prank that you played on others too powerful, huh? Du Zhongjun also did not have the strength to continue cursing, but what he did have was the strength to send a light punch smashing over. However, that light punch of Du Zhongjun's instead continued to smash through, and entered into the Great Hall. Du Zhongjun was momentarily startled. When they saw that scene, Huaiyan, Zhongju, Aofeng, Fengtian and the others were also startled. Meanwhile, Mangon, who was talking to Qin Yu, also had his attention there at that moment. The words that he had been speaking also ceased abruptly. Hon. There was a momentary and violent tremor in the air, and all of the 7 great experts charged into the Great Hall with their fastest speed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued to stand outside of the palace doors while appreciating that scene before his eyes. Huaiyan, Zhongju and the other 5 great experts were extremely weird. When they charged in from outside of the palace doors, their speed had been fast to the point that even their shadows could not be seen. However, once they entered the Great Hall, the 7 great experts seemed as though they had been pressed down by a mountain, and their speed slowed down by an unknown number of times. Gravitational restrictive spell. There were also not many people capable of using such restrictive spells in the immortal realm, but Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was an expert at that gravitational restrictive spell. Naturally. That was related to both of his good friends, the Black Flame Lord and White Profound Lord. Ah, it's heavy, Du Zhongjun grimaced in pain and cursed, but he still continued to charge towards the middle of the Great Hall. Although the speed of those 7 great experts was reduced by an unknown number of times, their original speed had been too fast. Even after being reduced by that much, their speed was still like a breeze. Meanwhile, the area of the Great Hall was originally not large, and it only took a few seconds for the 7 great experts to close in on the golden-colored scroll suspending in the center. Zhongju's speed is indeed fast, and it looks like he will be the first to obtain the 10,000 beasts chart. Qin Yu was instead not in a hurry to make a move, and was merely evaluating from outside of the palace doors. Get lost. Huaiyan gave a low roar. At the same time, 3 pieces of purple-colored sealed talismans appeared in the middle of his hand, 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans. Flashes of electricity could be seen circulating around all 3 pieces of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans, and they flew towards 3 people simultaneously: Zhongju, Mangon, as well as Du Zhongjun. Those were the foremost 3 people. Those 3 pieces of 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans disintegrated when they neared those 3 people, sending bolts of lightning hacking towards them. Zhongju's face was completely filled with fury. However, he also did not dare to let those 100 pulverizing thunder strike at his body as they pleased. A black-colored, slim and narrow, long battle saber abruptly appeared within his hand. That was the weapon which Uncle Lan had initially left behind for Zhongju. Infused with powerful demon elemental energy, the battle saber directly hacked at those bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, how did Mangon handle the 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman, huh? Ho! Brilliant flashes of light flickered over the purple-colored battle armor on an extremely furious Mangon's body. Following the sound of a bull's bellow, the head of that Mangon's human figure actually began to change, and it transformed into a huge bull's head with a pair of incomparably shocking purple-colored pupils. At the same time, the radiance around Mangon's body became even more blinding. Mangon is really strong. He had actually used the battle armor to directly withstand against the 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman, Qin Yu secretly praised. That Mangon's capabilities were originally powerful, so adding to the fact that his capabilities had been increased due to his partial humanoid form, that was why he had dared to the finest grade battle armor to withstand against the 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talisman. Meanwhile, Mangon reached out his hand, and was just about to obtain the 10,000 beasts chart with it. Mangon, don't even think about it. A voice rang out, and a fine ray of blood-red colored light was shot towards Mangon from within Du Zhongjun's hand. At the same time, a similar blood-red colored radiance also encircled around Du Zhongjun's body. Blood droplet? Mangon was forced to first withstand against that blood droplet. The blood droplet was a kind of spiritual fruit from the devil realm. It grew on blood-soaked ground, and contained within it an extremely large amount of the blood devil Modeo's energy. It could firstly be absorbed for cultivation practice, or secondly, have the energy contained within it detonated through a special method, and used as an offensive weapon. Meanwhile, at that moment, the Du Zhongjun had used the blood droplet to begin an attack. Xin Yu's eyes were dazzled by what he was looking at. For this 10,000 beasts chart, every single one of them had begun to play for real. Ah, for emissaries that came from the ascendant realms, their tricks were indeed plentiful, Xin Yu's eyes gleamed. The various great experts were competing, and all of them did not allow anyone else to seize the 10,000 beasts chart. Suddenly, an extremely fierce and powerful aura emanated forth from Feng Tian's body to their location. A blinding gold-colored light completely enveloped Feng Tian, and the aura on Feng Tian's body was soaring at a terrifying speed. In merely a brief moment, no matter if it was Zhongju or Mangon and the others, all of them stopped their battle. Unanimously, everyone was already prepared to join forces against Feng Tian. Feng Tian, unless you dare to go against the order of your Dragon Emperor and not compete for that piece of treasure? For this 10,000 beasts chart, you are going to exhaust the spirit of the true dragon? At one side, Ao Feng instead rebuked Feng Tian. During the time when Ao Feng had descended to the mortal realm from the demon realm, he had brought along and given that spirit of the true dragon to Feng Tian. Of course, that was the decision of the demon realm's Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, earlier, Feng Tian had already consumed the spirit of the true dragon. You do not have to bother with my matters. When I arrive at the demon realm's dragon clan, I will account for it to the Dragon Emperor. The strength of the presence on Feng Tian's body had simply reached a shocking stage. Feng Tian indifferently swept a look through everyone. The 10,000 beasts chart is mine, and people who obstruct me shall die. Outside of the palace doors, Xin Yu's eyes glinted. What powerful presence! I estimate that, comparing it to my 9th tier golden immortal sword immortal puppet, the difference is also not that great. Feng Tian, stop dreaming, the low tone of Mangon's voice rang out. The broad machete in Mangon's hand was seen to actually disappear, and in its place, a huge cyan-colored mace, radiating fine rays of black-colored light, appeared in his hand. The presence on Mangon's body also soared. Hua Yan and Du Zhongjun stared. Each and every one of them are not thinking of competing for that final piece of treasure already? They have begun to risk their lives for the 10,000 beasts chart? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 55. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 55, Martial Uncle, why are you here? This chapter was translated by Rylane at Nightbreeze Translations. For various reasons, Rylane's translations for Stellar Transformations are on an indefinite hiatus. Refer to his blog for more information. You can find his blog here. Please note that some terms might be different from the past. The beast-like humanoid Mangon was wielding a cyan-colored mace which radiated faint and fine rays of black-colored light, and the purple-colored battle armor on his body highlighted the curves of his muscles even more. Everyone who was present could feel the explosive characteristic of the energy within Mangon's body. Meanwhile, Feng Tian's body was emanating a noble presence, and the strength of that aura even suppressed that of Mangon's by a head. Low-grade divine equipment? Feng Tian stared at the mace in Mangon's hand. There was a stream of light within Mangon's eyes, and in a deep tone, he said, divine equipment heavy mountain razor. Feng Tian nodded and said, it is indeed within my expectations. I estimated that the demon realm's demon emperor was also not assured of your safety, since you were a super divine beast who was about to descend. Bestowing a piece of low-grade divine equipment was still considered to be normal. It is only. Do you think that you are capable of winning against me by solely relying on a low-grade divine equipment? Feng Tian was not exactly in a rush to make a move. That spirit of the true dragon was a spiritual treasure of the dragon clan in the demon realm, and it produced the best results when consumed by the super divine beast 5-clawed gold dragon. Once consumed, the spirit of the true dragon would then envelope the Yuanying within the person's body. The energy from the spirit of the true dragon could be used as and when the consumer wanted to, and it did not exactly have much of a time constraint. That was why Feng Tian was not in a hurry to make a move. Mangon shook his head, then smiled and said, correct, by consuming the spirit of the true dragon, your capabilities have risen by quite a number of levels. Now, I am afraid that you are comparable to a 5th-tier Demon King Super Divine Beast, right? My capabilities were originally that of a 1st-tier Demon King Super Divine Beast. Even if I am to add a low-grade divine equipment, with regard to handling people exceeding my domain level, I can also only handle 3rd-tier Demon King Super Divine Beasts. they were both super divine beasts. Mangon used to be slightly more powerful than Fong Tian in the past, but after Fong Tian had consumed the spirit of the true dragon, his capabilities had instead already surpassed Mangon by far. Then why do you still not move aside? Fong Tian said, and he gave an indifferent smile. Fong Tian truly enjoyed that kind of feeling whereby he had the lives of others under his control. Mangon shook his head and said, alone, I might not be able to withstand against you. However, there are still quite a number of people present. If we are to cooperate, we are still able to withstand against you. Moreover, your capabilities might have risen to the domain level of a 5th-tier Demon King Super Divine Beast, but are you able to perfectly apply that large amount energy, huh? Fong Tian's facial expression slightly changed. Correct, he used to be only a 12th Tribulation Loose practitioner, and was comparable to a 9th-tier Heavenly Demon. By having the energy within his body increased by a few tens of times, it was definitely impossible for Fong Tian to control those energy as smoothly and completely as he had wanted. During that very moment when Fong Tian and Mangon were exchanging conversations, at one side, Huayan instead stealthily had his speed increased to the limit within an extremely short amount of time. After obtaining the 10,000 Beasts chart, even if you, Fong Tian, had consumed the spirit of the true dragon, I will also not be afraid of you. Huayan reached out a hand and made an attempt to grab. Huayan, you dare, dot. Fong Tian gave a fierce and fiery roar, and reached out his right hand. A powerful claw-shaped energy swiftly charged out towards Huayan. When Huayan saw that terrifying energy, he was scared into wildly retreating back immediately. Fong Tian was very furious towards Huayan's thieving action, and he mercilessly gave Huayan a glare. Huayan secretly trembled, and he did not dare to speak further. During the time when he was on the Blue Clouds Road, that burly large man had actually displayed horrifying and powerful capabilities. Left without other alternatives, Huayan used the hidden measure which was bestowed to him by Yu Huang. Left without his strongest hidden measure, would Huayan still dare to go against Fong Tian? The 10,000 Beasts chart is mine, Fong Tian roared out furiously. Just after he had given that furious roar, seemingly like a demonic god, his entire person charged over. Yours? You must be dreaming. Mangon also gave a fierce and furious roar. Using all of his strength, both of his hands held tightly onto the low-grade divine equipment Heavy Mountain Razor, and the energy that was surging within his body poured into the divine equipment Heavy Mountain Razor. Relying on the ceaseless amount of energy flowing into it, the divine equipment Heavy Mountain Razor was mercilessly sent smashing towards Fong Tian. Slight tremors began to occur in spaces where the mace-like Heavy Mountain Razor had passed through. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Palace contained restrictive spells designed by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. Otherwise, if it was at a location beyond the restrictive spells, the space would have been estimated to have cracked apart solely from that one strike. Get lost. Having stronger powers than Mangon, a thick and heavy gold-colored battle saber appeared in Fong Tian's right hand. That gold-colored battle saber contained Fong Tian's monstrous energy at that very moment, and whilst carrying with it an endless greatness, it mercilessly hacked towards Heavy Mountain Razor. Confronting toughness with toughness? When Mangon saw that scene, a slight hint of blood red actually appeared on his purple-colored pupils. He liked confronting head-on the most. Pang! The thick and heavy gold-colored battle saber and the divine equipment Heavy Mountain Razor collided. One was a finest-grade demon equipment which contained Fong Tian's monstrous energy, while the other was a low-grade divine equipment that contained Mangon's energy. However, by simply comparing their capabilities, the Fong Tian who had consumed the spirit of the true dragon surpassed Mangon by far. Even then, the result of that head-on collision between both parties was instead. Mangon was sent flying backwards, while Fong Tian also retreated by quite a few steps consecutively. Low-grade divine equipment are indeed powerful. Fong Tian's secret desire towards obtaining a divine equipment increased even more. After he had consumed the spirit of the true dragon, his capabilities had clearly surpassed Mangon by far. However, by relying on how powerful his divine equipment was, Mangon had instead confronted head-on with him, to the extent that he did not even suffer much harm. However, you still cannot obstruct me. Fong Tian infused a large amount of energy into his gold-colored battle saber, and his entire person charged towards the 10,000 Beasts chart. As long as anyone dared to block him, he or she would definitely sustain a slash from his saber. Should I use that, huh? At that very moment, Mangon was secretly indecisive. The low-grade divine equipment was only his weapon. Du Zhongjun had the blood spiritual grass, while that Fong Tian had the spirit of the true dragon. So how would he, Mangon, not have treasures to increase his martial powers? It was just that Mangon was unwilling to use it. No matter if he was willing or not, Mangon also did not want anyone else to seize the 10,000 Beasts chart. Immediately, he once again mercilessly smashed the divine equipment Heavy Mountain Razor towards Fong Tian. Pang! The gold-colored battle saber met against the divine equipment heavy mountain razor mace. Mangon's face momentarily reddened, and his entire person could not help being sent flying backwards, repelled by the shock's rebound.
Meanwhile, Fang Tian instead had an excited smile on his face as he arrived before the 10,000 Beasts chart, and reached out a hand towards it. At that very moment, a keen blade energy came hacking towards Fang Tian.
It was Zhongju.
When Fang Tian noticed that the person who had arrived was Zhongju, he promptly gave an emotional sigh and felt that Zhongju had been overconfident, then casually waved his gold-colored battle saber. At that moment, even if Fang Tian had casually given a strike, it would also be comparable to one of Mangon's full-blown attack. The slim, black-colored saber met with the gold-colored battle saber.
How is it possible? Fang Tian felt the rebound of that fierce energy, and his figure uncontrollably flew back by quite a few steps. Meanwhile, Zhongju's entire person instead drifted away like catkins.
This weapon which Senior Lan had given me is indeed tough to the extreme, to the extent of even nullifying quite a bit of the rebound force, Zhongju secretly rejoiced.
It should end now, right?
Whilst at the doors to the Great Hall, Xinyu slowly thought to himself.
Mangon, Zhongju and Du Zhongjun simultaneously made their moves.
That Du Zhongjun also had quite a fair number of treasures.
With the exception of the most important blood spiritual grass, he also had the blood droplets, and even 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans. Those 100 pulverizing thunder sealed talismans were the price which Hua Yan had initially paid Du Zhongjun when he sought Du Zhongjun's finest grade elemental spirit stones. 3 versus 1.
Continuous rumbling and booming sounds could be heard within the Great Hall, with each of the 4 people trying to pull others down beneath them as they attempted to gain an advantage over the rest, and all of them caused the atmosphere within the hall to darken with chaos. Meanwhile, Yu Liang, Hua Yan, as well as Ao Feng did not make a move, and they remained looking from one side. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out.
Pang! Mangon, Zhongju and Du Zhongjun flew apart as they were tossed aside. Instead, Fang Tian stood proudly in the middle. At that very moment, Fang Tian was secretly filled with complete anger.
During the beginning, when he had begun using the energy from the spirit of the true dragon, he had only used a portion of it. Meanwhile, he had earlier used close to 50% of the energy in one breath. I had earlier said that the 10,000 Beasts chart belongs to me. Fang Tian walked until he was beside the 10,000 Beasts chart. Meanwhile, Mangon, Zhongju and Du Zhongjun were all secretly aghast. The energy from Fang Tian's earlier attack was truly too horrifying. Everyone, are you done with causing a disturbance? An indifferent voice rang forth. Wearing a dark cyan-colored robe with a head of long, disheveled hair, a callous man bearing a long sword on his back appeared in the middle of the Great Hall.
Lan Feng.
Hua Yan, Yu Liang, Ao Feng, and the others exclaimed. Even the Mangon, Zhongju, and Du Zhongjun who were injured at that moment, they were all secretly shocked to the extreme. Since when did that sword immortal Lan Feng arrive?
Sword immortal Lan Feng, why are you here? Fang Tian said and gave an indifferent smile.
At the same time, his right hand instead made an attempt to grab at the 10,000 Beasts chart. Sword immortal Lan Feng gave a momentary smile, and unsheathed his sword. The sword left its sheath, and a horizontal sword energy was released.
Xiao.
A wave of sword energy that was condensed to the extreme, tore through space to arrive beside Fang Tian within a short moment.
Greatly shocked, Fang Tian used his gold-colored battle saber to give a backhand slash at that wave of sword energy.
When the gold-colored battle saber came into contact with the sword energy, Fang Tian's entire person trembled, and consecutively retreated a few tens of meters. Your capabilities are too weak, Lan Feng said indifferently, and his entire person transformed into several blurs.
Within a short moment, Lan Feng's long sword actually appeared before Fang Tian, thrusting towards him. How was he that strong? Fang Tian secretly found that to be unbelievable.
However, facing against an attack by Lan Feng, Fang Tian nevertheless infused the gold-colored battle saber with energy from within his body, and then mercilessly hacked towards the long sword in Lan Feng's hand.
I have consumed the spirit of the true dragon, you cannot possibly win against me. Fang Tian roared furiously.
The gold-colored battle saber and Lan Feng's long sword met against each other. There was a momentary cracking sound, and that gold-colored battle saber actually shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, Fang Tian himself flew while he was tossed aside, and he smashed against a wall of the Great Hall. Fresh blood even sprayed out from his mouth, completely staining that wall of the Great Hall.
Silence. Frighteningly shocking. Mangon, Zhongju, Yu Liang, Du Zhongjun, Hua Yan, Ao Feng, and even the seriously wounded Fang Tian all looked unbelievably at sword immortal Lan Feng.
The Fang Tian that was extremely powerful earlier actually did not have any hint of resistance in his strength when faced against sword immortal Lan Feng's sword. That group of people only looked on, as sword immortal Lan Feng reached out his hand and took the 10,000 Beasts chart.
He nodded and said, 10,000 Beasts chart. It is also considered to be appropriate that Senior Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's 10,000 Beasts chart belongs to me. With a wave of Sword Immortal Lan Feng's hand, the 10,000 Beasts chart disappeared. Meanwhile, the Qinyu who was at the entrance of the palace doors at that moment, instead secretly felt a momentary sense of relief. 10,000 Beasts chart. Very soon, I will need to carefully research it, and see what kind of plaything this 10,000 Beasts chart actually is. It will soon be time for me to perform, right? Lan Feng was Qin Yu's Sword Immortal puppet. His every single movement was controlled by Qin Yu, and whatever he spoke was naturally also controlled by Qin Yu. Brother Lan Feng, You really Brother Lan Feng? Mangon voiced out. Sword Immortal Lan Feng smiled and said, Why? How long has it only been, that you do not even recognize me? No. Mangon shook his head, then bitterly smiled and said, According to what I know, Brother Lan Feng's capabilities did not seem like it was this powerful. Meanwhile, Fang Tian had consumed the spirit of the true dragon, and he was comparable to a 5th-tier Demon King Super Divine Beast, which was in turn comparable to a 6th-tier Golden Immortal Sword Immortal, while Brother Lan Feng, you should have been at most a 2nd-tier Golden Immortal in the past, right? When everyone saw that Lan Feng's attitude was amiable, every single one of them began to relax. Zhongju also inquired, correct, since when did Brother Lan Feng's capabilities become this strong? 6th-tier Golden Immortal Sword Immortal? I had long arrived at that stage since 10,000 years ago, Lan Feng replied indifferently. 10,000 years ago? Mangon and the other people were stupefied. All of them did not see that Qin Yu was forcibly trying to keep his face from breaking into a smile over at the Great Hall's palace doors. Of course. Almost immediately, Qin Yu recomposed himself. Lan Feng nodded and said, Of course, all of you did not discover my true capabilities when I was at Qingshu Mountain. Firstly, it was because I had kept it concealed. Secondly, I was definitely suffering from serious injuries during that period of time. Currently, my injuries have already recovered completely. Brother Lan Feng, this Ni Yang's realm is not really a typical place, so why have you suddenly appeared? Mangon asked what everyone had been puzzled about. To be able to enter Ni Yang's realm. Firstly, it was to rely on the Sundering the Heavens diagrams. Secondly, it was through relying on Qin Yu. Meanwhile, from the beginning, everyone did not seem to have exactly discovered Lan Feng. So why did that Lan Feng suddenly appear, Martial uncle, why are you here? That surprised and slightly excited voice of Qin Yu's resounded throughout the entire Great Hall. The expression on Qin Yu's face enacted what was called surprise, and what was called unbelievable. That surprised expression, which also had excitement implied within it, was simply flawless to the extreme. Martial nephew, I did not exactly inform you of my coming this time, said Lan Feng. He looked at Qin Yu and gave a slight smile. Martial uncle, I remember that, with the exception of using the Sundering the Heavens diagrams as well as the method which you had told me, there were no other methods to enter Ni Yang's realm. How did you enter, Qin Yu inquired. Mangon, Zhongju and the others also awaited Lan Feng's reply. Lan Feng smiled and said, Martial nephew, I had also told you the method for your entry. Don't tell me that I do not have a method to enter? Qin Yu suddenly dawned with understanding. Meanwhile, one by one, the other people also secretly began to understand a little. Lan Feng had even told Qin Yu his method of entry, so it was no longer strange for Lan Feng to be able to enter. Martial uncle, the stone tablet at the White Jade Plaza said that there were finest grade elemental spirit stones left behind for us, but we did not exactly see any finest grade elemental spirit stones. Was it you? Qin Yu once again voiced out. Lan Feng gave a faint smile, but he neither nodded nor shook his head. No wonder. It was no wonder that we could not find any finest grade elemental spirit stones during that time. So Brother Lan Feng had already arrived before us, Ao Feng said and smiled. In actual fact, Qin Yu also did not know where those finest grade elemental spirit stones had gone to. The reason for Qin Yu to have said that was just to increase credibility. Lan Feng suddenly shook his head, then sighed and said, The time of my entry into Ni Yang's realm was only one day earlier than all of you. Initially, I had already passed through the Blue Clouds Road and was just about to enter the Great Hall. However, although all of you had also entered Ni Yang's realm, all of you instead had not passed through the Blue Clouds Road, resulting in that restrictive spell of the Nine Heavens' palace doors to the Great Hall to continuously remain. That had resulted in me being unable to enter its interior. That was why I said, this 10,000 beasts chart should originally have been obtained by me. Having heard Lan Feng's words, one by one, the other people secretly understood many things. Lan Feng had came in earlier than them. It was exactly because they had also entered, that the palace door's restrictive spell did not unseal. That was why Lan Feng did not have any method to enter into the Great Hall all along. Everyone, let us not waste any more time.
The Nine Heavens Palace has a total of 9 stories. This is only the first story, and there are still 8 more stories above, Lan Feng said and smiled.
Martial nephew, you shall follow behind martial uncle. Yes, martial uncle.
Qin Yu respectfully listened to the order, and promptly followed behind Sword Immortal Lan Feng. Both that martial uncle and martial nephew led the way up the stairs.
Intimidated by Lan Feng's powerful capabilities, the 4 great emissaries Ao Feng, Mangon, Du Zhongjun and Huayan, as well as Fang Tian and the others only followed behind that pair of martial uncle and martial nephew. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 56. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 56, Experts Like Clouds. The stairs rising upwards from the Great Hall was very wide and spacious, and could allow 5 to 6 people walk abreast. Of the 9 survivors, only Lan Feng walked in front. Qin Yu followed Lan Feng closely, and only thereafter followed the 7 other experts.
Mangon, Lan Feng is really too powerful, even Fang Tian with true dragon spirit was easily swept aside. Do you have any hope against him? Du Zhongjun secretly used voice transfer to ask Mangon. Mangon wore a faint bitter smile, and replied, Brother Du Zhong, you are really overestimating my abilities.
The rank of the true dragon spirit is definitely one of the top immortal treasures available. And when used with the 5-clawed golden dragon gives the best results. Even if I were to use all my aces including my low-grade divine class item, my personal power is only a little stronger than Fang Tian with true dragon spirit. But, in front of Lan Feng, they are all nothing.
Du Zhongjun was silent and gloomy at Mangon's reply.
Du Zhongjun and Mangon both felt helpless, but they aren't the only ones feeling at a loss.
Huayan, Fang Tian, Ao Feng, Zhongju, and the others all felt depressed and resigned.
After all, the power Lan Feng displayed was unsurmountable, unconquerable and unbeatable, even if everyone used all their aces and ultimate techniques. They used to have some hope of obtaining the treasures in Niyang's realm, but Lan Feng's overwhelming power had completely crushed all hope of satisfying their greed. Their power gap was simply light years away.
Ha, look at all the experts' sullen and withdrawn expressions. They're quite funny.
Qin Yu casually took a glance at the 7 following behind. He secretly snickered with glee. Niyang's realm should have a large number of treasures, I don't need too much. I'll leave some of treasure which are more common, to them.
The group arrived at the 2nd floor of the Nine Heavens Palace.
The 2nd level of the 9 Heavens was another similarly magnificent great hall as the previous level. At the center of this hall stood a blue-green obelisk of about 5 meters in width and depth, about 3 meters tall. Behind this beautifully adorned hall was 3 paths leading to a number of rooms. But all attention was focused at the blue-green obelisk.
Congratulations to you all on reaching the 2nd level of the 9 Heavens, the 2nd heaven, from the next day.
In this test of the 2nd heaven, the victor will ultimately obtain the painting of the lost god.
Qin Yu read with puzzlement and mouthed, what is this painting of the lost god?
All the emissaries, Mangon, Ao Feng, Huayan and Du Zhongjun, all quivered with excitement. They had all descended and entered Niyang's realm to obtain this painting of the lost god, known as the greatest treasure in all the upper demon, devil and immortal realms. If my predictions are right, then there should be emissaries from the devil realm, demon realm, and dragon clan. But, I'm just not too sure that the emissary from the immortal realm is still alive.
You all came for this prize, right? Except there is only one painting of the lost god. Whoever gets it will depend on their own personal power.
Given the humongous size of the obelisk and the number of words on it, everyone took their time to carefully inspect the obelisk. In this realm, my realm, treasures are countless, but the majority are found in the heart of my realm, in this central area. The greatest and most precious treasures are stored in this 9 Heavens Palace, in the 7th to the 9th floors.
Everyone's eyes sparkle with incandescent glee.
In numberless years of the emperor's existence, his treasures and wealth was so great that it would be frightening. So the majority could not be stored in the central region, only the most precious treasures could be found in the 9 Heavens. But of the rarest of the central region, the legendary treasures are found in the 7th to the 9th floors. From the 7th to the 9th floors of heaven, these 3 floors each have a divine class item. The painting of the lost god will be in the 9th floor of heaven, because it is the most precious treasure of unimaginable value. In the front-facing side of the obelisk, so many words. Mangon gasped in awe. The emperor wasn't acclaimed to have the most divine items, without good reason. Including the painting of 10,000 beasts, there is a total of 4 divine items here. For Emperor Niyang to have the painting of the lost god and so many other divine items is not strange at all.
Huayan replied nonchalantly. After reading through the text and listening to Mangon's explanation, Jinyu came to realize the truth about many things. So Emperor Ni Yang is acclaimed to the emperor with the most divine items. Jinyu thought, then for that painting of the lost god to make all the upper realm leaders to become obsessed, must mean it has an unimaginable value. But at this moment, Mangon the other experts dare not to move to check the hindsight of the obelisk. They guessed the hindsight must have words as well, but since Lan Feng does not move, nobody dares to make the first move. Brother Lan Feng, I'm sure there still are words left by the emperor on the back-facing side of the obelisk. In a light tone Ao Feng voiced a reminder. Ao Feng's broke the silence, and awoke Jinyu from his thoughts. Looks like all these people are waiting for me. Jinyu chuckled to himself, while Lan Feng spoke, of course I know that, but I feel that all of you seem a little afraid of me? Lan Feng said smilingly to the crowd behind him. Everyone's smiles froze suddenly. Lan Feng smiled knowingly, don't worry, did you not see the words left by Emperor Ni Yang? There are divine treasures found from the 7th to the 9th floors, and I will only take enough for myself. The others will depend on your own luck and power. Oh Feng, Du Zhongjun and the others' faces light up like Christmas, and smile gleefully like children given candy. Even if it was not possible to obtain the painting of the lost god, obtaining a divine item was already enough to make people to leap about with boundless joy. When Jinyu saw the celebrating faces of everyone else, in his heart he sneered, laugh while you can. If Mangon got a divine item, then it would be okay. As for Ao Feng, Du Zhongjun, Huayan, you guys would never get one, even in your dreams. He still remembers the hateful voice transfer messages these people sent during his turn through the Blue Cloud Road. From those messages, he could easily determine that these people wanted him to kill himself. On top of that, the arrogant and commanding tones, and condemning attitudes towards his life, was already enough to make Jinyu feel deep spite for them. But Jinyu couldn't be bothered to deal with them at this time. Gentlemen, let's go see the rear side. Lan Feng spoke lightly and strode with dignity befitting a king to the rear side. As soon as Lan Feng spoke, Ao Feng and the others leaped to the opposite as well, to carefully inspect the monument. Inscribed below. I, Emperor Ni Yang, will give you your last test, it is also the way for you to leave. Jinyu's eyes lit up. To enter the Ni Yang realm, he had methods to do this, but what about exiting? He did not know until now. If you want to leave alive or to gain the treasures found in the 7th to the 9th floors, you must reach the 3rd floor of this 9 Heavens Palace. Once on the 3rd floor, you will face a trial and a choice. The choice is to resist the power of the heaven-piercing sword spirit. In the 3rd floor of the 9 heavens, there are 17 rooms. In the first room, the heaven-piercing sword spirit of mine will be restricted to a level 1 golden immortal's maximum powered sword spirit. In the second room, the heaven-piercing sword spirit of mine will be restricted to a level 2 golden immortal's maximum powered sword spirit, and so on. In the 10th room, the heaven-piercing sword spirit of mine will be restricted to a level 1 mystic immortal's maximum powered sword spirit. And in the 17th room, is at a level 8 mystic immortal's maximum powered sword spirit. In these rooms, each has 3 waves of sword spirit. Each person must enter a room, once inside they must withstand 1 wave of sword spirit. If you should use body manipulation or your agility to avoid an escape, you will be instantly killed. Failing to resist will result in death as well. Only the ones successfully withstanding the assault will live. Everyone felt their hearts quiver with this shocking revelation. You must directly withstand the sword spirit, and only then the victor could leave. If you don't enter a room, you will also die. From this sentence alone made Huayan and the others' hopes of a luck encounter shatter. The victor's results would be decided by the number of points the victor has withstood. For example, suppose the victor chose to enter the second room, and successfully withstood the max power of a level 2 golden immortal, then that means he has passed 2 points. The final results will be ranked by the number of points that individual has passed. The top 3 will enter the top 3 floors. The top-ranked individual will enter floor 9, then the second will go to floor 8, then the third to floor 7. After reading through the densely packed words on the obelisk, the expert's eyes flash with understanding. The greater the number of points a person has passed, the higher the chance to obtain the painting of the lost god. Du Zhongjun felt excited, with the blood spirit of Pu, I can at most withstand a level 6 golden immortal sword spirit once, which means 6 points passed. That Lan Feng may be strong, but what level could he withstand? 5 points? How could he withstand a level 5 golden immortal sword spirit? It wasn't just Du Zhongjun feeling excited, but Mangon and the others all silently clenched their fists in excitement. This so-called ranking based on the number of past points is very favorable for them. But they don't know that the golden immortal Lan Feng is just a golden immortal sword puppet. I'm currently a Deshang stage expert. If I withstood a level 9 golden immortal sword spirit once each, wouldn't that mean I passed 18 points? Without a doubt, that's a win.
Qin Yu felt completely confident in this test.
Tian, I didn't quite understand how he could get 18 points when only take one hit. In the original text he says, how could passing slash withstanding a one strike from a level 9 golden immortal mean 18 points? I could only assume that it was a typo, and it should be 2 strikes, thought how that's going to work. But all the same, the Emperor's declaration puzzles Qin Yu. The results are based on the number of points and not the challenger's personal power. Is this to determine the hidden potentials of the challengers?
Qin Yu ponders and scrutinizes each phrase of the Emperor's words. This means those that could exceed the sword spirit wave would be able to exceed their normal power levels.
Not good. If that Lan Feng discovers this rule is not in his favor, will he just kill us now?
Du Zhongjun started and was the first to reach this conclusion. Even if they could gain more points, but if Lan Feng killed them before they try, then wouldn't that mean all the treasure would belong to Lan Feng? But suddenly, a gust of wind whistles by. Du Zhongjun was the first to rush in the direction of the stairs to the 3rd floor. As soon as the gust whistled by, Hua Yan and the other also reacted, and in quick succession rushed towards the 3rd floor. In a blink of an eye, only Qin Yu and the immortal sword puppet remain in the 2nd floor's hall.
So anxious. Were they afraid I would kill them? If I wanted, they'd be dead already. Qin Yu chuckled. Blitz?
Tian, not sure how to translate it, since I used passing gives points, and normal this would mean checkpoints or level rush or to rush through stages.
I called it blitz. How could they surpass 18 points?
The treasures found in the 9th floor already had his name on them.
Well, first let's see what this Atlas of 10,000 Beast is.
Qin Yu was not at all hurried to go to the 3rd floor, but withdrew the atlas and carefully started the blood possession contract with the item. The surface of the golden scroll quickly absorbs the drop of blood, and it starts to emit golden light.
To my lucky junior, congratulations on acquiring the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts.
A familiar voice rang midst Qin Yu's mind, and at the same time an aloof figure appears in his mind.
His knew this was the immortal Emperor Ni Yang.
When he obtained the 2nd ring, Lord of White Ice's ring, within Qin Yu's mind, a similar silhouette also appeared.
This Atlas of 10,000 Beasts is a very valuable divine class item.
Junior, allow me to explain to you the properties of this atlas. In the atlas there are 3 levels, each level contains a world. In the 1st level, the inhabitants are divine beasts at the demon level. In the 2nd level, the inhabitants are divine beasts at the demon king level. Finally, in the 3rd level, the inhabitants are divine beasts at the demon emperor level.
Qin Yu was absolutely stunned and gasped, "My God, isn't this equivalent to having countless divine beast collars?"
And not to mention, in the 3rd level the divine beasts are at the demon emperor level. Only when you have reached the immortal stage or equivalent, can you open the 1st world and control all the beasts in there. Once you are at the golden immortal stage, the 2nd world will open and allow you control all the beasts in that world. Finally, when you reach the mystic immortal stage, only then will you be able to open the 3rd world and control its beasts. Junior, for those of you who are much weaker, this Atlas of 10,000 Beasts is indeed a very precious treasure.
Use it wisely. With this, surely you can enter a more powerful room in the next test and earn more points. Emperor Ni Yang advised kindly.
Through all this, Qin Yu's heart felt like it was trembling at the amount of power held in this divine item. At the end of the explanation, Qin Yu starts to channel his stellar power from his star into the atlas, to see if he could open the 1st level's world. Although he was just at the Deshang stage, but with the Deshang stage of the stellar transformations path, his combat power is at least a level 1 immortal. Based on the description of this atlas, opening worlds should only depend on the combat power.
Alas!
The atlas within his body started vibrating, and with a burst of power, Qin Yu's mind entered the 1st world. Within was a vast green space and a boundless land with dense spiritual energy. In just a short moment, Qin Yu could sense all the beasts in the entire 1st world. He could feel a bonding-like feeling within his soul, and he instantly knew he controlled all the beasts' lives. The Atlas of 10,000 Beasts has the same kind of ability as the Divine Beast Collars, except there is no limit to the number of divine beasts one can control. All the beasts within the world will submit to the master of the Atlas. Who is the master of this 1st world of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts? Qin Yu issued a mental command to all the inhabitants. Each beast could hear this command resound in their souls. Soon all had heard Qin Yu's command. In the 4th floor of the 9 heavens, a thin, black youth sat cross-legged in the center. The youth's eyes shone like black pearls glistening with worldly wisdom, and yet his physique resembled a child's. The thin black youth's muscles emitted a strange and ghastly dull glow. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Where his vision fell on, the space collapsed.
The challengers have finally arrived, and I Yang, I will soon leave this mortal plane as well. Ha, those years ago, how could I fall for your tricks? Trapped for a day turned into trapped for life. The thin black youth eyes flash with a hint of frustration. End of chapter 56. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderrat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 57. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 57, Path to Take. Milord, you have finally arrived. Of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts, First World Beasts, this leader is called Shoyen. A seductive woman with a figure-hugging white robe stood respectfully at attention. Her voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Shoyen? Qin Yu nodded. I find the beasts of the Atlas First World to be quite weak. The level of the demons are all around 7, but level 9 demon divine beast seems to number around several hundred. Why is it like this? As the master of the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, he still has deep understanding of the first layer world, although he is unable to access the second and third layers of the Atlas. In this first layer's world, the weakest are the level 7 demon divine beasts and the strongest are level 9 demon divine beasts. There are around 200 to 300 level 9 demons, while level 8 and level 7 are at least several hundred. Together there should be around 1,000. This discovery completely puzzles Qin Yu. He was unable to understand why the weakest demon are at level 7. Milord, back when we followed Immortal Emperor Ni Yang across all of the upper realms, demon, immortal and devil, in this first world had many level 2 and level 3 divine beasts. Since the Emperor's death, many years has passed. Such a long time have passed, most of the beasts who had good aptitudes have already ascended into the second layer's world as demon kings. The remaining, we have poorer aptitudes. Shoyen answered with a voice laced in disappointment. Qin Yu felt slightly startled. He finally understood. The Emperor had been dead for a very long time, long enough that the ascended ones have already become demon kings. This was why the first layer's weakest inhabitants were level 7 demons. You are all the low-end demons? Could it be that in the second layer world, there are a greater number of beasts? Qin Yu inquired. Shoyan's mind deduced as such. Milord does not know the status of the second layer world. Yes, that's right, second layer world should definitely have more beasts than the first layer. Simply from the number of transfers from the first layer to the second layer, number over 1,000. Qin Yu was shocked. This atlas contains so many powerful creatures. Isn't level 9 demon divine beasts equivalent to 12th tribulation's loose demons? Then he has about 200 to 300 of those, and many more level 8 and level 7 demon divine beasts. The enormity of it all only added to his rising delight. No wonder Mangon, Aophone, and the others was so desperate to acquire this atlas. Since they were at the Demon King level, with the atlas, they can open up to the second layer world. With that, they can control all the beasts up to and including the Demon Kings of the atlas. Following this train of thought gave Qin Yu quite a scare. Even with one level 9 golden immortal sword puppet has made himself quite powerful, imagine an army of them. If the others were to get the atlas, doesn't that mean their forces would be bolstered by an army of level 9 Demon Kings? So even if I had the immortal sword puppet, I would not be able to obtain any of the treasures. Thankfully, I seized it. He felt so much more relieved and secretly glad he decided to snatch it before the others. He was not afraid that the beast may riot, because any changes in their hearts would instantly alert the master. And, with the slightest thought from the master, the offenders will immediately die. If the divine beasts wish to regain their freedom, there are only 2 methods. The first method is where the beast practices until the soul could be separated from the body, but it is almost impossible. The second is where the master dies and kills their own beasts. But the previous master's death, he did not kill all the beasts inside the atlas. Sometimes the master was a foul, cruel and despicable being, who would kill their own beasts after their deaths. After all, for the master to kill his own beasts only requires a single thought. One thought, and the divine beasts will have their bodies and souls destroyed and dispersed. Thankfully, the immortal Emperor Ni Yang was a pretty good master, since when he died, he was not cruel, and he did not kill them all. If he did, I would need to catch a new batch myself. That would be a serious pain in the backside. He felt very grateful to the previous master. The immortal Emperor Ni Yang did not kill the beasts after his death, but instead, he left them to be inherited by the next successor of the atlas. This same moment, a voice with indifference echoed in the second floor. It was an uncaring and ice-cold voice, completely devoid of warmth, to the people of the second floor of this 9 heavens palace. You must make haste to the 3rd floor, failure will be counted as give up. You will be killed by the restrictive spells within the 9 heavens. The sudden announcement made Qin Yu flinch with surprise, as the information bounced back and forth the hall.
He quickly leapt towards the direction of the stairs upwards, making haste to the third floor. Meanwhile, in the third floor of the 9 Hevians, Mangon and the 7 other challengers stood at attention in front of the rear rooms. Each individual did not dare make the slightest movement towards the rear rooms, because barring the entrance was a thin, black youth. The young man swept his vision across the people standing in front of him. The challengers all felt like ants before a god, as if their very lives were completely at the mercy of the latter, and out of their control. With light footsteps, Xinyu follows Lan Feng into the great hall of the third floor. The young man stood afar with an indifferent expression. The man's face was deadpan like a rock, but the moment his eyes fell on Xinyu, his lips twitched upward slightly, smiled and nodded at the newcomer. When he saw the sword immortal puppet, his expression changed to show moderate surprise. "Kid, is this the external life embodiment technique?" "No, it can't be, you are too weak, but how can your external life embodiment body be so powerful?" "Truly a mystery, I don't even feel his breath." "Could it be?" Within Qinyu's mind, the thin black youth's voice rang forth. The youth looked towards Qinyu again, the expression in his eyes had changed. "Ha, I never thought, I could not have thought of it. If it were those two fools, they would not be able to see through the fiasco. Kid, originally I was unsatisfied that you would obtain the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, but now, I am content." The young man's smile blossomed like a rose in full bloom. Hearing the words of this thin, black youth, made Qinyu start but end up confusing him. What does he mean? Upon seeing the immortal sword puppet, the young man felt perfectly satisfied that I am the new master of the Atlas of 10,000. What the reason behind such a thought? Qinyu could not find the answer to that one. But he could feel that this thin, black man's power was even more terrifying and unfathomable than his immortal sword puppet. "Okay, you 9 have all arrived." The young man stressed 9 heavily, while given a mirthful look at Qinyu, and then faced everyone else with the same stone-face expression. Qinyu finally understood, this man had seen through the veil of his immortal sword puppet. "Now, it is up to your individual capabilities. Here are 17 rooms, each room can be entered up to 3 times. You will be the first to start." The thin, black man fixed his index finger in the direction of Huayan. Huayan was hesitant to start. In reality, no one wanted to go first, however, when faced with the command of the black man, who could refuse? "Yes, senior." Huayan responds respectfully, but when he looked up at the young man, the man's eyes had a glint of savageness like the murderous edge of a sword. Oddly enough, Huayan chose to face the sword spirit in the very first room, as though he was made to do so through the work of gods and demons. In the first room, the sword spirit was restricted, by Emperor Ni Yang, to the maximum power of a level 1 golden immortal. "The first room? Huayan, are you an idiot?" Du Zhongjun cried out. Huayan sighed and rebuked bitterly, the immortal Emperor Ni Yang clearly dislikes immortal emissaries trespassing in his realm. "I fear the power of the later room's sword spirits are unsurmountable. I could not withstand them to save my life, so I can only try the first room." The thin, black man clapped dramatically and spoke flatly, "Clever. The immortal Emperor Ni Yang disliked any trespassers from the immortal realm. When he died, he still had many disputes unresolved with your Emperor Yu. These grudges will not be forgiven that easily." Everyone else suddenly understood. It turns out that Emperor Ni Yang's death had something to do with Emperor Yu, and that was why he despised any emissary from the latter. "You immortal realm brat, the Emperor Ni Yang instructed me to enforce a 3 times difficulty increase for any emissaries from the immortal realm. When you enter the first room, all 3 waves of the sword spirits will attack simultaneously, be very careful." The young man actually revealed some of the secrets behind the difficulty Huayan would face in the first room. Huayan was delighted with this revelation, immediately bowed deeply, "Thank you, senior." If the young man did not inform him of this piece of information, he would not be prepared for the 3 simultaneous waves of sword spirit. He would have died immediately on the spot. There's no need to be so cautious. "I'm feeling quite good today, huh? I even need to thank Emperor Yu and the others, otherwise how else could have immortal Emperor Ni Yang die? And how else could the Atlas of 10,000 beasts could have its current master?" The thin, black man beamed happily. At one side, Xinyu started to have misgivings about the young man. It seems that this young man did not care too much about the death of Ni Yang. Then why do hurry up? The thin, black man suddenly shouted with an icy and menacing tone, his previous smile was non-existent. Hearing this shout, everyone in the hall paled considerably, whilst their hearts shook with incomparable horror and quaked in their shoes. Whilst Huayan looked like drowned man, his face completely devoid of color, and at the corner of his mouth a stream of blood spilled from his trembling lips. "Yes, senior." Huayan no longer dared to waste any more time, and immediately entered the first room. In just a short while, A pale-faced Hua Yan slowly staggered from the first room. Before he even entered the room, he was already seriously wounded by the young man's shout. After that, he still had to withstand 3 consecutive waves of sword spirit, and to be able to survive was truly lucky.
Your life force was pretty strong.
The thin, black, young man smiled, then waved one of his hands. Soon, on one wall of the hall, the words, Immortal Realm, Hua Yan, Level 0 completed, appeared.
The second one, Ao Feng.
The young man's finger fell upon the standing Ao Feng.
Ao Feng bowed deeply, of course, senior.
And promptly entered the number 3 room. He was not too soon to forget how the icy shout from the young man had gravely injured Hua Yan.
How could anyone rebuke? From room number 3, a furious cry of a dragon echoed in the hall. A moment later,
Ao Feng walked from the room pale-faced and his body had small streams of blood still present. The young man waved again. This time the wall displayed under Hua Yan, Dragon Clan, Ao Feng, Level 2 complete. Everyone in the hall wordlessly expelled a held-up breath. 2 people in a row had already survived, which meant that one cannot be too greedy.
But could still enter the highest value room without putting too much pressure on their survival. Number 3, Yu Liang.
The young man pointed at Yu Liang. Yu Liang felt quite puzzled at this. How did this thin black man learn of his name? He did not ever talk to the man about himself. But he buried his puzzlement into his heart, and remained respectful outwardly and replied, Yes, senior. And entered the number 2 room at once. Yu Liang was just a 12th Tribulation's loose demon. He originally wanted to use the number 1 room, but all the sword spirit was used up by Hua Yan. So he could only settle with the number 2 room.
Mangon, Xinyu, and the others waited silently.
Who was nearest to the last person to go, would be able to accurately determine the best possible room to enter. In a while, the door to the second room opened and Yu Liang collapsed into the great hall. His clothes was in pieces, his body was spouting blood in rivulets. He was so gravely injured that he could not withhold his tidy appearance and looked very pitiful on the ground. Luckily it was just 1 sword spirit wave, and thankfully I have top-grade demon equipment, else if there more than 1 wave, it would have been certain death. Yu Liang shook and struggled to crawl from the room. His wounds had already started to recover. The thin black man smiled and nodded, then waved again. Under both Hua Yan and Ao Feng's names, another appeared, Demon Clan, Yu Liang, Level 2 completed.
Next one is Mangon.
The young man said lightly.
Mangon's face wore a constant smile. He was absolutely confident in his abilities.
He bowed and said, Of course, senior. Then strode hastily to the number 7 room. The number 7 room meant there would be 1 wave of a level 7 golden immortal sword spirit. Of course the 7th room would be incredibly powerful, but there was only 1 wave of sword spirit. If Mangon were to use his final ace with his low-grade divine class weapon, he still had some grasp over the perilous situation. After all, the test was not to kill a level 7 sword immortal, but simply to resist 1 wave of level 7 sword spirit.
What? The number 7 room? Du Zhongjun exclaimed and his expression dropped.
Both Mangon and him were level 1 Demon King, Devil King, but he, himself, has a very slim chance to pass the 7th room. He was not reckless enough to try the 7th room when he only has some chance of success in the 6th room.
Momentarily, a resonating roar erupted from the 7th room.
From the doorway of the 7th room, the huge frame of Mangon walked proudly outwards. His body was covered in layers of flowing spiritual energy that exerted strong pressure in the surroundings. The thin black man waved, and a line of text appeared on the wall. Demon Clan, Mangon, Level 6 complete.
Without warning.
There has already been 4 who have passed the rooms, and of them Hua Yan was placed last. Because in the end only 3 can enter the corresponding layers of the 9 heavens.
Hence, Hua Yan must now leave Ni Yang's realm.
The thin black man announced moderately. Everyone in the hall started with surprise and could only watch as the young man, with another wave, enveloped the stunned Hua Yan in white light. In a moment, Hua Yan had vanished into thin before everyone's eyes.
Hua Yan has already been transported out of Ni Yang's realm.
Mangon, Ao Feng, and Yu Liang are ranked top 3. You all are to enter the 4th floor lobby and wait.
If anyone scores better than the lowest ranked, I will transport the lowest ranker out of Ni Yang's realm. With another wave, Mangon, Ao Feng, and Yu Liang disappeared from the hall of the 3rd floor.
Senior Ao Feng, you and I both have 2 points, who is second then?
Yu Liang asked Ao Feng politely. Their conversation could be heard clearly in the 3rd floor.
Because, the distance between the 4th and 3rd floors was only 5 to 6 meters. Ao Feng and Yu Liang may both have 2 points, but Ao Feng challenged a higher value room compared to Yu Liang.
So naturally, Ao Feng is rank 2 and Yu Liang is rank 3.
The young man explained mildly. His voice was easily heard in the 4th floor as well.
The clear voice coming from the floor below made Ao Feng and Yu Liang start, and suddenly made them too afraid to speak. End of chapter 57. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 58. Stellar Transformations. Book 11, Chapter 58, Top 3. 4 people had already passed the trial of the rooms in the 3rd floor. Of them, Mangon was rank 1, Ao Feng, rank 2 and Yu Liang was rank 3. Know that the top 3 rankers will enter a room, 9th to the 7th floor, corresponding to their rank. While another 4 remain in the 3rd floor, these are Fang Tian, Zhongju, Xinyu and Du Zhongjun, who have not attempted the room challenge. Who, of the 7, would obtain the ultimate triumph? It is too difficult to ascertain right now. Next, Du Zhongjun. The thin black young man once again pointed his finger at another challenger. Du Zhongjun felt temporarily rooted to the spot. Then hastily bowed stiffly and replied, "Yes, senior." At this moment, Du Zhongjun's mind was whirling like a typhoon. The blood spirit of Pu cannot compare to the true dragon spirit. Also, I'm not a super divine beast, not have a low-grade divine weapon. Which room do I choose? He had already mulled over this problem before. If he chose a high-level room, then he would very well lose his puny life. If he chose a low-level room, then he would very likely not able to acquire one divine item. Mother Fasterus Kerr, just put my life on the line then. His eyes became bloodshot and traces of blood-red light flashing from within. Then shortly, entered the 6th room. In the 6th room, he would have to face one wave of the maximum power of a level 6 Golden Sword Immortal Sword Spirit. Even though the blood spirit of Pu could increase his combative power for a short duration, once taken he would likely be in a bloodlust, frenzied state. Not to mention, he did not have a low-grade divine item as well. So challenging the 6th room was already courting death. Brother Xinyu, say, do you think Du Zhongjun will survive? Zhongju asked. Xinyu mused for a while, then shook his head. Hard to say, nobody knows the true power of his final ace. If it was as powerful as Fang Tian's true dragon spirit, then the 6th room would be a walk in the park for him. Fang Tian, with the true dragon spirit, this situation must be very favorable for you. Lan Feng said smilingly at Fang Tian. Favorable, Fang Tian reflected bitterly at Lan Feng's offhanded question. When he used the true dragon spirit to try claiming the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, he expended 20% while fighting Mangon's 3-man alliance, and another 50% to fully suppress that alliance. But that wasn't the end. When he was just about to obtain the Atlas, he attacked by Lan Feng, which cost him another 20% of the true dragon spirit to defend. Now, Fang Tian only had approximately 10% of the true dragon spirit left. Only 10%? If he was at 100% power, then even the 7th room was easy, but with only 10% he did not even dare to challenge the 6th room. Ah! Suddenly, cry of pain and bloodlust was heard from the 6th room. Du Zhongjun, what happened? Xinyu, Fang Tian and Zhongju looked towards the 6th room. The interior of the 6th room. The moment Du Zhongjun entered the 6th room, he immediately consumed the blood spirit of Pu. The energy enveloped his entire body and caused all his spiritual energy to increase explosively, while his pupils turned completely blood-red. Must stay calm, stay calm. Du Zhongjun chanted over and over again, as he felt an overwhelming bloodthirst surge within his mind. He could only suppress his instinctive needs. A moment later, a torrent of sword spirit energy struck directly at Du Zhongjun from the front. The fierce sword spirit spurred Du Zhongjun's inner blood devil's devil instincts to burst open, releasing copious amounts of thick, sinister energy that gave off a strange glow. With a bestial snarl of pain, Du Zhongjun unleashed his abilities. A stream of blood-red light collided with the incoming sword spirit. From within the 6th room, Du Zhongjun walked out. His body looked like a deflated balloon, shriveled like a dried leaf, but still managed to smile respectfully at the thin black youth. He even used such a thing as the blood spirit of Pu? In terms of spirit power boost, it cannot compare with the treasure of the Dragon Clan. The young man sighed, and with a wave the line of words appeared on the Great Hall's wall. Devil Realm, Du Zhongjun, level 5 complete. And with a wave, a stream of light descends onto Du Zhongjun, covering him completely. Du Zhongjun has earned 5 points and is now rank 2. Yu Liang will be sent out of Ni Yang's realm. The man explained mildly. Du Zhongjun quickly vanished from the 3rd floor, while Qin Yu and the others could hear some disturbance from the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, only Zhongju, Fang Tian, Xinyu and Lan Feng remained. However, only the minds of Fang Tian and Zhongju were clouded with complex thoughts. From their point of view, Xinyu was too weak that even breaking through the 1st room was impossible, let alone the 2nd room. Ever since the 1st room's chances has already been used up by the 1st challenger, Hua Yin. Even Zhongju had little confidence in Qin Yu's success. To them, the only competition would be from Man Gong, Ao Feng, and Du Zhongjun. Next, Fan Tian. The man announced. Yes, senior.
Fang Tian bowed and hastily made a decision while sweeping his gaze across the available rooms. Since Mangong got 6 points, Du Zhongjun got 5 points, then that means I must also get 5 points.
Fang Tian strode towards the 5th room. Since with only 10% of the true dragon spirit remaining, Fang Tian was only confident with the 5th room. Zhongju and Qin Yu waited patiently. Sometime later, the door opened again. Out came a pale-faced Fang Tian, who could not suppress his excitement from showing on his face. He concluded that Zhongju would definitely fail the 5th room without a true dragon spirit equivalent consumable. As for Qin Yu? With the Deshang stage's power, any room would be certain death. As for the indomitable Lan Feng?
Fang Tian was completely at ease. After all, this test was not based on power but whoever earned the highest number of points.
With another wave from the thin black man's hand, Dragon Clan, Fang Tian, level 5 completed. Following his hand gesture, the man announced the result. Fang Tian has passed level 5 and same as Du Zhongjun. But Fang Tian will be rank 3, because Du Zhongjun passed the 6th room while Fang Tian, the 5th room. That means, Ao Feng will be transported out of Ni Yang's realm. Another beam of light covers Fang Tian, and he was transported to the 4th floor, while Ao Feng was kicked out of Ni Yang's realm.
In the 3rd floor only Zhongju, Qin Yu, and Lan Feng are left.
But, in reality, only Zhongju and Qin are the challengers.
Currently, the lowest ranker has passed level 5, and there are only treasures on 3 floors, 9th, 8th, and 7th. Corresponding to the floors, there will only be 3 ranked victors. If you wish to obtain any treasure, you must at least pass a higher staged level 5, or even higher levels. The thin black man imparted some insights onto the remaining challengers. With a smile, the man looked at Zhongju. Zhongju, it is now your turn.
Yes, senior.
Zhongju's face wore a firm expression and walked to the 6th room.
Senior Zong. Qin Yu was alarmed at the former's decision.
The former was slightly stooped, but he still managed to walk firmly into the 6th room.
Qin Yu was absolutely stunned. Qin Yu.
The thin, black man suddenly turned to Qin Yu and smiled merrily. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Wu Lan.
You can call me Mr. Wu.
There is no need to be alarmed, because no one can hear us, but. Qin Yu gazed at the thin black man, too confused and shocked to quickly come up with a response.
Wu Lan.
During these several moments, Qin Yu had thought about many things. But he had too many unanswerable questions within him. He could not help but ask, Mr. Wu, I feel as if you have an inexplicable interest in me, yet I don't feel that we have ever met before.
Could I ask you about this interest?
Ah,
yes, I am very interested in you.
Very, very interested.
Wu Lan beamed joyfully. Qin Yu, do you know?
I haven't been home for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Wu actually used 3 consecutive very to emphasize his desire. His face was the very meaning of loneliness.
Qin Yu nodded his assent. So is Mr. Wu trapped here in Ni Yang's realm? Can you not go home?
From the information he gathered, and from the questioning the beasts of the first layer world of the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, this realm has been in the mortal plane for a very long time. And, looking at this thin and black man, Wu Lan, chained here in Ni Yang's realm, it must be true.
Oh, no, not really. Wu Lan laughed and shook his head. In this Ni Yang's realm?
No, it hasn't even been more than 100,000 years yet.
That's not a very long time. Qin Yu was startled. 100,000 years is not a very long time? I've left home for how many hundred multiples of 1,000 years? 1,000 multiples, or was it 10,000 multiples?
Ha, it has been an immeasurable long time that even I don't remember, Wu Lan sighed while he reminisced the past numberless years. Wu Lan's measure of time had blown Qin Yu's mind.
What was 1,000 times of 10,000, or 10,000 times 10,000 years? How many years was that?
When I lived at home, I may have been an insignificant figure, but I enjoyed living there. One day, due to special reasons, I was forced to leave home.
After a series of difficult events I came across Ni Yang.
Wu Lan spoke about the memories of his past life, while Qin Yu listened quietly. Wu Lan beamed widely momentarily and resumed his story.
Then Ni Yang died.
He died so meaninglessly, his death was so comical. Wu Lan's expression wore a strained smile.
Mr. Wu, could it be that you weren't very close with the Emperor? Not even a little friendship? Do you not feel somewhat ill at ease knowing his death? Qin Yu inquired politely. Friendship?
Wu Lan laughed slightly, maybe a little.
We have known each other for many years, how could we not get along as something like friends? But I cannot fully feel at a loss for him, because with his death I can leave easily. But today, looking at you, has made me very happy. I think, in all these years, today was the happiest I felt in all my life. Why is that? Qin Yu was puzzled. It's a secret. Wu Lan gave Qin Yu a mysterious smile. It is not the right time for you to know about it. When it is time, you will know. But, when I saw that thing. Wu Lan pointed at Lan Feng. I knew one thing, and that is, I am, very likely, able to go back home to my hometown now. When Qin Yu heard Wu Lan refer Lan Feng as a thing, he knew that Wu Lan had seen through his farce, and that Lan Feng was just a puppet. Okay, Qin Yu, stop making any more speculations. If you continue down your chosen practice, one day you will understand what I said today and know what it meant. Wu Lan gave a short laugh. Qin Yu nodded. Don't think about things one doesn't understand. Mr. Wu, the previous challenger, Zhongju, is he? Qin Yu was a little worried. After all, Zhongju and himself were close friends. And Zhongju knew Uncle Lan as well. Wu Lan uttered a light chuckle. To enter the 6th room with his current strength, that would be courting D. He was about to say courting death, but he paused mid-sentence. His expression was also frozen in mid-sentence. After a while, Wu Lan breathed sharply and spoke hastily. How could that be? He was astounded. Qin Yu, the guy who gave you this thing, did he also know Zhongju as well? Wu Lan inquired. Are talking about Uncle Lan? Qin Yu nodded. Yes, Uncle Lan did know Zhongju, but he gave Zhongju a weapon instead. No wonder. No wonder. Wu Lan said in an matter-of-fact tone. From the doorway of the 6th room, Zhongju strode out. His features weren't too bad, only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes shone of vigor and elation. Instead of walking toward the thin black man, Wu Lan, he walked towards Qin Yu. Brother Qin Yu, if you see Senior Lan again, please thank him for me. This. Qin Yu was startled. But Qin Yu had already hypothesized about a few things. For Zhongju to come out alive, and come to him to thank Uncle Lan, must mean that his survival had something to do with Uncle Lan. He recalled the weapons Uncle Lan gave Ho Fei and Xiao Hei. Both the black stick and the cloud piercer emitted strange energies. I can guess that the black scimitar given by Uncle Lan to Zhongju also has that strange energy. Qin Yu brooded. Another line of words appeared on the leaderboard. Chaotic Astrolotion, Zhongju, level 6 completed. Wu Lan announced the results. Zhongju has passed level 6 and hereby be placed at rank 2, while Feng Tian will be removed from Niyang's realm. Another stream of light shot towards Zhongju and Feng Tian. One was transported to the 4th floor and the other was thrown out of Niyang's realm. The moment Zhongju vanished, another smile emerged from Wu Lan's face. Qin Yu, it is now your turn. What room will you choose? With that external life embodiment technique thing, I presume the treasure, on the 9th floor of this 9 Heavens Palace, will be yours. Wu Lan said smilingly. Qin Yu responded with his most humble smile. After all, Mangon was ranked first by expending all his power. While he was a Deshang stage expert, any room he could pick would be at least give 10 or more points. But let's be a little more modest. The 7th room it is. Qin Yu smiled. While Lan Feng drifted towards Qin Yu and fused with his body. Then Qin Yu entered the 7th room alone. A level 9 golden sword immortal puppet versus a level 7 golden immortal sword spirit? The result? Do you even need to ask? After only a short while, Qin Yu emerged from the room with a bright smile and a slight swagger in his steps. With this, the first ranker is done. Wu Lan still thought Qin Yu won too easily, and even wore a broad smile on his face. Qin Yu, be prepared. I will transport you, Mangon and Zhongju, to the treasure floors, 9th, 8th and 7th, depending on your rank. At the same time, another line of words appear on the leaderboards. Mortal Plane, Qin Yu, level 16 completed. End of chapter 58. Note, this chapter was originally translated by Thunderrat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.